Outside the window, several cherry blossom trees were planted for the patients to admire. Summer was indeed the perfect season for cherry blossom viewing, yet it inevitably grew somewhat tiresome. Huang rested one hand against the glass, his smooth head bowed slightly, revealing a hint of a smile. Beep. The fluctuations of the electrocardiogram were surprisingly normal, yet this still did not permit him to rise from his bed and venture outside. He was a patient in the advanced stages of brain cancer, a dying man at the tender age of 26. Having finally achieved the coveted position of top salesperson, he had not yet had the chance to relish life before being struck by such a dire diagnosis. He did not wish to die. If there were any means to extend his existence, it would undoubtedly require entering a world that had never surfaced in reality. Huang opened his phone, perusing the collection of missing persons reports he had gathered over the past month. The elderly beggar, who had stood for a decade beneath the Jiangdu Bridge, reappeared 6 months after his disappearance, astonishingly the lost son of a billionaire group chairman, inheriting a fortune and staging a remarkable comeback. A mysterious ritual where a 130-year-old villager vanishes annually, only to return seemingly a decade younger, dubbed a miracle by scientists. A renowned artist of the 21st century disappeared for 7 days, only for a grotesque painting to emerge in his home, a collector offering $1 billion, only to discover the paint consisted of the artist's own flesh and blood. Over 400 individuals had vanished within a month. They either returned as winners of life or met untimely ends. Once or twice could be mere coincidence, but over 400 times? Huang had been fixated on these events for quite some time. Perhaps he had truly lost his sanity. Yet he could only believe. There must be something unexpressed in this world that could satiate all desires. He yearned to survive. He was determined not to perish so meekly. He clenched his fists tightly. Suddenly, a melodious voice echoed in his mind, reminiscent of a young girl. Congratulations, you, a human filled with desire, have been chosen by the instance. Should you become a player and navigate through the instance to earn points, you shall fulfill all your needs, wealth, beauty, and even mysterious powers beyond ordinary comprehension. Pray tell, what is your desire? Here it came. Indeed, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Huang's eyes, and without hesitation, he responded, I wish to live. Then, do you consent to enter the instance and become a player? Neither fear nor madness can sever your bond with the instance. Only death can truly free you. A smirk graced Huang's lips. His life had long begun its countdown. If he could survive, even if it meant living with fear and madness for eternity, so be it. I consent. The contract is established. Player talents are being assessed. Player Huang, your words and actions align, and your virtue is commendable. Congratulations, you have awakened a talent, deceiver. Talent confirmed. Assessing player attributes. Player, deceiver Huang. Talent, your consistency in words and actions garners trust from all. You never lie, for you embody deception. When utilizing your talent, all aspects, including trust and distrust, will be calculated as probabilistic events. Hidden talent information 1. For any basic event, your statements will enter assessment, granting a 50% probability of being trusted. A successful assessment alters the cognitions and rules of the affected party, while failure renders it void. Hidden talent information 2. For any absolute event, should your statements achieve a conflicting state, either A or B, the cognitions and rules of the affected party will change regardless of the outcome, yielding informational feedback. Strength, 0.5 normal adults at 1. Agility, 0.5 normal adults at 1. Intelligence, 1.7 normal adults at 1. Evaluation, your panel is exceedingly rare. Hurry and enter the game to meet your demise. Now drawing for the novice instance. Congratulations, you have drawn the novice instance. Single player instance. Grade, instance the city of incubation. Introduction to the city of incubation. This is the birthplace of geniuses over a century, a place yearned for by countless souls. Whether residents or visitors, all transform into rare dragons among men, societal elites possessing the most flawless minds and talents. Those who emerge from here achieve global renown. As an archaeologist, you are fortunate to be warmly invited by the city of incubation to explore and showcase their culture. Novice protection reminder. The beautiful city of incubation, once night falls, descends into a mysterious silence. My dear player, if you wish to survive, do not sleep too deeply, and steer clear of the darkness. Instance completion deadline, 3 days. Friendly reminder, your instance process has been streamed live. You can receive real-time data through your mind. The system will comprehensively recommend your live broadcast to other players based on your instance difficulty and viewer engagement. Should you encounter obstacles, fulfilling the audience's request for tips is also a viable route to survival. Now the game begins. Huang felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, rubbing his head. He was astonished to discover his hair had returned. He felt the sensation of sitting in a vehicle and curiously glanced to the side. The car windows were enveloped in dark tint, obscuring the outside world. He could not ascertain what lay beyond or which road they traversed. The black film allowed him to glimpse his own reflection even within the vehicle. His hair was thick and silky, cascading across his forehead. He wore a pair of black-rimmed glasses, and that familiar yet refined face still bore its signature smile, evoking an immediate fondness in anyone who beheld him. Truly, he appeared quite gentlemanly. This was his appearance prior to diagnosis of long-lost sight. He was indeed in a vehicle. It seemed he could observe the live broadcast. A thought surged through his mind. Live viewers. 1. Was there also a comment on the stream? Bystander. A newcomer to the city of incubation. This panel. Ha. Bystander A shared your live stream. Bystander B has entered your live stream. Bystander B. Ha. This is honestly the most pathetic panel I have ever seen, even inferior to a child certainly destined to die. Bystander. The city of incubation is considered the most challenging among novice instances. No one has ever achieved a happy ending here. I wonder how this newcomer will meet their demise. Bystander B. How else could one die? It's either being incubated or killed. It's boring. Forget it'll give him a tip for pity and move on. Bystander B tipped you a small amount of points. Bystander A tipped you a small amount of points. Live viewers, 0. Huang. Truly, he found himself grateful. Was his panel truly that dreadful? It seemed passable enough. However, what do they mean by being incubated? Just then, without a sound, a face abruptly appeared in Huang's line of sight, its hollow gaze devoid of emotion, resembling a carved wooden mask as it managed to force a strange smile. Teacher Yin, we have arrived at the city of incubation. You may disembark. After Huang exited the vehicle with his briefcase, the car promptly sped away. Before him stood a massive wooden sign emblazoned with the words Hatching Town, accompanied by a subtitle, A Town Where Hopes Are Realized. Beneath the sign, 3 individuals were smiling warmly at Huang. Their smiles radiated a comforting warmth, suggesting a familial bond. The middle-aged man, clad in a brown plaid shirt, bore a slightly protruding belly that added to his amiable and wholesome demeanor, likely the father of the family. His wife, a beautiful woman with thick braided hair cascading over her shoulders, complemented the scene. However, the most striking figure was the youthful boy standing between them. Appearing to be around 15, he wore thick glasses and possessed a somewhat delicate appearance. His school uniform was immaculate, yet he constantly lowered his gaze, his expression one of profound reticence, exuding an air of both ordinariness and an unusual sense of constraint. The father extended his hand towards Huang, saying, "Hello, Teacher Yin. We are responsible for your accommodations at the Hatching Inn. You may call me Old Xie." Huang shook his hand in greeting. Immediately, Xie's wife chimed in with praise. "Teacher Yin, you truly are a remarkable individual. Our son, Fu Mu, has read many of your articles and aspires to be as exceptional as you. Come now, Fu Mu, greet Teacher Yin." Yet, Fu Mu only lowered his head further, silent and seemingly caught between shyness and something else. Huang thought it prudent to alleviate the awkwardness, but he inadvertently noticed Xie's mother, still beaming, fiercely pinching Fu Mu's waist. The veins on her hand stood out as she squeezed with considerable force. Though Fu Mu remained silent, the slight grimace on his face spoke volumes of his discomfort and fear. "Fu Mu, what's wrong? Greet Teacher Yin," urged Xie's father. Finally, Fu Mu lifted his head, his muscles tense, and forced a less than appealing smile. "Hello, Teacher Yin." No matter how one looked at it, it appeared to be anything but voluntary. Xie's mother frowned slightly, but maintained a facade of friendliness, saying, "Look at this child, so shy. Teacher Yin, please don't mind him." Huang responded with a smile, "Of course I won't mind." The family's interaction was indeed remarkably warm. "Well then, it's getting late, and Teacher Yin must be tired from the journey. We should head to the inn, Xie's father concluded, and Yin Huang followed suit. The atmosphere in Hatching Town was quite unique along the way. Yin Huang observed a group of well-groomed young boys and girls engaging with one another, all exuding charm and grace. Various individuals along the roadside displayed an array of skills. Signs featuring intricate problems were scattered about, and he spotted several children, not yet 10, sitting quietly engrossed in a game of Go. They were indeed a remarkably talented group of children. The town's reputation as a haven for prodigies was well-deserved. Halfway through their journey, Yin Huang noticed a colossal pit containing a stone that nearly filled 2/3 of it, rendering any onlooker insignificantly small. As they passed, Fu Mu's expression visibly soured. Xie's parents earnestly bowed towards the pit, seemingly engaged in a silent prayer. Intrigued, Yin Huang inquired, "Is that a meteorite?" Xie's father shook his head, explaining, No, teacher Yin, this is not a meteorite. Meteorites come from the heavens. This one is born from the earth." "Born from the earth?" Yin Huang squinted. "You may not know, but this is the stone of genius. Our Hatching Town owes its abundance of prodigies to this stone. Since its emergence, the children in our town have become remarkably easy to manage. If you have time, you might consider paying your respects, hoping for future children to become extraordinary individuals. Is that so?" Yin Huang scrutinized the stone again. Dull and unremarkable. If one were to differentiate it from an ordinary rock, it would merely be its size and overly smooth surface. That's quite impressive. At this moment, Yin Huang's live stream had begun to attract a few viewers, though interaction was minimal, with the fluctuating count hovering between 1 and 2. There were no gifts or significant engagement. Upon arriving at the inn, a duplex wooden house, it appeared relatively unremarkable from the outside, save for a bulletin board filled with missing person notices. Xie's father sighed, stating, "Everything is wonderful in our town, but the outsiders often get lost and wander about, leading to disappearances that we cannot resolve. Concerned families have urged us to assist in finding them, hence the notices. Unfortunately, many have remained unfound for quite some time. So, Teacher Yin, you must be cautious and not stray about indiscriminately, or else it may be impossible to return." Yin Huang regarded the missing person notices with a faint smile. "Rest assured, I am well aware of my purpose for being here and will not roam aimlessly." The sincerity of Xie's father's smile remained unblemished. "With your words, I feel at ease. Now, it's getting late. Let me show you to your room." "Very well," Yin Huang replied. "On the second floor," Xie's father announced, "here is your room. We will deliver meals promptly at noon and 6 in the evening. Should you need anything, please don't hesitate to ask. We will do our utmost to assist you. If there's nothing more, I shall take my leave. I hope you enjoy your stay, Teacher Yin." After ushering Yin Huang into his room, Xie's father bade farewell. Yet, as Yin Huang stepped inside, he heard a creaking sound from behind. Peering through the crack of the door across the hall, he caught sight of a solitary eye staring intently at him. Yin Huang greeted amiably, "Hello?" In response, the door slammed shut with a resounding bang. Yin Huang remarked, "Truly unfriendly." Inside the now-closed room, an unsettling sound ensued, akin to fingernails scraping against damp wood, sending shivers down his spine. Unable to endure the noise, Yin Huang disregarded it and entered his own room. The space was tidily arranged, featuring a bed, desk, chairs, and a private bathroom, providing all necessary amenities. Feeling a sense of ennui, he took a seat to gather his thoughts. It was then that he noticed shallow marks on the wooden table, uneven yet patterned. An idea sparked within him as he retrieved a pencil from his briefcase and swiftly traced over the faint impressions. The marks became more pronounced as they caught the light streaming in from the window. Yin Huang discerned this town harbored an unusual ritual. "Oh, not wander carelessly at night. You may become nourishment for the hatching." Nourishment for the hatching? Suddenly, a sharp, crisp sound of shattering erupted from below, startling him from his contemplation. Chapter 3. The Capital of Incubation. Dispute. Yin Huang was startled, realizing that something must have occurred downstairs. He hurriedly used an eraser to remove the pencil marks he had made and swiftly descended the stairs. Before he fully reached the bottom, a harsh voice reprimanded him. "If you can't even handle this trivial matter, how can you possibly ease our burdens? How can we have a child like you, who is more of a hindrance than a help? Look at everyone else. They have all successfully hatched their projects. And you? You might as well stay there on your knees. The voice was unmistakably that of Mother Xie, though her tone was markedly different from her usual kindness, filled with a sense of disappointment akin to a teacher scolding a wayward student. Father Xie stood beside her, casting a cold glance at his disappointing child, his frustration palpable as he pointed at Xie Fumu and scolded, "Look at you! You couldn't even greet us properly today. What were you even thinking? When will you finally allow us some peace of mind? Hurry and pick up all this broken glass." His voice was commanding, suffocating the air with its intensity. Huang quickly surveyed the scene. It was not a particularly grave situation, just a shattered vase. Xie Fumu remained silent, his head bowed, revealing no change in expression. While the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, Father Xie took a deep breath, gripping Xie Fumu's ear tightly. "Do you not hear me telling you to pick it up?" With a swift movement, he raised his hand, the sound of the wind slicing through the air indicating the force behind it. Should it connect with a face, it would surely cause serious harm. A resounding slap echoed through the room, followed by a buzzing in Huang and Appo's ears that was quite uncomfortable. Hua 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 enters the live stream. Feng Xiao Tian enters the live stream. In an instant, the live stream was flooded with viewers. Congratulations to the player for achieving the milestone of 50 concurrent viewers, earning 10 points. Congratulations to the streamer for a slight increase in livestream data, receiving a level 5 new recommendation. Daredevil streamer, sidebar window recommendation. Hua Hua Hua. Wow, and Appo's. It's been ages since I and Appo's. Seen someone dare to intercept a slap like that. I remember that blocking it triggers a certain plot. Feng Xiaotian. How is this new player named? Appo's. As a tribute panel so low, it's even worse than an elementary student. Blocking that slap is a certain way to die later on in the plot. Reckless. It and Appo's. It's been a long time since I've seen a new player capable of walking into this plot. The last one probably ended up as ashes. TSK. It's worth watching this storyline. Perhaps due to the abysmally low attribute panel, Huang felt as though his hand, which had intervened to block the slap, was nearly fractured, and his mind swam in a haze. What was that plot mentioned in the comments? It likely wasn't anything good. Unfortunately, the live stream offered no insight into the plot, which would have been useful for timely preparation. However, there was no time to dwell on that now. He accidentally caught a glimpse of the moment he blocked Father Xie and Appo's slap. Fury flashed across Father Xie and Appo's face, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. But it quickly reverted to his usual gentle, unassuming demeanor, now filled with guilt and concern as he reached out to grasp Huang and Appo's hand. "Mr. Yan, what brings you here?" "Oh dear, that must hurt to block that slap. Shall I get you some medicine?" "No need, thank you." Huang withdrew his hand and promptly inquired, "Old Xie, why are you reprimanding your child so harshly in broad daylight? What has he done wrong?" He had to admit that the slap had truly stung, giving him the distinct sensation of being on the verge of collapse. Old Xie exhaled a sigh of relief. "Mr. Yan, you're just making things difficult for yourself. My son Fumu is a bit clumsy, and we just wanted to teach him a small lesson, so he remembers not to make the same mistake again. Look at you, stepping in and getting hurt." "Indeed, Mr. Yan, Mother Xie chimed in. "I should go fetch you some medicine." "A small lesson?" Huang felt overwhelmed by their concern, hastily waving his hand. "It's really not a big deal. However, lessons are one thing, but children should not be subjected to such harsh treatment, or they might become dull-witted." As soon as he spoke, he sensed the atmosphere chill considerably. Both Father and Mother Xie fell silent, merely pursing their lips and smiling at him with narrowed eyes. Even though it was only afternoon, with sunlight streaming in and casting shadows across their faces, an inexplicable chill ran down his spine, leaving him quite uneasy. Suddenly, they spoke in unison. "Mr. Yan, this is merely our family matter. We, as parents, know how to educate our child. You need not worry yourself so much." Their voices were low, their expressions seemingly amiable, and their words made sense, yet there was something unsettling about it. One feared that the next sentence would be a thinly veiled threat. Huang merely smiled and refrained from further comment. Mother Xie lowered her head and gently patted Xie Fumu's back, who remained kneeling on the ground. "Fumu, Your father and I were impulsive today. We owe you an apology. Quickly thank Mr. Yen. CFO trembled, his voice quivering as he stammered. Thank you, Mr. Yen. And next time, please do not interfere in our family matters. Look at this child, truly ungrateful. He still has homework to complete. So I won't keep you any longer, Mother Xie said with an exasperated smile, tugging at CFO's ear, dragging him away. CFO winced in pain, his eyes widening as his pants scraped against the ground, producing a hissing sound. Huang had intended to say something more, but finally noticed the expression on CFO's face. It was one of terror, rejection, and despair. How could a child, enveloped in such an environment of love, display such an expression? Huang realized that no amount of words would help. He would only complicate matters. Thus, he chose silence. Mr. Yen is a wise man, but perhaps he should also worry about himself more. Allow me to escort you back to your room. Coincidentally, the meal is almost ready, and I will bring it to you as an apology. Huang nodded in agreement. Father Xie turned and walked into the kitchen to tidy up. Soon after, he emerged, carrying a plate of food, leading Huang back upstairs. He spoke to Huang in a friendly manner, but Huang's attention was elsewhere. Listening to Mother Xie and Appo's frustrated complaints and reproaches directed at CFO as he was dragged away. At your age, still unable to hatch successfully? Have you not lost at the starting line? Look at the neighbors. They're all doing so well. You are truly embarrassing us. Hatch. Huang heard the term again. Initially, he thought it merely a metaphor, but now he sensed something amiss. Finally, Father Xie escorted him to the door. The kind words of persuasion vanished, and he handed the meal to Huang. Mr. Yen, were you listening to me? It was only then that Huang regained his focus. Maintaining a composed demeanor as he replied, Of course, I find your perspective quite insightful. Father Xie understood this all too well. He smiled wryly. It doesn't matter if you weren't paying attention. Saying so much to you is futile. Anyway, you probably won't have this opportunity again. That tone seemed to mock Huang. At that moment, Huang silently purchased a discounted item from the point shop. Chapter 4. The City of Incubation. Emerging Brilliance Low-Level All-Seeing Detection. 5 points. Capable of establishing vision within a given area. Automatically acquiring all visual information within a 10-meter radius for 30 minutes. At this moment, Huang truly sensed the tangible existence of a power beyond ordinary comprehension. His mental imagery appeared to be divided into two realms, one visible to the naked eye, and the other, a divine perspective encompassing a 10-meter radius. This was a remarkably wondrous experience, filling Huang with exhilaration. Within his divine vision, he could distinctly see Mr. Xie lurking behind, gripping a sharp kitchen knife, which could effortlessly cleave him in two if he so desired. Huang and Appo's expression remained unchanged, adorned with a faint smile. The number of viewers in the live stream steadily increased. Here it comes. The plot is about to unfold. It seems this newcomer is quite astute, having timely recognized the anomaly and purchased the all-seeing detection. However, it matters not, for his panel stands no chance of survival. Will gentle Uncle Xie perform a chase if I pursue you? And if I catch you then? Mr. Xie stood before him, tightening his grip on the knife. Here it comes. At that moment, Huang leisurely spoke, activating his talent. Old Xie, I will undoubtedly remain safe in this town, correct? Mr. Xie's movements hesitated, and he hastily sheathed his knife, maintaining a friendly smile. Lie detection, opposing event, determination failed. Result, not safe. The rules affecting the subject have changed, providing feedback. Mr. Xie replied amiably, No, you won an Appo's. Survive more than 3 days in this town. If luck is on your side, you may well visit the underworld today to become brothers with King Yen. The viewers in the live stream were dumbfounded. Wait, what has happened? Why did the plot not proceed as scripted? And Uncle Xie actually answered him honestly. The villain has entered the live stream. Qianshan has entered the live stream. Current online viewers, 102. Mr. Xie's eyes glinted ominously, his grip on the knife tightening once more. Just then, Huang inquired, Old Xie, then I will absolutely be safe at the inn, right? Mr. Xie, as if possessed, sheathed his knife again. Lie detection, opposing event. Determination failed. Result: not safe. The rules affecting the subject have changed, providing feedback. Mr. Xie continued to respond gently. Why would you think that, Teacher Yin? You're even less safe at the inn, as everyone there is quite interested in you. The viewers in the live stream? Goodness, he did it again. What is going on with Yin Huang? Did he purchase some time reversal item? Why does the plot keep getting stuck here, leaving us in suspense? You think too much. He is merely a newcomer. Where would he get points? Even if time could rewind, I suspect it relates to his talent. Talent? His deceiver talent is utterly ineffective. Even if he keeps stalling, he will eventually perish. Undoubtedly, the viewer count in the live stream continued to rise. The level of discussion intensified. Congratulations to the streamer for achieving the live stream milestone, breaking the record for the fastest to reach 200 viewers simultaneously. Due to the improvement in the streamer and amp, Oppo's S quality, various metrics steadily increased, and he has been recommended for the 4th level newcomer in the eerie category, Bewildering Streamer Awards. Wow, this newcomer is quite fortunate. Getting stuck here has propelled him to a 4th level recommendation so quickly, but there likely won't be a second chance. I bet 10 points that if he can evade the plot this time, I will directly reward him. A slight smile graced Yin Huang's lips. 10 points were rather appealing. He glanced at Mr. Xie, who seemed ready to strike again, and posed another question. Old Xie, your mention of interest relates to incubation, correct? So, what exactly is incubation? In an instant, Yin Huang felt a piercing shriek emanating from his live stream, akin to a child and Oppo's S-whale magnified 100-fold, nearly deafening him. A red frame enveloped the entire live stream, flashing 2 large characters. Warning, red card warning issued. Player Yin Huang has committed a serious violation. Restricting his talent. During crucial plot moments, his talent will not activate successfully. Red card warning issued. Player Yin Huang has committed a serious violation. Restricting his talent. During crucial plot moments, his talent will not activate successfully. Red card warning issued. Player Yin Huang has committed a serious violation, restricting his talent. During crucial plot moments, his talent will not activate successfully. An enraged child's voice resonated sharply in his mind, issuing 3 warnings, causing all viewers to momentarily lose sight of the live content. Then, the child's voice continued. Player Yin Huang, to ensure the normal progression of the plot, please refrain from excessively relying on your talent. 3 red cards will result in suspension and confinement for review. Only the 10,000-point item, Sin Cleansing Liquid, can cleanse the red card count. But please be advised that the price for Sin Cleansing Liquid will exponentially increase with each purchase. Players are urged to think carefully henceforth. Once this proclamation was made, the red card warning was firmly established. The live stream resumed its visibility. Everyone appeared bewildered. What the hell? What just happened? Did he really just receive a red card warning? He is merely a newcomer. What did he do? Red card warning. I've seen that with some big shots. This is utterly absurd. Goodness, this newcomer is no ordinary person. If he survives, I believe he has a strong chance of competing for this season's Newcomer King. Due to this red card warning, countless viewers were drawn in. The live stream's online count swiftly surpassed 500. This surge was astonishing. However, most of the viewers had low engagement, merely there for the spectacle. Yet even so, it was sufficient. Congratulations to the streamer for the overall improvement in live stream metrics. Now recommended for the 3rd level newcomer in the elite category, Advanced New Star. Wow. Getting stuck in this plot can lead to a 3rd level newcomer recommendation. Impressive. Yin Huang recovered from the warning sound, not overly surprised by the surge in the live stream and Oppo's S metrics. Once again, he heard the system and Oppo's S voice. Lie detection anomaly, determination ineffective. The ineffectiveness of the lie detection implied that his previous words had not been subjected to scrutiny, failing to alter the other party and Oppo's S perception and rules. Thus, it was merely ordinary dialogue. Before him, Mr. Xie's expression shifted. His narrowed smile gradually settled into calmness, even coldness, his eyes widening as they fixated on Yin Huang. Yet the corners of his mouth maintained a peculiar grin. Teacher Yin, I regret interrupting your inquiry, but I must ask. This is evidently not something you should be privy to. Why do you wish to inquire? What is it you wish to know, or wish to discover? In his hand, The kitchen knife remained poised for action. Chapter 5. The City of Incubation. The knife of a loving father, Huang, sensed something amiss and took a step back, saying, "It's nothing. Just a casual question. After all, the name Indopos, Incubation Town Indopos, sounds quite unique." He intended to brush it off with a casual remark. Yet, he underestimated Mr. Xie and Apos' vigilance. The latter and Apos' smile grew increasingly peculiar, his dark eyes fixed upon Yin, lips sealed yet curving into an unnatural arc, reminiscent of an exaggerated U-shape. Is that so? Then, Teacher Yin truly possesses exquisite taste. Oh no, you flatter me, Mr. Xie. Not at all. Teacher Yin and Apos' commendable character deserves such praise. As he spoke, Mr. Xie inched closer. Yin Huang, genuinely uncomfortable, felt his smile stiffen, awkwardness rising. Mr. Xie, although we share a good rapport, being so close. You do understand the principle of propriety between men, right? You have a wife and children. It's best to avoid misunderstandings. Oh no, Teacher Yin, you misunderstand me. What I meant to convey is, with your impeccable taste, why not let this perfect moment linger forever? A cold glint flickered in Mr. Xie's eyes, tinged with a hint of mockery. Through the backlight outside, he raised the kitchen knife in his hand, the smile at the corner of his mouth stretching unnaturally, surpassing the level of his cheekbones, creating a bizarre spectacle. In that instant, the sound of slicing air emerged as Yin Huang stepped back. It an Apos' coming. That knife is finally descending. There an Apos'. No doubt he is doomed. Yes, I'm ready to capture this moment. It's been ages since I witnessed such a spectacle. As the knife was poised to descend upon Yin Huang's head, his lips parted slightly, the lenses of his golden-rimmed glasses reflecting light that shielded his gaze, revealing only a flicker of confidence that seemed to command everything. Mr. Xie, this knife is a gift for me. ISNT it? Lie detection initiated probability event. The knife severed a few strands of Yin Huang's hair, but inflicted no harm upon him, halting mid-air. Lie detection successful. Result, subject and Apos' perception altered. He raised his head, light dancing across the lenses. Within Yin Huang's eyes, filled with gentleness. A hint of mirth sparkled as he locked gazes with the dazed Mr. Xie. The latter lowered the knife and offered it to Yin Huang, saying, "Indeed, Teacher Yin, this is a gift I prepared for you. Please accept it. Congratulations, player Yin Huang has obtained the item, the knife of a loving father." Item, the knife of a loving father, quality F. Usage requirement, none. Attribute, sharp. Item description, CF Fumu possesses a loving father who, in his desire for his child to grow up in peace, will eliminate any obstacles with his cooking knife. Of course, you are an exception. At that moment, the live chat exploded. What just happened? What is this person's talent? A word spirit. What is the deal with his hidden information? I'd pay 1,000 points for it. Did he really acquire the item so easily? I played so many times and haven't gotten a single item. How outrageous. What is up with this newcomer? If he survives this dungeon, I would definitely recruit him into our guild. Wow, incredible. Truly a masterstroke. I've never seen such a maneuver before. Player Huahua rewarded the streamer with 10 points. Player Herue Dog rewarded the streamer with 5 points. The number of live viewers, sorta 743 at a terrifying pace. Congratulations, player achieved the milestone of 1,000 viewers concurrently, earning a reward of 100 points. Congratulations, player achieved the milestone of seizing the knife, earning attributes, strength 0, 5, agility 0, 5. Streamer S overall live quality significantly enhanced. Now recommended to high-level gamers as a secondary newcomer, featured newcomer. Notification. The featured newcomer stream has immense traffic. Such opportunities are rare. Please seize them well. As various rewards accumulated, Yin Huang and Apos' total points reached an impressive 437. This windfall was substantial, while others earned merely 500 points from an E-level dungeon MVP. This was indeed remarkable. Upon acquiring the knife, Yin Huang turned and noted that Mr. Xie no longer posed a threat. His perception had altered, and he would not harm Yin Huang. Perception is shaped by an individual and Apos' psyche, memories, and various factors, when the dependent variable of a formula changes. It subsequently transforms into an independent variable. Naturally, Mr. Xia's memory had also altered. He gazed at Yin Huang, devoid of his previous bizarre expression, as if nothing had transpired. If teacher, Yin has no other matters, I shall take my leave and not disturb your meal. Yin Huang nodded. Thank you, Mr. Xia. Mr. Xia laughed heartily. We're like family. No need for thanks. You're being too formal. Yin Huang could only respond with a perfunctory acknowledgement. We're like family? Indeed, considering I was just the person you intended to slaughter. Expressing gratitude would be excessively formal. Mr. Xia soon departed from the second floor, returning to the first. Yin Huang did not linger either. Upon entering his room, he surveyed the meal before him and ultimately opted to exchange some points for food in the point store. Now, he was a points player with a substantial total of 437. While this number was not overwhelming, it sufficed for a modest meal. Upon opening the point store, Yin Huang noticed something awry. Wait, why had the prices of items in the store doubled? I can already imagine how frustrated the streamer must be right now. After all, we all went through this. The deepest trap in the world is the trap of the point store. Laughing to death, I was also disgusted by this point store back then. The more points you have, the higher the demand index for a particular item, and thus it becomes increasingly expensive. Yin Huang furrowed his brow at the barrage of comments. He soon spent 50 points to buy a whole roasted chicken and a bottle of moderately alcoholic beer. Wow, 50 points. Is this streamer recklessly unaware of how hard points are to earn, or does he consider points worthless? With his handsome appearance, Yin Huang ate leisurely, savoring the rhythm of each bite, a piece of roasted chicken followed by a sip of beer. His dining experience was particularly delightful, causing viewers in the live chat to drool. Wow, that looks delicious. I want to eat too. Am I really watching an eating broadcast in a high-level gamer category? I'm utterly speechless. Wah, streamer, please start selling products. I'm ready to order. Wow, indeed the most outrageous streamer in the city of incubation. While others starve and struggle, you feast on roasted chicken and drink beer. How absurd. Haha, superficial. Wasting points on such trivial matters. Yin Huang quickly finished his meal. He chose the roasted chicken and beer not only to satiate his hunger, but also for the attributes. He glanced at the attributes of the chicken and beer, reaffirming his choices. Chapter 6, The City of Hatching. Monster expensive roasted chicken. Attributes: increased satiety, increased energy, reduces sleep needs. Description: a delicious roasted chicken that is both costly and unpretentious. Ordinary beer. Attributes: increased courage, enhanced stress resistance. Description: if you're feeling fearful, drink some beer. But if you happen to overindulge, well, it wouldn't be surprising for someone as undisciplined as you to perish in a dungeon. Though the dungeon may resemble a game, it is ultimately not one. Every sensation feels profoundly real, whether it be pain or fatigue. The information at his disposal is scant, yet one thing remains certain. The night here is decidedly unsafe, especially considering that old Xia just mentioned how everyone here seems quite intrigued by him. Who exactly are these people? Regardless of their identity, it surely cannot bode well. Most likely, they wish to take his life. Furthermore, the novice protection prompt had advised against sleeping too deeply or venturing near the night. This indicates that lurking dangers undoubtedly await in the darkness. With less than 2 hours until nightfall, he fears he might not be observant enough, and thus, he resolves to remain awake throughout the night until he can ascertain the nature of this threat. The roasted chicken and beer are his investments for enduring tonight. Time ticks away. Yin Huang lies alone in bed, lights off, gazing silently at the ceiling. The surroundings are engulfed in darkness, rendering his outstretched hand invisible, as if swallowed by the shadows. A sense of emptiness creeps into his heart, akin to an amplified gravitational pull dragging his heart into the abyss. He has maintained this state for over 6 hours. The clock reads 11 o'clock at night, with less than 10 minutes remaining until midnight. Perhaps due to the recent continuous use of his talents, fatigue weighs upon him like a mountain, leaving him breathless yet unwilling to close his eyes. Blood vessels in his eyes crawl like gnarly roots, intertwining and extending. Yet everything remains as it should be, with no discernible changes, except for an overwhelming sense of drowsiness. He remains motionless, and the viewer count in the live stream continues to dwindle. The audience has dwindled to a mere 50 or 60 souls. The recommendation slot has shifted from the rare newcomer spotlight to the far corner designated for level 5 newcomer fishing. The remaining viewers remain silent. It is too ordinary to the point of eeriness, ordinary to the extent that it tempts one to succumb to sleep. The only sound accompanying the rhythmic ticking of the clock above the door fills the silence, alongside the increasingly rapid tempo of his own breathing. Should he simply surrender to slumber? He has pondered this, yet the thought of sleeping through it all, perhaps never to awaken, haunts him. The wooden bed beneath him feels like a coffin. A buzzing sound surrounds his ears, akin to brainwaves being muffled. His eyes ache with the slightest movement, heavy with fatigue. Finally, as the clock strikes midnight, the hands align perfectly. Perhaps the clock is simply too old, its mechanism suffering a slight positional error. At that moment, the sound of the clock's ticking grows louder than ever before, resonating with a crisp yet chaotic noise. In that instant, a light yet distinct knock echoes through the room. Huang, who had been teetering on the edge of sleep, suddenly jolts awake, his eyes wide open, alert. Is it coming for him? But if it intends to enter, why knock? At this hour, logic dictates a silent intrusion. This knock could very well alert the intruder. Or could it be that it cannot quietly breach the threshold? A myriad of possibilities floods his mind, and in such a moment, his thoughts spiral into a state of tension. The viewer count in the live stream escalates at an unprecedented rate, reverting to its former numbers, even surpassing them. Congratulations, player! You have achieved a milestone of 2,000 concurrent viewers, earning 200 points. Right on time. Midnight. Oh no, I'm lying in bed, terrified. I haven't seen anyone traverse this path in the city of hatching for ages. It's mostly been about hatching. Are we about to witness that scene again? My newbie phase shadows are returning. They are all waiting with bated breath. The livestream S recommendation slot has returned to its original position, but Huang lacks the inclination to pay attention as he reads the comments. A shiver runs down his spine. What kind of scene could be deemed a shadow? Another knock resounds, louder than before, the frequency quickening as if it seeks to break down the door. No, it's not merely an impression. It is an absolute intent to demolish the entrance. Realizing this, Huang feels his blood surging, his body generating heat at an alarming rate. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaps from the bed, dragging a nearby table to the door, wedging it tightly against the gap. The force of the blows intensifies. Even with the table braced, he can feel the door trembling. The table is insufficient. Huang swiftly turns, pulling over the bedside cabinet, the chair, and even the bed itself, piling them up until the room is devoid of movable objects. It seems the entity remains oblivious to his awakening and continues its relentless assault. Huang feels an urge to curse. Could it not cease its battering? Wouldn't it be better if he simply leapt from the window? Remarkably, the entity halts its assault. There are no footsteps, no sounds, nothing. It feels as though nothing ever occurred. Has it departed? Huang muses. Yet he cannot afford to move the barricade. What if it has prepared a surprise for him? After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately decides to investigate. In his current state, he has no other recourse. He resorts to purchasing a permanent night vision enhancement from the point shop for 500 points. Once acquired, the surroundings appear significantly clearer, allowing him to discern corners and edges, though the effect is still inferior to daylight. Cautiously, he climbs atop the heap of objects, striving to minimize noise. Inching closer to the door, finally, he presses half his body against it, peering through the peephole. To the left, nothing. To the right, also absent. Could it truly have left? Just then, he notices something peculiar in his lower field of vision. As he lowers his gaze, without any forewarning, a colossal eye fills his entire view. There are no other facial features, just a single, outstretched arm, with a pupil the size of an adult's head. As his vision expands, Huang's complexion pales. It is an egg-shaped creature, its upper portion dominated by a massive eye, while countless regular-sized eyes are densely clustered across its surface, all blinking and rotating their pupils simultaneously. Each of its eyes gazes intently at the peephole, as if locking eyes with Huang. He feels a jolt of terror coursing through him. Chapter 7. The Capital of Hatching. breaking the shell. What is this eerie manifestation of spiritual pollution? Huang felt a shiver run down his spine, yet he stifled his breath. Remaining silent, the egg, adorned with countless eyes, blinked down the corridor, glancing left and right, and attempted to collide with Huang's door. However, it was unsuccessful. The relentless assault of those eyes was enough to send chills coursing through him. After a failed attempt, the egg seemed to relent, turning away and positioning its largest eye towards Huang's door. All he could see were the multitude of eyes on the egg's rear, each angle giving him the unnerving sensation of being watched. Huang endeavored to remain quiet, eager to discern the egg's intentions. Soon, the egg directed itself at the door and struck it with force twice. The door instantly reacted. "Not tonight. It's not me. Get away." The voice from within was raspy and filled with terror, trembling yet furious, revealing no intention of concealing its presence. Huang felt a momentary daze. Was it him tonight? Not the one behind the door? It seemed the occupant was aware of the unfolding events. But if they knew, why not flee? Huang's anxiety intensified as he focused on the peephole, unwilling to miss any detail. The egg showed no signs of sparing the occupant. "Get away. I've already told you, it's not me tonight. Leave me alone. Please." The voice grew increasingly feeble, fraught with panic and hoarseness. Yet what thoughts could the egg possess? It lacked a head. It was merely an egg that enjoyed ramming doors. The egg's force and frequency of impact escalated, producing a cacophony that made the door tremble violently. Inside, the occupant's voice was laced with screams, seemingly bracing against the door while pleading for mercy. The commotion was potent enough to rouse everyone in the house. Yet in the dark corridor, no one noticed or emerged. Everything felt surreal, the pure noise taking on an eerie quality. Finally, the egg appeared to grow irate after repeated failed attempts. The myriad eyes glinted with malice, seemingly chastising the occupant for their inability to recognize the gravity of the situation, urging them to emerge. In that moment, it ceased all activity, gathering strength for an unprecedented assault on the door. Crack! The wood splintered, pieces falling to the ground with a dull yet crisp sound. Within, the man sprawled against the door quivered. He turned around, his gaunt frame resembling little more than skin over bone, cheekbones jutting sharply, eyes devoid of life, encircled by dark rings. In those soulless eyes, Huang perceived despair and terror. The man looked down at the egg, his legs buckling, collapsing to the ground like a rag doll, utterly drained of strength. He trembled, using trembling hands to prop himself up, inching backward, shaking his head in a futile plea to retreat into the dimness of the room. "No, don't come closer, I beg you. It's not me tonight." "Why me? Why? Tomorrow will be fine. Tomorrow. I'll willingly offer myself to you." "No, not tomorrow. Just a minute. 30 seconds. Please, I can finish it right away. Just give me 10 seconds. I beg you, don't come closer. I'll write for you, bring in more visitors, more sustenance, just don't take me. I can do anything." Tears streamed from his hollow eyes, his emotions unraveling, flowing down his cheeks and splattering with the movement of his head. Yet the eyes on the egg showed no sign of mercy. Instead, one by one, they squinted, curving into crescent shapes, revealing a portion of their pupils that seemed to mock the man's ignorance. This sinister smile made Huang curse inwardly. How could such a grotesque thing exist? The egg began to bounce towards the man. Without strength, he turned to the ground, crawling like an animal with all fours. But within the confines of the room, his movements were limited, and he eventually retreated until his back touched the wall. "Just 10 seconds. Don't come closer. Please." It was futile. The egg leapt forward, finally making contact with the man's body. In that moment, the man's expression twisted grotesquely, his hands clawing at the air, trembling, until they went rigid. His body stiffened entirely. What was once flesh now began to emit a radiant golden light. This brilliance was blinding, so much so that when it enveloped him, Huang could scarcely see. In an instant, the man, entirely covered in golden light, liquefied and sprawled on the ground, merging with the floor in a manner reminiscent of egg yolk. Huang was astounded. Mere contact had transformed him into liquid. He felt a surge of relief for his caution. Otherwise, it would have been him lying there, not the occupant behind the door. Just as he thought the ordeal had concluded, a peculiar gurgling sound arose. Huang refocused, eyes fixed on the egg. The liquid on the ground was rapidly absorbed by the giant egg, layer by layer. The egg's eyes radiated pleasure and satisfaction as they enveloped the liquid at a visible pace. Outside, all those eyes became coated in the viscous substance until they were entirely covered. Huang's breath slowed. The scene had an oddly captivating allure, rendering him in a trance, yet he was determined not to miss a single moment. The egg stilled, appearing frozen. But soon, the liquid that had just coated the egg emitted a dazzling, even blinding light, far more prolonged than before, illuminating everything as bright as day. From the egg, a sound of cracking emerged, as if something were attempting to break free. Crack, crack, crack. The sounds became increasingly frequent, and in that moment, Huang forgot to breathe. Silently, he summoned the loving father's kitchen knife, gripping it tightly in his sweat-soaked palms. The egg began to tremble. Something was emerging. Initially, he could not see due to its orientation. However, the entity stood upright with remarkable agility, its form visibly expanding, glistening liquid clinging to its smooth skin. Huang finally discerned the true nature of this being. It was a human. Chapter 8, The City of Incubation. A bare silhouette stood before him, so emaciated that the contours of bone were distinctly visible. The two nearly perfect butterfly-like shoulder blades seemed poised to sprout delicate wings, while the waist appeared slender and the legs elongated. Egg white glistened on his delicate, snow-white skin, rendering it smooth and translucent as viscous liquid dripped slowly from his form. Pooling on the ground, he extended a finger to his lips, seemingly savoring a taste. Slender and ethereal, he appeared fragile as a wisp, yet possessed a hauntingly twisted beauty that ensnared Huang's gaze. Huang yearned to discern the visage concealed behind that silhouette, wondering what countenance lay beneath. Perhaps it was the face of a deadly assassin. Gradually, the figure turned, unveiling a face that left Huang pale, his scalp tingling with dread. Before him stood a strikingly pale and handsome individual, whose facial muscles formed a fixed, eerie smile that remained unnaturally rigid. No one should smile in such a manner. It was distinctly unsettling, evoking a palpable sense of danger. And this person was none other than Huang, whom Huang had encountered earlier that afternoon. Huang's eyes fixated on Huang, penetrating the door and gazing directly at him. In that moment, Huang felt an overwhelming certainty that Huang was acutely aware of his presence, even cognizant of the fact that he was observing him. Perspiration trickled down Huang's spine, soaking his clothing and clinging to his skin. What were Huang's intentions? As curiosity churned within him, Huang finally moved. He traversed the dimly lit corridor, stepping through the viscous egg liquid that lay scattered on the floor. Each footfall resonated with the sound of thick liquid sloshing and slipping beneath him, mingled with the heavy thud of the wooden floor. Step by step, he drew closer, his figure growing larger within Huang's limited field of vision. Though his face remained obscured, only the collarbone was visible. What was he planning? Was it merely a coincidence? Or was he intent on breaching the threshold? Instinctively, Huang tightened his grip on the knife in his hand. Suddenly, the peephole was shrouded in darkness, blocked by Huang's hand. Indeed, Huang was aware of Huang's prying gaze. With his view completely obscured, the sense of impending doom escalated, leaving Huang with a singular thought. If he dared to enter, he would be met with lethal force. The peephole flickered back to life. Huang pressed his eyes against it once more, only to find nothing but emptiness. Where had he gone? In that instant, a shadow swept by, and the peephole was filled with a single eye. Thanks to his night vision, Huang could see clearly the whites and blacks of the eye, the lashes, and that sickly, deranged mockery. Huang appeared as if he were possessed, striving to push his eye into the peephole, his gaze drawing inexorably closer to the observer. A grin stretching grotesquely from ear to ear. A chill cascaded down Huang's spine, rendering him breathless. Yet, despite the terror, he found himself rooted to the spot, unable to look away. The intensity of CF Fumu's gaze ensnared him, stripping away his capacity for thought, leaving his mind in a void. What in the world was this? Ha! Ha ha ha! Suddenly, CF Fumu recoiled, clutching his stomach and erupting into manic laughter. As though toying with Huang's emotions brought him immense delight. His laughter was breathless. Huang felt a mix of anger and fear. The current incarnation of CF Fumu was exceedingly bizarre, and in this realm, anything could transpire. Faced with such scant information, he dared not take risks. He could only watch as CF Fumu continued to laugh. After a while, CF Fumu seemed to lose interest, his smile gradually fading as he stared at the peephole for an extended period. Then, his fingers began to whirl around the peephole, the speed increasing until it appeared his joints might shatter. This was perilous. Huang's mind raced with alarm. He swiftly crouched to evade. Bang! The peephole shattered under the pressure, shards of glass exploding outward like a hail of bullets. Fragments struck Huang's back as a deafening roar filled his ears. This was no time to relax. He immediately looked up, and in that instant, the shattered peephole revealed only a pair of lips, moving slowly and deliberately. Though silent, Huang understood their message. Incubation. Who will be next? In that moment, he ceased to express anything further. The lips remained closed, yet the corners lifted in a smirk. Suddenly, a hoarse voice emerged, dry and mocking, as if a traveler in a desolate wasteland were deriding his companions. It was you. Huang's pupils constricted. Damn it! He gritted his teeth, one hand clutching the doorknob, while the other gripped the knife, ready to burst forth in a life-or-death struggle. Just then, a series of cackling laughter echoed, and CF Fumu swiftly turned and fled the floor. He was gone in an instant. That speed was beyond the capabilities of a normal person. What was this incubation? What kind of creature was this monstrosity? Surviving the encounter, Huang felt every cell in his body scream in warning. He was utterly drained, collapsing to the floor. How could one dare to sleep after such an ordeal? The previously silent barrage of comments erupted in an instant. Holy crap, that was terrifying. What has happened? I've never seen anything like it. I can barely breathe. Is this a hidden plot? I was caught completely off guard. The streamer has some serious guts to keep looking through the peephole. Oh my gosh, I'm terrified. The live stream of the City of Incubation feels different somehow. I need to tip the streamer quickly, or if they die, I want to get to see what happens next. The number of viewers had surged to a staggering 733. Upon checking the achievements, Huang had completed 2 significant milestones. Congratulations to the streamer for achieving the milestone of 5,000 concurrent viewers, earning 500 points. Congratulations to the streamer for completing the achievement of Incubation Witness, earning 1 to each dimensional attribute. Player, Fraudster, Huang, Strength, 1 Agility, 1 Intelligence, 8 Composite, 4 Evaluation. After a day of trials, your stats are somewhat respectable. However, in the context of this realm, you remain a mere novice. Strive for greater heights and durability. Huang examined his attribute panel, noting an almost 2-fold increase since his entry, particularly in physical capabilities. Now on par with an average person. He surveyed the disarray of the room. Sleep was an impossibility. However, idleness was equally unacceptable. Thus, he resolved to act boldly. Just then, an unexpected message popped up. Chapter 9. The City of Incubation, attracting attention as the announcement echoed through the live-streaming hall. The expressions of all players shifted dramatically, including many seasoned gamers and even some renowned experts. The City of Incubation is known to be the most challenging novice dungeon, yet, despite its difficulty, it remains merely a novice dungeon. Typically, it is a place where only a few casual players would linger when the prominent figures are not streaming, while the true masters hardly spared a glance. However, everything has changed. Whether high-level or low-level players, all wore expressions devoid of their previous amusement. The first dungeon? A pure novice? How could this be? His awareness and various performances surpass those who have experienced several dungeons. Is it necessary for a pure novice to excel to this extent? It seems the competition for the title of Newcomer King this season is intense, with the Doctor in the lead, followed closely by this individual. I am genuinely curious to see who will ultimately claim the title. The doctor? Goodness. With such a performance, the doctor must surely take notice. I recall that the doctor has recently joined the tarot and is being groomed by the king to become the next pope. The resources at his disposal are undoubtedly immense. If he were to target him, it would be a death sentence, wouldn't it? What a pity. At that moment, a man donned in a white coat and gold-rimmed glasses emerged, a smile dancing on his lips, with his hands tucked into his pockets. He exuded a peculiar aura and moved with ease. Approaching the speaker, he patted him on the back, his voice amiable yet beguiling. "Ah, I seem to have overheard someone discussing me. May I inquire what it is?" His hand trailed down the speaker's spine, exploring each vertebra. The speaker felt a surge of electricity coursing through him, soon replaced by tremors of fear and dread. "Doctor." The doctor ignored him, instead turning his gaze towards Huang, who was currently rearranging furniture in the room. The doctor continued to smile. A formidable newcomer indeed. A newcomer of such caliber must craft a rose from his spine. It would surely be exquisite, and I am certain Lin Na would adore it. Yet, I wouldn't dare commit such a cruel act. He paused, leaning closer to whisper into the man's ear, his breath warm. "What do you think?" Before the man could respond, a grotesque sound pierced the air, as if flesh was being torn and entrails stirred. Blood mingled thickly, and the man's eyes widened in horror, his mouth agape, yet unable to produce a sound. His gaze shifted to the doctor, who maintained his smiling demeanor. "My apologies. I seem to have been overly vigorous while embracing you. Truly regretful. However, the deed is done, and there is no remedy. You shall simply have to sleep well now." With that, he covered the man's unblinking eyes with a blood-stained hand, closing them forever. He extracted the man's spine with meticulous care, revealing its surface adorned with beautiful knife marks. The doctor had sliced it with precision. Once he finished, he examined his work with an artist's appreciation, finally opening his eyes, which narrowed in dissatisfaction as he casually discarded the spine. One unsightly spine. The surrounding onlookers sat in a state of anxiety, their faces pale with terror. They were rendered speechless, struggling to breathe. The doctor, unfazed, produced a cleaning spray, dousing himself, instantly erasing all traces of blood. Suddenly, an angry child's voice erupted in the live-stream hall. "Warning! Warning! Red card warning issued. Player Doctor, Lin Shi has committed a severe violation. Please proceed to the confinement room for immediate processing. Warning! Warning!" The crowd exhaled collectively, relieved to avoid the wrath of such a capricious and sinister character. However, the doctor dismissed the warning with a wave, swiping away 100,000 points to purchase the sin-cleansing solution, pouring it over his head, silencing the alarm. "Enough. You can be quiet now. It's quite bothersome." The onlookers gasped once more, realizing Lin Shi's extravagant nature. To spend 100,000 points so casually. It seems his talent is highly valued by tarot. Suddenly, the doctor appeared and noticed something, his eyes lighting up with excitement as he gazed toward the entrance of the live-stream hall. "Lin Na, you've come to see me?" The crowd followed his gaze, spotting a stunning woman with golden waves, a top-tier actress in reality. Her ability is to perform flawlessly, capable of seamless disguise and impersonation. Perfect to the extent that one could hardly predict her next appearance. Several times, she had used this talent to incite discord among team players in dungeons, or even to eliminate them from close quarters. Yet even so, she couldn't be bothered to perform for the doctor, instead expressing her disdain directly. "Doctor, cause less trouble, or you'll find a gruesome end." The doctor, unconcerned by her threats, stepped closer, ensnaring her neck with an obsessive gaze fixed on her face. "If I were to perish at your hands, I would accept any fate willingly." Lin Na, teeth clenched in fury, stomped her red high heels onto the doctor's polished shoes. "Perverted fool, do not touch me." After hurling her insult, she swiftly turned and departed, leaving behind a trail of alluring fragrance. The doctor felt both pain and pleasure, caressing his own face. Laughing maniacally, "This is the feeling. Yes, this is the feeling, Lin Na. Wait for me." As he pursued her, the crowd exhaled in relief. A lunatic, if not for the king's protection, he would have been eliminated long ago. Her standing in tarot was not particularly high, and her recent rise was largely due to the Doctor's infatuation, as Taro needed her to counterbalance his volatility. Yet, the Doctor's unpredictable nature posed a significant threat, an uncertainty that could lead to catastrophic vulnerabilities for the dungeon players. Huang finally finished rearranging all the furniture. Sitting on the sofa, he purchased an energy drink to replenish his stamina and alleviate fatigue. He reflected on everything that had transpired, even within the egg. CF abilities were sufficient to transform an adult into nutrient liquid upon contact. Undoubtedly, upon successful hatching, CF powers would far surpass those exhibited in the egg. In this state, had CF intended to eliminate him, he would not be so sprightly now. He surmised that CF did not harbor intentions of lethal harm. At least not today. Tomorrow, however, that was uncertain. Indeed, he was gambling on CF reluctance to kill him today. He needed to venture out to gather further clues. Time was of the essence. Currently, the best source of information lay just beyond the door. The man next door had been lamenting his fate before his demise. He could have written a compelling piece to attract more players to the city of incubation, turning them into nutrient liquid for all. He recalled the missing person notices he had seen outside the inn. These individuals had long since transformed into nutrient liquid, much like himself. Perhaps he was a writer. His words hinted that he knew something significant. Huang checked his points. Currently, the available points amount to a total of 1479, which is substantial for a newcomer. Although Huang is engaged in gambling, life is singular and irreplaceable. Relying on this uncertain gamble, akin to SC Dinger's cat, is rather unreliable. Thus, he redeemed a low-level omniscient detection and additionally exchanged for another item. This item has the potential to save his life in critical moments. Chapter 10. The City of Incubation. The writer's diary after making the purchase. Huang felt as though he had completely reset his points. He stored the items in his backpack and promptly turned the doorknob, stepping outside to place the low-level all-seeing detection at the entrance. The silence outside was eerie. The nutrient solution had been almost entirely absorbed by the wooden floor, rendering it damp and a deeper shade of gold. One must admit, this nutrient solution was truly nourishing, capable of replenishing sustenance and even nurturing the floor itself. If marketed as a product, it would undoubtedly sell like wildfire. As Huang pondered this, he made his way to the opposite door. The door had already been broken. Upon entering, a foul stench assaulted his senses, reminiscent of the odor of a person who had tea-bathed for hundreds of days, combined with the rancid smell of decaying food, nearly causing him to retch. The furnishings inside were similar to his own, but in complete disarray, with various sheets of paper haphazardly strewn about, some filled with writing that had been angrily crossed out, while others were torn to shreds. The trash bin overflowed with spoiled food and vomit, creating a nauseating heap that emitted a pungent odor, aggressively invading his nostrils. It was not just a single bag, but dozens piled into a small mountain within this not-so-spacious room. How could anyone survive in such a place? It was marinated more thoroughly than old pickled cabbage. CF had quite the heavy taste. How could one possibly eat in such conditions? Huang prided himself on his psychological resilience, yet he still felt discomfort. Pinching his nose, he steadied himself and began to search for clues. He purposefully approached the computer on the desk. The other party had not set a password. He navigated with ease into my computer, conducting a cursory scan of each drive. Soon, he discovered a document titled Diary. It appeared to pose no significant challenge, which pleasantly surprised him. He clicked on the diary and adjusted his glasses. According to the current timeline of the City of Incubation, the diary entries began on June 1st, 2121, marking the time the individual arrived in the incubation town. June 1st, 2121, sunny. I have finally arrived at the legendary incubation town, a place renowned for producing world-class geniuses. I initially thought it would be a very strict town, yet the local customs are simple and the people are warm-hearted. One can witness various activities on the streets, from solving mathematical Olympiads to copying famous paintings. It is increasingly competitive. No wonder so many exceptional individuals emerge from here. The Yangtze River's waves push the waves ahead. I hope to find inspiration for my new book here. Future renowned author Tang xin. June 2nd, 2121, sunny. I took a look at the fabled genius stone. It seemed rather unimpressive, resembling an egg, which made me laugh. I jokingly remarked to the owner, who shot me a glare. Alas, I must respect local customs. However, I could include this in my new book. I must also complain that the couple next door could tone it down. Their noise is unbearable. It's hindering the creative process of a future great author. June 3rd, 2121. Cloudy. I find this incubation town a bit peculiar. Perhaps it's merely my imagination, particularly regarding the owner's and his wife's demeanor towards the young proprietor. They appear harmonious, yet the young man is always covered in various injuries. Today, I overheard the owner and his wife berating him as a misfit, a disgrace. Goodness, is that what parents ought to say? Yet, the young proprietor does seem rather brooding. This is their family affair. I shall refrain from interfering. June 7th, 2121, overcast. Lately, it has been awfully quiet in the hallway. Did that couple move out? I haven't heard their noises lately, yet I haven't seen them leave either. How strange, but as long as it's quiet, I'm happy to write my new book. Notably, the young proprietor was beaten again today. The sound were dreadful. Such parents, treating their child this way. These are the types I shall criticize in my new book. Aren't they worried about their child developing a complex? I think I vaguely heard the words incubation. I'm curious about their meaning. When I asked the owner, he glared at me and told me not to inquire. If he wants to speak, I'll make him the villain in my story. June 10th, 2121, cold wind. This is absolutely abnormal. While I was relieving myself at night, I heard persistent knocking at the door. Peering through the peephole, I saw something that was not human next door. A creature resembling an egg covered in eyes. Utterly repulsive. When that monster touched the person next door, he turned to liquid, absorbed entirely. I witnessed the egg hatch, and a child emerged. He's from a town. I distinctly recall seeing his parents telling him to quickly absorb nutrients, claiming they had been insufficient lately. What in the world is happening? What is this town and what is this egg? Are the nutrients? People? This is outrageous. I must leave. I will depart at dawn. June 11th, 2121, sunny. I am doomed. I cannot escape. Entering incubation town was like stepping into an unseen vehicle, and upon exiting, I found myself in a dense forest. No matter which direction I take, I cannot find my way out. The owner discovered me and has imprisoned me. He intends to kill me. He truly wishes to end my life. I am losing my mind. What kind of hell is this? I sought help online, yet all messages related to seeking rescue or revealing incubation town's secrets failed to send. I am on the verge of destroying my keyboard. Someone, please save me. The owner warned that if I attempted to flee, the townsfolk would hunt me down. I do not wish to perish. I dare not leave my room. Yet remaining here, I will inevitably meet my demise. Another egg has arrived tonight. My neighbor has fallen victim. The child who emerged from the egg just yesterday could barely perform basic arithmetic. Yet today he is solving complex world problems across the entire town. Is this what incubation is? Is this the source of genius? What is this town doing? This defies logic. They're harming people. What on earth is this? Tonight, it is my neighbor. Who will be next? I fear. It may be me. June 12th, 2121. I have become a wraith. Chapter 11. The City of Incubation. A completed work of accumulated sins. Upon reaching this point, the diary is nearly concluded. The subsequent entries lack substantial content, merely reflecting the lamentations and remorse of a wandering spirit, along with some musings about his forthcoming book. At this juncture, to still be preoccupied with one's own work strikes Huang as both tragic and absurd. He scrolled down the mouse cursor, swiftly reaching the end. Wait, the content at the very bottom appears distinctly different from the extensive repetition found in the middle. May 30th, 2122, clear. I can finally embrace death after completing my sole opus. This work, crafted from the sins that have accumulated over time. Alas, everything related to this must await approval for publication. Yet, it matters not, for I am on the verge of death. Huang was taken aback. Did Tang Xin foresee his demise? What, then, was the meaning of his recent tearful pleas for a mere 10 seconds? Huang felt compelled to discern the true essence of Tang Xin's writings. He exited the diary, simultaneously seeking out Tang Xian's singular literary achievement while organizing the information divulged in the diary. It had been overtly apparent, just as he had observed. The so-called geniuses of this town were monstrous beings birthed from incubation. They exhibited extraordinary prowess across various fields, embodying the ideals that parents envision for their children. The stone of genius represented a sacred and inviolable entity for the inhabitants of this town. Huang recalled hearing Mr. Xie assert that the stone of genius was the very foundation of the current incubation town, perpetually giving rise to prodigious talents across diverse domains. Thus, it begs the question, did geniuses create the stone of genius, or did the stone bestow the gift of incubation upon the geniuses? However, the information he possessed regarding the stone was scant and suspiciously inadequate. This, after all, was a hallmark of incubation town, rife with contradictions. Tang Xian had resided here for an extended duration, serving as a wandering spirit. It was implausible that he remained entirely oblivious to such pivotal details, failing to document them. This behavior contradicted his diary-keeping habits. Either he intended to become complicit to the end, sacrificing everything for survival, disregarding his authorial penchant for chronicling every trivial detail. This was evidently impossible, for at the diary's conclusion, his words conveyed a sense of liberation. He awaited the day of his demise, reluctant to depart before that day arrived. Hence, he would surely not neglect such vital information, unless, of course, someone had deliberately erased it. At that moment, Huang stumbled upon a folder titled Rebirth. Upon opening it, he discovered the following. People treat the resilient shell as a formidable shield, cloistering all that is deemed real, conforming to the standards defined by the world, thus creating an exemplary template, leading to growth and rebirth. This book is dedicated to the last 6 months of my life. Tang Xian, the document contained 300,000 bytes, indicating a substantial length, 300,000 words. It was evident that completing it in a short span was utterly unattainable. Fortunately, Tang Xian had provided a table of contents, which predominantly leaned towards the fantastical. Huang discerned that he had subtly alluded to certain themes, perhaps. The protagonist of his narratives was none other than himself. Amidst the myriad of titles, Huang found what he sought, words he had previously spotted on the desk in his room. Ritual. Chapter 17. The Mysterious Ritual. A smile flickered across his lips as he swiftly navigated to Chapter 17, simultaneously honing in on the pivotal terms. At the end of each month, they conduct a sacred ritual, praying for their deity to bestow upon them the powers they desire. They are acutely aware that this path leads into the abyss, yet they willingly plunge into it, seeking the so-called brilliance. The conditions of the ritual are 1 wish, 1 submission. Upon the successful completion of the ritual, those who have been smoothed of their edges shall ultimately undergo rebirth. Upon reading this, Huang's heart sank. Their deity? The stone of genius? In an instant, he made the connection, reflecting on the initial reactions of Mr. and Mrs. Xie towards the stone, as well as Tang Xian's responses to its vilification. A clear indication emerged. They did not merely regard the stone of genius as a local emblem of honor. Their sentiments towards it were more akin to that of fervent devotees, a crazed following. Faith must not be disparaged. Those who dare to defame shall inevitably face retribution. Huang inhaled deeply, eager to uncover whether the text divulged any additional information he sought. Unfortunately, it did not. As he scrolled, his cursor instinctively glided to the bottom, revealing an unfinished article. The conclusion lacked a period, a definitive the end. Huang recalled a conversation with a fellow author, who had conveyed that a book lacking the phrase "the end" was not truly complete, leaving countless possibilities unresolved. No wonder Tang Xian had just implored for 10 seconds. He harbored regrets. His book had yet to find its conclusion, lacking a full stop, of the end. Before his untimely demise, Tang Xian had invested so much into this work. From the very first day of his diary, this aspiring literary genius had plotted to complete his new book. Each day, although the recorded events varied, his new book consistently appeared in the diary. Even his existence as a wandering spirit was merely a means to gain more time to finish his opus. Yet, despite all this, he could not complete it. His progress remained stubbornly at 99.9%. What a lamentable state of affairs. He had woven his life into the fabric of writing through accumulated sins. Huang took a deep breath, ultimately deciding to assist this absurd yet pitiable future literary luminary in penning the final stroke. He inscribed the end to Tang Xian's tale. The story had finally reached its conclusion. A life spent constructing a solitary yet obscured masterpiece from accumulated sins. How laughable, tragic, and detestable a figure he was. In his next life, may he refrain from wandering aimlessly. Just as these thoughts echoed in his mind, unexpectedly, all the text on the computer transformed into a golden luminescence, coalescing into shimmering particles. In the pitch-black room, electronic bytes morphed into a bridge of light. Each word cascading into Huang's outstretched hands, culminating in a substantial tome. Congratulations to player Huang for acquiring the item. Tang Xian's new book. Item: Tang Xian's new book. Quality: unknown. Item description: Tang Xian was a future literary genius devoted to fantastical adventures. Regrettably, he lacked a future. Within his new book lie countless wondrous accounts. Should players encounter a 50% revelation of a certain monster's information in a copy, they will successfully unlock 100% of the said monster's data. Currently recorded: City of Incubation, Child, Unhatched, City of Incubation, Genius, Incubating, City of Incubation, Genius, complete form. At this moment, the live stream's chat exploded with activity, the comments soaring to unprecedented heights. The audience could hardly maintain their composure. What the hell? Another item. An indomitable, S of unknown quality. Knowing 50% unlocks 100% information. This is a groundbreaking artifact. Is the host willing to sell it? I'll buy it for 100,000 points. This is utterly astonishing. With just a mere punctuation mark, one has obtained such a groundbreaking artifact. How fortunate can one be? Buying this is absurd. I might as well just reset the Hatching City once more. Wait, why has the entrance to the Hatching City dungeon been sealed? What on earth is happening? Could it be that the deceiver is pursuing the TE route? Goodness, is there truly a TE route in the Hatching City? The crowd stood in bewilderment. They were well aware of the Hatching City, a place where no one had ever successfully achieved the TE route. Moreover, many had attempted this dungeon, with over 17 million players having tried. Yet, not a single soul had ever reached the TE ending. This is precisely why the Hatching City was renowned as the most challenging dungeon. And now, Huang seems to be traversing the TE route. Moreover, he has already surpassed the halfway mark. Otherwise, the dungeon would not be sealed. Damn it. If Huang truly has reached the TE route and succeeds, there will no longer be a Hatching City dungeon. And that unparalleled artifact in his possession would belong solely to him. The crowd was filled with mixed emotions, feeling a sense of despair. If only they could endure such torment themselves. They could indeed bear this suffering. Chapter 12. The City of Incubation. Parents and children. Huang gazed at the new tool in his hand, then glanced at the empty computer document before him. Letting out a sigh, he opened the pages and briefly reviewed the records of the three beings from the City of Incubation as detailed in Tang Xian's new book. The City of Incubation. Child. Strength. 0. 8. Average. Agility. 0. 9. Average. Wisdom. 1. 0. Average. Talent. Description: an unremarkable ordinary person, yet they possess an audacious soul, even if they appear outwardly restrained. The City of Incubation. Genius. Incubating. Strength. Agility. 0. Wisdom. 0. 3. Talent. Absorption. Description: the audacious soul is ultimately worn down by reality. The perfect child awaits incubation, yearning for nourishment, their observant eyes constantly scrutinizing the world. Perhaps their inner selves are still in turmoil, yet undeniably, they anticipate using you as sustenance for their rebirth. The City of Incubation. Genius. Complete. Strength. 3. Agility. 3. Wisdom. 0. Talent. Compliance. Description: they have finally become the exemplary children in their parents' eyes, possessing everything the world envies. Undeniably a genius. Undeniably a good child. A good child, yet one who must obediently comply. The three-dimensional attributes were clearly laid out before Huang. unmistakably evident. He contemplated the so-called genius, noting that as they evolved from child to completion, other values increased while intelligence diminished, prompting deep reflection. Until he discerned the contrasting effects of the two skills possessed by the genius. Absorption converts those it touches into nourishing liquid, providing sustenance for the emerging being. Compliance grows in accordance with the parent's wishes to become the exceptional individuals they desire, be it a great scientist, a world-renowned archaeologist, or perhaps a hacker capable of establishing the most perfect cybersecurity measures. A revelation struck Huang. His eyes widened as clarity enveloped him. From the outset, the audacious soul, ultimately yielding to parental expectations to become an exemplary individual. An exemplary individual or a mere puppet, manipulated by others? A dramatic, false existence born from the relinquishment of self. No wonder CF FOMU had yet to hatch. No wonder everyone experienced different incubation durations. No wonder every household appeared harmonious while secretly treating children like livestock. The so-called incubation was not a rebirth, but rather the acceptance of a life dictated by others. So, there must be another monster. Yet now was not the time to address this creature. For in the notion of compliance, Huang had glimpsed the word hacker, which aligned perfectly with Tang Xian's inability to transmit a distress signal from his computer. Why could they send out promotion for the incubation town, yet not call for help? Could it truly be as simple as the computer being hacked? Even the most elite hackers could not implant such a flawlessly functioning virus. The only possibility was that while he was examining the computer, and I was simultaneously watching him from behind, this computer had been under surveillance all along. At the moment this realization dawned upon him, the screen before him darkened as if infused with sentience, completely blackening despite being plugged in. In that instant of darkness, electrical currents began to coalesce into a string of characters. Huang also sensed a subtle difference in the second perspective feedback from the low-level omnidirectional detection he had previously purchased. The depths of darkness. Even with night vision, he could only vaguely discern some outlines. Inside the computer, the electrical currents finally formed two lines of text, surfacing chillingly alongside a voice from behind. Teacher Yin, curiosity kills the cat. Knowing too much about fertilizer is not a good thing. With a dual stimulus of visual and auditory information, Huang swiftly turned to face the person who had silently appeared at the door. She stood shrouded in darkness, her disheveled hair cascading behind her, clad in pajamas, holding a lampshade shaped like an eggshell. The light illuminated half of her face, revealing a gentle smile that seemed warm and inviting. Yet, the other half, concealed in shadow, harbored a sinister intent. There was another monster in the incubation town. Parents. Huang adjusted his glasses, fixing his gaze upon the woman before him. It was clear she had known from the moment he opened the computer, yet she chose to wait until he finished before approaching. Xie seemed to be eagerly anticipating a lethal silence, didn't it, oppose? Tishi? However, this indeed sounded like an interesting affair. Xiamu smiled amiably. Teacher Yin, you worry too much. How could I possibly anticipate something so dreadful? But as you said, it does sound rather intriguing, does it not? After all, someone as intelligent as you Wu Ti remained trapped here like that fool. Yet the smarter a person is, the more delectable they become, a rare source of nourishment. With that, she licked her lips, the lantern in her hand flickering with an eerie glow, while her other hand gripped a kitchen knife, seemingly prepared for a feast. At this juncture, did Teacher Yin have any final words to utter? The flames flickered in Huang's glasses, his ever-gracious smile cloaked in mystery. Actually, there are two questions I'd like to ask, he replied. Xiamu set down the lantern, her bare feet padding closer to Huang, lifting his chin with her hand. Her gaze was fervent. It's impossible. Children's delectable flesh always holds more sway. What do you wish to inquire about? Xie shall do her utmost to satisfy you. Huang pondered for a moment before feigning curiosity. I wish to know, do Lao Xie and CF Fumu realize that I have uncovered so much? Why have they not come? Upon hearing this, Xiamu appeared troubled. Ah, so you're concerned about me hoarding the feast? Worry not. Everything we parents do is for the good of the children. You were meant to be my Fumu's sustenance, Yet that foolish child devoured Tang Xian instead, causing no end of worry. But it matters not. We in the incubation town share a common purpose. Every child is meat, leaving you for the others as long as you're not too fresh. It will not be a loss. As for Lao Xie, today, he seems to have taken some wrong medicine, leaving me to handle this alone. Alas, I can only impose upon you, Teacher Yin, to be my singular victim. Well then, do you have one last question to pose? She seemed convinced that Yin Huang lacked the capacity for retaliation, believing him to be in her grasp, brimming with confidence. Yin Huang, however, would not disappoint her. Lowering his head, the corners of his mouth subtly lifted. I still wish to know, how much weight can parents bear upon their shoulders? With these words, Yin Huang raised his chin, a glimmer of silver appearing in his hand. Chapter 13. The City of Incubation. Who is the prey? The speed of the kitchen knife was not particularly swift, yet, at such an extreme distance, striking Mother Xie was hardly a challenging feat with a sharp crack. The knife slipped from her grasp, clattering to the ground. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she first gazed at Yin Huang's face, then stiffly lowered her head, only to see that familiar kitchen knife embedded in her left shoulder, blood oozing from the incision and trickling down the handle. She was acutely aware of the knife's sharpness. She knew that when it struck a tourist, a mere flick of the wrist could sever flesh from bone. However, she never anticipated that this blood-soaked knife, still warm from her beloved's touch, would ultimately be wielded against her by another. In that moment, she was nearly shattered. Betrayal, doubt, pain. A scream nearly erupted from her throat, yet her voice was parched, as if seared, rendering her utterly mute. All she could do was glare with reddened eyes at Yin Huang. How do you possess? His kitchen knife? Yin Huang regarded the knife, nearly piercing through Mother Xie's heart, and two thoughts consumed him. First, her demise was inevitable. Second, could he have misjudged? That parents were not the monsters he believed them to be. He had never truly intended to kill her. His earlier remark about understanding the weight on a parent in Oppo's shoulders was merely a straightforward statement. But now, the deed was done, and there was no turning back. He had to accept this painful reality. He pondered. It was Mother Xie who had threatened him with a knife. He could argue that he was merely acting in self-defense, couldn't he? A bemused smile crossed his lips as he fixed his gaze upon her. Sister Xie, it seems your time is short. I apologize for my excessive force this time. I shall be more cautious next. As for compensation, if you wish to know the truth, I shall certainly reveal it to you. This statement felt hauntingly familiar, and Mother Xie's pallid face drained from blood loss, flushed with rage as she clutched Yin Huang's shoulder. Speak quickly. Yin Huang cast a glance at her hand, resting on his shoulder, and brushed it aside. He feared that if she succumbed before hearing the answer, she would be unable to find peace. Leaning forward, he whispered into her ear, "This knife, of course, is a gift from your husband. If you were to learn of this, you wouldn't be angry, would you? I regret having to use it to end your life, but since you now know the truth, please close your eyes." With that, he shifted backward, raising the knife that had almost plunged into her heart. The severed blood vessels unleashed a horrifying torrent of blood, gushing forth like a fountain, pooling on the ground, where the floor slowly absorbed it. The golden surface mingled grotesquely with the crimson, creating an unsettling spectacle. However, it was not death that ultimately caused Mother Xie to crumble. Rather, it was the moment she lifted her gaze to see that man standing before her, his face adorned with an elegant smile, his clothes untouched by blood. Oh no! His glasses bore a few specks of blood, which he meticulously wiped away with a tissue retrieved from his pocket. Yin Huang adjusted his glasses once more. With a resounding thud, Mother Xie's body collapsed upon the floor. So, who truly was the prey? Certainly not him. He was destined to be the last one standing. Tang Xian's new book has successfully recorded new monsters. The City of Incubation, Parents, Power, 1, Agility, 1. 0, Intelligence, 1, 0, Talent, Manipulation. Description: they create life, they perpetuate their will through life. The parents of the City of Incubation firmly believe that a child must be disciplined under the stick, ensuring obedience and excellence. Yet, they remain oblivious to the tragic truth that their children ultimately become reflections of themselves. After all, we are all doing this for your own good, aren't we? Yin Huang regarded this description with a touch of sorrow. Manipulation possesses supreme control over the genius beyond the original entity. It is both love and bondage. The relationship between parents and children is indeed a complex tapestry. Who could definitively claim right from wrong? Who holds the authority to define universal truths? No one possesses such qualifications or rights. Yet, Yin Huang understood that the children born in the city of incubation were fated for sorrow. They were destined to become mere products of their upbringing. Gazing at the lifeless body before him, his emotions were tumultuous. After all, he had never anticipated resolving the issue of the parents with such unsettling ease. Logically, parents should equate to elite monsters. Yet, upon reflection, that was true from the perspective of the children. In the eyes of the children in the city of incubation, their parents loomed like insurmountable mountains, unfathomable seas, shadows of dread and fear. And as they emerged from this gloom, they remained insignificant beings, forever unable to escape. Yin Huang silently lifted Mother Xie's body, clearing away the trash bags that Tang Xian had accumulated over the past 6 months, concealing her within. After all, he was still in Xie Fuma's home, regardless of his nature. Having used the kitchen knife of her own father to take her life warranted some semblance of apology. Moreover, he considered himself a good person. If he could hide the evidence, he would, out of sight, out of mind. The viewers in the live stream were left in stunned silence by Yin Huang's deft maneuvering. Goodness, the deceiver is truly something. I honestly thought he was about to meet his end, but his counterattack was exhilarating. To be fair, before this moment, I believed he was merely lucky and intelligent, but lacked real combat skills, a common flaw among newcomers. However, when he asked who the prey was, it sent chills down my spine. No wonder the system classified him as a deceiver. I never saw this side of him in the first half. Goodness. Newcomers are becoming increasingly twisted. What is genuine about this deceiver, and what is merely an act? Hiding the body is real. The skill is a fade. Without a doubt, the shocking counterattack had left the audience on edge. Yin Huang glanced at the live stream's viewer count, over 7,000. The numbers continued to rise steadily. The previous incident had garnered a significant amount of donations. It seemed these viewers had a penchant for the thrill. Yet, this was hardly surprising. To seek excitement and defy the mundane is an intrinsic human instinct. Yin Huang was no exception. He now possessed a wealth of information and a measure of survival tactics. He intended to discover the true nature of this so-called ritual. As for how he knew the ritual had commenced, the answer was simple. It was now 3:30 in the morning. Behind him, the window in Tang Xian's room revealed the gem of genius, emanating an uncharacteristically pure white light not befitting this hour. The brilliance enveloped him in the dark of night. He straightened his clothes, gripped the kitchen knife firmly, and slowly exited the room. Chapter 14. The Capital of Incubation. Walking with the egg as Yin Huang stepped out of the inn, he realized the grandeur of the legendary ritual that lay before him. A radiant white light illuminated the night, suffusing the sky with hues reminiscent of dawn. Yin Huang understood that this light indicated the direction of the genius stone. By day, the genius stone appeared dull and lifeless, but by night, it awakened like a deity, conveying what could be perceived as a divine message to its followers. However, the discomfort did not stem from the distance, but rather from the throngs of people surrounding him. From every corner of the town, countless individuals emerged from their abodes, moving in unison towards the white light. Even at a distance, Yin Huang struggled to discern their features, perceiving only their outlines and the stiff, mechanical quality of their movements. It was as if they were puppets, directed by an unseen force, forming orderly lines and maintaining synchronized strides, akin to pre-programmed automatons. They advanced towards the village entrance, toward the colossal egg. Yin Huang pursed his lips, glancing left and right. After a deep breath to steady himself, he mimicked their demeanor, stepping out of his room with deliberate care. His heart raced uncontrollably, perhaps a remnant of his time confined to a hospital bed, watching his own heartbeat on the monitor. He could estimate that his pulse surpassed 120 beats per minute. He was caught in a whirlpool of fear and excitement. Fear of the unknown and exhilaration for the answers that awaited him. Moreover, he was anxious about being discovered, yet thrilled at the prospect of confrontation. Goodness, How brave to step out so boldly. He is not afraid at all. The novice protection mechanism warned him against approaching the darkness at night. Yet he shows no sign of fear. Damn, can following the others truly work? If it does, I squander my chance by rushing out. Huang doubted the efficacy of his strategy until he suddenly faced an unfamiliar visage. The face before him was undeniably handsome, yet it bore a vacant, expressionless gaze. Taller than Huang, the individual needed only to lower his eyes to regard him. The emotionless stare, coupled with the unexpected encounter, sent Huang's heart racing to an alarming 140 beats per minute. Thump, 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 thump. His heartbeat echoed in his ears. His mind racing with questions. Would he be recognized? What consequences would follow if he were? Here, among the complete geniuses, their physical prowess was 3 times that of an ordinary person. If he were discovered, even armed with a loving father's kitchen knife, his chances of survival would plummet. Did he dare gamble with his life? He did not. He had entered the dungeon solely to survive. Huang refrained from making any sudden movements, his expression betraying no hint of the turmoil within, maintaining a facade of calm as if the internal struggle did not belong to him. He remained still, breath held, locked in a gaze with the stranger. The longer the standoff persisted, the more difficult it became for him to sustain his composure. Would the other recognize him quickly or not at all? At last, the stranger turned away, as if Huang were but a shadow. A sigh of relief escaped him, the tension finally dissipating. Yet, in that very moment, he sensed something amiss. Raising his gaze, he noticed the individual's head turned, now side-eyeing him with a look that mingled confusion with a hint of malice. Huang held his breath once more, striving to maintain his previous demeanor. The stranger's lips moved, but no words escaped. Seizing the moment, Huang whispered fiercely, "Fool, do not waste any more time. Otherwise, it will be the end." The individual paused, contemplating. "Since we have hatched, then let us adhere to the rules. Be a quiet child. Otherwise, your parents will not be as courteous as I am." Huang narrowed his eyes, ultimately choosing silence. The stranger, no longer obstructive, turned and continued onward, blending into the throng. Thankfully, it seemed he had not been easily detected. His assessment was correct. Though peculiar, he could indeed mimic the behavior of a normal person. However, he could not appear too normal. If he did, it would be deemed abnormal. As they merged with the crowd, Huang opted to disguise himself as an incubator. At that moment of confrontation, he had burned his bridges. He entered the throng, which was eerily silent. No footsteps, no laughter, only the whisper of the wind stirring the air, sending a chill through him. Men, women, children, all lined up in unison. Their synchronized strides and expressions resembled mass-produced toys from a factory. Huang found himself in the midst of this assembly. How orderly was it? So orderly that he could see only 8 positions ahead. He could not count the number of people beside him, nor could he ascertain whether any might subtly smirk or glance in his direction. Perhaps no one noticed him. Or perhaps, shielded by the crowd, everyone was watching him intently. The uncertainty morphed into an overwhelming sensation of being scrutinized by countless eyes. From initial panic, he gradually acclimated, maintaining a composed demeanor as he became indistinguishable from the other incubators in the crowd. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were left astounded. Wow, this is incredible. With no skills, he flawlessly mimicked their steps and expressions, blending in seamlessly. Just watching is giving me chills. How does he dare to play this way? This is what it means to walk into the tiger's den. If anything goes awry, he's finished. So this is how it's done? Remarkable. Are we about to witness the ritual live? It's a bit terrifying, yet undeniably beautiful. When I witnessed the hatching ceremony in the capital, I was truly awestruck. If only I had taken a screenshot. I must save an image today. Current viewers online, 10,001. Congratulations to the player for achieving the milestone of 10,000 simultaneous viewers. Reward, 1,000 points. Congratulations to the player for achieving the walking with the egg milestone. Reward, consumable item 1 added to inventory. Duplication successful. Congratulations to the player for maintaining exceptional stability in the live stream data. Now recommended to level 1 newcomer spotlight. Newcomer highlighted. The newcomer spotlight brings immense traffic. We hope the player continues to excel. Messages flooded the screen. Huang remained unaffected. Yet, when he walked alongside the incubators towards the genius stone, finally witnessing the true nature of the ritual, his heart was filled with profound astonishment. Author's note: I sincerely thank everyone for their appreciation of this book. Please feel free to point out any details or errors. While chapter reviews may not be timely, you can leave a comment in this chapter, and I will see and amend it right away. As a newcomer to writing, I still have much to learn. I hope for your understanding and support. Chapter 15. The Capital of Hatching. The ritual, a blinding white light enveloped the surroundings, illuminating the vast pit into a scene reminiscent of midday brilliance. The source of this radiant illumination was none other than the dull and unassuming stone witnessed earlier that morning, the Stone of Genius. The parents approached the Stone of Genius, forming a circle around the pit, their hands raised in devout prayer, eyes closed, enveloped in silence, resembling the most faithful of supplicants. Their faces were nearly consumed by the light, meticulously preparing for their sacred ritual. As for the children, they emerged in orderly rows, eventually converging into a single line. The enormous pit seemed to come alive, its once flat edges transforming visibly into tiers, becoming steps. The children entered the pit through the sole narrow opening, surrounded by a throng of parents. They circled the Stone of Genius, kneeling and bowing, resting their foreheads upon their hands. The children enveloped the stone, willingly surrendering to the magical and warm glow that enveloped them. Strange yet beautiful. Huang, following the procession, advanced step by step, his expression unchanged, though his mind grew heavier. Was this truly a ritual? The Stone of Genius, which appeared so unremarkable in the morning, now took on an extraordinary aspect by night. The pure white light on the surface made it resemble an immense egg. This egg was perhaps 100 times larger than the egg-shaped Siefomo. Standing nearby, Huang felt diminutive, akin to an ant. Enveloped in the radiant glow, he sensed warmth and protection, along with an odd sensation. Quietly, he glanced at his attribute panel. Indeed, beneath it, a new attribute had appeared. Status: Assimilation 1. Assimilation. The divine asserts that humanity is insignificant, thus birthing countless wondrous beings that bless humanity and facilitate its evolution. When the progress bar reaches 100, you too shall ascend to a higher plane of existence. But after evolution, who can ascertain that you are still you, or that you're not you? Friendly reminder: if you're genuinely curious about this matter, you may assimilate the deceased. Welcome to become a reference answer. A wave of fear surged within Huang. Assimilation. Assimilation. It seemed, just as Siefu asserted, that thanks to the Stone of Genius, the children in the town would become easier to manage. Who could argue otherwise? Prolonged exposure to this warm light might well transform him into an equally manageable guest. Yet, under the present circumstances, he found himself inextricably entangled. He could only forge ahead, following the others down the steps, becoming one of those encircling the egg. He too knelt and prostrated himself. In a moment of clarity, Huang realized that this action had a specific term in Chinese culture: qishou. This ancient kneeling gesture was the most solemn form of bowing, typically reserved for subjects greeting a sovereign. It represented the parent's deity, the children's monarch. Huang had no qualms about kneeling. His discomfort stemmed from his inability to discern the movements of those around him, which unsettled him greatly. If accompanying the egg had felt like a sheep entering a tiger's den, now he found himself amidst a den of tigers, encircled on all sides. Should he reveal any hint of suspicion, he would face the inevitable fate of a prey. The more he contemplated this, the more his hormones surged, igniting a tumult of emotions. Amidst the excitement, he held onto absolute rationality, a comforting lie he told himself. Huang could maintain his utmost composure indefinitely. He purchased advanced all-angle detection. Once more, the range of his second perspective expanded from a modest 10 meters to a vast 1,000. This scope afforded Huang a panoramic view. The children knelt in the pit, while the parents prayed outside. Their murmurs drifted faintly into Huang's ears. Though fragmented, when pieced together, the words resonated clearly. My son must become a dragon among men, the most distinguished scientist. Painting? What a frivolous waste of time. Only those with muddled minds would choose that. My child shall never engage in such time-wasting endeavors. My daughter must become the world's finest actress. Please ensure she practices for over 10 hours daily, and, of course, her academic studies must not falter, for 10 hours of study is indispensable. A remarkable life demands sacrifice. Do you resent me? She will thank me in due course. We are all acting in her best interest. When she achieves fame, will it not be thanks to my efforts? Their prayers were solely for the children, their words akin to threads connecting to the napes of each child's neck, replacing the dreams and identities housed in their minds with entirely new ideologies. The children lay prostrate, accepting this intrusion of thought. They uttered no complaints, offered no resistance. They did not struggle. Rather, they transitioned from kneeling to rising, heads bowed, eyes vacant yet yearning, hands clasped before them, embracing the bestowed thoughts as if they were divine gifts. Their lips curled into grateful smiles, welcoming the endowment. They turned toward the light, absorbing its power into their beings. The threads at their napes firmly ensnare their souls and thoughts. Huang mirrored the children's every movement dutifully. At that moment, he heard the sound of a heartbeat, thump thump. The heartbeat was distinct, yet the rhythm was languid, prompting Huang to dismiss the notion that it was his own. He cautiously lifted his gaze, ultimately pinpointing the origin of the heartbeat. The stone of genius. It was not merely a stone, but rather a living entity, a creature with a heartbeat. Gradually, the sound of heartbeats intensified, becoming increasingly chaotic. Was it the heartbeat of the stone of genius? No, it was that of all the surrounding hatchlings. Upon realizing this, Huang could no longer imitate the actions of the other children. Through his second perspective's macro-observation, he clearly saw the curled bodies of the children being enveloped by a translucent white membrane. The membrane thickened, becoming increasingly opaque, ultimately transforming into round, plump eggshells. The eggs encased the children, who remained silent and still, until Huang noticed that beside him, an eggshell bore a large eye, then another, and yet another. Countless pairs of small eyes emerged, observing everything beyond, including all the parents present. They scrutinized the only anomaly in attendance. Under the gaze of innumerable eyes, a chill of sweat drenched Huang's back. Outside the pit, a man smiled and remarked, "It seems a delightful little mouse has stealthily nestled among us." Chapter 16. The City of Incubation. Certain Death? Question. If an egg possesses one large eye and 99 small eyes, how many eyes are there in total? Considering hundreds of eggs and their parents gazing upon Huang? Answer. Countless. The scrutiny from all directions nearly enveloped Huang entirely. Especially with the aid of a second perspective, he felt as though he were stripped bare in the center, subjected to the judgment of innumerable onlookers. Their gazes bore an air of amusement, as if he were already a prize in their grasp. In truth, he was. At this juncture, Huang grew weary of maintaining the facade. He rose directly, his gaze fixed upon the man who had unveiled his identity, Father Xie. The man stood illuminated by the light, while the shadows painted his back, his face adorned with a playful grin and his eyes brimming with mockery. In the chill of the wind, his coat fluttered wildly. "Mr. Yin, it has been hours since we last met. You seem to be in fine spirits," Father Xie remarked. Huang pressed his lips together, still maintaining his smile. "You two appear well, old Xie. I wonder if you have heard some news?" Father Xie looked at Huang with curiosity. "Oh, what good news does Mr. Yin bring me? Please enlighten me." Huang did not hasten to respond. Instead, he bent slightly, offering a silent bow to Father Xie. "First and foremost, I must apologize." "Apologize?" Father Xie narrowed his eyes. "Is there a reason for you to apologize to me?" Huang paused, then produced a necklace from his hand. It bore no particular significance, yet as it swayed and clinked in his grip, it shimmered faintly under the intense light behind him. He bent again, speaking with gentlemanly sincerity. "I apologize for killing your wife. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me, though it matters little, for your wife cannot be revived." After delivering his apology, he carelessly cast the necklace aside, not even contemplating where it might land, for it was not an affair worth his concern. Rising, Yin Huang wore a radiant smile. He adjusted his glasses, standing amidst countless eggs and people, seemingly trapped yet remarkably composed. Father Xie gazed in disbelief, his mind a tumult of confusion and fury. What did you say? You killed her? How dare you? Damn it, you despicable wretch. God, please decree that this blasphemer be punished. In that instant, Yin Huang felt the enormous eggs behind him pulse with a flickering light, as if a command had indeed been issued. Father Xie seemed to receive some form of response, kneeling in excitement. Thank you, God. Thank you, God. Everyone, kill this aberration and feast upon his essence. The parents surged forward in unison, murmuring incantations. Their collective will surge toward the genius. Shadows danced around them. An egg swiftly darted toward Yin Huang. Though their base speed was slow, the descending momentum created a gust of wind that whooshed past his ears. The parents felt their lips curl up simultaneously. Once the children's eggs made contact with Yin Huang, he would naturally become nourishment, merely a jester disturbing the ritual, destined to be the children's meal. This was his fate. In that moment, countless eggs approached Yin Huang, poised to crash upon him. Yet, he stood frozen in place, as if paralyzed by fear. Beneath layers of shadows, his expression remained obscured. All that was clear was that he was ultimately surrounded by innumerable eggs. The eggs that made contact with him twisted their myriad eyes into crescents, seemingly mocking Yin Huang's ignorance of his impending doom, while also reveling in their imminent feast. The deceiver. Is he to perish just like this? Everyone believed Yin Huang's demise was inevitable. Their hearts raced to their zenith, their eyes glued to the unfolding scene. Until crack, crack, an eerie sound of shattering pierced the air. Suddenly, one egg burst open, golden yolk soaring into the air, reflecting dazzling light under the glow of the giant egg, resembling a shower of gold cascading down. The parents and genius all shrank back in shock. They could hardly comprehend the scene before them. No, no, how is this possible? How could he evade the consumption? My child, the child I painstakingly hatched. You owe me a child. What if the next one is another failure? You must provide me with another child as sustenance. A pair of parents screamed in anguish, their shock rendering them momentarily paralyzed. Yet they failed to realize that their children were not alone. At this moment, the egg surrounding Yin Huang sensed something amiss. All their eyes reflected panic. They sought to escape this vicinity, but just as they attempted to leap away, splat. The egg liquid flew in all directions like gentle rain. Not a single one remained intact, all severed in two. The one who was to become the nourishing liquid for the children stood there, clad in a tight-fitting black suit, gripping a knife. The viscous egg liquid flowing over the blade, dripping onto the ground, merging with the earth. Indeed, as long as there is no absolute contact with the cells, there will be no issue. What was broken from the outside was merely food. He reached up to remove his headgear, revealing a handsome face. With fingers smeared with egg liquid, he took a taste. A smile remained on his face. The crowd and Appo's expressions turned pale, even forgetting to breathe. Yin Huang was still alive. He had resolved the predicament of being encircled by eggs in this manner. This revelation left all viewers in the live stream utterly astounded. Could it be? He just bought a suit at the last second from the mall? Unbelievable. After reviewing the footage, he truly did that, and he chose the cheapest option. I've never seen such audacity. What on earth is going through his mind? Was this premeditated or a spontaneous idea? Goodness, this is daring beyond belief. I've never encountered such courage, and he had us all fooled. I genuinely thought he was doomed. Even the parents and children failed to grasp that Yin Huang would make such a choice in that fleeting moment. They erupted in anger. You damn blasphemer! You are destined to die. Yin Huang curled his lips into a smirk, silently donning his black-framed glasses. The loving father and Appo's knife spinning in his hand before he gripped it firmly. Is that so? Then let us see who perishes first. With that, he cleaved the nearest fortunate egg, a cold glint flashing through his glasses. The golden egg liquid exploded like blooming petals. Yin Huang's action incited fury in all. Author's note: this chapter's initial draft depicted Yin Huang ensnared in a lie of his own making, with a cold sweat coalesced into a membrane. Due to the fat's solubility and repulsive force, microscopically, The egg did not touch Huang. However, this is merely a theoretical consideration of my own. I am uncertain of its feasibility, yet I sense that presenting the initial draft might lead readers to find it implausible. After much contemplation, I ultimately chose the suit approach. Well, could the case cover be reminiscent of the character Kaido Kuroba from Detective Conan? Chapter 17. The City of Hatching. They break free at that moment. All the eggs inexplicably lost any signs of reaction. Whether it be fear or malice, all vanished without a trace. They closed their eyes, and with that closure, their eyes gradually disappeared, transforming into smooth, pristine white eggs. Huang sensed that something was amiss, his gaze immediately fixating on Father Xie. At this juncture, Father Xie paid him no heed, muttering incessantly under his breath. Huang could not discern the words, but he instinctively knew they were not benign. Rising to his feet, he intended to approach Father Xie. However, he found himself obstructed by countless eggs, rendering his movements cumbersome. He understood that the longer the current situation persisted, the more perilous his predicament became. Thus, he resolved to expedite his ascent. His gaze shifted to the eggs before him. In order to ensure his survival, he had no choice but to inconvenience them slightly. With each step he took, he shattered an egg, forcibly carving a path through the mass, leaving behind a trail coated in golden egg fluid. Midway through his arduous journey, an ominous cracking sound reached his ears, the sound of eggshells breaking. Huang realized with trepidation that they had become aware of his actions. The hatching had commenced. He recalled the attributes of the post-hatching prodigies recorded in Tang Xion's new book, a chill creeping down his spine. Presently, his attributes were merely those of a relatively capable ordinary person, while the strength and agility of the hatched geniuses reached an astonishing 3 points, 3 times that of a normal individual. If these eggs were to hatch, he would be utterly doomed. With narrowed eyes, a sense of urgency gripped his nerves, compelling him to quicken his pace and rhythm. He soon discerned that the cacophony of sounds was not solely the cracking of eggs. There were also disjointed voices echoing within his mind. Do not flee. Embrace the blessings, coexist with us. Join us. Become one of us, be a good child. Teacher Yen, become one with us. Power. Prestige. You shall possess it all. Your future offspring will also be among the geniuses. The chaotic voices reverberated within his mind, inducing a splitting headache and impairing his neural response speed. He accessed his attribute panel. As expected, the degree of assimilation had deepened alarmingly. Status: Assimilation 60. It had only been 1% moments ago, and now it surged to this terrifying figure. It seemed that the closer he drew to the colossal egg, the more intense the illumination, accelerating the assimilation process. Damn it! Huang cursed inwardly, overwhelmed by the multitude of unstable factors that shifted his judgments, leading to a ripple effect. In such moments, the margin for error grew perilously thin. His nerves were shackled by the assimilation state, and the weariness he felt intensified, his physical sensations waning. Taking a deep breath, he raised a hand to his mouth and bit down fiercely on his arm. Blood oozed from the punctured skin, mingling drop by drop with the golden egg fluid below. The sharp pain invigorated his entire nervous system, alleviating his fatigue, while his eyes became heavily veined with red. His movements quickened, yet the assimilation process showed no signs of abating. At last, he neared the climbing pit's edge, one hand poised on a ladder. But in that instant, a resounding crack echoed, the sound of an eggshell breaking. A hand emerged from the shattered shell, gripping Huang's ankle. Huang's pupils constricted. His immediate reaction was to sever the hand with his knife. The sound of the blade slicing through flesh resonated as he felt the tangible impact of his strike. Yet, the knife would not budge. An insidious grip enveloped the blade. Instinctively, he glanced behind him, his expression shifting dramatically. Before him lay an extraordinary sight. The giant egg resembled a spotlight, casting shifting hues from light to dark. One by one, the eggs cracked open, revealing figures crawling forth. They arched their backs, maintaining a myriad of grotesque forms, their primitive selves laid bare. Emerging from the hatching shells, they advanced towards him, their features obscured by shadows. only outlines and partial visages visible. The figure he had struck with his knife seemed impervious to pain. As he attempted to cut deeper, the blade met an unyielding resistance akin to resilient iron clay. Blood dripped from the knife's edge, yet the creature did not cry out or struggle. Instead, as Huang's gaze rose, he beheld a distorted face, grotesquely contorted into a smile. Its eyes bore an absence of humanity, an indescribable mixture of greed and triumph. A chill coursed down Huang's spine, raising goosebumps. Was this the true essence of a monster? With his meager strength of one and a slight enhancement in sharpness, the knife, previously capable of easily cleaving through everything, now failed to penetrate the bones of this creature. Huang acutely sensed that, given his current attributes, he stood little chance against even one of these beings, let alone the multitude lurking behind it. At that moment, the assimilation process surged to 80%. Countless monsters charged towards him at an incomprehensible speed. Damn it, was this the power and agility tripled? A potent sense of impending doom gripped Huang, rendering his self-imposed absolute calm utterly ineffective. This sense of crisis left him with but one instinctive reaction, the primal urge to survive. He drew the knife, aiming for the four aligned fingers gripping his ankle, targeting the most vulnerable joints. As anticipated, the blade severed the knuckles. Huang and Appo's body was finally liberated. Yet, the creature he had maimed, devoid of any pain response, seamlessly swung a hand to strike him. He attempted to evade, but countless monsters were already upon him. Gritting his teeth, his eyes ablaze, he chose to endure the blow. With a resounding smack, the hand of the threefold stronger adult crushed his frail ribs, snapping at least two. He let out a muffled groan, yet successfully evaded the anticipatory assault of the horde of monsters. They collided one after another against the upper tier of the ladder. He collapsed to the ground, breathless, gazing at the mountain of monsters, their countless eyes fixated upon him. Chapter 18. The City of Incubation. A desperate chase. The faces of these geniuses were undeniably handsome, yet their expressions were peculiar, devoid of the warmth of living beings. Their muscles appeared unnaturally rigid, akin to wax figures. A uniformity in expression, behavior, and stiffness belied the absolute disunity of their features. Under their penetrating gazes, Huang felt as though his scalp had been struck by an electric current, leaving him numb. At that moment, his nerves became acutely alert, even as the degree of assimilation deepened, intensifying the pain in his head. Without a moment's hesitation, Huang sprang to his feet and began to climb out of the pit. The grains of sand beneath his shoes scattered, splattering the geniuses around him. How he wished he could utilize his abilities at that moment. Yet, he was painfully aware that these geniuses were puppets controlled by their parents, rendering his talents utterly ineffective. Unless he could simultaneously seize control of all the parents. Alas, he was still at the bottom of the pit, and the commotion he was causing was far too loud for his voice to carry. Even if it could, he had only a 50% chance of success, and he had no capital to gamble at this juncture. Any hint of hesitation would spell his doom. The level of assimilation had already reached 85%. The cacophony continued to echo around him, and Huang felt his ability to discern reality slipping away. He was left to rely solely on instinct for evasion. A single moment of error, and confronting any one of these geniuses would lead to his being ensnared. And the price of being ensnared? Death. Huang had no desire to perish. He yearned to survive, and for that, he was willing to sacrifice much. His heart raced with trepidation, yet his gaze and actions, spurred by the imminent threat of death, were imbued with an unprecedented calm. He dared not breathe. Holding his breath, he rolled, leaped, and dodged. Though there were many who sought to capture him, these children were, after all, under the control of their parents, and thus could not achieve perfect coordination. A larger number meant a greater chance of chaos. Even with superior physical prowess, a lack of coherent thought and judgment would only serve to hinder them. Time and again, Huang exploited the second perspective of advanced omniscient detection, making rapid predictions and calculations without a trace of hesitation, trusting his singular judgments to react, causing the geniuses to trip over their own feet. The environment around him was continually ravaged. One misstep, and he would be caught. It was as if a miracle was unfolding. The spectators in the live stream held their breath in anticipation. Goodness, I can't tell if it's luck or skill. This agility and foresight are simply extraordinary. Friendly reminder to those watching. You can breathe while viewing the video. Wow. Thanks for the reminder. I didn't even realize I was holding my breath. I nearly suffocated. Oh, please don't die, deceiver. If he grows stronger, the future battles will be nothing short of spectacular. I suspect if he successfully navigates this and Oppos, City of Incubation and Oppos, he'll at least earn an A-grade evaluation. The level of assimilation surged to 89%. Huang felt an odd membrane forming around him, identical to that which the geniuses exhibited when entering their egg state. Alarm bells rang within him. Especially now, his stamina was nearly exhausted from the relentless chase and evasive maneuvers. Under such multiple constraints, every choice became paramount. At this moment, only 6 steps remained to the surface. While 6 steps were not insurmountable, Huang could not ascend immediately. Moreover, if he did manage to escape the pit, it would mean fewer obstacles to his movement. Additionally, the parents could very well join the fray. No, Huang swiftly dismissed that possibility. He observed that as he climbed upward, the positions of the parents retreated further back. Why was that? In such circumstances, retreating could only imply one reason. They were wary of his escape. He boldly speculated that when the parents exerted full control over their children, they could not multitask, and their focus had to remain solely on controlling either the children or themselves. Otherwise, they could have easily coordinated with the children to corner him. With this breakthrough, Huang quickly identified his target, Father Xie. Why Father Xie? It was simply because Huang harbored a deep-seated loathing for this monster. He was a person with a long memory, and regardless of whether he had been exposed or not, he would hold a grudge against those who had wronged him. For instance, the very first to expose his identity and pronounce his death sentence was Father Xie. He would not hesitate to provoke him by mentioning Mother Xie. After all, he knew that regardless of his words, he would meet his end here. Rather than die in vain, he preferred to take down another with him. Otherwise, he would die with regret. And now he would expend every ounce of energy to accomplish something that would grant him peace in death, dragging Father Xie down with him. He paused before the 6 steps, and sure enough, the geniuses lunged at him once more. However, this time, they came equipped with the anticipation that he would ascend higher. To their surprise, Huang did not leap. A smirk played at the corner of his mouth, and as the geniuses lunged toward him, he jumped. It's over. He miscalculated. This is the end. The geniuses shared this sentiment, their eyes gleaming with excitement as they reached out to seize his leaping legs. Just then, Huang suddenly curled his legs inward, resembling a crab in midair. The crowd gasped. Their hands grasped at empty air once more. In the next instant, Huang propelled himself off the body of one below, executing a second jump in midair, successfully vaulting over the 6 steps and out of the pit. Outside the pit, the expressions of the parents shifted dramatically. They retreated in succession. Huang's gaze locked onto Father Xie, and he noted that his level of assimilation had soared to a terrifying 90%. No, now it was 91%. The final 10% surged forth with alarming rapidity. Behind him, the geniuses finally began to show signs of intelligence. Only a few slowly crawled out of the pit, standing upright in the darkness. They clenched their fists, ready to strike Huang's head with all their might. Huang's pupils constricted. The level of assimilation reached 93%. The membrane enveloping him grew increasingly pronounced, threatening to encase him entirely. Whispers in his mind became frenetic, pushing him to the brink of mental explosion. There was no time to ponder. Huang gripped the loving father and Oppos' cleaver tightly, gritting his teeth, and surged toward Father Xie with his utmost speed. I said, let us see who can take down whom first. Father Xie and Oppos' complexion paled, quickly replaced by an eerie smile. For behind, Huang, Xiefuma's fist was hurtling toward his neck with tremendous force. Chapter 19. The City of Incubation. I am dead. I am acting. As Huang came to this realization, he understood there were only two possible outcomes. Either he struck Mr. Xie and was subsequently punched through the neck by Xie Fumu, or he missed Mr. Xie and faced the same fate. Ultimately, the result was singular death. Since death was inevitable, he resolved to take someone with him. The degree of assimilation had reached 95%. The membrane enveloping Huang was nearly complete. In midair, he gritted his teeth and swiftly hurled the knife in his hand. The knife flew outward, spinning with an audible whoosh as it sliced through the air. A silvery arc pierced Mr. Xie's neck. In the face of Mr. Xie's incredulous gaze, blood erupted from his neck, gushing forth like a fountain. In his final moments, a smile graced his face. He was dead, but Huang would also meet his demise. Witnessing Mr. Xie's demise at his own hands, Huang exerted every ounce of strength to maneuver his body in midair. He did not fully evade, but in his peripheral vision, he noticed a distinct pause in Xie Fumu's movement. This allowed Huang to discern his expression, which had shifted from its previous rigidity to a state of vacant shock. He had indeed broken free from his parents' control. Yet even so, it did not halt the momentum of his fist. Oh no, I'm going to die. This is it. There's no saving me. I'm truly going to die. Huang's gaze caught these comments, and a peculiar smile crept onto his lips. His mouth moved as if uttering something, but no sound emerged. The speed was too swift. In a fraction of a second, viewers were presented with the next scene. Huang and Appos. S neck was pierced by a punch from Xie Fumu. Blood splattered, nearly saturating the screens of every spectator. What a brutal sight it was. Xie Fumu's hands were drenched in blood, droplets soaking into the earth. Huang and Appos. S head detached from his body, soaring into the distance. In the interplay of light and shadow, everything appeared so vividly real, yet so surreal. Until the moment of his death, a refined smile lingered on his face. At that moment, the live stream showed an online count of 12,734 viewers. The recommendation still prominently featured Huang on the homepage, showcasing the talents of this remarkable newcomer. This was undoubtedly a testament to Huang and Appos' abilities. Such statistics were dazzling even among seasoned players, let alone for Huang, who had achieved this feat on his very first foray into the instance. He was the anticipated newcomer king. Did the fraudster really just die? Impossible. He shouldn't have perished like this. What is impossible? No matter how astutely he played before, one misstep in an instance can lead to utter ruin. Oh no, what a pity. The fraudster is dead just like that. I was planning to follow his unparalleled style for a long time. No, that is not right. Something feels off. If he is dead, the live stream should have been forcibly shut down. How can we chat about whether he is alive or dead like this? Moreover, have you noticed that the city of incubation instance is still in a locked state? All right, wait. Let us check the replay. It seems he said something just before Xie Fumu struck him down. At that moment, viewers suddenly saw a brand new announcement appear in Xie Fumu's live stream. Following instance verification, player fraudster has demonstrated exceptional combat awareness, superior judgment, and high-quality streaming, earning an additional recommendation to the homepage's secondary spotlight. Exciting moments. Duration, 1 minute. The secondary spotlight for exciting moments has immense traffic, being a special recommendation. We hope players can continue to excel. The excitement never ceases. Upon seeing this announcement, the audience in the live stream could no longer maintain their composure. Amidst their confusion, they felt an unsettling tingle at the nape of their necks. What on earth is happening? A newcomer, on their first instance run, has received an additional reward beyond the newcomer recommendation. This has never happened to me before. This must be a joke. Damn it. What did the fraudster do? Why did the system suddenly deem him worthy of the exciting moment's reward? What truly transpired? Where's the fraudster? I just watched the replay. Before being struck, it seems the fraudster said something. Can someone read lips? Hurry and check. Soon, a lip reader arrived and translated Huang's words just before he was hit. I am dead. I am acting. In an instant, the viewers were left stunned. The fraudster was indeed not dead. But where was he? As the audience pondered this question, The body that had just been struck by Fumu was ignited in a visible blaze. Under the extreme heat, his flesh was rapidly consumed. Normally, upon death, due to the presence of fat, intense flames should not produce excessive smoke, and the human form would not distort rapidly. Yet, Yin Huang's body, engulfed in flames, emitted thick black smoke, curling upwards in layers, while fierce sparks melted away his flesh at the edges. The speed was astonishing. This did not resemble a human being burned to death. It was more akin to vegetation ablaze. Boom! The flames erupted, startling the onlookers, who screamed in shock. Such a scene was overwhelmingly brilliant. So brilliant that, now relying on a mere one intellect to regain control of his body, Fumu appeared to witness a sight he had never seen before, the flame of hope. The fire flickered across his handsome face, illuminating it in flashes. The audience was left in a state of shock by this spectacle. Yet, as the fraudster's corporeal form was consumed by the flames, they suddenly comprehended what had transpired. They realized that the life-saving item the fraudster had purchased before entering Tang Xin's room was now evident. Every one of them had been thoroughly deceived by this cunning fraudster. At that moment, the viewers in the live stream observed a sudden shift in the imagery. The scene turned ominously dark. They could only vaguely discern an elegant and refined silhouette. He wore glasses and maintained a subtle smile that suggested he held all the answers. As the system adjusted the visibility, the image became clearer and the smiling face became unmistakable. It was none other than the fraudster they had just witnessed being struck down. Yin Huang stretched leisurely, addressing the concerned viewers. Worry not, for now. I'm still alive. The substitute doll is quite a useful item. Chapter 20. The City of Incubation. The eerie basement item. Substitute doll. Quality F. Usage requirements. None. Effect. Insert a doll within 10 meters of your location. Within 30 minutes, you can exchange positions with the doll at any time. After the exchange, the doll will automatically incinerate, shaped according to the user's appearance. Item description. The doll adores its master and eternally revels in the master's affection, willing to sacrifice everything for them. Little does the master know, behind the doll lies a soul that deeply loves him. When the spirit that has silently accompanied the doll is discovered, it will depart forever. Source: limited time store. This item has been utilized by many. However, compared to those with more pronounced effects or lower usage thresholds, the substitute doll's utility is rather lackluster, and its cost is not insignificant. It has never demonstrated exceptional performance, leading to its consistent neglect. It even once ranked on the list of most useless items of the year. Due to its frequent appearances on this list when the doll was incinerated, the audience immediately recognized that Yin Huang had employed this item. For them, it was utterly astonishing. The substitute doll can be used to such an extent. Truly remarkable. I never anticipated someone could wield it like this. Just a moment's hesitation from the deceiver would render the doll ineffective. Either the exchange was executed too soon before the knife fell, or too late, resulting in death. This is utterly nerve-wracking, truly impressive. No wonder it made it to the highlight reel. That maneuver is bound to be remembered as a masterstroke. The deceiver. Indeed a deceiver, luring us all in. Yin Huang, this time, truly left a profound impression before the crowd. Yet, he remained unconcerned, merely gazing down at the loving father's kitchen knife that had returned with him. The knife seemed to have undergone a transformation. It had become smoother, emanating a palpable aura of menace. It gleamed enough to reflect Yin Huang's visage, mirroring his calmness beneath a facade of feigned smiles. He inspected the knife's attributes, and, as expected, it had evolved. Item: Knife of Domestic Harmony. Quality F. Attributes: Sharpness 1, Lightweight 1, Curse 1. Item description: Unbeknownst to anyone, the loving father and gentle mother often erupted in fury at night due to the child's inadequacies. Why is it that other people's children are always better? Perhaps it is your genes that are flawed. The child's shortcomings are learned from you. Thus that night, the knife's owner ended the life of the noisy woman and then his own, finally achieving harmony within the family. Supplementary description: Killing the wife, killing the husband. Who is responsible for this cruel deed? Curse: When the knife of domestic harmony successfully inflicts harm, it will additionally impose a layer of fatigue, bleeding, or infection upon the target. Huang discerned the enhanced effects of the knife of domestic harmony and felt the improved grip. It seemed this adventure had yielded bountiful rewards. The pause exhibited by Huang following his father's death confirmed a crucial realization for Huang. Children are entirely under the control of their parents. Should the parents perish, the control over the children dissipates as well. While the parents possess the ability to dominate the children, their attributes are rather mediocre, making direct elimination not particularly challenging. In contrast, the children possess immense strength and agility. Yet they are bereft of wisdom, with an intelligence rating of 0. 1, perhaps they possess only the most rudimentary judgment, lacking even the capacity for contemplation. To the children, parents represent an insurmountable mountain. If this mountain is trampled before their eyes, they will perceive the trampler as a higher peak. Their object of fear has simply shifted. The adult elephants in a circus, once chained in their youth, struggled wildly but lacked the strength to break free. Upon reaching maturity, they could escape, yet the memories of terror and shadows forever shackle their perception, leaving them with an inescapable fate. What more? They are now bound by even sturdier chains. This implies that breaking through the combination of parents and children is nearly impossible. However, if one were to approach from the perspective of the parents, there might still be a chance. Yet, the combination of parents and children is nigh indestructible. How to uncover an opportunity to breach the parents alone? This is a question. Yet, it is not an insurmountable one. A slight smile graced Huang's lips, for he already harbored an answer. At this moment, dawn broke. The dim, cold light filtered through the window of the incubation inn, reflecting upon the blade in Huang's hand. He sheathed the knife of domestic harmony and hastened downstairs. His answer would soon be unveiled. The chapter of the city of incubation would turn to night. Yet before that, he must await the arrival of nightfall. Only then would the meticulously calculated moment arrive, timing, terrain, and allies aligned. He needed to find a place to conceal himself. If he were discovered still alive, it would spell great trouble. He wished to avoid trivial details, plunging him into further complications. Currently, the inn was devoid of life. The owner and his wife had met their end at his hands. Huang, given his current intelligence of 0, 1, would likely not return home. Huang mused. He wandered through the inn for a while until he finally discovered the most suitable hiding spot, the basement. A clutch choice, yet undeniably one that offered immense security. All fear stems from the unknown, and when he became part of that unknown, he transformed into another dread. The darkness of the basement served as the perfect concealment. Huang opened the door leading to the basement. It revealed a narrow staircase, just wide enough for one person, descending into the shadows. The staircase was so dim that even with his night vision ability, he could only glimpse a few steps ahead. Beyond that lay an abyss. Clap, clap. He listened to the echo of his own footsteps resonating through the basement corridor. It felt excessively eerie. The passage was extraordinarily lengthy, devoid of illumination, as if it led to an endless void. Should something suddenly leap out from behind or ahead to embrace him, it could very well transform a grand spectacle into a minor mishap. He placed one hand against the wall to his right. After a brief walk, a creaking sound erupted from the wooden boards, grating on the ears and eliciting irritation. Yet in this scenario, only terror and tension remained. Huang turned his head towards the source of the sound. Chapter 21. The City of Hatching. The sorrow of Huang, the ancient wooden board collapsed with a sudden crash, sending dust swirling into the air. It seemed as though this place had never been cleaned, the thick dust nearly choking him. Was this a room? Within this passage leading to the basement, there existed a room? Had he not instinctively supported himself against the wall, he might have completely overlooked it. Huang pondered for a moment, realizing that Huang's family had essentially been shattered, and it was unlikely anyone would disturb him at such a time. As he ventured deeper, it was uncertain whether he could even reach the so-called basement. Examining the cramped door, he found it so narrow that even he had to turn sideways to squeeze through. Fortunately, after navigating a short distance past one wall, the space opened up. Huang squeezed through. The room before him was small, yet densely packed. The arrangement was rather intriguing. Several blankets covered the floor, ensuring that every inch was cloaked in tattered fabric. Against the wall lay a chaotic assortment of pillows, each differing in design, haphazardly piled in a corner. Oh, and there was a small pendant light. Following the wires, Huang located the switch for the light and turned it on. A dim orange glow illuminated the space, casting a shadowy ambience that evoked an indescribable sensation. Huang struggled to find the right words to articulate this feeling, ultimately distilling it into 3 simple characters: sense of security. Perhaps every child creates a personal sanctuary, a realm to escape sorrow, a unique space they call their secret base. This secret base need not be large. It merely has to accommodate their innocent and unrestrained selves. Only the closest friends are granted entry. The owner of this small refuge was no exception. On the wall, in crooked strokes of colorful crayon, it read, "CF home." The letters appeared rather endearing, and under the warm yellow light, those 5 characters stirred a complex emotion within Huang, especially when he noticed the walls of this blanket-laden room were plastered with drawings, many of which were torn. One slipped onto the blankets, and Huang picked it up. It was a simple stick figure, joyfully extending its arms in a wave. This delightful drawing bore signs of having been ripped and hastily repaired with transparent tape. Huang found this drawing particularly fascinating, for the back of the artwork carried profound meaning. June 1st, 2115. Mom and Dad are attending a ceremony. Please pray for me. I drew this picture at school. It's beautiful and received praise from my classmates. I want to show it to Mom and Dad. I have become an excellent child. Then they tore my drawing apart, saying that if I ever wasted time on such meaningless things again, I would be punished. The artwork I took pride in was destroyed. They seemed to feel guilty and comforted me. If you hatched sooner, we would have to worry so much. Do you really want to sulk over a drawing? Be good. Reflect on yourself. Reflect? I did nothing wrong. Why should I reflect? I merely wanted to show them that I could create something better than those foolish hatched children. I want to draw. I want them to be proud of me. Even if I don't hatch, I can still achieve that. The words inscribed were particularly poignant, revealing a longing to attain pride. Yet underlying them was the sorrow of a child yearning to invite their parents into a shared joy, only to be met with rejection. Huang pressed his lips together, contemplating if these drawings contained similar diary-like entries. He tore away the tape, securing the drawing to the wall. Upon looking back, indeed there were words, since there was little else to do here. Perusing CF diary seemed a worthwhile pastime. He began reading from the bottom. The entry closest in time to the previous drawing read, June 5th, 2115. I love Mom and Dad, even if they do not keep their promises. But I cannot accept that their first promise came after I created this extraordinary drawing. Just as they said, for every meeting, I was punished. They broke my fingers. It hurts so much, yet I fear they will find out about my broken fingers. Otherwise, they would surely scold me for being a failure. They always mention how other children have hatched. Is hatching really that important? I simply enjoy drawing. What is wrong with that? I excel in my studies, ranking first in my class. So why can't I draw? I'm already the best. Why am I worthless in their eyes? I will prove my value. Surely Mom and Dad will recognize my worth. From that point onward, CF created countless drawings, his skills improving with each stroke. Yet the stories behind these creations grew increasingly bitter, unacknowledged, unrecognized, unaccepted. Nevertheless, he steadfastly followed his heart until July 23rd, 2116. The results of the high school entrance examination were released. I ranked second in the entire town. I am superior to those hatched children. I share my results with Mom and Dad. Surely this time, they would acknowledge me? Would they reward me, allowing me to draw for a while each day? The answer was no. On a rainy day, they cast me out, locking me outside and berating me for not being first. They scolded me for wasting time on drawing. No matter how I pleaded in the storm, they refused to let me in. I screamed until my voice was hoarse. They were disappointed in me, and I no longer held any illusions about them. That rain extinguished all my passion. That rain dashed CF hopes for his parents and extinguished his self-belief. Thereafter, his frequency of drawing diminished significantly. The content of his artwork shifted from joy to chaos. Yet each subsequent piece concealed a story of violence. The words within were laden with despair. As time progressed, CF Fomu's writing became increasingly timid, more restrained. His expressions were devoid of hope and expectation. He ultimately realized that his persistence could alter nothing. Thus, his words morphed into a quest for approval from mom and dad. Huang discerned a profound sorrow within these drawings and writings, a yearning for love that was ultimately unfulfilled, an indomitable spirit that would ultimately be worn down, a poignant lament for one who bows under the tribulations of reality and dreams. Chapter 22. The City of Incubation. Struggle in Huang's hand lay the final piece of artwork. The front of the canvas was completely obscured, rendered illegible by a coat of black paint. However, the reverse bore a brief inscription: "I will become what you wish me to be." Adjacent to the painting was a spot that was noticeably thinner than the rest of the paper, hinting at the possibility that it was, perhaps, a remnant of tears. Further down, the date read, May 30th, 2022. On this day, the child chose to capitulate. Within a mere 20 minutes, Huang witnessed the transformation of a child who had once adored painting into someone who, after a mere 7 years, relinquished their steadfastness in favor of submission. 7 years, a fleeting yet substantial span. Under the oppressive weight of chains, he ultimately erased his hopes and dreams, willingly descending into the ranks of those he had once scorned within the confines of his heart. The incubation in the City of Incubation was not a process of nurturing, but rather a dulling of edges, molding us into the forms desired by society. Emerging from the carefully guarded eggs of their parents, children became mere replicas. This encapsulates the essence of growth, of life, predetermined from the moment of birth. Huang sighed and continued to examine the paper, noting a small notch in the lower right corner, roughly the size of a circle formed by the thumb and index finger. Just as he pondered its significance, an elongated shadow enveloped his field of vision, and he slowly raised his head, tilting his chin upwards. At that moment, a face came into view, delicate yet devoid of vitality, the eyes staring blankly into Huang and Apos. The figure was filthy, unwashed. Their gaze locked for a brief 2 seconds, until a chill crept down Huang's spine, awakening him to the reality of the situation. "CF Fomu?" he uttered, incredulous. His mind raced with disbelief. How could CF Fomu possibly be here? All his controlling parents had perished. Why had he silently appeared in this place? A cold sweat broke out along Huang's back. In this cramped space, CF Fomu blocked the only route of escape. How could he flee? And if he did, what awaited him beyond? Countless staircases loomed ahead. With CF Fomu's agility, a genius whose speed was nearly thrice his own, Huang knew he could not outrun him. Desperately, he forced himself to remain calm, but CF Fomu was unyielding. One hand reached slowly toward Huang's head. In response, Huang conjured the knife of harmonious family and swung it towards CF Fomu's palm. Yet CF Fomu's reflexes were swifter. The blade merely grazed his skin, drawing blood. While CF Fomu seized Huang and Apos' wrist with a grip of iron. Instinctively, Huang withdrew the knife of harmonious family back into his bag. CF Fomu and Apos' strength was formidable. With Huang seated before him, the oppressive force rendered him nearly breathless, and CF Fomu tightened his grip further. Crack! The sound of bone fracturing echoed, and Huang and Apos' pupils dilated as pain surged through him. He clenched his teeth, stifling his cries, and once more summoned the knife of harmonious family to his left hand, aiming for CF Fomu's grasp. Yet, even with his right hand, he struggled to sever the grip of the genius, and his left hand bore even less strength. Blood splattered onto Huang's face, yet CF Fomu did not relent. Huang found himself at a loss, unable to struggle effectively. If only he could rise and deliver a fatal blow to the top of CF Fomu and Apos' head, perhaps he could still seize victory. But now, with CF Fomu's hand firmly restraining him, he felt like a bird trapped in a cage, powerless. Was he truly destined to perish here? The dread of death engulfed him. Huang, who had weathered far greater storms, found himself faltering over this minor misstep. How could he accept such a fate? His breath quickened as CF Fomu raised his fist, seemingly intent on smashing his skull. Panic coursed through Huang as he recalled the image of the substitute doll's neck being shattered. Damn it! As CF Fomo's fist ascended, Huang blurted out, "CF Fomo, you heartless wretch. I even shielded you from harm. Is this how you repay me?" In that moment, CF Fomo hesitated. Seizing the opportunity, Huang evaded the punch and kicked fiercely at CF Fomo's groin. A pained gasp escaped CF Fomo, and instinctively, he released Huang's wrist. Huang took the chance to dart towards the staircase. Just as he was about to slip through the door, CF Fomo grasped his hand once more. Again, Huang gritted his teeth. If CF Fomo could feel pain now, perhaps he could be treated as someone devoid of intelligence, a mere fool with a mind of 0. If he was no longer a puppet, maybe his innate talent could still hold sway. He activated his talent. CF Fomo felt no desire to pursue or harm Huang. Lie detection. Anomaly detected. Anomaly? Was CF Fomo still under control? That shouldn't be the case. The parents had been eliminated. Or was it possible that due to his diminished intellect, CF Fomo and Appo's body still obeyed the final command of those who once held dominion over him? Yet CF Fomo had shown awareness, responding to his voice. Regardless, this was not the time for speculation. Huang had no choice but to meet CF Fomo's gaze. Clenching his teeth, he resolved to make one final attempt. "CF Fomo, look closely at who I am. Are you truly willing to kill the last person in this world who supports you?" CF Fomo's body trembled violently, as if tormented by inner conflict. Painful groans escaped CF Fomo's lips as he tightened his grip on Huang's hand, alternating between crushing it and releasing his hold, as though caught in a battle between two extremes. A solitary tear fell from CF Fomo's delicate visage. Tears. In that instant, a revelation struck Huang. Nourishment. Growth requires nourishment. CF Fomo, who should have been consuming the delectable food that nourished him, had instead been reduced to a mere shadow of his former self due to misfortune. The nourishment between individuals could not be equal. If nourishment was insufficient, could it lead to an incomplete process of incubation? Might such an incomplete incubation render CF Fomo different from other geniuses? For instance, could he retain a degree of self-awareness even while under control? As this possibility dawned on him, Huang felt as if he had been enlightened. If this were the case, then CF Fomo's decision not to kill him last night despite knowing he was present in the room made perfect sense. CF Fomo's current state was one of struggle. He was attempting to break free from the chains that bound him, caught between control and self-awareness. Huang held his breath, eyes fixated on CF Fomo, watching him fight against his own constraints. He was even more anxious than CF Fomo. At this moment, CF Fomo suddenly released his grip and knelt down before Huang. Chapter 23. The city of incubation. He knelt upon the soft bedding, clutching his head, his fingers digging fiercely into his hair, causing blood to seep from his scalp due to the intensity of his grip. His teeth were clenched tight, and his voice emerged hoarsely through the gaps. Tears flowed uncontrollably like a dam that had burst, leaving a distinct trail upon his face. "Kill me, Teacher Yin. Kill me." These were his first words after hatching, uttered amidst his struggle. The phrase "kill me" pierced Huang's heart like a dagger. Huang gazed at the boy before him, whose expression was one of profound agony. At times, he would lunge towards Huang uncontrollably, yet just as he was about to grasp him, clarity would return. He resembled an untamed beast, yet beneath that wild exterior lay an unyielding spirit. Huang could see the chains binding CF Fomo beginning to shatter, but simultaneously, CF Fomo himself was also fracturing. Countless words were lodged in Huang's throat, unable to ascend or descend. Gripping the knife of family harmony, he found himself at a loss. Were CF Fomo still a puppet under control, he would not hesitate to strike. Yet, witnessing CF Fomo's struggle, his conviction began to waver. At that moment, CF Fomo seized Huang's hand in desperation. Huang was taken aback as he observed CF Fomo bowing his head, kneeling before him, swaying back and forth as he pressed the blade of the knife of family harmony against his own neck. But he could not bring himself to harm his own being. With a choked voice, he pleaded, "Teacher Yin, CF Fomo is no longer CF Fomo. I am grateful to have met you and for the clarity I have in this moment. Therefore, kill me, I beseech you. Fomo implores you. While I am still myself, let me die as Fomo. Please, kill me." His voice was a blend of liberation and restraint, a manifestation of anguish. To him, even death felt like a luxury. He had resisted for 7 long years, all for the sake of preserving the essence of CF. Yet now, he could not even ascertain if he remained himself. He recognized the monstrosity he had become, a creature he utterly despised. He had morphed into the very person he loathed most. Now, he wished for it all to end. So, kill me. He lifted his head, straining with effort, his voice breaking. Huang finally glimpsed his expression, one of despair and unbearable pain. Tears drenched his face, while beads of sweat formed a thin film upon his skin. He sobbed, pressing harder against his neck, but the blade would not descend. His determination was palpable. It was as if he was not seeking death, but rather yearning for life, calling for salvation. Huang tightened his grip on the knife of family harmony, inhaled deeply, and posed his final question. CF, do you fear death? CF emitted a grinding sound, followed by fragmented emotions. I fear death, but I fear even more the inability to control my own demise. Teacher Yin, I implore you, save me. Save me from this damned existence. In his clear eyes, sorrow resided. Huang pressed his lips together, feeling a profound emotional upheaval at that moment. He parted his lips and uttered softly, all right. Please rest well. With that, he raised his knife. CF, with the remnants of his will, forced his body to close his eyes, accepting the redemption he yearned for. The knife descended. Yet, at the very moment it hovered above CF's head, it halted. In its place, CF would forever slumber in sweet dreams. In those dreams, harmony prevailed and familial bonds flourished. In his dreams, CF found his beloved. At that instant, as if on cue, CF's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Huang. Before he could utter a word, a notification sounded. Lie determined, random event, judgment, success. Result, CF shall forever slumber in sweet dreams, united with his beloved. In that moment, CF smiled. Following that smile, he cast Huang one last glance, one filled with longing, a silent plea for salvation. That gaze was exquisite, imbued with a sense of fragility that made Huang's heart skip a beat. With a resounding thud, CF fell, destined to eternally rest within the sanctuary of CF home, free from any disturbances or destruction. He would forever remain in the moment when he was still CF. Huang felt a deep void within himself, a sense of melancholy. He could not help but feel pity for CF and for the children of this city of incubation. Even in their final moments, they had to plead for deliverance from others, powerless to control their own fates. Such profound sorrow resonated with those who had once traversed the city of incubation, still harboring remnants of human emotion. Oh, I don't know why, but I never felt anything when slaying monsters before, yet now. CF even begged Huang to kill him, and I feel so empty inside. Likewise, perhaps it's because this evokes too much empathy. We followed the deceiver through half of his life, only to witness this tragic end. Sigh, is this the narrative of the TE route? I feel as though the monster has gained humanity, or rather, the monster has acquired genuine humanity. The number of viewers in the live stream soared to 15,000. There were no cheers, no gasps of surprise, only a profound sense of melancholy. Huang knelt down, covering CF with a blanket and closing his eyes gently. Good night. As he uttered these words, a small note fluttered out of CF pocket. Huang, puzzled, reached out to grasp it. Congratulations, player, you have obtained a hidden limited-time item. CF secret one. The audience was left dumbfounded upon seeing this notification. Hidden limited-time item? Goodness, CF had a hidden limited-time item. Wow, the hidden limited-time item has appeared. This time, the TE route in the city of incubation is truly going to be unlocked. This is the first time I've seen a hidden limited-time item during a live stream. It's said that all hidden limited-time items are directly related to the storyline of the dungeon. Previously, many had sought hidden limited-time items to decipher the city of incubation, but never expected it to be linked to CF. Wait, it's not just CF. There must be some hidden conditions. I've seen countless people kill CF without obtaining a hidden limited-time item. There are definitely undisclosed conditions that were not met. Chapter 24. The City of Incubation. As night falls at this moment, the live broadcast room boasted an impressive online audience of 17,000. Such a number is indeed remarkable for any F-level dungeon. Huang noted the messages in the comments regarding the hidden limited-time items. He refrained from responding to anyone. Yet he had grasped the essence of the matter. He understood the hidden conditions required for the elusive item CF and Appos' secret. This secret indeed belonged to him, represented by the last blackened piece of paper, a fragment torn away. Behind this small piece was inscribed, "If only I were not their child. If only I had never been born." This was a blend of hope and despair, a prayer entwined with the specter of annihilation. It embodied the last vestige of stubbornness when CF chose to bow down. As Huang read those words, he felt a thin veil of mist gathering before his eyes, dense and suffocating. He removed his glasses to wipe away the fog. He comprehended what this so-called additional condition entailed. It hinged upon CF's successful incubation and a safe return to CF's home. For only upon returning home could the last remnants of resistance be entirely dispelled. The ultimate secret was gaining CF's trust. Huang sighed softly, a veil of sorrow clouding his gaze, a lament for the pitiable youth. Such regret, such lamentation. With another sigh, he wiped away the mist in his eyes and donned a familiar smile that concealed his true emotions. Huang fixed his gaze upon the words inscribed on the half-sheet of paper, pondering for some time. He had not anticipated any direct correlation with the narrative until he casually flipped it over. To his astonishment, the front of the paper was not entirely blackened, but bore a small, delicate drawing. At the sight of this drawing, his pupils dilated, and a series of events from the City of Incubation rapidly connected in his mind. So it was, if that were the case, it would all make sense. Finally, he understood why CF had exhibited abnormal judgment moments ago and clarified the existence of the entire dungeon. Who could have imagined such a conclusion? His emotions were a tempest within him. At this moment, only one thought lingered in his mind. Tonight, all would come to a definitive end in the City of Incubation. Huang cast a glance at CF who was radiating glimmering light from his body, slowly dispersing. Huang knew that upon returning home, CF would find peace, and thus he should no longer intrude. He stepped outside CF home, reassembling the collapsed wooden door, extinguishing the light, and closing the door behind him. "Good night, little Fomo. Good night, brave child." Huang made his way from the basement corridor back to the surface. After comprehending everything, the basement, which had seemed an endless abyss, finally revealed its depths. The previously dark, cavernous staircase was now a brief ascent, exposing the scenery above. This was CF's fear, prolonged and daunting. Home was a sanctuary, yet the path home was fraught with difficulty. However, in order to protect his last haven from destruction, everything he feared transformed into a protective shroud for that sanctuary. Once on the surface, he gazed out at the twilight. The orange glow appeared to prepare the most perfect conclusion to his story. He lingered in the inn, neither hastening nor hiding. He waited. As night descended, darkness enveloped everything once more. It marked the onset of crisis and the opportunity for liberation. Huang clasped CF's secret tightly, inhaling deeply. "Tonight, may I be safe." As soon as the words left his lips, he turned the first door he had unlocked upon entering the City of Incubation. At that moment, the silvery moonlight illuminated the massive egg on the ground, creating a beautiful spectacle. Tonight belonged to the Children's Day of 2122, and the rituals of this City of Incubation were still in motion. The events commenced on this day would also conclude on this day. Huang stepped out of the door, firmly grasping the knife of family harmony. With deliberate steps, he advanced toward the light, toward the giant egg. Beside the giant egg, the parents continued to stand outside the pit, praying, uttering phrases that, while harmful, they still disguised as benevolent intentions. The children remained prostrate on the ground, transformed into countless egg-shaped eyes. The eerie stillness harmonized with the sound of the wind. It was Huang's presence that shattered the tranquility. Huang surveyed the scene before him, his gaze settling upon the parents. Without hesitation, he aimed directly at one parent's head and swung the knife of family harmony. Swish, crack! A muffled gasp echoed as blood splattered. All eyes widened in disbelief, turning towards Yen Huang. Blasphemer! You still live? Seeking death! Seeking death! Seeking death! This time, we will not let you escape. Their words rang like a judgment upon Yen Huang's fate, yet they remained unaware that it was, in fact, their own judgment. The children in the pit seemed to have anticipated this and swiftly transformed from eggs into humans. This metamorphosis required time. During this process, Yen Huang showed no fear of the parents. He advanced toward them, who instinctively recoiled. Retreating in the face of danger is an inherent flaw in all living beings. None wish to become a sacrifice like Father Xie. In the darkness, Yen Huang suddenly halted, a radiant smile gracing his face. Do not be alarmed. I am merely here to escort you. The parents perceived this provocation and erupted in rage. Kill him. They issued the command. The children at the bottom of the pit quickly broke free from their shells, emerging at a terrifying speed that stirred considerable commotion. In that instant, Yen Huang made a swift and accurate judgment. Do you think I would fear the same trick twice? Tension gripped the crowd as they wondered about Yen Huang's erratic behavior and his intentions. Yet, in a moment of collective bewilderment, Yen Huang answered himself, "Of course I would." With that, he turned and fled. The crowd? The live stream audience? What on earth is happening? I can't make sense of this. The parents felt their pride wounded by what they perceived as a challenge. Chase him. Kill him. That damn rat. The children surged forward like human war machines, closing the distance toward Yen Huang. Yet, unbeknownst to them, they had already fallen into Yen Huang's trap, becoming mere pawns in his elaborate scheme. Chapter 25. The City of Hatching. Daring maneuvers while in the throes of frantic escape, Yen Huang procured 2 items. The wares in the marketplace were time-sensitive. Many could only be purchased once and utilized solely within the instance of their acquisition. Swift foot charm. Quality F. Attribute. Agility 2. Item description. A charm specifically designed for fleeing, with a duration of 60 seconds. Surely, there can't be someone who would need to escape during an instance, right? Along with a rather unremarkable horn. Yen Huang chose not to employ these 2 items just yet. He was waiting for the present moment. Behind him, a multitude of geniuses pursued him with fervor. The disparity in speed continually closed the distance between them. Gradually, the throng of geniuses was merely 2 body lengths away, as if they could reach out and grasp him. They extended their hands, attempting to seize Yen Huang's back. At that instant, Yen Huang activated the swift foot charm, originally possessing an agility attribute of 1. It surged to 3. 1 with the charm and oppos, S enhancement, surpassing even the geniuses by a margin of 0. This slender difference rendered the grasping hand of one genius to slip futilely into the air. The geniuses were momentarily stunned, believing they had imagined it. They had been so certain they could catch him. Blinking in disbelief, they noticed Yen Huang had increased the distance yet again. Surely this time they could seize him. Another failure. Yen Huang drew nearer. Grab. Yet again, he evaded their grasp. He slowed. He quickened. Slowed, then quickened once more. The back and forth left the geniuses nearly maddened. They were determined to capture this rascal. Yen Huang adhered to the principle of anticipation, deftly employing this kite-flying maneuver. Not only did it infuriate the geniuses, but it also left the audience watching the live stream in awe. What a daring maneuver. What if he gets caught? Yen Huang, you chase me. If you can catch me, I might just let you have your way. Hee. Ha ha. I thought he was a pro. But now he is just comedic. I wondered why there was such a pungent odor of mischief in the live stream. Turns out it's the trickster at it again. Well, the maneuver is indeed audacious, but the swift foot charm has a time limit, right? What will happen once it expires? Indeed, what would happen once the time limit expired? Yen Huang had contemplated this very question long ago. Thus, he abandoned the kite-flying tactic, opting instead for full-speed flight toward the entrance of the hatching town. He recalled distinctly from Tang Xian's diary that he had attempted countless times to leave the hatching town, only to find himself returned each time. What kind of phenomenon could cause such a predicament? Getting lost. Yin Huang was certain that the exterior of Hatching Town possessed a formidable allure of confusion. He was unaware of the specifics of this bewilderment, nor did it matter. All that was paramount was to delay the geniuses for as long as possible. Upon entering the entrance, only 20 seconds remained before the swift foot charm would expire. Yin Huang soon beheld the outside scene. A wide road. After 10 seconds, he finally encountered the essence of the confusion. 10 diverging paths lay before him. Yin Huang, one must concede, the residents of Hatching Town possess unparalleled patience. Indifferent, he selected a path at random and dashed forth. Within 5 seconds, he discerned the nature of the path behind him. The angles differed drastically from before, revealing several paths of identical width. Before him appeared another 10 new routes. Yin Huang couldn't suppress a grimace. Was it truly necessary? Yet, this mattered little to him. The last 10 seconds of the swift foot charm ticked away. The relentless pursuit of the geniuses drove Yin Huang forward, oblivious to which path he had chosen. After all, he had no need to look back. At last, the duration of the swift foot charm elapsed. His agility attribute reverted to its original value, replaced by an overwhelming, excruciating pain from exceeding his physical limits during intense exertion. The agony caused his eyes to widen. Muscles tensed and teeth clenched as if a colossal hand sought to crush him. He found himself immobilized. I knew it. Daring as the maneuvers may be, death is indeed real, and he is truly playing with his life. Why run toward the entrance? While it may lead to an exit, why choose to leave now of all times? This exit could very well be your demise. Let us not jump to conclusions. We've been fooled by the trickster before. Let us watch first. If he dies, then I'll join in the ridicule. The above has a point. Let us observe before passing judgment. The veil of night rendered everything eerily desolate. The moonlight cascaded upon Yin Huang as he sat on the ground, quietly observing the paths he had traversed as a group of bare geniuses approached. Their eyes were vacant, their movements rigid. Some emerged from paths they had never traversed before. Yin Huang found himself ensnared in the center of a circle. Surrounded, he was frail, pitiable, and helpless. The consequence of capture was singular. The synchronized footsteps echoed like a harbinger of his demise. Yet, no fear graced his visage. Instead, a radiant smile adorned his face. Good evening? Are you intent on crushing my skull, extracting my heart, or perhaps feasting upon my essence piece by piece? He was acutely aware that his inquiries would receive no answers. Yet, he could surmise his fate lay with the third option. The crowd encircled him, not rushing to end his life, but rather lifting his body. With a swift motion, blood erupted, staining all, filling their mouths with a nourishing vitality, sustaining their parched souls, even those souls indistinguishable from mere shadows. This wretched rodent has finally met its end. He shall be honored, a worthy sustenance for our progeny, a stepping stone to their ascendance. Ha 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 ha! They reveled. This abominable rodent had finally perished. Yet at that moment, ha 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 ha! A familiar voice resonated, joining the parents in their raucous laughter. A hand, bony yet deliberate, rested upon the shoulder of a father, as he leisurely retrieved the knife of familial harmony embedded in the ground. Brandishing the knife, resting it on the father's shoulder, he smiled, the blade glinting ominously before the father. Ladies and gentlemen, have you encountered something amusing? Let me share in your laughter. With a single throw, the cacophony of laughter gradually waned. All eyes fixated on Yin Huang in disbelief. Their pupils trembled. Why are you here? You are not. Before the adjacent father could finish his sentence, Yin Huang swiftly severed his head from his body. It seems humanity does share a commonality, the same tactics, and yet you too can feel fear. Chapter 26. The City of Hatching. Backlash. The parents gathered their gazes upon Yin Huang, their expressions a spectacle to behold. It was as if the true monster was not the headless corpse beside him, but rather Yin Huang himself. He shrugged while cradling the lifeless body. Why such expressions, dear parents? Wasn't it agreed that I would escort you on your journey? With that, he defiantly cast the corpse aside, the thud resonating heavily against the ground. Yin Huang adjusted his glasses and smiled faintly. Do any of you have final wishes? Yet he dismissed the notion. Forget it. Your desires hold no significance. How could one who disrespects the wishes of others ever hope to see their own fulfilled? You are the very ones who stifle dreams. The parents, seething with rage, retorted, "Our desires are paramount. We wish for our children to soar like dragons and phoenixes. We would sacrifice everything for them, to see them reach the pinnacle. You wretched rat, what do you understand?" With narrowed eyes, Huang gazed into the distance. "So, what have you done? Have you resorted to violence or scorn, or perhaps exploited your children's will and well-being? You claim to act for their sake. Isn't that laughable? You, who are mere rats, force your children into the roles of dragons and phoenixes. You crush their dreams under the guise of noble intentions. How pitiable, clinging to external power to deceive yourselves, while your children are bound by the very threads of constrained thought. In the end, even a simple thank you from them is orchestrated by you. Are you truly doing this for your children, or for your own vanity, to boast among the elite?" Huang turned back to face them, devoid of mirth. His eyes reflected a profound sadness and pity. Though this was merely a copy, just a game, who could say that what occurs in a game is not real? Observe, when they were struck at their most vulnerable core, they still reacted with fury. What nonsense are you spouting? Silence, you filthy rat. Indeed, only someone as uncouth as you could fail to comprehend our lofty ideals. We shall end your life, and with your vile blood, atone for our sacred transgressions. Though the children could not reach him in time, Huang remained unfazed, for he stood alone amidst a throng of thousands of parents. As long as this cunning rat refrained from any bizarre maneuvers, their desire to kill him would be effortlessly fulfilled. Calmly, he observed the enraged parents as they clamored for his demise. Silently, he bowed. The crowd gasped. When he rose, a trumpet appeared in his hand. The crowd was bewildered. Huang's voice dripped with indifference. "Dear parents, should you succeed in eliminating these parents who manipulate their children, you will become the sole authority in Hatching Town, and your child shall be the finest of all, without exception. Thus, you will turn against each other." As his words hung in the air, the wind grew restless, and a cacophony of judgment echoed in their ears. Lie judgment, random event, success. Result, perception of the affected transformed. Lie judgment, random event, failure. Lie judgment. Thousands of notifications of lie judgments exploded in their ears, some successful, others failing. Indeed, his innate ability to influence random events stood at 50%. Yet when this 50% did not target individuals, but rather an entire collective, his desired outcome became 100%. In an instant, the parents who had surged forward to slay Huang began to falter. Some still lunged, only to be restrained by others behind them, landing a punch squarely to the face. Damn it! Damn it! You all deserve to die. If only you were gone. My child will be the best, the very best in the world. I shall be the most exceptional parent. I will be the perfect model in everyone's eyes. Chaos ensued. The parents turned against one another in deadly earnest. Such a scene, reflected before the colossal egg, painted a picture of disorder and violence. They tore away their facades, exposing their truest selves amidst the tempest of emotions. Huang remained a mere witness, indifferent to the turmoil. The viewers of the live stream were left in shock. What is the nature of the fraudster and Oppo's talent? Why is it incomprehensible? The speech-based ability is extraordinarily potent. How can it affect so many without backlash? This is utterly absurd. Goodness. Someone, I need to spend to acquire the hidden details of his talent for 500,000 points. Hurry. If I face him later, I won't even know how I perished. This is the first time I've seen someone exploit a speech-based talent to this extent. The fraudster's ability is too formidable. I want to recruit him into our guild. Perhaps not. No matter how powerful the fraudster, he is likely already under the scrutiny of physicians. It'll be a losing venture. Huang perused the comments, momentarily ensnared in confusion. Backlash? Is there truly a backlash associated with talents? In that instant, he felt as though his very essence was being siphoned away, leaving him drained and on the verge of oblivion. He sensed his vitality waning rapidly and experienced an unsettling sensation, as if his body belonged to him, yet did not. It felt as though his soul were being tugged, caught at the precipice of his corporeal form. He clutched his chest, the sensation compelling him toward death. What is this? He had endured so much within the city of hatching, yet now faced demise due to a moment's misjudgment, recklessly applying his abilities? Huang beheld his status panel plummeting. His three-dimensional attributes were in freefall. Strength and agility had dwindled to 0. 5. And intelligence had regressed to a mere 1. 7. It was as if he had returned to square one. Yet despite this, his attributes continued to decline. Eventually, they fell to a paltry 0. 1 in strength and agility, as if even an ant could dispatch him in an instant. Only then did the sensation cease. He had not succumbed. He had narrowly clung to life on the edge. Yet now, he felt utterly powerless to rise. He gazed at the parents, who were now embroiled in a contest to determine the true victor. One among them began to fixate their gaze upon him. "Teacher Yen, I have taken a life. This grotesque secret must remain hidden from my children. Might I request something from you? Never speak of this matter." He advanced toward Huang, illuminated against the light, a sickly smile gracing his face. Huang tensed, realizing he had nowhere to flee. Yet in that moment, he found himself laughing. Author and Oppos. S-Note. The city of hatching should conclude either tomorrow or the day after. The themes will be subtly elevated, and the ending may take you by surprise. Lastly, the recent requests for updates have waned. Perhaps my writing has not been up to par? If you enjoy it, a nudge for updates would help solidify my resolve. Chapter 27. The City of Hatching. A new beginning as it happened. This coincided perfectly with his calculated timing. The system had not warned him that his talent could backfire. Why should he disclose to the system that he had kept a contingency plan? Clearly he would not. Player, Deceiver. Huang. Strength, 0. Agility, 0. Intelligence, 1. Status, Assimilation 99.9. When he summoned his attribute panel, the audience in the live stream was left in utter shock. What the hell is the Deceiver about to hatch? Is he really going to fall into this trap? Sigh. Having come this far, the system is indeed treacherous. Many newcomers have already fallen victim to this pit. The Deceiver is doomed. Brothers, if we don't criticize now, when will we? With these stats, the Deceiver is surely finished. What? This is the first time I'm criticizing someone. I'm about to unleash my wrath, you little rascal. The crowd had almost unanimously concluded that Huang was destined for demise. At that moment, the remaining father approached him slowly. He picked up the knife of family harmony that Huang had dropped, casting a shadow over him. A sickly smile creeping across his face. "Teacher Yen, I have no other weapon. I can only use your knife to end your life. I sincerely apologize, but only the dead can safeguard secrets forever, right?" As he spoke, he raised his arm, lifting the knife of family harmony high. The light from the giant egg reflecting off it, revealing countless stains of blood. Blood dripped onto Huang's face. Whoosh! The sound of slicing wind was particularly piercing, akin to the harbinger of death. Huang resignedly closed his eyes. A thick membrane enveloped him, rapidly transforming into a solid shell, encasing his entire being. That was a shell. In the instant the knife descended, a radiant platinum light erupted. The father frantically attempted to shatter the egg before him. It's over. It's over. The hatching is gone. Indeed, the Deceiver cannot escape the fate of hatching. One misstep leads to eternal regret. Alas, what a pity. Pity my foot. He was bound to be dealt with by the doctor eventually. Hatching is preferable to being tortured to death. That sadistic fiend. Who knows what he might do? Something is off. The live stream isn't over. It's already hatching. Could it be that the instance is glitched? Just as the crowd realized this, a beautiful hand suddenly broke through the luminous egg, gripping the hand of the father, who wielded the knife with impeccable precision. The strength was such that the father cried out in pain, his actions involuntarily halted. The father's eyes widened in disbelief. How? How is this possible? How can one resist me after hatching? The voice of Huang emanated from within the shell. Indeed, under normal circumstances, a newly hatched individual would be directly controlled by the giant egg, obedient to their parents. But I'm afraid I do not fit the mold of normalcy. So, please die. As soon as he finished speaking, another hand emerged from the shell, disarming the knife of family harmony from the father's grasp with remarkable speed. Without the slightest hesitation, before the crowd could blink, the father's head was severed from his body. His expression remained one of sheer horror. The audience was left utterly dumbfounded. What? Why is this happening? I don't understand. Maintaining self-awareness after hatching. Is that a tangible reality? What on earth did the deceiver do? Panic surged among the crowd. In the countless records of the city of hatching, whether in success or failure, there had never been a single instance indicating that a player could retain their original consciousness after entering the hatching state. They only knew that whenever they witnessed a player being hatched, that moment would signify death and the live stream would abruptly terminate. Never had they encountered a situation where one retained their awareness as they did now. What had the deceiver accomplished? What had he done? If this revelation were to surface, the three most lethal challenges in the city of hatching would be entirely resolved. Firstly, the egg-shaped talent could directly convert individuals into nourishment upon contact. Skin-to-skin interaction was required to escape this fate. Secondly, the attribute values of talents were overwhelmingly high for newcomers, making survival nearly impossible while being controlled by their parents. Thirdly, assimilation and hatching. This third conundrum had remained unsolvable by anyone. Huang's actions were tantamount to unveiling a wholly new and comprehensive strategy. This moment propelled the number of viewers in the live stream to unprecedented heights. The viewership swiftly surpassed 20,000, even nearing 30,000. Congratulations to the player for achieving the milestone of 20,000 simultaneous viewers, earning 2,000 points. The player's livestream data has reached a new peak for newcomers, now recommended for 0-level newcomer status, the strongest newcomer recommendation. 0-level newcomer recommendation is the highest tier for newcomers in instances. Congratulations to the player. Congratulations to the player for achieving the title of the strongest newcomer. Earning strength 0. 4. Agility 0. 4. Intelligence 0. 1. A flurry of system notifications nearly drove the audience into a frenzy. They were filled with envy and shock, eager to discover what the deceiver had truly done. At that moment, the radiant eggshell was slowly fracturing. A perfect back was revealed to the audience. Huang remained partially seated within the shell. His skin glowed with translucence, and the muscle definition was both balanced and exquisite. He presented his back in profile to the viewers. They realized that the once merely handsome Huang now resembled the pinnacle of perfection, akin to the finest creation of a Greek artist, flawless in every aspect. Before them, he confidently displayed his attribute panel. Player, Deceiver, Huang, Strength, 2, 5, 0, 1, 2, 0, 4, Agility, 2, 5, 0, 1, 2, 0, 4, Intelligence, 1, 8, 1, 7, 0, 0, and overall, 5. 8. Evaluation. You must be the legendary high-quality male of humanity, right? Well, how could not be? The audience in the live stream? What the hell? Not only did he survive this seemingly fatal situation, but his attributes have also doubled. This, the deceiver, must be the favored child of the city of hatching. Is it possible that his attributes are a result of hatching? He feels like he is a new beginning. Chapter 28. The city of incubation, Huang gazed at the barrage of comments in the live stream. He had donned a simple white t-shirt and black trousers, rising leisurely from the egg. In the town of incubation, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. If not for the corpses strewn across the ground, one could easily mistake it for an empty place. A cold breeze swept by, tousling Huang's hair. He smiled, for the key to breaking the incubation was no great secret. It would not hurt to share it. After all, I shall be the last visitor to the town of incubation. With that thought, a slip of paper appeared in his hand, clearly visible to all. It was the hidden limited-time item that CF had previously dropped, CF secret. Until now, Huang had kept this paper discreet, but at this moment, everyone finally beheld its precise attributes. Item: CF secret, quality, E-grade, attributes, none. Item description: CF tore away the last remnants of himself, clutching them tightly in his palm, accepting everything. He lamented his own tragedy thus. Those acknowledged by CF will receive protection from his will during assimilation, rendering them immune to all side effects of incubation. Effect: assimilation. Attributes: strength 2, agility 2. Intelligence -1. Side effects: upon completion of assimilation, one will become a boss within the city of incubation, a subordinate of the genius stone, utterly obedient to its commands. Description: the divine proclaimed humanity to be insignificant, thus spawning countless wondrous beings that bless the world and evolved humankind. When the progress bar reaches 100, you too shall ascend to a higher echelon of existence. Yet, after evolution, who can ascertain that you're truly you, or that you are not? Congratulations, with the protection of the divine, you remain yourself. The audience was left utterly flabbergasted upon witnessing the effects of Fomu's secret. They could scarcely believe that such an item existed within the city of incubation. It is worth noting that every item dropped by NPCs in each instance had a traceable origin. Yet, Fomu was merely an ordinary, malnourished incubator. How could he possibly drop such a formidable item? It granted direct immunity to the true boss of the city of incubation, the genius stones, assimilation, side effects. This was undoubtedly a divine artifact of the city of incubation. Moreover, the artifact bore the name Fomu's secret. What connection did it have to Fomu? Only when they glimpsed the attributes panel and the torn portion of the painting associated with Fomu's secret did they come to a profound realization. The true hidden limited time item, intricately linked to the narrative, was not the item description itself, but rather the painting. Once everything was connected, anyone who gazed upon its contents would instantly comprehend everything. The viewers in the live stream were no exception. What the hell? Is it really like this? No wonder the city of incubation is such a challenging beginner's instance. Goodness, the narrative of City of Incubation is truly legendary. Damn it, posting about the plot will get me banned. I can't even express my astonishment. I never anticipated such a conclusion. Can I please return to City of Incubation for another attempt? I swear I won't blow my cover this time. Undoubtedly, the genuine secrets contained within Fomu's secret were of an explosive nature. A subtle smile graced Yanhua's lips. Outside, the group of geniuses that had previously been cast aside had all returned. They shuffled aimlessly towards the genius stone, resembling soulless husks. As they passed Yanhua, they paid him no heed, as if he were merely a wisp of air. The brilliance of the genius stone intensified, as if beckoning those children who had lost their parents to return to the warmth of its light. Yanhua stood amidst the throng, quietly observing as these children gravitated towards the genius stone. At last, they had all gathered. Free from parental control, they continued to prostrate themselves before the genius stone, basking in its warm glow. This was their final refuge, the last bastion of their existence, a mere storage of 1 point of wisdom. It embodied their remaining will and soul. Under the flickering illumination, all transformed into eggs adorned with eyes. A singular large eye and countless smaller ones peered cautiously at the world outside, filled with trepidation. The eggshell represented their sanctuary, enclosing them within. As they recoiled from everything beyond, steeped in fear, those myriad eyes, trembling, seemed to shatter at the slightest touch, so fragile, as if they had endured countless blows, leaving only this delicate shell. A final straw could obliterate their very essence and will. They appeared pitiful, not as monsters, but as a group of children ensnared in self-imposed isolation. Yanhua approached the pit at a measured pace, his gaze gentle, a smile gracing his face. Beneath the starlit night, amidst the scrutiny of countless eyes, he slowly descended into the pit. The eggs in the midst of incubation, if left undisturbed, would forever remain mere eggs. They would retain only the instinct of children, just as they were now. Their eyes fixated on Yanhua, who felt no fear nor dread. Instead, he discerned two emotions reflected in the gazes of the children, yearning and a plea for salvation. Those countless eyes mirrored the helplessness and sorrow found in Fomu's final moments. They bore the capacity to transform anyone they encountered into their sustenance, serving as the nourishment for their growth, as well as the lessons in how to submissively navigate this hypocritical era. At this moment, the children no longer regarded Yanhua as mere food. Instead, with each step he took toward the genius stone, they parted to create a path. They beheld in Yanhua a glimmer of hope, the hope to shatter the shadows and shackles of their tragic childhoods, the hope to liberate themselves from the need to conform and become obedient children. Yanhua arrived before the genius stone. One hand clenched the painting, which depicted an egg. Inside, a child lay curled up, timidly hiding within the eggshell, afraid to move. In his grasp was a black heart, tethered by countless threads connecting to the outside world. Through those myriad eyes, he could perceive the changes unfolding in the world beyond. Yanhua smiled and extended his hand, resting it upon the genius stone. The painting was exquisite. Should the opportunity arise, he hoped to see more of your works. You've accomplished so much. You are truly remarkable. So, why not emerge and have a conversation with your teacher, Xiaofumu? Chapter 29. The City of Hatching. Farewell, Xiaofumu, come forth and embrace your new life. The wind is eerily still, for the truth has surfaced. Everything is but an illusion. At this moment, a brilliant light radiates in all directions, nearly painting the entire world in a hue of pure white. It is not only the colossal egg that glows. Countless eggs surrounding it also shine. This luminescence envelopes Huang entirely. Suddenly, the eggshell turns. The myriad eyes vanish, replaced by a spectacle of countless words and images. How could I have such a foolish child? Failing to secure first place. What do you intend to eat? Starve, and I shall prepare for the next one. A mother shatters her child's bowl on the dining table, grains of rice scattering on the floor, while the child lowers their head in silence. The illustrations on the egg lack expression. Yet, the sorrowful sentiment is palpable. Writing novels? What future lies in writing novels? Other children understand the importance of diligence. They toil endlessly over their studies, while you, what are you doing? If I see this rubbish again, I shall break your hands. A father tears apart the world painstakingly crafted by his child, who still remains silent, head bowed. But a handprint marks the child's face. Not too large, but sufficient to shatter their dignity. We do this for your own good. We have been through it ourselves and know how to pave the way for your future. Endure the hardships now. Otherwise, how shall we hold our heads high among other parents? The child kneels before their parents, who speak earnestly. The child hears every word yet. The chill of the floor has seeped into their heart. Above the colossal egg, countless images come to life. The child strives desperately, attentively listening in class, diligently completing assignments, sacrificing nap times, relinquishing early bedtimes, abandoning all the ease they should possess, pouring every ounce of effort into their studies. Finally, with hope in their heart, they present a second place ranking to their parents. The response? The sound of paper tearing. That scrap of paper lies discarded, indistinguishable from the multitude of drawings strewn across the floor. In the end, only one phrase remains. What is there to be proud of being second? What are you proud of? How could we have such a child who lacks ambition? All efforts are shattered. On the colossal egg, the child displays emotion, though it is one of profound sorrow. Their features contort, tears streaming down, saturating everything, transforming into invisible shackles binding their hands, feet, and neck, even binding their spine and brain. Their expression turns wooden. Enveloped in countless chains, they sit, curling their body into a ball. The chains cradle their flesh, protecting them tightly. In their hand, only a pen and a piece of paper remain. The drawing depicts a black heart. One end of the line connects to the parents, the other to the child. With every movement of the parents, the child acts like a puppet. The parents wear smiles, while the children present them with the anticipated perfect scores. At last, I have become the embodiment of your hopes. Trapped within the egg, the child weaves a nightmare from which they can never escape. Beneath the stone of genius, light suddenly dissolves into nothingness. Even the ground beneath Huang's feet disintegrates at a visible pace. Everything feels so real, yet everything is utterly false, as if the hatching town never existed. Only a dream remains, a nightmare woven by the child themselves. Ultimately, it is not the parents who control the children, but rather the children who govern everything. Their thoughts besieged by nightmares, ensnared by countless invisible chains. Yet, no one has ever realized this is a dream. That child, ensnared in their self-spun nightmare, has never found a way out until his arrival. He allows this child to retain their selfhood in the end, to become their true self. It is he who severs their shackles, transforming their nightmare into a beautiful dream, a dream of rebirth. Thus, this dream finds its most exquisite conclusion, awakening the child who had been lost in slumber. As the eggshell and the world turn, the stone of genius before them begins to crack. The sound is crisp and clear, echoing the arrival of a victor's rebirth. When I finally wish to step out of my world and embrace the real one, I shall greet true rebirth. With a resounding crack, the enormous eggshell shatters completely. Fragments cascade to the void below. In the remnants of the wreckage, only one child stands, a seemingly 18-year-old youth, bespectacled and delicate, holding a pen and a piece of paper. A grateful smile lighting up his face. Teacher Yin, welcome to the 759 402nd visitor of the city of Hatching. And welcome to being my only guest. Before him, Xiaofu remains youthful, reborn, with a satisfied smile adorning his face. He extends his hand towards Huang, who responds with a gentle smile, grasping that hand. Thank you. It is I who should express my gratitude. Teacher Yin. Tang Xian's new book has been updated. Master of Hatching, Xiaofu, Rebirth, Power, Unknown, Agility, Unknown, Wisdom, Unknown, Description, The Origin of the City of Hatching, The Will of the City of Hatching after 759 402 Dreams. Finally regains selfhood, emerging from the egg, reborn. Congratulations, his guide. From the moment you received his slap, you became the only hope in his world of sin. Huang feels particularly at ease, chuckling softly, upon awakening. Would you like to create a painting? Xiaofu's eyes brighten, embodying the spirit of a true youth. May I invite Teacher Yin to join me? Huang replies, of course, it would be my honor. Xiaofu, brimming with excitement, immediately takes Huang's hand, leading him back to the shell that had imprisoned him for an unknown duration. The eggshell is already turned. The torturous memories that had haunted him countless times now vanish from sight. Xiaofu holds Huang's hand, guiding it to grasp the paintbrush. With innocence and anticipation, he begins to draw within the shell. I have endured a prolonged nightmare. Now, I shall paint the only beautiful dream that Teacher Yin has shared with me. Chapter 30. The City of Incubation. Clearance. A single pen, held between the palms of two individuals, crafted an immense image. This illustration was deceptively simple, featuring only 3 figures: a gentle mother, adorned with braided pigtails and a warm smile, a stout, endearing father with a joyful demeanor, and Xiaofu, whose face radiated delight as he held a painting emblazoned with a heart. The parents drew close to Xiaofu, enveloping him in their embrace, and the warmth of familial affection and reverence elicited a heartfelt smile from him. Indeed, it appeared he had experienced a beautiful dream. Huang marveled at the scene, only to notice that the hand supporting his wrist had become translucent. A shimmering light surrounded him, and his form fractured into countless shards, gradually dissipating. Xiaofu's voice emerged softly. Yes, it is a truly wonderful dream. Huang gazed at Xiaofu in astonishment, witnessing the blissful smile upon his face. Tears streamed down his cheeks from his closed eyes, a testament to his joy. Teacher Yin will soon depart, won't he? If only I had met Teacher Yin sooner. Then I would not have had to endure disappointment time and again. His smile was pure, devoid of regrets, yet heavy with unfulfilled yearning. Huang longed to voice something, yet the words eluded him, leaving an odd sensation swelling within his chest. He watched Xiaofu in silence. Let me give Teacher Yin a parting gift, Xiaofu continued. I hope you will cherish it, and may you always remain gentle. With those final words, he faded into the wind, leaving behind only a delicate necklace, a simple chain bearing a sapphire. Item: Guardian of Xiaofu, quality, attribute, luck would affect each time in the dungeon. The deity of the City of Incubation will transform into your protective shell when needed, absorbing the next instance of damage. Item description: You are my one true salvation among 759 for 102 hopes. My will shall eternally guard you. dear teacher Yin. Yin Huang gazed at the guardian of CF FOMO, unable to suppress a chuckle. Tears filled his eyes as he donned the necklace, whispering softly, "May your rebirth be unscathed. May you find your beloved in the next life." Everything around him transformed into whispers of wind and dust. Congratulations, player trickster Yin Huang, for successfully clearing city of incubation TE line. Live stream ended, proceeding to settlement. Total viewers, 43,114. Peak concurrent viewers, 30,610. Total retention rate, 71. Live stream approval rating, 96. Highest recommendation. Newcomer 0 level push, the strongest newcomer. Front page, secondary push, exciting moments. Dungeon difficulty, F. Dungeon exploration rate, 97. Dungeon completion rate, 100. Dungeon expressiveness, S. Comprehensive evaluation, SS. Undoubtedly, you are a brand new high-level player. Your initial dungeon experience has left the vast majority thoroughly satisfied. Rewards, points 5,000, one-time item, nutritional solution 1. Title, Conqueror of Incubation. Remaining total points, 17,334. One-time item, nutritional solution, quality, F. Attribute, strength 0, 5 agility 0, 5 intelligence 0. 1. Item description, clean and hygienic, fresh and warm, effective upon consumption, a premium product from the system. Though the taste might be somewhat unpalatable. But after clearing the dungeon, do you still care about that? Title, Conqueror of Incubation, quality, F. Attribute, assimilation resistance 20. Curse resistance 10. Title description, a symbol of those who cleared the most challenging newcomer dungeon city of incubation TE line as the only successful individual among 17,759. 402. Wearing this title, you become the brightest star among newcomers, truly essential for home and travel. Yin Huang regarded the series of reward settlements with a sigh of relief, yet his emotions remained tumultuous. Suddenly, a prompt appeared before him. Does the clear player Yin Huang wish to leave a message for City of Incubation? The message will be displayed at the entrance of the City of Incubation dungeon for other players to view. Yin Huang was taken aback, then smiled faintly. Yes, a message would be most fitting. At that moment, within the player hall, the entrance to the City of Incubation dungeon was thoroughly sealed. In the upper right corner of the shadowy town's cover, dominated by a colossal egg, a small tag materialized. TE Clearer, Trickster, Yin X. Comprehensive Evaluation, SS. Clear message. What breaks from the outside is sustenance. What breaks from within is life. Those who had watched the entire live stream felt a wave of complex emotions upon seeing this tag. The Trickster had indeed cleared the TE dungeon, and with an SS evaluation. Damn, people truly can be infuriating. This Trickster, as long as he doesn't falter, he will undoubtedly reach astonishing heights. The crowd was filled with awe. At the same time, many observed discreetly. Few had achieved an SS evaluation in their first dungeon, and the Trickster was among that select few. This moment had undoubtedly propelled his fame into the limelight. A breeze stirred, clouds swirled. After Yin Huang finalized his clear message, the system presented him with two choices once more. Would player Yin Huang like to return to the real world or to the player hall? P.S. Detecting player Yin Huang's desire to survive. Actively offering discounted products. Healthy life. Product. Healthy life. Product description. Temporarily alters cells to a vibrant, healthy state, but if you are intent on self-destruction, purchasing it makes no difference. Price steeply, yet points are precious, but life is even more so. How could a professionally trained dungeon lead you astray? Price, 1,000 points day. Yin Huang remained silent, chuckling softly. It had been a long time since he had savored a comfortable and healthy life. He decided to exchange all his 15,000 points for healthy life, leaving only 334 points. After all, as a brain cancer patient, every day lived was a blessing. What could be more important than health and life? Upon returning to reality, Yin Huang found himself back on his hospital bed. A melodic voice reached his ears. Who knows what that patient was thinking? Even with brain cancer, one mustn't abandon treatment. What if a miracle occurs? Yet, they sneak away like this. Sigh. Today, as patients are truly worrisome. The nurse grumbled. Then, her gaze met Yin Huang and Amp. Oppose. Author and oppose. S-note. The city of incubation has finally been completed. A total of 64,000 words. The name CF FOMO bears two interpretations. One being thank you, parents, and the other, support the city of incubation. This manuscript primarily discusses the contemporary relationships between certain parents and their children, often referred to as helicopter parenting. Upon completion, I will share a brief outline of my design in the comment section. The interpretations of the conclusion can be manifold. However, my perspective is that the city of incubation serves merely as a nightmare from which CF FOMO cannot escape. Subsequently, I will compose 2 chapters focusing on the reality of CF FOMO, after which I shall transition into the second narrative. The second narrative, titled Society of Labels, is grounded in the themes of personality definition and cyberbullying, so do stay tuned. Lastly, I implore you not to abandon this journey. I am determined to write even better. Chapter 31. What hair growth serum are you using? Upon encountering the suddenly handsome visage adorned with a gentle smile, the nurse was evidently taken aback. Yet, her professional composure swiftly regained its grip. Who are you? Are you a relative of this patient? Yin Huang shook his head. The nurse sighed to herself. Oh, I thought you were a family member. This patient has advanced brain cancer, and he has been missing for 2 days without a trace. She set down the 4 tray and adjusted the now empty 4 bottle hanging beside Yin Huang. Why are patients so peculiar nowadays? We, the doctors and nurses, have not given up, yet he has. She mused, what if a miracle truly occurs? Wouldn't it be a shame to let that slip away? However, she continued, the expenses for cancer treatment are indeed burdensome. Though the nation offers good welfare, the cost of these medications is exorbitant, posing a catastrophic blow to a family. Some individuals, out of love for their families, might forsake their own chance of survival. Her reflections were tinged with melancholy and understanding, rendering her quite an intriguing person. Yin Huang observed her with an involuntary smile. The nurse, feeling perplexed, asked, is there something on my face? Yin Huang replied, no, I merely find you to be a very gentle and endearing young lady. This nurse had been caring for him since his hospitalization, freshly graduated from university, radiating a sense of righteousness with a penchant for conversation. She often offered Yin Huang words of encouragement. Being 3 years his junior, calling her a child was not unfitting. The nurse, meanwhile, blushed at Yin Huang's compliment. She had encountered many types of men, but had never before seen one with such a distinct aura, more gentle and natural than the last. Wait a moment. Why do you appear so familiar? Yin Huang smiled softly, because I am that troublesome patient. The nurse's face registered shock, her pupils dilating as she seemingly merged Yin Huang's identity with that of the troublesome patient. Yin Huang now had a healthier complexion, and most strikingly, his hair had grown back. Is that a wig? Where did you buy it? It looks so realistic. Yin Huang chuckled. It's not a wig. It's real. In any case, I need to complete my discharge paperwork. Could you show me the way? The nurse was horrified. What? Have I been mistaken in my efforts for weeks? The hair of chemotherapy patients falls out entirely. This is unscientific. Please, Yin Huang interjected. Let us not prolong this discussion. The situation is precisely as you see it. However, if we continue, we may never conclude. Could you please assist me with the discharge process? The nurse firmly opposed, no. Now that you are back, whatever the circumstances, do not run off again. You look so well, and have your hair back. Please, do not give up on treatment. She gazed at his hair with envy. What type of hair growth serum are you using? The quality is remarkable. Yin Huang felt helpless. If I were to say I'm perfectly fine now, would you believe me? The nurse replied, no, please do not jest with me. Yin Huang sighed then. May I at least have a full-body examination? That could be arranged. Indeed, it is necessary. If the cancer has intensified, we must adapt our plan. Thus, the nurse assisted Yin Huang in seeking the doctor for a comprehensive checkup, despite Yin Huang's repeated protests against needing it. The diligent nurse could not bear to see a patient suffer. Yin Huang found himself at an impasse. How could he squelch her passion for her vocation? After all, those who possess such fervor for their profession are becoming increasingly rare. Having undergone a metamorphosis, Yin Huang was uncertain of his physical condition in reality. Yet, There was no denying that his appearance had markedly improved. Along the way, numerous young girls and even boys stared at him with unabashed admiration, a rather troublesome predicament. Soon, they completed the examination. The moment his attending physician laid eyes on Huang, he was rendered speechless. The transformation of a cancer patient exhibiting such a remarkable revival was nothing short of miraculous. Initially skeptical, the doctor began to extol Huang upon confirming his identity, eager to conduct a full-body examination. Throughout their passage, the middle-aged physician, in his 40s or 50s, lavished praise on Huang and Appo's condition, hastening to support him, as if he were racing to the finish line. The examination lasted roughly 10 minutes, and within half an hour, the results were revealed. Upon seeing the outcomes, the attending physician could not contain his astonishment, exclaiming, "What?" His outburst startled all the doctors in the office. But before they could inquire about the commotion, he transformed into a sprinter, dashing toward Huang with the results in hand, brimming with excitement. When he reached Huang, he found him engaged in conversation with the nurse. The nurse, blushing profusely, finally voiced her long-held curiosity. "Excuse me, Mr. Yin, where did you purchase your hair growth serum?" Huang was at a loss for words, pondering how to respond. Just as he struggled to articulate an answer, the attending physician arrived, delivering the examination report to Huang. With palpable enthusiasm, the physician declared, "Mr. Yin, you are a miracle among miracles. After all your cooperation, your cancer cells are astonishingly in a state of dormancy. This condition not only halts the spread and growth of cancer cells, but has even elevated your physical condition and cellular vitality several notches. I have never encountered such a phenomenon in my decades of life and over 20 years of medical practice. This is a miracle. Perhaps it could pave a new direction in our fight against cancer." He cleared his throat. "If you would not mind, might I accompany you to the Medical Research Institute? I believe your condition could inspire new avenues in cancer research." "Of course. We are legitimate medical professionals and would never subject you to invasive procedures." His excitement was palpable, utterly oblivious to the fact that Huang had already taken his leave with the report in hand. It was the nurse who nudged him. He frowned. "What is it?" "I am in the midst of an important discussion." The nurse pointed outside. "Mr. Yin has already left." "What? When did he leave? Why did you let him go?" Huang found this hospital to be commendable. All the staff exhibited a strong sense of responsibility and ambition. He felt that had he remained there, he might indeed have been subjected to invasive research. And even if they did proceed with the analysis, what could they possibly uncover? It would be absurd to reveal to a cadre of materialists that there exists a realm beyond the tangible. That would not merely lead to invasive research, but would transfer him from the internal medicine ward to the psychiatric ward. Upon exiting the hospital, he glanced at his phone, which displayed a breaking news alert. A decade ago, the nation was shaken by the tragic suicide incident of the top scholar from the capital. In the latest update, the parents, filled with remorse, resolutely uphold the banner of respecting their child and advocating for appropriate relaxation. They marched through the streets in tears, declaring, "For the remainder of our lives, we shall dedicate ourselves to actions that promote awareness, ensuring that such tragedies do not recur, and that more children can discover their true selves. In doing so, we seek to convey our heartfelt apologies to our child." Chapter 32. The regret of parents. This trending topic has nearly caused all information-based apps to crash under the weight of traffic. The suicide of a top student from the capital a decade ago is something Huang has heard about. This incident indeed caused a tremendous uproar. The child who took his own life consistently ranked at the top, dominating the provincial leaderboard, and was regarded as the capital and Appo's unassailable prodigy. As the college entrance examination approached, he frequently appeared in interviews, gaining significant recognition. On June 1st, which was not only children in Appo's day, but also his 18th birthday, just a week before the exam, he inexplicably took his life. Before his tragic act, he painted derogatory words all over his body, inscribing second place on his face, "I hate you" on his chest, and "I'm sorry" on his back before hanging himself. The incident sent shockwaves across the nation. Investigations revealed that this once prominent student had been raised in a strictly controlled environment, with his parents severing all his social connections. After failing to maintain his top position in a mock exam, falling to second place, just half a point behind the leader, his parents erupted in fury, storming into his room for a confrontation that resulted in physical violence and the destruction of his secret drawings. The exact nature of their argument remains unclear, but it seemed to be the proverbial last straw for the young man. He took his own life. That year, the conflict between parents and their child reached unprecedented heights, drawing immense public attention. Even some progressive parents condemned this couple for their excessive behavior. However, what enraged the public most was the parents' subsequent attitude. They did not acknowledge their wrongdoing. In fact, on the seventh day after their child Indomitable's passing, unable to bear the criticism online, they published a lengthy response. The essence of their message was that they had done nothing wrong, insisting that their child Indomitable's inability to cope psychologically was to blame, and that their child Indomitable's death was a private matter, not for others to comment on. This response escalated the situation, provoking widespread outrage. Yet the internet Indomitable's memory is fleeting. In less than 2 months, it was as if nothing had ever happened, and everything returned to tranquility. Huang felt a sudden pang in his heart as he realized that the child's name was Xian. He found a photograph of Xian online, and indeed, the youthful face was unmistakably familiar. In that moment, a torrent of emotions overwhelmed Huang, leaving him with an indescribable sensation. He quietly opened a news article, where the comments ranged from vitriolic condemnations to forgiving remarks towards the parents. One particular comment stood out. Aside from Xian, countless other children endure similar fates. The deceased cannot be brought back, and perhaps what Xian truly desired was for his parents to finally awaken to their mistakes 10 years later. No matter how much he resented his parents, he chose to depart quietly. Huang stared at the comment, engulfed in silence, feeling as though a great stone had lodged itself in his heart. He began to understand why the dungeon would completely close its gates after someone had cleared the T line. The dungeon was not merely a dungeon. Huang composed himself and made his way to a flower shop near the hospital, purchasing a bouquet of daisies and a bunch of dandelions. The shop had few dandelions, and it was only after Huang insisted that the owner retrieved a bundle. Dandelions are easily carried away by the wind, so they had to be wrapped carefully. After securing the flowers, he hailed a taxi. The driver asked, "Where to, young man?" Huang replied, "Ailing Cemetery." It is a vast cemetery, large enough to comfort thousands of souls. Upon arriving at the cemetery, Huang wandered slowly and encountered a poignant scene. A father and daughter appeared to be placing flowers. The father, mature and composed, accompanied a girl who seemed to be around 12 or 13, with her hair tied into 2 ponytails cascading down her waist. She was strikingly beautiful, with a fair complexion and delicate features, adorned in a black dress, though her face bore little expression. The man spoke to her in a pleading tone. "Xiao Luo, could you please help me again this year by placing flowers for 57 children?" The girl, referred to as Xiao Luo, nodded and turned to lay the large bouquet of flowers the man had brought before the gravestones. The man himself did not place any flowers but turned away. Huang could not discern the expression on his face, but at that moment, the girl locked eyes with him. Her gaze was fierce, as if to scold him. "What are you looking at?" Huang could not help but chuckle, quickly clasping his hands in apology and turning to leave. The girl looked at him in confusion, then turned to her father to say, "Dad, I just saw a man who looked really familiar, kind of like a fraudster." Huang, of course, did not hear her words. He quickly found Xian's gravestone. Rather than merely locating it, he recognized the familiar sight of Xian's parents kneeling before the tombstone, sincerely bowing to their child. Xian, we've experienced a nightmare. It was truly terrifying. Please forgive us for having forced you so much. You were so well behaved. Truly, you were our most obedient child. Though we know it's too late for words now, we still want to say, we're sorry. Really, we are sorry. You need not forgive us. We have wronged you in so many ways throughout our lives, but moving forward, we will seek ways to amend our mistakes and find ways to prevent other children from suffering. The couple wept, their eyes red with grief. Xian's mother nearly fainted from sorrow, leaning against her husband for support, their hair already streaked with gray. Huang observed this poignant scene. momentarily at a loss for words. He simply waited in silence for them to depart. Once they had left, Huang approached Xie Xian's gravestone, gazing at the familiar black and white, smiling face. He couldn't help but smile back. Little Fu Mu, Teacher Yin has come to see you. Look what I brought, dandelions. May your rebirth be as free as the dandelions, allowing you to go wherever you wish and do whatever you desire. He placed the dandelions among the flowers adorning the gravestone. At that moment, a gentle breeze stirred, sending the dandelions swirling upward, ascending toward the sky, drifting away to an unknown destination. Suddenly, an unexpected voice echoed in his ear. Author's note: the Xin in Xie Xin shares the same character as in Tang Xin. The act of Xie Fu Mu consuming Xie Xin embodies another layer of meaning. He devoured that fragile self, who was wholeheartedly devoted to his dreams and sacrificed his life to fulfill them. It is an act of consumption, of becoming, and of relinquishment. Chapter 33. Farewell. Teacher Yin. Teacher Yin? The boy's voice was pure and unadulterated, lacking any complex emotions, merely tinged with slight confusion. At that moment, Huang's pupils dilated in shock as he swiftly turned to face the youth. The boy's visage bore an uncanny resemblance to the photo etched in black and white upon the gravestone. Thank Xian? The boy blinked in bewilderment and glanced at the gravestone beside him. You must have mistaken me. I am not Thank Xian, but indeed, I share a striking likeness to him. Each time my parents bring me here for tomb sweeping, I often startle others. I apologize for that. Huang was taken aback, only then noticing a couple standing behind the boy. They possessed an air of elegance. The father wore a gentle smile, while the mother exuded warmth and intellect. The father patted the boy's shoulder. It's rare for you to engage with someone. Your mother and I will head over there. Join us shortly. All right. The boy nodded, a smile gracing his face, a testament to the harmony of his family. The mother, ever attentive, retrieved 2 bottles of water from her bag. Take this water, drink if you're thirsty, and share one with others. Thank you, Mom. The boy extended 1 bottle toward Huang. Throughout this exchange, Huang remained in a daze, oblivious to the need to accept the water. His mind was consumed with thoughts of how this boy could resemble someone so closely. How could there be another so alike? Yet everything before him felt so tangible, so warm. Once Huang regained his composure, he stammered slightly, "No, it's unnecessary. I will leave after paying my respects to my friend." "Thank you." The boy glanced at his mother, then back at Huang, ultimately stating, "It must be fate. We fortuitously bought an extra bottle. If it burdens you, perhaps we could trade?" Huang, captivated by the boy's face, found it impossible to refuse. "Very well. What would you like to exchange?" It appeared he had little to offer in return. The boy hesitated briefly, then surveyed Huang before breaking into a bright smile. "How about exchanging for a dandelion? I think it would be quite meaningful to pay respects with a dandelion." The boy's sincerity in both words and expression was undeniable. Huang naturally could not decline. He pressed his lips together, allowing a smile to blossom. "Perfect, this is the last dandelion I have. Here, may it bring you luck." He handed the packaged dandelion to the boy and accepted the bottle of water in return. After exchanging a few casual remarks, Huang decided it was time to depart. After all, it was discourteous to intrude upon someone's moment of remembrance. After bidding farewell, he turned to leave, contemplating that perhaps the image of Xie Fumo in his dreams resembled this scene: a harmonious family, a father-esque love, a mother-esque affection. It was undeniably a beautiful tableau. No wonder it constituted a liberating dream for him. He twisted open the bottle of water and took a shallow sip, unaware that the boy and his family had been watching his retreating figure, bidding him farewell with their eyes. The boy clutched the dandelion in one hand and waved the other gently, rhythmically, in a soothing manner. Gradually, his parents faded from view, and the boy's waving arms stilled. He unwrapped the dandelion, holding it firmly in his grasp. Closing his eyes, he smiled softly. "Farewell, Teacher Yin." A gentle breeze swept through, scattering the dandelion-esque seeds, white and ethereal, reminiscent of the soft feathers of a peace dove soaring towards the heavens. In this place, no others remained. From that day forth, Yin Huang refrained from disturbing Xia Xin's rest and did not venture into the instance. Instead, he visited several places of his desire. After all, he was one who cherished life dearly. A healthy existence was a rare gift. To perish needlessly within an instance would only serve to enrich it, a most undesirable outcome. It was not until he had spent his healthy life to the brink of merely one day remaining that Yin Huang chose to enter the instance. Player Yin Huang has successfully cleared an instance, exiting the novice state. Would you like to enter the player hall? Yin Huang was taken aback. The player hall? Quite the trendy concept. However, he had observed live streams during his time in the hatching city, where the comments of others revealed one undeniable truth. They too were players. Given that they were players, it was likely they possessed cunning minds. They were not simple individuals. After all, how naive could those who managed to clear instances truly be? Yin Huang opted to enter the player hall. In an instant, he vanished from his room. The player hall was a vast chamber, reminiscent of a metallic pod imbued with a virtual electronic ambience. Countless individuals surrounded him, and numerous screens adorned the walls, showcasing players navigating through their instances. Yin Huang materialized amidst a burst of electric light, greeted by an ultra-futuristic spectacle. At that moment, an announcement resonated throughout the player hall. The moment everyone has been waiting for. The candidate for the 100 Sessions Rookie King, the Trickster, is now online. This notification left Yin Huang, who had just arrived in the player hall, utterly bewildered and caused everyone present to tremble in unison. Soon, a cacophony of discussions erupted. The Trickster is online. He has been missing for half a month. I thought he had perished in reality. Where is he? Where is he? Oh, Trickster, take me with you. I want to bear your children. I would willingly purchase a fertility ability for you. Yin Huang was further confounded, even questioning whether he had mistakenly entered the wrong place. Was he truly that popular? Why such a commotion? Instinctively, he felt a surge of wariness, taking a step back. Yet at that moment, he sensed a chilling sensation at his back. It was the sharp pressure of an object pressed against his spine, triggering a primal response from his central nervous system. A hand rested upon his shoulder. His body yearned to flee, but he swiftly suppressed that instinct with sheer willpower. For at that moment, if he moved, it would surely spell his demise. Who would seek to kill him? Just then, a languid yet melodious male voice whispered near his ear, "At last, I have found you." Trickster. His tone was captivating, the final notes languishing in a manner that felt sinister and peculiar, sending chills racing down Yin Huang's spine. Narrowing his eyes, Yin Huang experienced an intense premonition of impending peril, as if something were poised to pierce through him. The assailant was moving. It was an assault and an opening. Yin Huang quickly bent low, summoning the knife of Harmonious Family. The sound of metal clashing resonated, a jarring cacophony that echoed throughout the hall. Yin Huang successfully parried the attack, yet the opponent's strength was astonishing, and as he blocked, he felt his newly fortified bones strain under the pressure. Though they would not break, Yin Huang had never been one to suffer in silence. In the very moment of defense, he slashed the tip of his blade across the assailant's arm, and if all went as expected, the curse effect of the knife of Harmonious Family would surely cause him considerable distress. Chapter 34. The initial encounter with the doctor, the opponent's movements indeed showed signs of hesitation. Seizing this moment, Yin Huang promptly leaped back 2 steps, extricating himself from his predicament. It was then that he could discern the identity of the man before him. The figure was a handsome man clad in a white coat, his face illuminated by a radiant smile. With tousled hair, he epitomized the quintessential Korean beauty. This smile, charming at first glance, after lingering for over 15 seconds, took on an unsettling quality, evoking an eerie sensation as if something were lurking behind him. This caused Yin Huang considerable discomfort. Yet, he could surmise the man's identity. Doctor? Upon realizing that Yin Huang had discerned his identity, the doctor's smile faltered momentarily before blossoming into an even brighter grin. "Ah, so you recognize me so quickly. Quite impressive. You are indeed an intriguing patient." His voice was incongruously whimsical for someone of his profession, bordering on bizarre. Yin Huang, aware of the need for caution before acquiring more information, refrained from taking rash actions, despite the fact that the doctor had already sustained a wound from his family harmony blade. At that moment, the effects of the curse became evident. The previously minor abrasion was visibly expanding, blood cascading down in a straight line. The doctor seemed taken aback. Lowering his gaze to observe the wound and the blood pooling on the ground, his smile abruptly vanishing. "You managed to injure me. It seems I must reassess your competitiveness." As he spoke, he opened his eyes. The instant Huang beheld them, he froze in place. The doctor's left eye was a gaping void, while his right eye, slender and fox-like, remained. He placed a hand over his wound, and in an instant, it healed, the effects of the curse dissipating. "However, such damage seems ineffective against me," he remarked, scrutinizing Huang, sending a chill down his spine. This man was truly terrifying. It was no longer merely instinct. Huang could see the doctor advancing towards him step by step, while he could only retreat in kind. Based on their earlier confrontation, Huang estimated that the man's power must exceed a value of 5, an alarming statistic. Even though he was unaware of others' metrics, he had barely managed to reach a value of 3. 5 after enduring the hatching and consuming the nutrient solution. Confronting this individual was evidently daunting. "Why are you looking for me?" Huang cut straight to the heart of the matter. There was no denying that this doctor held a notable status within the instance. The surrounding individuals, who had been conversing, fell silent the moment the doctor appeared, retreating from the center of the battlefield. This behavior was all too familiar to Huang. It was indicative of fear. This doctor must possess some extraordinary background. The label of a dangerous individual was instantly affixed to the doctor in Huang's mind. The doctor smiled. "Oh, it's nothing really. I merely wish to befriend you." Is a reason truly necessary for such a desire? As he spoke, he extended his right hand. Huang regarded the proffered hand with furrowed brows. He knew the man bore no weapons. However, the sharpness he had felt moments ago hinted at two possibilities. Either the doctor had retracted his tools, or his body itself was the weapon. At this moment, Huang hesitated to accept the handshake, fully aware that this gesture was not as innocent as it appeared. Yet, he realized he had no choice but to comply. He sensed an inexplicable interest emanating from the doctor, more specifically, an interest in his own body. Should he decline the handshake, the doctor would undoubtedly respond with unexpected consequences. The onlookers wore expressions of anticipation, their lips moving in silent speculation. What will he choose? Surely he wouldn't dare. Ha. Indeed, to be the focus of such a formidable doctor is truly unfortunate. Huang squinted his eyes, a gentle smile gracing his face. Adjusting his glasses, he reached out to clasp the doctor's hand. In an instant, the doctor's smile returned. His fingers pierced through the skin, morphing into a bone knife that aimed for Huang's ear with terrifying agility. However, the doctor underestimated Huang's foresight. As the doctor drew near, Huang whispered in a tone only they could hear, "I know your panel." Initially perplexed, the doctor's pupils abruptly constricted. He recalled that this individual possessed the talent of linguistic manipulation, lie detection, opposing event, successful judgment. Result: knowledge obtained, player doctor provides panel. In the next moment, the doctor felt his body slipping out of his control. He immediately summoned his personal attributes, which had previously been obscured by some means. The concealment was swiftly lifted, revealing an unmistakable panel for all to see. Player, Dr. Lin Shi. Talent: you maintain a state of clarity below that of a deity, possessing the eyes of a divine being. You have a unique vision that allows you to perceive details invisible to ordinary people. You are a special life form. You will hold the power to transform life. Hidden talent information 1. Invisible beyond oneself. Hidden talent information 2. Invisible beyond oneself. Affiliation: tarot power 5. 2. Agility 4. 9. Intelligence 1. 7. Overall evaluation. Wow, you are practically a superhero. This is simply marvelous. Why not dive into the next instance and see for yourself? Confronted with such a formidable array of statistics, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically. They were aware of the doctor's strength, but had not anticipated the sheer power of his panel. The notion of possessing the ability to transform life, what could that possibly mean? The crowd realized that the doctor, as one of the contenders for the current season's newcomer king, was undoubtedly being groomed by tarot to become the next pope. Each card in the major arcana represented a distinct power. As the doctor recognized that his information had been exposed, he regained control of his body. You seek death. In an instant, his fingers transformed into bone knives, aimed sharply at Huang. Yet Huang's state was not optimal. The doctor's statistics far surpassed his own, and deploying his talent would severely drain his mental energy. He could not evade the attack. Damn it! At that moment, a peculiar disturbance erupted beneath Huang. Author's note: the hatching city has been successfully completed, and preparations to enter the second instance will commence tomorrow. I hope everyone continues to support. Chapter 35. Invitation to team up for the instance. The doctor sensed that something was amiss and decided to hasten his actions. His bone knife descended directly towards Huang's head. However, at that moment, Huang's body was enveloped by a digital wall of light, vanishing from sight. The doctor was left grasping at nothing. The doctor squinted his eyes. Ha ha ha! How amusing! Trickster, I shall remember you. As he spoke, excitement gleamed in his eyes. It had been a long time since he had encountered an opponent who could so thoroughly best him. Huang had managed to expose the panel he had concealed for so long. In a certain sense, Huang had indeed dealt him a significant blow. The onlookers regarded the doctor with complex expressions, hastily departing. Who could predict what this unpredictable fellow might do next? The trickster was truly remarkable, even at this juncture. He had managed to inflict a substantial defeat upon the doctor, and crucially, he had departed unscathed. It seemed that these two would inevitably cross paths in the instance. To pique the doctor and Oppo's interest so completely was a mark of strength, but also the beginning of misfortune. Huang was equally surprised to find himself teleported away, narrowly escaping a critical blow. Had he not been whisked away, he could not have said whether he would have been able to endure it. Suddenly, he heard a melodious, charming voice before him. To turn the tables on the doctor in such a situation, you truly are impressive. It was worth my effort to save you, though you still fall a bit short compared to me. Huang recognized this as the voice of his savior. He lifted his gaze to see a delicate, doll-like girl dressed in purple Lolita attire, with twin tails, sitting atop a silver monkey bar, swinging her legs while savoring a lollipop. A hint of pride adorned her face. Her lips curled into a satisfied smile. She was undoubtedly an exceptionally spirited young girl. Xiao Luo, Don and Oppo's T.B. Rude, admonished a man in a suit beside her, his demeanor refined and devoid of ill temper. Jiang Luo crossed her arms and huffed. It's only natural for me to be a bit more impressive. Jiang Yi, feeling somewhat helpless, turned to Huang and offered his apologies. I am Jiang Yi, and this is my adopted daughter, Jiang Luo. I've spoiled her quite a bit, for which I sincerely apologize. Please forgive me. It is a pleasure to meet you. Jiang Yi extended his hand. Huang glanced at the pair and immediately recognized them. He reached out to shake hands, introducing himself. Trickster, Huang. I am grateful for your life-saving intervention. You are. Those two from Anling Cemetery? Jiang Yi's hand faltered momentarily, then he sheepishly scratched his head. I didn't expect to truly encounter you after seeing you at the cemetery. What a coincidence. I knew I couldn't have been mistaken. Jiang Luo's face lit up with joy as she turned to Huang. You have a good memory. Huang smiled and nodded. He too was surprised to discover that the individuals he had met at the cemetery were also players of the instance. It truly was a small world. However, a mere acquaintance should not serve as a basis for them to have saved him. The two seemed disinclined to harm him. If there were any ulterior motives, he wished to resolve the matter swiftly. Thus, he casually remarked, Did you save me for a specific reason? Jiang Luo's impression of Huang improved. Straightforward. I appreciate that about you. You seem delicate, much more straightforward than my dad. Jiang Yi cast a reproachful glance at his daughter. Please don't play favorites. Feeling sheepish, Jiang Yi continued, Well, we watched your stream of Hatchery City and found you remarkably strong. Recently, my daughter and I have set our sights on a 3-person instance, but our circumstances are somewhat peculiar. I've become a burden to her, and thus, no one is willing to form a team. As he spoke, he seemed to deflate, revealing some unspoken difficulties. Jiang Luo promptly interrupted him. Nonsense. It's because I don't think highly of those people. It's not that no one wants to team up with us, and you're not a burden to me. If you say that again, I won't talk to you anymore." Jiang Luo appeared quite vexed by Jiang Yi's attitude. Jiang Yi, feeling increasingly embarrassed, smiled apologetically at Yin Huang. "I apologize for the inconvenience." "It's nothing." Yin Huang found the father-daughter duo rather amusing. Just then, he realized it was time for him to enter a new instance. "May I inquire which three-person instance you're interested in? I can send you the instance information." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi exclaimed, "Here's the information." Suddenly, a panel materialized before Yin Huang. Instance, label society, difficulty, number of participants, 3. Description, this is a society without secrets. Every individual is implanted with a chip at birth, and your life is a live broadcast for all to view. Anyone who watches your life for over 30 minutes is entitled to label you in a way visible to all. The perfect are revered, occupying esteemed positions, while the flawed are scorned, descending into oblivion. So, are you among the elite, or merely a marked soul? Yin Huang contemplated the instance, thinking it quite intriguing. He smiled and said, "Not bad." Jiang Yi's face lit up with surprise. "So what is your opinion?" Yin Huang was naturally cautious about placing his trust in anyone within the instance, particularly when it came to forming a team. Encountering cooperative allies is one thing. Meeting those who would seek to harm him is another. In the instance, the mortality rate could be high. In a trio, with the two of them and himself, it could potentially place him at a disadvantage. Though he did not voice his concerns directly, the unspoken implication was clear to the astute minds present. Jiang Luo, not pleased, glared at Yin Huang. "What do you mean by that? Do you not trust us? I just spent a 5,000-point item to save you. How heartless." "Enough, Xiao Luo. The fact that you're even considering us is already commendable. Please refrain from further comments." Jiang Yi's demeanor was restrained, almost tinged with humility. Had they faced ostracism in the instance? The perceptions of those in the instance differed markedly from those in reality. Yin Huang deduced that only two types of individuals will be marginalized, the treacherous and the weak. In this survival of the fittest deadly game, weakness is the original sin. Yet, how weak could someone be if they managed to clear a novice instance and survive, while also opting for an E-level instance? Yin Huang felt compelled to remain vigilant. Nevertheless, owing to the life-saving grace, he maintained a favorable impression of the duo. At that moment, Jiang Yi suggested, "How about this? We can show you our panels. This is the most secure arrangement we can offer you." With that, Jiang Yi revealed his panel to Yin Huang. Chapter 36. Candidates for the Newcomer King. Player. Mentor. Jiang Yi. Talent. Eager to assist others, possessing the virtue of teaching. You shall have the ability to impart knowledge to others. Talent. Hidden information 1. Invisible to others. Talent. Hidden information 2. Invisible to others. Affiliation. Strength 2. Agility 1. 7. Intelligence 1. 5. Comprehensive evaluation. A kind-hearted individual in the dungeon, often aiding newcomers, yet frequently misjudged as having ulterior motives, leading to his ostracism. How pitiable. Jiang Yi's evaluation was rather amusing, resembling that of a great victim. Yet it was indeed true. Jiang Yi had essentially relinquished a part of his life by revealing his attributes. Upon entering the dungeon, his automatic live broadcast would vividly showcase his working style, allowing others to discern his thought process. Conversely, if one's attributes were concealed, no one could ascertain their true nature, rendering targeted strategies ineffective. However, revealing one's attributes meant exposing one's current data. Should this individual provoke other players or exhibit excessive flamboyance, once their data was revealed, it would inevitably invite retaliation from some. It could very well lead to death. The attributes, to a certain extent, conveyed a wealth of information. This explained why doctors would resort to drastic measures to protect their panels after being compelled to reveal them, even feigning amiability in friendships. To disclose one and oppose's attributes was akin to relinquishing half of one's life. Clearly, Jiang Yi was earnest in his intentions. Furthermore, the comprehensive evaluation indicated that Jiang Yi was indeed a good-natured person. Although the dungeon system could be rather irreverent, it had not resorted to deceit thus far, which lent credibility to Yin Huang's trust. At that moment, Jiang Yi glanced at Jiang Luo, acknowledging her reluctance. Jiang Luo, begrudgingly displayed her attributes, her cheeks flushing as she did so. Player, calculator, Jiang Luo, talent. As a prodigious elementary student, daily subjected to the adoration of countless admirers. Yet what could be done? After all, how could one not be exceptional at such a young age? You possess an innate affinity for electronic devices, or perhaps you are the ultimate computer. Talent, hidden information 1, invisible to others. Talent, hidden information 2, invisible to others. Affiliation, none. Strength, 1-5, agility 2, intelligence, 1-9. Comprehensive evaluation, candidate for the 99th Newcomer King competition, ultimately securing second place. What if attributes are average? As a prodigy, one is still remarkable. If only the sharp tongue could be tamed, it would be even better. A young student ought to behave. Huang couldn't help but chuckle at the title of prodigy elementary student. Jiang Luo immediately bristled. What are you laughing at? Be quiet. Huang, my apologies. I simply couldn't help myself. Jiang Luo clenched her teeth, looking adorably fierce. If you keep laughing, I'll make sure to knock your teeth out. Upon saying this, her foster father covered her mouth. Be polite. Jiang Luo fell silent, casting a disdainful glance at Huang. This exchange was light-hearted, and Huang felt considerably less cautious, revealing his attributes as well. After confirming their panels, Huang was left with a lingering question. Why did the doctor target him? He did not know him. He sensed that the doctor held a modest reputation within the dungeon and was rather flamboyant. Perhaps the two were aware of something. Jiang Luo, crunching her lollipop, grinned mischievously. Why did he target you? Naturally, it's because you pose a threat to the 100th Newcomer King. Newcomer King? Huang had encountered this term thrice now. First when he logged in, second on Jiang Luo and Oppo's S-panel, and now for the third time. Well, since you've asked sincerely, allow me, the second of the 99th session, to enlighten you. The dungeon conducts a Newcomer King evaluation every 3 months. Newcomers who exceed 3,000 points in a single dungeon during that session qualify as candidates for the Newcomer King. At the end of each session, candidates are assessed based on their top 3 performances, and the one with the highest overall evaluation becomes the Newcomer King. Each Newcomer King receives fixed rewards for the top 3, including an item, King's Gene, that enhances strength and agility, along with an E-grade item based on personal needs. Each session's Newcomer King represents a small era. As long as they do not fall, they are destined to excel within the dungeon. Thus, the results of each session's Newcomer King garner significant attention, making every Newcomer King highly coveted. The doctor is from your session, and he is a complete lunatic, receiving focused training from the dungeon's most formidable faction, Tarot. Hence, wanting to eliminate you, a candidate for the Newcomer King, is hardly unreasonable. After all, excluding the 3 protected individuals who joined Tarot or other factions, you are the only new contender still alive. Huang began to comprehend the situation. No wonder he received a notification upon logging in. Jiang Luo hopped down from the monkey bars, her petite frame appearing no older than 12 or 13, reaching only Huang's waist. With her hands on her hips and her twin ponytails swaying playfully, she looked exceptionally adorable. Jiang Luo. This person is so tall, I somewhat regret jumping down. However, she was still a child and would surely grow taller in time. If you have further questions, just direct them to my father. His talent enables you to understand the dungeon at an accelerated pace. My father's talent has assisted many. Yet a bunch of ingrates wasted a 5,000-point item I provided, and if they dare act ungrateful again, I will surely deal with them. Her fierce demeanor lacked any real menace, instead evoking a desire to tease her. It was evident she was a well-protected child, nurtured in an atmosphere of love. A charming girl who was spoiled yet not overbearing. Jiang Yi smiled bashfully at Huang. If you don't mind, what Xiao Luo said is indeed true. Huang, I appreciate it. Jiang Yi extended his hand, gently touching Huang's hair. In an instant, a torrent of knowledge flooded in. Huang absorbed a wealth of information regarding the dungeon, including how to conceal his attributes. He immediately hid his panel, expressing his gratitude to Jiang Yi. Thank you. Jiang Yi. It was a mere gesture. Having accomplished so much, all 3 were aware that their team was forming. Jiang Luo rubbed her hands together. All right, enough chatter. Let us head into the dungeon. The two adults exchanged resigned smiles and proceeded toward the dungeon's entrance. Along the way, Jiang Luo led the way, with the two adults following behind. Huang was busy organizing his thoughts when Jiang Yi suddenly leaned in and whispered to him, Mr. Yin, I have something to give you. Chapter 37, The Tag Society. Entering the instance, Huang paused momentarily, casting a puzzled glance at Jiang Yi. From his backpack, Jiang Yi produced a gem, stating, Take this. Huang instinctively grasped the gem, examining its attributes. Item: Tears of the Abandoned. Quality: F. Function: allows the player to exit the instance and return to the player lobby during the quest. Description: these tears are born from the remorse of the Forsaken, glimmering with a promise of power. When the tears shine, the strength of the Forsaken will be bestowed upon you, granting a singular opportunity to withdraw from the instance. However, life is known to offer but a singular path forward, devoid of retreat. The choice is yours alone, and upon forsaking, the right to enter this instance shall be forfeited forever. To have acquired such a treasure. You are quite remarkable. Would you care to perish? Source: none. Huang furrowed his brow slightly. Jiang Yi's tone softened. I am aware of your formidable strength. Thus I entrust this to you, so you may fully trust us. I request but one simple favor. Huang pursed his lips, acknowledging the gem's true value. It provided those ensnared in the web of fate a third option. Speak, he replied. Jiang Yi continued, Protect Xiao Luo. Huang responded. To him, this hardly constituted a request. After all, he did not perceive Jiang Luo as a mere child. At merely 12 years of age, she had risen to the position of second among the rookie champions. Her prowess was not to be underestimated, suggesting she might possess some secret weapon. Regardless, Jiang Luo's overall strength likely surpassed both Huang and Jiang Yi, making the task of protecting her less a demand and more the expression of a father and Appo's concern for his child. Very well, thank you. The trio soon arrived at the instance lobby, which was bustling with people. Jiang Luo instinctively took a step back, aligning herself with her father. Unsurprisingly, they drew attention. Initially, upon seeing Huang, the crowd was pleasantly surprised. The trickster was still alive. Surviving the doctor's attention was no small feat. His cunning was indeed formidable. However, their astonishment soon turned to skepticism as they noticed his association with Jiang Luo. The trickster? He is accompanying the instructor. Has the instructor returned to deceive the newcomers again? Ha ha ha. Most who have ventured with the instructor have perished. Surely no one believes the instructor to be a benevolent figure? The jesting remarks struck Yin like a cold splash of water, causing him to lower his head in silence. Meanwhile, Jiang Luo clenched her fists, her eyes ablaze with fury, her long hair obscuring her expression. This father-daughter duo felt like pariahs. Yet, they had grown accustomed to this state, fearing only whether the trickster might alter his intentions in such a moment. After all, the words of the crowd contained a kernel of truth. As they approached the instant selection area, someone tapped Huang on the shoulder from behind. Brother, if you're looking to do a team quest, I can take you along. Don't say I didn't warn you. Walking with this father-daughter pair is sure to bring misfortune. They thrive on deceiving those fresh from their first instance. Initially, they appear to be kind-hearted, but many have met their end due to their treachery. I nearly fell victim myself, were it not for a timely warning. Jiang Luo could not contain herself, raising her head defiantly to glare at the man. You heartless wretch. My father kindly shared his instant strategy to help you avoid pitfalls and even provided you with items. And this is how you repay him? The man scoffed. I merely recognized my folly. I was warning you of impending doom. At that moment, Jiang Luo's eyes narrowed, revealing a cascade of code within her beautiful, pure black irises, but she was interrupted. The interruption came from Huang, who maintained a gentle smile. He brushed aside the man's hand, asserting, each has their own aspirations. One ought to maintain a semblance of dignity. It is essential to have a line that one does not cross. His words conveyed his stance, leaving the man feeling ashamed. In an instant, the crowd turned their attention to the man, ridiculing him. A mere clown, attempting to leverage his connection to the trickster was truly laughable. The man, now thoroughly embarrassed, flushed crimson, pointing at Huang and exclaiming, "You'll regret not heeding my warning." With that, he departed, and the crowd chose not to intervene further. Jiang Luo nudged Huang with her elbow. "You're quite the gallant one. Rest assured, if I perish in this instance, I won't allow you to meet the same fate. I will ensure these ingrates see my father for who he truly is." She proclaimed this loudly, determined to defend her father's honor and dignity. Yan Yumidit, bending down to straighten Jiang Luo's small tie, patting her head gently. "All right, your Uncle Yin is here. Do refrain from being too unruly." Jiang Luo huffed in response. Huang chuckled to himself. "Uncle Yin, how amusing. Perhaps I should be called brother instead." Her expression turned dismissive as she rolled her eyes. "I'll call you little brother. In this instance, I've got your back." Huang, embodying a tranquil demeanor, chose not to argue further. "Very well, you got my back." Following this brief interlude, the trio proceeded to the instant selection platform, where they finalized their choices. A prompt appeared before them. Player Trickster, Huang, confirming team with Calculator, Jiang Luo, Instructor, Jiang Yi, to jointly enter the Instance Tag Society. Huang confirmed with a nod. In an instant, they were enveloped in a mesmerizing light. Loading instance. Instance, Tag Society, difficulty, E-, players, Trickster, Calculator, Instructor. Description. This is a society devoid of secrets, where every individual is implanted with a chip from birth, rendering one's life a live broadcast. Anyone who views your life for more than 30 minutes may label you publicly. The admired are exalted, while the wretched are cast into oblivion. Will you rise above, or be branded as a lost soul? Instance time limit, 5 days. Loading complete. Live broadcast commencing. Prologue to the instance. Walk your own path. Let others speak as they may. Dante. Chapter 38. The Tag Society. An intense awakening. A wave of dizziness and fatigue washed over Huang, leaving him feeling as though the world were spinning. Fortunately, he lay on a warm and comfortable bed. Otherwise, he might have tumbled out. Current number of viewers in the live broadcast, 17. Oh dear, the fraudster is actually tackling this instance. His identity appears to be that of a noble. Oh dear, this could be quite entertaining. A barrage of comments appeared, indicating that he had successfully entered the instance titled Tag Society. Suddenly, a ringing sound echoed in his mind. After a series of chimes, a dry voice pierced through the haze, sounding as if it emerged from a mouth devoid of moisture, merely propelled by the flow of breath. "Esteemed Mr. Yin, you have completed 9 hours of sleep. Please rise and prepare for your morning routine." Esteemed Mr. Yin, you have completed 9 hours of sleep. Please rise and prepare for your morning routine. Esteemed Mr. Yin, before the third call could reach his ears, he swiftly pressed a hand against the alarm. With his eyes still closed, Huang could only perceive a peculiar and revolting texture through touch. It was sticky and slippery, as if something had licked it. Huang suddenly opened his eyes. In that instant, he did not see an alarm clock, but rather a person. Before him knelt a figure at the edge of his bed, unmistakably human, yet her visage was a stark contrast. One half was breathtakingly beautiful, while the other appeared skinless, exposing her flesh and bones, stitched together with countless threads. Her long hair cascaded down her back, and she wore a classic black and white maid outfit, adorned with a smile that was both gracious and horrifying. The smile on her half-skinned face was particularly chilling, revealing her gums and connecting bone in an unsettling manner. This sight was provocative. Huang had never anticipated such a shocking encounter with a maid in this instance. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, his expression might have betrayed his shock. His understanding of this instance remained limited to the knowledge that everyone possessed a chip that allowed them to glimpse into others' lives. Beyond that, he was utterly ignorant. In the face of the unknown, prematurely revealing himself would be decidedly imprudent. "Mr. Yin, since you are awake, may I assist you with your morning routine?" Jiang Xiu inquired, her smile unwavering. Huang furrowed his brow slightly and responded with a noncommittal hum. The presence of a maid suggested that his identity in this instance was likely that of someone from a well-to-do background. Jiang Xiu maintained her standard smile. "I am more than happy to serve you." With that, She bent down. It was then that Huang noticed a virtual display above her head, showcasing a series of words along with a number. Tags, top 10 maids, versatile beauty, stiff, menacing. Tag score, 67 points. This must be the tagging system? Huang pondered. While his aesthetic sensibilities were not particularly refined, he did not consider himself entirely unorthodox. Did the term beauty refer to her entire face or merely to the half that was intact? As he contemplated, Jiang Xiu wrung out a face cloth and advanced toward him. He noticed the cloth was made from a particularly coarse material, tinged with crimson. As it neared, a metallic scent filled his nostrils, and he finally discerned the true nature of the cloth. It was made from the skin of a human, thickly coated in hair. In that moment, Huang felt a wave of nausea wash over him, threatening to erupt. Enough. You may leave. I wish to attend to my own grooming today. Oh dear, a precise misstep. This is hilarious. Did he really hit the nail on the head? Huang's heart raced as he contemplated what misstep he had just made. At that moment, Jiang Xiu paused, her eyes shifting to meet his, observing him intently. The smile that had graced her face vanished, replaced with an expression devoid of emotion. Being scrutinized by her stitched visage was unsettling, especially with her lack of any discernible expression. Jiang Xiu's lips parted. Mr. Yin, I believe you require my assistance. Her tone was peculiar, not at all reminiscent of servant, but rather akin to that of a collaborator, infused with an emotion that seemed out of place in her role. An atmosphere of tension enveloped them. Huang's mind raced. Finally, he looked down at her from his elevated position, disdain evident in his gaze. Are you questioning my decision? Do not make me repeat myself. If you do so, you shall know the consequences. Huang had gambled once more. He wagered that the maid was indeed a maid, and he was genuinely in a position of authority. The commands of those in power were not to be contested. As expected, the next moment, a look of embarrassment crossed Jiang Xiu's face. Very well, then I shall leave you to your own devices. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to call upon me. With that, she quickly rose and hastened toward the door, as if fearful that even a moment's delay might displease him. As expected of a fraudster, he navigated that easily. A mistake here could have cost him points. A perfect start ruined. As Huang observed the barrage of comments, he also noted that Jiang Xiu's tag score had dropped by 1 point to 66. The tag of top 10 made was also beginning to dissipate. A thought from the instant's description flashed through his mind. Your life is a live broadcast available for viewing. Anyone who watches your life for over 30 minutes has the right to assign visible tags to you. So this is how points are deducted? The shift in a maid's tags implied that her life was indeed being observed. But what of his own status as a high-ranking individual? Huang glanced at the mirror beside him, which appeared oddly out of place. The wooden frame encasing the mirror had a harsh, unnatural quality. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was not wood at all, but rather the bones of a beast coated in a layer of blood-like paint. The bizarre distortion of the frame resembled nothing he had ever seen in nature. It seemed meticulously crafted. The strange sensation he had felt when touching the alarm clock became clear. It was a mechanical vocalizer composed of a tongue and wind control device. He found the aesthetic somewhat unsettling. Shifting his gaze back to the mirror, he beheld his own gentle and refined visage, framed by delicate black-rimmed glasses. Above his head, he too bore tags and a score. Tags: elite among men, perfect artist, domineering. Tag score: 94. In the next moment, his tag score shifted. While the tags themselves remained unchanged, his score increased from 94 to 95. Gazing at his tags: elite among men, perfect artist, domineering, Huang deduced that the tag scores were not merely a reflection of each tag's individual value. After all, his tags had not changed, yet his score had risen. Thus, he concluded that these so-called tag scores were intrinsically linked to the tags, and the specific evaluation of these scores would require him to explore the live broadcasts of others' lives. He touched the nape of his neck, feeling a pronounced sense of foreignness. If he was not mistaken, it was the chip. Just as he contemplated using the chip to observe the live broadcasts of others' lives, a sudden commotion erupted outside, accompanied by familiar voices. Chapter 39. The Society of Labels. A first collaboration. Huang promptly leapt out of bed and exited his room. Upon opening the door, he was met with the sharp, indignant voice of a young girl. I have shown you ample respect by agreeing to clean that restroom. But now you demand that I kneel and polish your shoes? Do you believe I won't simply put an end to you right here? The girl, clad in a black and white made outfit reminiscent of her role, had her twin ponytails swaying gently behind her, gripping a disproportionately large blue-black sword that she pointed directly at Jiang Xiao. However, in the next moment, a peculiar smile appeared on Jiang Xiao's stitched face, accompanied by a chilling chuckle. A 32-point societal waste who defies orders might as well perish. Her demeanor towards Jiang Luo had shifted dramatically from the gentleness she had shown Yin Huang to an air of disdain from a superior to an inferior. Yin Huang focused intently, confirming that Jiang Luo indeed bore the 32-point label. As he collected his thoughts, Jiang Xiao's hand descended upon Jiang Luo's massive sword. Instantly, the weapon transformed into mere data blocks, vanishing before their eyes. Jiang Luo's expression turned to one of shock, clearly unprepared for the disappearance of her weapon. She realized the scenario was far from ordinary. Her gaze landed on Yin Huang, but at that moment, Jiang Xiao swiftly tightened her grip around Jiang Luo's neck. The young girl, shorter than most of her peers, was effortlessly lifted by Jiang Xiao with a slight exertion. Jiang Luo's feet dangled helplessly in the air as she struggled to breathe, gasping, "Yin Huang, aren't you going to help me?" Yin Huang found himself in a mix of amusement and disbelief. He then shifted his expression, addressing Jiang Xiao, "Release her." The veins on Jiang Xiao's temples throbbed. "Mr. Yin, this 32-point waste has disobeyed my command. This is my affair. Kindly refrain from meddling. Is the rule." A sinister smile played across her face, sending chills down the spine of anyone who looked upon her. She seemed convinced that Yin Huang posed no threat to her. What could it be? She had repeatedly emphasized the significance of label scores, openly declaring Jiang Luo to be a 32-point waste, while now uttering the word rule. Could there be a possibility that the 32 points and waste were mutually defining, and that which determined both were the labels? Yin Huang narrowed his eyes, slowly approaching Jiang Xiao with a gentle smile that beckoned intimacy. "I shall not impose upon your affairs." Jiang Xiao's malicious grin widened, satisfied with her outcome. Mr. Yan's ignorance had cost her a point, and the prospect of unsettling him brought her delight. After all, individuals like Mr. Yin, with their high scores, occupied the pinnacle of this society. With their elevated status came a palpable fear. They would hardly wish to squander time and energy on a 32-point waste. Indeed, every action of theirs was under scrutiny, with the identities of the observers shrouded in mystery. If he chose to rescue this waste, what would he stand to lose? Mr. Yin was undoubtedly more aware of the stakes than she was. Jiang Xiao believed she had firmly grasped this opportunity for vengeance. She tightened her grip, intent on choking Jiang Luo. With each passing moment, her excitement grew, the thrill of the act sending adrenaline coursing through her veins, her smile becoming disturbingly ecstatic. Hurry and die, hurry and die. Mr. Yin, look, I am utterly enamored by the sight of these wastes being suffocated. Listen to their final gasp of breath. Her words tumbled out in a rapid, frenzied manner. The duality of revenge and murder exhilarated her entire being. One hand clutched Jiang Luo, while the other stifled her own mouth, her fingers trembling with anticipation. Oh, is the calculator going to be so easily given up? Is she not planning to utilize her abilities? I initially thought the deceiver would hand over this father-daughter duo, but it seems he has already dealt with the calculator. Not saving her? It appears the deceiver has grasped the fundamental mechanics of the label society. I spent quite a sum to acquire this knowledge back in my day. Everyone anticipated that the deceiver would abandon Jiang Luo. Mr. Yin, look, she is on the verge of losing consciousness. Jiang Xiao's confidence soared. Yet at that moment, just as Jiang Xiao was about to extinguish Jiang Luo's life, a knife plunged in her neck without warning. Ugh! Her body weakened as blood surged chaotically, forcing her to release Jiang Luo, who collapsed to the ground. Though not yet unconscious, Jiang Luo's eyes glinted with cunning as she regarded Jiang Xiao, a sly smile playing on her lips. Jiang Xiao, in disbelief, turned her gaze towards Yin Huang, who still wore a serene smile, imbued with pity, gentleness, and a myriad of unnamable emotions. I shall not impose upon your affairs. but witnessing a 66-point waist defy me does vex my spirit. So I must ask you to remain silent." With that, Huang slowly raised his hand, resting it upon the hilt of the knife of domestic harmony. Swish! He drew the blade, blood splattering across his face. He casually wiped it away with the back of his hand. The once threatening Jiang Xion now lay lifeless on the ground, her stitched face forever unable to close its eyes. But that was of no consequence. Huang had always been a gentle and reasonable person. He would help her find rest. Covering her eyes with his hand, they gently shut, and with a half-exposed face. Huang picked up a nearby mop and draped it over her. "Rest well, and cease your noise, dear maid." Every movement he made was deliberate, yet the entire display sent shivers down the spines of the onlookers in the live stream, particularly as he exchanged a glance with Jiang Luo. Jiang Luo touched her injured neck with a soft hum. "Isn't my talent remarkable?" Huang did not hesitate to offer his praise. Indeed, one of the calculator's hidden talents is the ability to manifest data. That massive blue-black sword was a manifestation of data. What allowed him to ascertain that it was a talent rather than a tool was the moment he was compelled to act directly. In that instant, he heard Jiang Luo's voice echo in his mind, as if his consciousness had transformed into a data space, allowing them to communicate seamlessly. She cautioned him against direct action. The maid's audacity before her master hinted at an underlying cause. Thus, they resolved to stage a performance. This act would perfectly mask his intentions to save her, while simultaneously sending chills down the spines of the livestream audience. Chapter 40. The Society of Labels. The Rules, what the hell? I truly believed that the deceiver would allow the calculator to perish just like that. What a performance. Damn, I was utterly speechless. Even if the deceiver is absent, do you think the little pervert known as the calculator could so easily meet his end? Being the second among the rookies, he is certainly no ordinary contender. Watching the master stream is genuinely entertaining. One moment filled with tension, and the next a sigh of relief. Yet one cannot predict when that tension will return. At this moment, the number of viewers in the live stream had reached 379, an impressively captivating figure, albeit only in comparison to the F-level difficulty of Hatching City. The system's live stream promotion employs a highly intricate algorithm that tailors recommendations based on player performance scores and the current dungeon's difficulty level. Moreover, Huang and Jiang Luo had already gained a modicum of fame within the dungeon. They soon received a pop-up notification from the dungeon. Congratulations to both players for the stable enhancement of live stream data, now recommended to the E-level dungeon and AMP. Oppos, S high-level category 5, minor maneuvers. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. May our players continue to strive for stronger and fiercer recommendations. Huang exchanged glances with Jiang Luo. Immediately, Jiang Luo furrowed her brow and communicated with Huang in her mind, utilizing her talent. In this dungeon, our every action is not a secret, so I will keep my talent activated, and we shall communicate internally. Speaking excessively in reality may lead to errors. Jiang Luo's intellect remains astute despite her youth. After all, she was the second rookie champion in the previous round, with an intelligence score of 1.9, not to mention their recent cooperation. Jiang Luo proved to be formidable. However, she was still merely a child, and Huang regarded her with a tender gaze. "All right," Huang acquiesced, and Jiang Luo promptly continued. "I have a question. Why am I made in and oppos, the Society of Labels and oppos, while you are in high position? Is this targeted at me?" Huang smiled helplessly. Perhaps it was due to a lack of luck. He then received a glare from Jiang Luo. With her hands on her hips and clad in a maid outfit, she appeared especially endearing, radiating pride. Considering your willingness to cooperate, I won't quibble with you. However, I believe I have grasped the fundamental mechanics of this dungeon. Huang's expression turned serious, for he was certain that Jiang Luo possessed more information than he did. Although Jiang Luo's performance was indeed remarkable, he had a slight understanding of human micro-expressions. When Jiang Xiao destroyed Jiang Luo and Oppos' dark blue giant sword, the fleeting shock that crossed her face was unmistakable. As expected, Jiang Luo analyzed this issue with him. You must have noticed that the sword was a manifestation of my talent. However, in front of that stitched woman, my sword disintegrated. I suspect there is a clear rule within Indopos, the Society of Labels, Indopos. High scorers exert absolute dominance over low scorers, a pressure derived from the rules. The two spoke in unison. Jiang Luo, somewhat surprised, gazed at Yin Huang with increasing admiration. Well done. Thinking so quickly? Flattered by her praise, Yin Huang rubbed his nose. It Indopos. It's all right. After all, I have encountered a few minor issues prior to this. Though the stitched woman was one of the top 10 maids, her behavior deviated from the identity of a maid. Nonetheless, she largely adhered to his commands. Despite her evident desire to rebel, she ultimately acquiesced. That was fear, the fear of a low-ranking individual towards a high-ranking one. Considering the current events, it was difficult not to deduce this rule. However, if high-ranking individuals possess absolute power over lower-ranking ones, why did she threaten you with such delight when she attempted to kill me? Is that foolishness? Yin Huang pursed his lips, pondering this point. They could glean these settings from guides. Yet, would the dungeon allow players to navigate so easily? Wishes are not so easily fulfilled. Among the information provided by Jiang Yi, there exists a rule. To enhance players' gaming experience, their understanding of the core mechanics of the dungeon shall be obscured. Thus, consulting guides proves largely futile, unless one can persistently cultivate muscle memory, allowing instinctive reactions to take place. This notion may sound far-fetched, yet, within this dungeon, what isn't far-fetched? Yin Huang lowered his gaze, contemplating for a moment. I do have a method to ascertain whether high-ranking individuals possess absolute suppression over lower-ranking ones. Jiang Luo's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she stared at Yin Huang, blinking eagerly. What method? Tell me quickly. In the next moment, her excitement dissipated. Yin Huang spoke directly. Jiang Luo, grasp your broom tightly and diligently clean the room. It must be immaculate. If I find a corpse in here after 10 minutes, you will face the consequences. Jiang Luo, you. Before she could continue her retort, her expression suddenly changed. Status: command of the noble individual. Description: a command from a 95-point noble individual, Yin Huang, in the Society of Labels. As a lowly individual with a score of 32, please promptly fulfill Mr. Yin Huang's command. Or, a delightful surprise awaits you. Command content: clean the room, dispose of the corpse. Time limit: 10 minutes. Penalty for defiance: you will be finished, which essentially means death, courtesy of the dungeon's friendly reminder. Instantly, both their pupils constricted. This command had transformed directly into a status. A chill ran down their spines. This Society of Labels is not simple. Not simple at all. What could be confirmed is that higher label scores are undeniably better. Jiang Luo, gritting her teeth in anger, exclaimed, "Is this your solution? How ridiculous! Don't say such things again. This is bound to get her killed." At the moment she uttered these words, a new label suddenly appeared on her. Crude garbage. Her label score plummeted from 32 to 31. Jiang Luo, crude, you say? Who are you to judge me? Am I someone you can criticize? Upon finishing her sentence, she lost another point. The label crude garbage dimmed slightly. Yin Huang found it both amusing and exasperating, quickly covering her mouth. All right, let me assist you. As soon as he spoke, the label, domineering, also dimmed slightly. His score dropped to 94. Yin Huang. Jiang Luo, suppressing a laugh. Yin Huang, feeling helpless, gave Jiang Luo a light kick on the backside. Hurry up. Have I been too lenient with you? In her mind, Jiang Luo cursed Yin Huang. I gave you face, and you still dare to kick me? Then, it happened again. Yin Huang, what can you do about it? Jiang Luo. Yin Huang, you have only 9 minutes left. Don't die on me. Jiang Luo was infuriated by Yin Huang's words. Who is this person? Bullying others with power. Thus, the 12-year-old, standing at a height of 1.30 meters, reluctantly cast her unwilling gaze upon Jiang Xiu's corpse. Yin Huang pondered. Jiang Luo is so short. Will it not look quite comical for her to carry this corpse? A vivid image formed in his mind. In the next moment, he beheld that very scene. Chapter 41. The Society of Labels, a hierarchical system. Jiang Luo, standing at a mere height of 1.3 meters, effortlessly lifted the lifeless body from the ground with a single hand, her face contorted in disdain as she strode towards the door. For a girl with a staggering strength of 1.9, such weight was utterly trivial. Huang felt a twinge of disappointment, having not witnessed the scene he had anticipated. Yet he pondered why he could impose a status on Jiang Luo, but not on Jiang Xiao. Wait a moment. He and Jiang Luo, as players, possessed tags and tag points akin to the beings within the dungeon. Moreover, he could issue commands to Jiang Luo that surpassed his own capabilities. Thus, could they be classified as monsters within this realm? A sudden insight struck Huang, prompting him to summon Tang Xin's new book. As expected, he discovered an addition to its contents. Label Society, Netizens, Strength, 1.5, Agility, 1.5, Intelligence, 1.2, Talent, Evaluation, Command, Introduction. In this realm, there exists no legal restraint, only the scrutiny of countless individuals. It is a utopia of harmony, a hidden paradise where residents live without worry. As long as one is recognized as a good person by society, they shall enjoy wealth and prosperity. Conversely, those deemed unworthy will languish as the dregs of society. Is it truly erroneous to categorize individuals into hierarchies? However, are you merely a servant or a mere label? Evaluation. After 30 minutes of observation, netizens possess absolute evaluative authority over your life. 30 minutes should suffice to understand a person, would it not? Command. The virtuous shall reap all rewards, while the wicked grovel in the dust. Survival of the fittest prevails, and to maintain social order, it is advisable for the dregs to obey. Upon reading this introduction, Huang immediately grasped the source of his earlier confusion. They were indeed classified as monsters within this dungeon, which piqued his interest further. When Jiang Luo returned, she reconnected their minds, eager to voice her grievances. Yet, before she could speak, Huang preempted her. He relayed the details from Tang Xin's new book to Jiang Luo, whose expression shifted dramatically. Are you suggesting that the higher the tag points, the higher one's status in this society, and that individuals are classified into hierarchies based on their scores? The young girl was astute, quickly comprehending the implications. Huang's smile widened. If I am not mistaken, the classifications are divided into 3 tiers, 1 to 33, 34 to 66, and 67 to 99. My score is 95, while Jiang Xiao, with a score of 67, could not exert a status upon you, who possesses a score of 32. This clearly illustrates the point. Within the same tier, the lower must obey the higher. However, across tiers, compliance is enforced. This restriction is imposed by those in power to safeguard their privileges. Huang's analysis was astute, and Jiang Luo was filled with excitement. However, she noted that Jiang Xiao, with a score of 66, had still chosen to defy him, implying that she believed he would refrain from taking action against her. Why did she possess such certainty? Challenging the authority of the upper tiers requires immense courage, and the only thing that could threaten them was tag points. Jiang Xiao was confident that his intervention would diminish her tag points. In this society, no one would act against their own interests. Huang had contemplated whether the societal disdain for the lower tiers would incite public outrage against those who helped them. Yet, after rescuing Jiang Luo, he did not incur any penalties, thus shattering her preconceived notions. Or perhaps, she had never anticipated that he would conclude her fate in an unforeseen manner. Was it based on tags? No. The tags bore no correlation to the scores. It was their preconceived notions that shaped their understanding of this society devoid of legal constraints. The deeper Huang delved into this matter, the more exhilarated he became, surveying his surroundings with a smirk. Jiang Luo, have you noticed anything amiss in this room? Jiang Luo scrutinized her surroundings, observing candle holders crafted from animal bones and a floor stitched together from human skin adorned with intricate patterns. The room was opulent yet steeped in an eerie ambience, suffused with the stench of blood and death. This lavish environment was akin to a grotesque mausoleum, reeking of decay. Had she not known the owner of this house, she would have deemed them a complete pervert. Yet she did know its owner was a perfect artist with a tag score of 95. The term artist suddenly took on a chilling connotation. In that moment, Jiang Luo comprehended the essence of tag points. There was no objective criterion for judgment. All standards stemmed from. Before she could articulate her thoughts, a thunderous crash startled both her and Yin Huang, compelling them to gaze towards the door. The door remained shut, yet anguished cries pierced the air. "No! Please, don't hand me over to him. I beg you if this continues. I will die. I don't want to die. Mr. Liu, please, I swear I am not that kind of person. I have followed you for so long. Why don't you trust me? I have done nothing wrong. You can check my life records. I have never betrayed you." The desperation in her cries was palpable, as though she were pleading for her life in a grave. Then came a sharp crack, and the woman gasped before falling silent. A coarse voice filled with derision echoed. "A 21-point harlot dares to scream before me? You shameless wretch, driven by ambition. My refraining from sending you to the stake is the greatest mercy I can offer. Handing you over to Mr. Yin is your best outcome." The tone was jarring. Yet Yin Huang was certain that this perfect artist was on the verge of receiving a distinguished guest, one whose temperament seemed rather foul. Jiang Luo cast a glance at Yin Huang, observing his immobility, and she too remained still. The livestream chat erupted with excitement. "Oh my, it's happening. The riveting plot of the Noble S arrival is about to unfold. I wonder if our deceiver can withstand the beauty of such a scene. If not, it will certainly be entertaining, ready to capture screenshots at any moment. It has been ages since I witnessed such a spectacle." With a resounding crash, the door, adorned with countless carved faces of anguish, shattered, and a woman was unceremoniously thrown into the room. She was entirely naked, her abdomen swollen, her flesh marred and torn, leaving her in a grotesque state. The sight was utterly harrowing. Chapter 42. The Society of Labels. The innate malice of humanity. A woman cradled her belly, blood incessantly seeping from her lower body, staining the smooth floor with a pool of viscous scarlet. Her hair was disheveled, and her expression was one of utter despair. She cried out in anguish, her voice hoarse. My child, ah!" Her wailing pierced the air, a heart-wrenching sound. The decaying flesh scraped against the ground, indistinguishable from the blood that surrounded it. A shadow crept into the room, illuminated by the light outside, falling upon the woman. Her pupils dilated in terror as she clutched her belly, shaking her head repeatedly. "Don't come closer. My child is gone. I have not betrayed you. I truly have not. I'm not a harlot. I am not. After all this time together, why won't you trust me? Is it merely because of that damned label? Is those scoundrels who slander me? I have done nothing to wrong you. Spare me. Do you truly intend to condemn me for a mere label? Are you even human? Are you human?" In her hysteria, the labels atop her head were grotesque. Labels: harlot, wretch, bitch, resource-producing woman. Label points, 21 points. The profound insults directed at women were emblazoned upon her. As she pleaded for mercy, the shadow showed no intention of relenting, instead deriving pleasure from her plight. "Spare you? You parasite of society, you degenerate. How could the countless individuals in this society accept your existence? Therefore, I shall rid the world of your kind. Besides, who knows whose spawn that wretched child is? If it perished, so be it. I shall not allow such a bastard to exist as my son. Let its death serve as entertainment for my friends." The man finally stepped into the room, revealing his true visage. He was a corpulent and lecherous figure, balding on top, with a mocking grin plastered across his face, as if he were performing a grand act of virtue. Labels: man of justice, noble and righteous. Promoter of positive energy. Label points, 91 points. At that moment, his label points continued to ascend. Those three glaring labels appeared to be illuminated by the countless unseen netizens who relish such performances. How thrilling, how justified, how uplifting. The spectacle of a noble being cast down to commoner was universally appealing. While they could pass judgment in their mundane lives, they needed the opportunity to do so. Otherwise, how could baseless evaluations be recognized by the great deity? Thus, they awaited a chance, a moment to drag someone into the abyss. Should any high-scoring individual falter, they would zealously offer the most malicious critiques, ruthlessly suppressing any chance of resistance. After all, only by stepping on others' backs can they showcase their own greatness. 92 points. 93 points. 94 points. The rapid ascent of label points was terrifying, further broadening the man's grin. He bowed politely in all directions, aware that every action of his was under the scrutiny of countless eyes. This was his opportunity to ascend to greatness. After countless nights of yearning, he finally had a chance to soar, even if it meant stepping over his wife's corpse. Thank you for your unwavering support, dear netizens. I, Lu Zhang, will not let you down. I shall impose the death penalty on this wretched harlot. But after all, we were once a couple, so I shall not be entirely heartless. I will let my neighbor, Mr. Yin, design the most fitting conclusion for such a wretched being. He chuckled ominously, his gaze fixating on Yin Huang. Mr. Yin, allow me to appreciate your artistic sensibilities. Each word dripped with anticipation. It was less about the art and more about expecting Yin Huang to disappoint and then to fall from grace. Yin Huang regarded the man before him, while Jiang Luo instinctively moved closer behind him. Yin Huang, it seems that holding a high position is not without its troubles. Trouble comes swiftly. Such trouble, indeed rather troublesome. But if you cannot resolve it, I can assist you. Of course, I am not helping you. I am merely aiding that poor woman. Yin Huang, good luck. He, what will you do? In her heart, she relished the misfortune, but without malice. She merely wished to see what choice Yin Huang would make. If he could not resolve it, then she would assist him. A plan had already begun to form in her mind. This unforeseen incident was unexpected by all. It was precisely this incident that solidified Yin Huang and Jiang Luo as conviction. This society cannot be measured by the rules of their own lives. For this society is devoid of legal constraints, lacking a moral baseline. In such circumstances, the innate malice of human nature is magnified infinitely. The so-called labels at their core are merely human evaluations. Where there are humans, a devil lurks within. Greed runs rampant, desires unleashed. They cast watchful eyes from unseen corners, concealed in shadows, unburdened by responsibility. Thus, they fear nothing, following their wicked inclinations, deriving pleasure from the suffering of others. They judge a person's life based on a mere 30 minutes of superficial observation, applying degrading labels that negate an entire existence. As for the woman's claim that one could examine her life records, who cares about the truth? You are merely a source of entertainment. This is the essence of humanity's innate malice. Reflecting on this, a cryptic smile formed on Yin Huang's face. A surge of label points was rapidly approaching to surpass those of his neighbor. Could this intention be sincere? In a society where malice is magnified, one must always anticipate the worst outcomes, for that is the most accurate trajectory in this world. At this moment, he faced two choices. 1. To preserve his self-interest by denying his morals, deceiving himself into believing that the values expressed in the narrative do not connect with reality, and to fashion the woman into an artistic piece for Lu Zhang. The second, to steadfastly uphold his morals and values, refusing to wade into the currents for the woman's innocence, thereby inciting the ire of the spectators and earning a new degrading label in his life as broadcast, becoming the next fallen individual. Such a binary choice is indeed a perplexing dilemma. The label of netizen is surprisingly apartment. Yin Huang's lips curled into a slow smile. He remained the epitome of a gallant gentleman, bowing gracefully to Lu Zhang before him. Yin Huang, at your service, my esteemed guest. Author S. Note. 90,000 words down, 2,000 to go, just 8,000 more until the debut recommendation. I sincerely hope everyone will actively encourage updates and share their thoughts. To claim indifference to data would be a lie, for this genre is quite niche in the market, and I fear that a lackluster debut may lead me to question my writing, resulting in anxiety. I do possess a fragile heart. Nevertheless, I appreciate your support thus far. Chapter 43. The Society of Labels. A feast of shared appreciation. The audacity of the deceiver to acquiesce so readily to Lu Zhang's request is almost laughable. Wasn't he just lecturing others about maintaining a modicum of integrity before entering this realm? How could he now display such a lack of principles, especially towards a woman who is a victim of abuse? As a fan of the hatching capital, I advise against jumping to conclusions too hastily. The title of deceiver is not to be taken lightly. Premature judgments can lead to one's downfall. Conversely, waiting too long to form an opinion can also result in unexpected repercussions. When dealing with a deceiver, silence is often the wisest course of action. If this were any other scenario, there might be alternative paths available to him. However, within the confines of the society of labels, under the watchful eyes of numerous netizens, he has no opportunity for reprieve. At that moment, Zhang Luo felt a sense of surprise. Yet, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, instead embodying her current role as a maid flawlessly. With a charming smile, she stood behind Yin Huang, inquiring, "Mr. Yin, shall I assist you with this creation? If so, please allow me to prepare some gloves." Upon receiving his affirmation, Zhang Luo gracefully retreated to procure a pair of gloves from the marketplace, spinning about for a moment. Meanwhile, Yin Huang expended all his points to acquire an item that remained concealed within his inventory. Shortly, Zhang Luo returned, presenting the gloves to Yin Huang. "Here you are, Mr. Yin." He acknowledged her with a nod, affectionately ruffling her hair. "Just observe closely from here on." She nodded in compliance, and their synchronized actions seemed to signal their intent to thoroughly satisfy Lu Zhang's evident desires. Yin Huang turned to Lu Zhang, addressing him with utmost respect. "Esteemed guest, do you have any specific requests regarding the artwork? While art is indeed invaluable, its ultimate purpose is to serve humanity." His demeanor was impeccable, devoid of any flaws, causing Lu Zhang's sinister grin to deepen. At this moment, Lu Zhang's label score soared to 95, granting him equal standing and power alongside Yin Huang. He had long coveted the possessions of his affluent neighbor, his home, his wealth, his creations, everything. Previously, Lu Zhang had scored slightly lower than Yin Huang, relegating him to a position of subservience. Now, with equal footing and soon to surpass Yin Huang, there was no need for pretense. "Mr. Yin, I implore you to administer proper punishment to this wayward woman and the offspring within her, whose blood is tainted by an unknown wretch. Should you fail to present me with a satisfactory outcome, the audience will undoubtedly be displeased." Greed and arrogance shimmered in his eyes, as if he no longer perceived Yin Huang as a threat. Yin Huang's gaze shifted to the woman, who was in a state of distress. Trembling on the ground as she pleaded, "Please, Mr. Yin, spare me. I am innocent. It was that man who I am wronged." She reached for the chip embedded in her neck, activating a stunning virtual projection that displayed her in opulent attire, elegantly holding a glass containing a meager portion of sedative, exuding an air of unassailable beauty. Despite her pronounced pregnancy, her allure remained intact, rendering the bloodied figure before them unrecognizable as her. It was unfathomable to imagine the horrors she had endured to descend to such depths in such a brief span. Suddenly, a man appeared in the room, startling the woman. However, due to his slightly higher score, she dared not express her discomfort. Just then, a piercing scream shattered the silence, followed by a crackling surge of electricity. The image abruptly cut off. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that an enraged Lu Zhang had violently yanked the chip from the woman's neck, blood and flesh tearing away with it. The gruesome scene left Yin Huang and Zhang Luo feeling queasy, yet they understood that they had no choice but to witness the unfolding events. Lu Zhang's eyes glinted with malice as he spat, "Wretched woman, even in your final moments, you dare to deny your guilt. Betraying me is your original sin, and you shall not escape retribution." The atmosphere between Yin Huang and Zhang Luo cooled visibly, their expressions hardening. Deprived of her chip, the woman lay gasping, her parched throat emitting faint, pitiful sounds. Tears mingled with blood streamed down her face as she stared blankly at the ceiling, utterly defeated. Lu Zhang reveled in his triumph, wearing a smile as he turned to Yin Huang. His label score had shifted, now reading, "Label, champion of justice, noble and righteous, heartbreaking artist with a score 96, surpassing Yin Huang by a single point. This performance had elevated him by 5 points, a mere spectacle in his eyes, orchestrated for the unseen audience, those who lingered in the shadows, waiting in anticipation. "Yin Huang, it is time for you to showcase your true self. Do not disappoint me," he commanded, transitioning from respect to equality and now to outright authority, all contingent on his rising score. Yin Huang was prepared. Indeed, my esteemed guest. My creations have never failed to impress, including this one. Yet Lu Zhang remained skeptical. For this time, he had managed to elevate the audience's emotions to a crescendo, raising their threshold for approval. He was certain that Yin Huang and Appo's title of perfect artist would soon transform into failure. Mr. Yin, please. Lu Zhang maintained his theatrical demeanor, grandly gesturing towards the woman, whose hope for survival had been extinguished. In full view of the audience, Yin Huang approached the woman with deliberate calm. She cast a despondent glance in his direction, her eyes reflecting despair as if she were facing an arid wasteland. To her, it felt as though she had plummeted from paradise to perdition, losing everything, including her child, not due to her own failings, but because of the netizens' distorted narratives. Though she could not articulate her thoughts, Yin Huang perceived the complexity of her emotions through her gaze, a plea for death, intertwined with a desire for mercy. She was caught in a web of contradictions, teetering on the brink of existence, harboring unfinished regrets. Presently, all Yin Huang could offer her was a singular gift. He adjusted the fit of the gloves, his expression brimming with excitement and anticipation. Dearest lady, allow me, Yin Huang, to present you with the final feast of your life. I shall unveil to all the most exquisite work of art this world has ever seen. Let us revel in this shared celebration. Chapter 44. The Society of Labels, Cannibalism at this moment. Yin Huang resembled a complete madman, as if he had fully conformed to the rules of this world, earnestly embodying the label that others had bestowed upon him. The perfect artist. He squatted before the woman, his gloved hands mysteriously penetrating her bloodied flesh, pressing on her abdomen while humming a cheerful melody, crafting a bizarre scene of midwifery. This sight left Jiang Luo momentarily blinded, her small face drained of color. Although well-versed in the world, she was merely a 12-year-old girl, and encountering such a spectacle was both nauseating and painful. She wished fervently to summon a blade and eliminate that wretched Lu Zhang with a single strike. Yet, this society was governed by forces beyond her control. She was acting with countless eyes watching. She could not even fathom how many gazes were upon her. But she was aware of one truth. Should even a single eye notice her rebellious actions, the consequences would extend far beyond the woman before her. To defy one person requires merely the strength to subdue them. However, to defy an error necessitates the power to change the world. How immense such power must be. No one knows. Jiang Luo dared not take risks, and neither did Yin Huang. Thus, they were compelled to violate their own morals, becoming accomplices to the beast. They could not even afford to blink. In the moment of relishing the era and Appo's grand feast, no voice of rebellion was permitted to emerge. The live broadcast room was in complete chaos. A deluge of comments flooded in. Were those who just said they would be slapped in the face by the fraudster. Look at what he is doing now. He is merely a novice, no matter how skilled. Can he really make his mark in this society of labels? The fraudster assisting in the birth of a dead baby. How utterly laughable. This scene has been captured. Even if the fraudster perishes in this instance, this image will be remembered forever. How disgusting. How can such a person dare to tell others to maintain their principles? Is this his principle? Hardly. I thought he would risk his life for his principles. But in the end, he is just despicable, standing atop a moral high ground to judge others. From now on, don't call him a fraudster. Call him a midwife instead. This was a colossal joke. An avalanche of negative reviews descended without warning. They fancied themselves the arbiters of morality, presuming to judge a person based on mere fragments of information, branding it as wickedness. It was a grand spectacle. Humanity harbors an innate curiosity for the bizarre and grotesque. Even when aware that such imagery may sicken them, they are irresistibly drawn to witness it. Furthermore, they revel in the downfall of those who surpass them, eager to trample them into the dust, ensuring they never rise again. They never perceive any wrongdoing in this. Malicious words surged like a tidal wave. The number of viewers in the live broadcast room continued to swell. As Yin Huang assisted in the delivery of a stillborn, the vile language multiplied exponentially. Many did not see anything wrong in Yin Huang's actions, believing they would have acted similarly. Yet to avoid exclusion in this era, one must simply follow the trend and cast others aside. This is the tragedy of the times, the malevolence of humanity. At this moment, the live broadcast room's audience reached a staggering 39,947. This figure shattered Yin Huang's previous record for the highest concurrent viewers in the city of incubation. Congratulations, player, for achieving the milestone of 40,000 simultaneous viewers. Reward: 4,000 points. Congratulations, player, for significantly enhancing the quality of your live broadcast. Now recommended to E-level instance. Absurd comedy, extreme vulgarity, hee. Quite a commendable recommendation, indeed. If one cannot garner attention through skill, then let them resort to unscrupulous methods. This recommendation promises immense exposure. Please continue your efforts. However, how many viewers can truly be retained through such sensationalism? Even the instance mocked Yin Huang at this moment. Zhang Luo observed it all, barely daring to breathe, her face pale with fright, beads of nervous sweat forming. The barrage of comments nearly sent her blood into reverse. What did these people understand? What nonsense were they spouting? They clearly knew nothing. Yet each believed themselves to be all-knowing. She felt a surge of anger, repression, even injustice. She gritted her teeth, on the verge of breaking down. Despite her intelligence and prowess, she remained a mere 12-year-old child, at an age where innocence and recklessness should prevail. At this moment, a bloodied hand, smeared with viscous crimson, covered her line of sight. The man's voice was languidly gentle. "Shh, don't look. It will all be over soon." His words seemed to possess a mystical power, bestowing upon her an unexpected sense of security, calming her restless heart. When she dared to glance again, she discovered that Yin Huang's hands cradled a lifeless infant. If one could deem it an infant at merely the size of half a palm, it was a pitiful little being, lying quietly in the palm of his hand. It had only months to go before it could open its eyes to see the world. Yet, cruel kin had deprived it of the right to exist, its very progenitor being its father. Its birth was destined to be tragic. Yin Huang naturally lowered his head, burying his face in his palm. He seemed to murmur something, softly uttering fragmented words. Yet they were inaudible. In the end, however, all could witness Yin Huang, as the perfect artist, gently kissed the tragic child. The dying woman on the ground summoned every ounce of strength to catch a glimpse of her unfortunate offspring. Her tears flowed ever faster, her hoarse voice pleading, "Let me see my child." But now, who would grant a request to a sinner? Yin Huang would not. With a serene smile, he presented the stillborn to Lu Zhang, his hands cradling the lifeless form, slowly revealing it. Bending slightly at the knees, he evoked a sense of satisfaction in Lu Zhang. Disarming him of all defenses, Lu Zhang gazed at the small creature, its wrinkled form utterly repugnant. A complex loathing stirred within him. The child bore an uncanny resemblance to him. But this was not the time for such reflections. Yin Huang, is this your art? So simple, so rudimentary, utterly devoid of intrigue. Yin Huang remained unperturbed, embracing the humility of his current position. My work remains in its final 2 stages before completion. However, the next phase still requires your assistance, Mr. Lu Zhang. Curiosity piqued Lu Zhang, for in his eyes, Yin Huang no longer posed a threat, unable to stir any storm. Thus, he relished the submissive attitude of one who had once stood above him. "Oh, what stage? Let me contemplate." Yin Huang lifted his head, his smile fully blossoming, radiant and clear, akin to a luminous painting. The next phase of this artistic endeavor was cannibalism. Chapter 45. The Society of Labels. Child devourer. The moment Yin Huang spoke, it left everyone astounded. What the hell? Is this kid really playing such a twisted game? Wow, I truly did not see this coming. So the fraudster has been waiting for this moment all along? He certainly has remarkable patience. But with Lu Zhang's label score so high, he surely won't follow through. To consume his own child, especially such a small lifeless form, is utterly revolting. Regardless of how high his score is, it is precisely that which compels him to act. The atmosphere has escalated to this point. If he refrains from acting, he will plummet. The fraudster has truly mastered the rules of the label society. He found himself constrained by the oppressive rules of this label society, yet simultaneously wielding them to exert his own control. Those who survive in this era are not merely conformists, but rather those who can manipulate the framework of their time. Lu Zhang gazed at the bloodied mass in Yin Huang's hand, barely discernible as a human form. Even for someone as deranged as he, a wave of nausea surged within him. Instinctively, he felt a surge of anger rising, yet a chill crept down his spine. A multitude of eyes seemed to bore into his back, their expressions ominous and expectant, as though ready to pierce him like a dagger. His complexion shifted abruptly, cold sweat beading on his forehead and back, soaking his blood-stained garments, which clung tightly to his body. He gritted his teeth, his eyes ablaze with resentment. In his line of sight stood Yin Huang in front, with Jiang Luo behind. Both bore expressions of respect, yet their subtly bowed heads hinted at an unsettling amusement, as if everything had been meticulously orchestrated to ensnare him in this trap. What would happen if he refused to leap into it? The outcome would mirror that of the deceased woman before him. You have truly outdone yourselves by daring to scheme against me. But what does it matter? Clearly, it serves no purpose. You have merely provoked my ire. Provoked me, and you shall pay dearly. Yin Huang could sense the murderous intent emanating from Lu Zhang, as if he wished to grind him into pulp. Yet, he remained unperturbed, maintaining an air of poise as he brought the lifeless form closer to Lu Zhang's mouth. Mr. Lu, please indulge yourself. Half of his face shrouded in shadow. His glasses glinted with a cunning gleam. Lu Zhang, with a cold gaze, let out a grunt, his plump fingers inching toward the corpse, suppressing the tumultuous emotions roiling within. Mr. Yin, I am exceedingly pleased with your creation. Thus, I shall be most cooperative. After all, such an opportunity may not present itself again. Following this macabre performance, he would personally orchestrate a slaughter that would captivate the masses, a spectacle of his own design. With those words, a crimson glow flickered in his eyes. The surrounding atmosphere thickened with tension. He grasped the fragile, undeveloped waist of the lifeless body, lifting it delicately, blood trickling steadily down. What a wretched child! I shall terminate its sinful existence. Thank you, Mr. Yin, for allowing me this moment of indulgence. He arched his neck, the layers of flesh cascading over his rounded chin. Under Yin Huang's gaze, amidst Jiang Luo's chilling laughter, and under the scrutiny of countless hidden eyes, he released the flesh into his mouth. Gulp. He did not chew, but force himself to swallow whole. In that instant, the air around them seemed to freeze. The onlookers held their breath, save for Jiang Luo, who approached with a glass of water. Mr. Lu, please have some water. Lu Zhang cast a nonchalant glance at Jiang Luo. She was astute. With a sweet smile, Jiang Luo replied, when dealing with someone like Mr. Lu, one must always maintain the best demeanor and the brightest smile. Lu Zhang, satisfied, ruffled Jiang Luo's hair. Very well. You shall accompany me from now on. Having spoken, his gaze shifted back to Yin Huang, a glint of hatred and excitement in his eyes. How many creations has Mr. Yin produced in his lifetime? He inquired amiably. Yin Huang remained unfazed, too many to count. Lu Zhang stepped closer, his bloodied hand rising to grasp Yin Huang's neck. Instantly, his labels fluctuated once more. Labels: just man, righteous and noble, tragic artist. Child eater, label score: 97 points. In the blink of an eye, it soared to 98 points. His heart raced with exhilaration. Was he nearing a perfect score? Would he become one of the 100% recognized by the divine? The excitement in Lu Zhang's eyes intensified, solidifying his resolve to eliminate Yin Huang. An exaggerated and frenzied grin spread across his grotesque face. Has Mr. Yin ever considered how to design his own demise? Yin Huang's gaze remained gentle as he fixed his eyes on Lu Zhang, closing them to conceal a smile. Not at all. I haven't even considered my own death. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Zhang tightened his grip, intent on snapping Yin Huang's neck. That's fine. I shall arrange your death, Mr. Yin. Let me stand atop your lifeless body to complete my final performance and achieve 100%, allowing me to express my gratitude to you as I meet the great deity. He madly intensified his grip, causing Yin Huang's complexion to shift dramatically. Yet at that moment, Huang slowly opened his eyes, gazing at Lu Zhang with a mocking expression, as if observing a corpse. What nonsense! What nonsense! I am now a being of 98 points. How dare he regard him with such disdain? You seek death. This provoked Lu Zhang's already frayed nerves, compelling him to exert maximum force to crush Huang's neck. But before his body could react, Huang placed both hands on Lu Zhang's wrists, gradually pulling away. Lu Zhang, taken aback, erupted in fury. You insolent rat! Do you dare defy me? Do you have any idea what you are doing? All resistance was futile. He could not kill him, nor could he even lay a hand on him. You, a failed low scorer. Huang's label score began to plummet, adding a new label, rebel. Yet Huang remained undaunted. He leaned forward, his smile inching closer to Lu Zhang, invading his entire field of vision. Esteemed guest, I am fully aware of my actions. But have I not mentioned there are 2 final segments remaining? Mr. Lu, my work is not yet complete, and I hope you will continue to cooperate. However, cooperation is no longer necessary, as the final segment has arrived. To kill you? No. I merely wish for you to witness the final act I have prepared for you. As Huang's words fell, Lu Zhang's expression shifted multiple times in an instant. A wave of excruciating pain surged through his abdomen, robbing him of all composure, causing him to clutch his stomach. Something was churning his insides. Something was tearing through his skin. He collapsed to the ground, frantically pounding his belly in a state of utter disarray. Yet, aside from merely amplifying the agony, it serves no purpose whatsoever. No. No. It is impossible. What have you done? What exactly have you done? At this moment, Huang and Zhang Luo stepped forward together. The light streaming from outside elongated their shadows infinitely, enveloping Lu Zhang's corporeal form. Huang adjusted his glasses, adorned with a frail and gentle smile, as he meticulously arranged his gloves. Zhang Luo, on the other hand, slowly bent forward, her face marked with the crimson handprint left by Lu Zhang, displaying her derision without reservation. Mr. Lu, I forgot to mention that maintaining the most pleasant smile for someone like you refers to mockery of a fool. A tiger does not consume its own cubs. Those who do will inevitably be devoured by them. As Huang's words fell, a sudden sound pierced the air. A pair of small hands, sharp as the most exquisite double-edged blade, tore through Lu Zhang's abdomen, blossoming forth a vivid spray of crimson. The cries of an infant erupted, awakening all sounds. Chapter 46. The Labeled Society, 30 Seconds of Unfettered Life. Ah, the wailing of an infant is so resounding, so sorrowful. Despite reaching this developmental stage where cries should not exist, miracles occasionally emerge, stirring the hearts of some. The child, stained with the blood of his enemies, measures no more than half the size of an adult hand. With many parts of him not even properly formed, forever trapped in this cruel state of being, the world around him feels so cold. Yet, that cry possesses an almost magical quality. It causes the woman lying on the ground, nearly devoid of strength, to tremble violently. She can scarcely believe she is hearing the infant's cries. Though she is too weak to move, merely the shifting of her eyes reveals the small figure before her, enough to cause her pupils to quiver. This is her child. The child crawls out from the corpse of Lu Zhang, instinctively drawn to the warmth that has remained unchanged for months. With loud cries, he uses both hands and feet to make his way to his mother, leaving a trail of blood upon the floor. In this society where one is tagged and implanted with a chip upon birth, his unexpected arrival grants him the strength to crawl towards his haven, disregarding the judgments of others. His hands touch his mother, slowly climbing up into her warm embrace. Tears cascade from the woman's eyes as she summons her last ounce of strength, trembling lips forming her final words, her gaze fixed upon her child. Thank you. Thank you for your birth. Thank you for ending my resentment. How I wish you could continue like this, without a chip, unshackled from the control of others. And with that final expression of gratitude, she exhausts her last breath, slipping into eternal silence. The child in her arms gradually drifts into slumber, resting soundly in his warm cradle, the scene serene as a painting. After the child falls asleep, a minuscule worm crawls out from his mouth. In that moment of separation from the body, it too perishes. Item: life-reviving curse, quality F, function, brief resurrection. Description: it drains cellular vitality to resurrect, allowing the last 30 seconds of life to flourish. Perhaps we all have regrets yet unfulfilled. The unfettered 30 seconds of life is sufficient for one final adventure. Congratulations on your victory, little Victor. Huang sighed, exchanging a glance with Jiang Luo. Thank you for the gloves. He removed them. Item: disposable spatial gloves, quality F, function, allows the relocation of objects within 5 meters, usable once. Description: a counterfeit version of spatial gloves. Inferior products can sometimes prove particularly useful. However, relying on pirated goods is not a commendable habit. If you possess the skill, try obtaining the original. Jiang Luo huffed in a teasing manner. Mr. Yin, I know exactly what you and Amp, Oppos, re-up to. From the moment Huang devised this scheme, she had resolved to stay closely aligned with him. If misfortune befell Huang, her own survival in this labeled society would be even more precarious. Thus, she would maintain utmost synergy with him, ensuring the plan was executed flawlessly. Undoubtedly, this maneuver captivated all, eliciting astonished reactions. What the hell? This actually works. The life-reviving curse can be used this way? Did Huang just kiss that child to plant the curse? But that child was already dead. Yes, dead. But the cells were not entirely lifeless. The curse drains cellular vitality. One could say the child harbored a desire for vengeance of his own. Wow, this is incredible. The fraudster really knows how to play this game, executing it flawlessly. I'm in awe. This operation is, wow. Where are those who mock the midwife? Keyboard warriors, come forth and witness this masterful execution. Current live audience, 113. Congratulations. The player's livestream quality has significantly improved, now recommended to E-level dungeons. Truly impressive. The flow of recommendations is substantial. We hope the streamer maintains this momentum. Through dungeon detection, the player, the fraudster, exhibits exceptional combat awareness and judgment, resulting in high livestream quality, additionally recommended to the homepage's secondary level. It's a reversal moment. Duration, 1 minute. Congratulations on achieving the milestone of 50,000 viewers online, earning 5,000 points. You are the star of tomorrow. A flurry of dungeon notifications appeared. Even Jiang Luo and Oppos' heart raced with excitement. This was her first experience of such grandeur. She had managed to accompany Huang onto the homepage and Oppos' secondary level for the reversal moment. This was on par with the exciting moment, both being categorized as highlights in the dungeon compilations, a symbol of prestige. Jiang Luo realized that her previous analysis of the fraudster had been narrow in scope, especially given their successful collaboration this time. At this moment, both their label scores surged. Huang, who had previously dropped to 82 points due to the Rebel label, now soared back to an extreme height of 99 points, just one shy of breaking the 100. His labels read: Label: Sinful Judge, Pinnacle Artist, Elite Among Men. Jiang Luo's gains were equally significant. Label: Adorable, Sharp-Tongued, Lowly, Perfect Assistant. Heart-Piercing Mockery. Label points: 76. She had forcibly elevated herself to the status of a 9th-tier netizen. Without a doubt, their performance was met with widespread acclaim. At this moment, Jiang Luo suddenly noticed something. She quickly used her talent to communicate with Huang mentally. Huang, look at that woman. Is she still alive? Huang glanced curiously at the woman lying on the ground. She showed no signs of breathing. Undoubtedly, she was beyond dead. Yet her bloodshot eyes remained open, vacant and haunting, creating an eerie atmosphere. Observant, Huang discerned a detail. He smiled bitterly. No, she is utterly deceased. She merely cannot close her eyes in death. Jiang Luo blinked in confusion. Cannot close her eyes in death? But she has avenged herself, hasn't she? Huang pursed his lips, slowly following the direction in which the woman's last gaze had lingered. He picked up the chip that Lu Zhang had brutally extracted from her neck. A sardonic smile flickered in Huang's eyes. Innocence remains unproven. Who dares close their eyes in death? Let me. Be the good person to the end. Huang waved his finger, activating the chip. Little did he expect that this act of goodwill would yield unforeseen rewards. Author's note, ahem, as promised, today marks my debut. The serialization has now reached 100,000 words, and I am satisfied with the content thus far. I will continue to strive to produce better work and refine my creations. However, as an author, I naturally hope for my book to be seen by more people. So data is crucial. On the inaugural day of my debut, I sincerely hope everyone can actively encourage updates and generously leave 5-star reviews. Additionally, if it aligns with your financial capacity, any tokens of appreciation would be warmly welcomed, whether it be free update videos or heartfelt contributions. However, please know that there is no obligation to donate. Your support is cherished regardless. Lastly, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to everyone for their unwavering support along this journey. Chapter 47. The Society of Labels. The realm of the divine, as the illuminated screen unveiled the tapestry of life before the onlookers. The sorrowful truth pierced through the intricate web woven by deceit more swiftly than any blade. An unknown man suddenly advanced towards a woman and planted a forceful kiss upon her lips. She was caught off guard, unable to evade his advance, and found herself ensnared in an unwelcome embrace, indifferent to the tug and pull of the situation. It was as if fate had orchestrated this dark tableau with malevolent intent. Lu Zhang, with a joyful smile, pushed open the door, only to be confronted by this scene. In that fleeting moment, all love transmuted into mockery, mockery of her ignorance, mockery of her plight. A woman of over 80 points in quality, reduced to the label of slut in the blink of an eye. She understood all too well what awaited her. Terrified, she knelt before the man she once depended on, desperate to explain the truth. Yet he silenced her, masking his glee with the fa ade of anger, raining down blows upon her, performing the role of the wronged avenger, transmitting his intense emotions and pleasure to the netizens. Water can both bear a boat and capsize it. In this society of labels, the netizens can offer both elevated pleasures and the crushing weight of despair. Upon encountering an opportunity, they wield their influence with ruthless precision, passing judgment on an individual's life in the name of righteousness. There was no compassion in the man's eyes. Huang, equally adept in the art of performance, recognized the truth at a glance. This was no accident. It was a carefully laid trap, a scheme designed to garner immediate attention and fame. The truth, which should have sunk into obscurity, surfaced by the whim of a well-meaning individual. Though this truth was inconsequential to the netizens who determined their fates, at least one person understood its significance. Her demise was a tragedy. The woman finally closed her eyes slowly, a solitary tear slipping from the corner of her eye. It did not fall to the ground, but instead floated onto Huang's outstretched palm, suspended in mid-air. Limited time item. Tears of the rebellious. Quality. F-effect can negate any one rule of the Society of Labels. Description. We exist within this society. We enjoy its offerings. Yet we also suffer its cruelties. I am a subjugated soul of society. However, I harbor a deep-seated disdain for this lamentable reality. If I were to submit to it, then I hope someone dares to shatter its rules. Huang gazed at the limited time item in his hand and sighed. Thank you. He paid his respects to the deceased, acknowledging that he was indeed deserving of this gift. He had enabled this mother and child to exact revenge upon those who had caused them profound anguish. The living curse, as an F-grade item, was evidently insufficient to maintain consciousness during revival. While implanting the living curse within the child, he simultaneously sowed a lie within her mind. You will destroy those you despise. The limitations of talent usage are intricately tied to various factors, such as the user's intellect and the intellect of the subject. A slight overload may only result in discomfort, but excessive strain could precipitate a recurrence of the perils faced during the hatching city. He would not receive another chance at hatching. Each of his lives was exceedingly precious. He was willing to sacrifice, and thus he was worthy. Worthy of the returns he sought at this moment. Huang carefully stored away the tears of the rebellious and reached out to gently pat Jiang Luo's head. Jiang Luo's gaze fixated on the child cradled in her mother's arms, her eyes filled with longing. She had yet to experience the warmth of an embrace. Yin Huang's voice broke the silence. Do you miss your father? Jiang Luo's cheeks flushed suddenly. How could I? How could someone as strong as I miss a hug? Yin Huang hesitated for a moment. A hug? Jiang Luo's eyes widened in realization. I meant my father. You misheard. Oh, good girl. He tousled the girl's hair again, noting her fine locks. Jiang Luo glared at Yin Huang, catching the smile on his face, and realized she had been taken advantage of. She swatted his hand away, crossing her arms defiantly. Don't take advantage of me. My dad is far more reliable than you. Just look at how you operate. It's madness. Thankfully, I'm capable of helping you stimulate the living curse, or anyone else would have met their doom. Upon finishing, her label inexplicably increased by a point, the title adorable sharp-tongued lowly shining brightly above her head. Jiang Luo felt a chill run down her spine. The sensation of being watched incessantly, with the potential for irreversible consequences at any moment, was utterly repugnant. Yin Huang inquired again, Aren't you worried about your father, whose fate is uncertain? Worried? Jiang Luo smiled instead. Why should I worry? He is currently safer than anyone else. Yin Huang raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Jiang Luo's face displayed a hint of smugness. He is in the realm of the divine. The realm of the divine. Yin Huang immediately seized upon this key detail. Lu Zhang had spoken of the percentile people who could perceive the divine. The realm of the divine? Jiang Luo nodded. Yes, if you don't believe me, try searching for my father's live stream. You won't find it. Yin Huang followed her advice and indeed found nothing. It seemed that only two types of individuals were absent from the live stream. Those who had reached the standard of percentile people and entered the realm of the divine, living carefree lives, and the deceased. Yin Huang, of course, would not directly inquire about the latter. Instead, he sidled around the topic. How can you be so certain about your hypothesis? Jiang Luo, being perceptive, understood the subtext of Yin Huang's question. Yet, she neither grew angry nor irritable. Instead, she offered him a knowing smile, as if harboring a secret. Guess. It was as if she held a mystery within her. Yin Huang chose not to delve deeper, but turned his attention to a comment in a live stream. TSK, they know this much. Sometimes one cannot help but marvel at the abilities of calculators. Thankfully, the side effects are not something an ordinary person can endure. Yin Huang narrowed his eyes, silently noting the information. It appeared that this girl, who had secured second place in the previous newcomer rankings, was indeed no mere facade. Aside from her occasional capriciousness, her awareness and rationality were commendable. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to keep pace with him. However, these alone would not suffice to achieve such a ranking. It was likely tied to her talent. At this moment, both Jiang Luo and Yin Huang belonged to the 9th rank, no longer needing to consider hierarchies in their interactions. Jiang Luo fixed her piercing gaze on Yin Huang. However, Mr. Yin, have you truly not considered hastening your journey to become A and Oppos, percentile person and Oppos, and enter the Oppos, realm of the divine and Oppos? Perhaps we could achieve a breakthrough together? Upon hearing this, Yin Huang countered with a question. Do you truly believe what you just said? Chapter 48. The Society of Labels. Live life. If entry into the realm of the divine guarantees a successful passage, then surely we should have accomplished this long ago. After all, Jiang Luo had just mentioned that Jiang Yi was currently within the realm of the divine. Hearing this, Jiang Luo scoffed lightly. This is precisely why I dislike overly clever individuals. But tell me, have you ever witnessed a live broadcast? Jiang Luo's inquiry struck a chord. Indeed, he had not. Yin Huang had not had a moment to indulge in the most distinctive feature of the Society of Labels since he entered the instance, the live broadcast. This was, after all, the swiftest avenue to comprehend the backdrop of this realm. Although they had gleaned some understanding through actual combat, the hidden rules that underpin this world remained elusive. They needed to witness the live broadcast for themselves. Thus, they both instinctively touched the chips at the napes of their necks. A luminous screen materialized before them. Once it appeared, the sensation of being observed dissipated. It seemed that while watching the live broadcast, their privacy was safeguarded, preventing any malicious low ratings. A rather humane setting. One might say, the two commenced their viewing of a live broadcast. They had always believed that humanity possessed a lower limit. However, Upon encountering this so-called life broadcast, they were taken aback. With merely a swipe of a finger, they could switch to view other individuals. Each watched a dozen or more broadcasts. There were beautiful souls performing acts of extreme self-harm, receiving countless accolades, alongside handsome figures flaunting their physiques, garnering immense admiration. Some even attracted attention and concern through self-mutilation, receiving varied evaluations. Some contents were so extreme that they were unbearable to witness. Even a second longer would incite nausea. Alas, this was a society devoid of legal constraints. People had no need for limits or morals, only the urge to satisfy themselves and others. It sufficed to capture attention and earn more praises. The rating system corroborated this notion. Huang had observed countless broadcasts since entering the city of incubation. He could almost find someone worthy of critique in every 2 to 3 views. The evaluations were binary, good or bad. The two could either balance or transform between the two. 10 good ratings equated to 1 label point. After evaluating, they could also assign a label to attract more viewers. This label could be selected from the person's most popular tags, specifically the ones others had most frequently assigned. Notably, because the chip connected directly to the nervous system, one's innermost thoughts were laid bare. If someone entertained thoughts akin to "if I lower his score, I can rise," they would be unable to rate bad. Conversely, if such thoughts arose, they could only be compelled to rate good. Should genuine joy emerge from within, it too would automatically result in a good rating. The chip was, in essence, human-centric, devoid of any fundamental issues. Rather than blaming the chip or the rules, one might argue that the fault lay with the netizens themselves. The chip merely served as a platform, and even took measures against various malice. When an individual harbored a genuine desire to ridicule or ruin another, the chip imposed no restrictions. Therefore, if those high scores exhibited even the slightest flaw, they would be ruthlessly exploited, leading to their irreversible downfall. Was it the chip that dismantled society, or was it humanity's intrinsic flaws that led to its ruin? Lastly, there existed an overarching leaderboard for total label points. This ranking documented all individuals accessible through the live broadcast, arranged from highest to lowest. Currently, Huang occupied the first position with 99 points, a status of utmost esteem among the living. A golden exclamation mark appeared next to his avatar, accompanied by a notification. Notice, the benevolent deity, upon creating this world known as the Internet, established a standard that is quite approachable. Attaining a perfect score, becoming a 100% good person, grants entry into the realm of the divine, where one can indulge in all luxuries and share in ultimate pleasures with the divine. Esteem number 1 on the label points leaderboard. You are merely 1 point away from guidance to enter the realm of the divine. Please continue your efforts and contribute more to this beautiful world. Huang gazed at this information, finally grasping the rules of the Society of Labels. To share in ultimate pleasures within the realm of the divine. No wonder Lu Zhang had been so exhilarated at the end, nearly jeopardizing his label. In the Society of Labels, who was not a victim, simultaneously, who was not a perpetrator. It was a vicious cycle. With a soft sigh, Huang closed the live broadcast. To be frank, it was rather revolting. One could not help but lament how far individuals would go in pursuit of status and gain, devoid of any limits. Jiang Luo, too, closed her live broadcast. With anticipation, she turned to Huang. So, Mr. Yin, what decision do you intend to make? Will you grace the realm of the divine, or shall you reign supreme in the Society of Labels? Huang couldn't suppress a chuckle at her teasing. Do not jest, or I might assign you the task of cleaning the restroom. Even a 9th-tier netizen must heed my command. He reached out to ruffle Jiang Luo's hair. This time, she deftly evaded him, scoffing, "Oh dear, Mr. Yin, such a high-profile individual that you are, instructing a harmless little girl to scrub the toilets. What a reflection of the erosion of humanity or moral decay." Huang, you certainly excel at this sarcastic banter, don't you? Their playful exchange alleviated the previous tension, only for a new strain of anxiety to envelop them. They had nearly mastered the map. The conditions for passage lay solely in the realm of the divine. Indeed, a visit to the realm of the divine was imperative. In unison, they declared, "We must go to the realm of the divine." They exchanged knowing glances, instantly understanding each other's thoughts. Zhang Luo, with a hint of schadenfreude, remarked, "Mr. Yin, you are but a point away from the realm of the divine. What performance do you intend to showcase? Will you don the guise of a male bodhisattva in a striptease? Or perhaps engage in something more intriguing? If they were to enter the realm of the divine, it would undoubtedly be Yin Huang who would go. Her score was significantly lower. It was unnecessary to squander time on this endeavor. Whether she could even elevate her score was uncertain. Thus, Yin Huang would take the lead, and she had complete faith in his ability to handle everything. The deeper her understanding grew, the more infallible her calculations became. Moreover, Yin Huang appeared so earnest. Should he engage in ostentation like those individuals in the live broadcast, she would certainly ridicule him for eternity once she exited the instance. At that moment, however, Yin Huang quietly unsheathed a knife. Why complicate matters? If we are to play, let us indulge in something thrilling. Zhang Luo, what are you doing with that knife? Chapter 49. The Society of Labels. The beggar and the princess observing the pallid expression on the young girl's face. Yin Huang felt a surge of satisfaction akin to a cunning scheme coming to fruition, though he maintained an air of nonchalance as he inquired, "What s with that expression?" Zhang Luo crossed her arms defiantly, forming an X with her hands, and resolutely declared, "I'm only responsible for being your teammate, not for being your target. If you dare to harm me, you will surely regret it." Yin Huang chuckled softly, then playfully ruffled Zhang Luo's hair. "All right. As I mentioned before, one must retain a semblance of moral integrity. Thus betrayal shall never cross my mind." Upon hearing the term betrayal, Zhang Luo's demeanor shifted noticeably, a blend of joy and hesitation washing over her, creating a complex array of emotions. Yin Huang, perceptive as ever, caught this subtle shift. He sensed that her inquiry was not prompted by concern for him. Firstly, they bore no animosity nor had any stakes to contest. They had no motive to harm him. Secondly, if her relationship with her father was truly as other players suggested, he would not have survived this long. She had numerous opportunities to betray him, yet thus far, her intentions appeared aligned with his goal of progressing through the challenges, as if she were eager to validate something. "Enough pondering. Let us tidy up and venture outside," he commanded. Zhang Luo, momentarily disoriented by the abrupt shift, queried him, "Outside for what purpose?" Yin Huang tightened his grip on the knife, a familial harmony in his hand, stepping in front of her and tilting his head to meet her gaze. Backlit by the sun, the shadows cast by his black-rimmed glasses lent him an unsettling smile. "To seek our prey, of course. As a high scorer, my neighborhood naturally harbors many intriguing targets." At his words, Zhang Luo experienced a moment of clarity. To manipulate the psychology of the masses to generate higher scores. What was the swiftest method? It was to eliminate the high scorers, inciting a frenzied excitement among the populace, who would feel that with each death, their own status elevated. The deceiver truly formidable. Their deductions were undoubtedly sound. Yin Huang had already identified his target, the second on the leaderboard, a beggar bearing the label of counterattacker. The story of this beggar was quite intriguing, bordering on grotesque. He had once existed at the very bottom of the Society of Labels, an ordinary beggar among the ranks of those scoring between 1 and 10. These individuals relied entirely on the goodwill of others for survival. Human nature is profoundly intricate. Although the society was a festering malignancy, it was not devoid of good souls. However, as benevolent individuals met untimely ends one after another, no one dared to embody goodness again. In particular, the tale of the counterattacker beggar and the young girl had obliterated any semblance of humanity within the Society of Labels. This girl, born to a high scorer with a score of 99 and endowed with the label of princess, was innocent and kind-hearted, possessing a remarkable capacity for empathy. She maintained a cheerful demeanor towards everyone, treating all with equality. Frequently, she extended her hand to assist those in need, bringing joy through her sincerity and kindness, a refreshing presence in a society that scarcely boasted anyone with a score exceeding 90. Until one fateful day, the princess encountered the beggar, who implored her for money. At that moment, she possessed only 55 yuan, of which she generously offered 50 to him. leaving herself with a mere 5. It was this leftover 5 yuan that provided online spectators with an opportunity to pounce. Particularly, the beggar seized this chance to tag her as hypocritical and insincere. From that moment forth, the girl was cast down from her pedestal, forever branded with the label of philanthropist. Yet, this label shone not with the luster of high scores, but rather dimmed to the utmost depths. Consequently, all notions of goodness became synonymous with hypocrisy or insincerity, relegating them to a status lower than even that of beggar. The beggar successfully climbed to victory atop the princess's back, emerging as one of the scant winners within the society of labels. The shift in public sentiment was alarmingly swift. Such was the unpredictable nature of the online world. Now, Huang intended to tread upon the back of this beggar who had extinguished the last vestiges of kindness in the society of labels, embarking on a path toward the realm of the divine. As high scorers, their pursuit of the most exquisite resources led them to occupy the same vicinity, which was hardly surprising. Once prepared, Huang and Zhang Luo resolved to pay a visit to this neighbor, who seemed to revel in a squalid environment, transforming what should have been an upscale living area into a fetid and repugnant abode. Every corner appeared exceedingly unkempt. Perhaps one cannot change their fundamental nature, or perhaps he sought to cultivate a facade of approachability. Standing before the door, Huang and Zhang Luo knocked thrice. No response. Is Mr. Wang Dan in? It appeared he was not at home. Just as they contemplated alternative methods to gain entry, an unsettling scraping noise reached their ears. The door creaked open. The man who stood before them contrasted starkly with the surrounding disorder. Clad in a suit adorned with designer labels, he resembled a social elite. Yet, even clad in this impeccable exterior, he could not conceal the unchanging essence of a beggar, as reflected in his label. Upon locking eyes with Huang, Wang Dan's expression flickered with a hint of greed and apprehension, quickly morphing into a facade of forced geniality. Mr. Yen, what brings you here today? Is there something amiss? To demonstrate his sincerity, Huang subtly nudged Zhang Luo forward. Nothing in particular. I merely brought a small gift for Mr. Wang, and I hope you will like it. Zhang Luo and Huang had previously conspired on this ruse, with Zhang Luo feigning innocence to lower Wang Dan's guard. After all, high scorers in the society of labels were notorious for their vigilance, learning from past experiences. Thus, appealing to their interests was the most effective way to disarm them. Zhang Luo stepped forward with a charming demeanor, her big eyes sparkling. With her youthful beauty and lively gaze, she quickly captivated Wang Dan's attention. Ultimately, she delivered the coup de grâce. Mr. Wang, greetings. I am here on Mr. Yen's behalf with a gift. May we step inside for a chat? We promise to behave and not cause any trouble. Chapter 50. The Society of Labels, Stigmatization and Backlash. It was evident that Wang Dan was ensnared. He cast a satisfied glance at Huang and remarked, "It seems Mr. Yen is also a man of temperament. In that case, please, Mr. Yen, step inside for a chat. We have prepared a most splendid performance today. Your timely arrival allows us to enjoy the show together." The word performance elicited subtle changes in the expressions of Huang and Zhang Luo. They did not perceive this performance as anything ordinary, especially the display of the high scorers. This was troubling. The two were ushered into a room where a massive horizontal panel directly faced the door, obstructing their view entirely. No one could fathom what ghastly sight awaited them beyond that barrier. Was it bloodshed or violence? Was it cruelty or something even more grotesque? A sense of tension and disquiet filled the air. Suddenly, Wang Dan turned, bowing courteously towards Huang. "Esteemed Mr. Yen, please enjoy our performance." As the word stigmatization fell from his lips, the obstructing panel swung open, revealing a scene that rendered Huang and Zhang Luo and Oppos as faces ashen. The sight before them transcended mere repugnance. It was perverse. A colossal sofa was surrounded by countless filthy beggars, creating a suffocating enclosure. In the center of the sofa sat a disheveled young girl, her eyes vacant, as if she had succumbed to utter despair. Trapped in her plight, she was neither able to live nor die, condemned to languish in this sordid existence, subjected to merciless defilement. Her label remained unchanged. Label: Princess Hypocrite. Philanthropist, label score: 1 point. Philanthropist. What a ludicrous label. Once radiant, it now dimmed to an almost imperceptible hue, the words barely discernible. The princess bore tear-streaked cheeks, as if her sorrow could carve a profound path upon her visage. Yet now, she had no tears left, or perhaps the capacity to weep had long since abandoned her. The mournful scene was heart-wrenching. Beside her, Huang Dan wore a smile that sent chills down one's spine, reminiscent of an actor awaiting the arrival of an audience. Esteemed Mr. Yin, since you have graced us with your presence and brought such a precious gift, please indulge in our offering. A small token of appreciation, not a formal greeting. At the moment his words concluded, Yin Huang felt the weight of countless gazes upon him, as if his very being were under scrutiny. That hollow sensation made him feel as though his body were no longer his own, and any misstep could lead to a dismal fate. This feeling was maddening. Jiang Luo's expression turned icy. Yin Huang averted his gaze to Huang Dan, gradually bending in a manner akin to other high scorers in the society of labels, elegantly composed, akin to a most esteemed performer. This evoked a sense of unease within Huang Dan. This unease prompted Huang Dan to question Mr. Yin, "What are you?" Yin Huang slowly raised his head, a radiant smile gracing his features. "Since Mr. Huang has presented such an exquisite performance, I too hope you will appreciate mine." With that, the word backlash escaped his lips. In an instant, Huang Dan sensed something amiss. A wave of unease surged within him, yet the performance had yet to conclude, and the netizens remained. He dared not reveal an ounce of fear, instead feigning calmness as he retorted, "Mr. Yin, have you forgotten this is my domain? Claiming dominion, is it? Alas, the current online world is my stage," Yin Huang countered, his gaze shifting to Jiang Luo. "Dear beggars, what pleasure is there in toying with a princess who has become a mere puppet? You exist in a state indistinguishable from death. Do you not wish to taste the flavor of retaliating against the elite while you still draw breath? If you cannot harm Mr. Huang, fret not. You need only repay him for your treatment of the Indopos, princess Indopos. After all, do you not bear the label of repay kindness?" His words reverberated, and a cross-class command took immediate effect. The once resistant beggars turned pale, their fearful gazes shifting from Yin Huang to Huang Dan, filled with pleading and dread. At that moment, Huang Dan could no longer maintain his composure. He collapsed to the ground, desperately trying to retreat, hands bracing against his body. "No! Stop! Do not approach! I command you to stay back! You filthy wretches, begone!" Yet his cross-class command had lost its power, for a man with a score of 99 superseded his authority. 1 point. He had sensed the threat, yet had lowered his guard due to the gesture of hospitality, allowing them entry. He had been easily defeated, vanquished by his own complacency, by years of residing in a high position with only a modicum of wariness. Prior to Yin Huang's brief alliance with the deceased Lu Zhang at a score of 99, Huang Dan had reigned supreme atop the label score leaderboard, the prime target. With such privilege, he had turned those once akin to him, the beggars, into a shield against any ill intent. In moments of danger, he had wielded these beggars to control his adversaries. Now, however, he unconsciously found himself ensnared by the very creatures he had nurtured, transformed into instruments of his own destruction. One by one, the beggars approached. "Mr. Huang, do not blame us. We only wish to survive." They surged forward. With each anguished scream from Huang Dan, the countless acts of repay kindness that had once been his mantra morphed into a manifestation of backlash, as Yin Huang had foretold. Regardless of his unwillingness to accept it, it was futile. All he could do was pray that the netizens would show him mercy in this dire hour, granting him a single-point advantage, or perhaps hope that, in light of their long-standing connection, they might spare his life, deducting a point from Yin Huang. Yet another fall of an elite. Who would pity him? The loser deserved to descend into the abyss. At that moment, as Yin Huang drew closer to the sofa, the once doll-like, vacant-eyed princess stirred, her gaze locking onto him. Author's note: gratitude to the lovely Imo Bay and Imo Musai for their splendid fan art. It is truly remarkable. Note: you can find their artwork in the book circle. Chapter 51. The Society of Labels. I am here to save you. The princess resembled a delicate puppet, neglected yet exquisite. Her features were finely crafted, and even though her eyes lacked luster and her hair was disheveled, the innate grace and nobility she possessed could not be concealed. She gazed at Huang, her parched lips moving weakly. Her faint breath carried her voice. Are you also one who wishes to humiliate me? Over the past days, she had endured numerous atrocities, witnessed countless horrors, and gained profound insights. Hope had eluded her. It mattered little whose hand she fell into. Death seemed the most desirable outcome. These words, when spoken, pierced Huang and Jiang Luo like invisible daggers, leaving a heavy sensation in their chests. Jiang Luo intended to speak, yet beside her, Huang suddenly produced a clean, warm handkerchief, exuding gentle warmth. He approached her slowly, bending down to graciously wipe away the dirt from the princess's face. He offered no consolation, nor did he reveal any excessive emotions. Instead, he maintained a soft and gentle demeanor as he meticulously cleaned her up. This left the princess bewildered, her gaze shifting to the unfamiliar man before her. He was strikingly handsome, with a tender smile. She noticed his lips parting as he spoke. I'm not here to humiliate you. I am here to save you. His voice was soft and faint. Yet those simple words shattered the wall she had built around herself in self-comfort, striking deep into her heart and igniting flickers of light in her eyes. In the next moment, the young girl could no longer suppress her feelings of grievance and fear. With reckless abandon, she wrapped her arms around Huang and Appo's neck and wept upon him. She did not ponder the truth of his words or the nature of his character. She simply understood that the repression she had concealed for so long could no longer be contained. She was but a sheltered little princess. Why must I endure this? What have I done wrong? Brother, please tell me, what exactly have I done wrong? I only wish for everyone to be a little happier. With such a pure mindset, she endeavored to assist as many as she could. Yet, everything had changed since that fateful day. Initially, she had cried and begged for mercy, only to be met with a barrage of negative reviews, including from those she had once helped. Countless times, she had questioned why, but eventually she ceased to inquire. She merely felt that this world was different from her own, a world that rejected her. As her sobs grew louder, Huang said nothing, doing nothing, only gently patting her back, allowing her to vent her emotions. Jiang Luo felt a pang of discomfort in her heart, standing in place with a complex expression. What do people deem right or wrong? Why must a good person, for simply acting as any decent person would, be relegated to the status of an outcast? Once the girl's tears subsided, Huang continued to wipe away her tears, asking, "Do you feel a bit better now?" The princess nodded lightly. Huang smiled. "Would you like to know the answer to the question you just posed me?" The princess looked on with some confusion. Huang lowered his voice and whispered in her ear, audible only to them both. "You are not at fault. The fault lies within this society. You have merely held onto your purity amidst the darkness. Is this answer satisfactory?" The princess's pupils constricted, her fingertips trembling. She was not at fault. This affirmation had never been spoken by her mother, who had always insisted that to survive in this society, one must comply with its rules. Yet she could not. The consequences had brought her untold suffering. Yet, in this moment, someone told her she was not wrong. Tears welled in the princess's eyes once more. Huang gently interrupted her. "No more crying. It does not become a girl. You must smile more. No matter the peril, you will always be a princess." The princess ceased her tears, pursing her lips as she regarded the man before her. That 99 score was dazzling. She understood the man's purpose for being there. Thus, she scrutinized his face once again. She looked at him and managed a forced smile. "Brother, do you wish to meet the divine?" Huang nodded. Then, the princess rose from the sofa and knelt, obediently bowing her head, revealing her slender neck. "Then, please, in my life, I am a most despised person in the world. Killing me could allow you to transcend this final barrier. Moreover, such a society is not worth my attachment. I implore you." Huang gazed at the girl's neck, instinctively biting his teeth. How could even those children in the game desire death? Yet indeed, becoming a normal person within the game was a profoundly tragic affair. Huang lifted the princess's chin, chuckling softly. Do not bow your head. The crown will fall. The princess, compelled to look up, met Huang's gaze, her eyes filled with confusion as he gradually entered her life broadcast. As expected, he could critique her. The princess had a melodious name, Wen Shu. His finger hovered over the commendation button. Wen Shu's eyes widened, desperately gripping Huang's hand. No. Huang regarded her. She shook her head. No one could give me a good review. Whoever it is will be marked as poor. The chip detects people's truest emotions. Actions can deceive, but the chip cannot. I have received many goods, yet invariably they have turned into bads. In this world, hypocrites are despised by all. Even if this man before me, who claims to save me, speaks falsehoods, let him grant me a good dream at the end of my life. Do not let reality shatter my final hope. Huang understood her concerns. Do not worry, he smiled, turning to Jiang Luo. Xiao Luo, let's rate this kind little princess together. Jiang Luo nodded. All right. With that, the two of them, under the princess's anxious gaze, slowly pressed the bad button in her live broadcast. The princess was left in disbelief. The audience in the broadcast room was equally astonished. Yet in that instant, the princess's label score flickered and danced. Chapter 52. The Tag Society. How the score of the princess visibly increased. This indicated that Huang and Jiang Luo both genuinely admired the actions of the princess. In that fleeting moment, when Shu felt her eyes welling with tears, emotions overwhelming her as she covered her mouth and nose with her hands. All her emotional restraint crumbled in an instant, and she cried out loud. The myriad of emotions she felt was beyond description. Her heart, marred and wounded, filled with complex clarity. Her parched voice could only articulate simple syllables. Thank you. Thank you. This outcome brought her more satisfaction than any words or actions ever could. Her chest swelled with an unnamed emotion, one she had never experienced since her birth, gratitude. Huang gazed at the girl before him, a smile gracing his face. He reached out to pat her head, but she recoiled, laughing through her tears as she looked at him. No need, brother. I'm very dirty, and you've done enough already. Thank you. I want to sleep for a while. Upon saying this, a small blade suddenly appeared in her hand, delicate and tiny, prepared for a final act of defiance. Huang and Jiang Luo's expressions shifted dramatically. Without hesitation, Wen Shu slid the blade across her neck, severing the tainted bloodline of her life in a fluid motion. Blood flowed forth as she smiled through her tears, finally ending a life that had spiraled beyond her control. The tags above her head remained forever fixed. Princess, kindness, philanthropist. Huang and Jiang Luo's emotions were profoundly complex. Yet perhaps this was the freedom she had yearned for. Her death was serene, signifying her satisfaction with this resolution. In her final moments, someone pulled her from the abyss, reassuring her that she had done nothing wrong. Huang inhaled deeply. There was still a fragment left. He summoned the knife of familial harmony in his hand, unwavering as he thrust it into the nape of the princess. He extracted the chip burdened with a lifetime of pain from her gentle neck, now cradled in his palm. Now, she had truly escaped this entrapment. At that moment, a notification rang out. Congratulations, player has acquired a hidden limited-time item. Princess's chip. Player's comprehensive data in the live stream has increased. Now recommended to E-level dungeon and kindness tier 1 push. This recommendation flow is exceptionally high. Please continue to maintain. Online viewership, 57,231 people. In that instant, Huang was taken aback. Even Jiang Luo beside him was stunned. The audience beyond the dungeon was equally bewildered. What the hell? Another hidden limited-time item? Could this TE line actually be leading him to success? Did you just realize? When he approached the entrance, the portal to the Tag Society was already sealed. The TE line plot was concealed so deeply. But to be honest, a fraud encountering this dungeon truly deserves to walk the TE path. Item: Princess's chip. Quality: the effect: none. Item description: since my birth, I have known that this world is not as I cherished. Yet as a resident of this world, I equally love the land that nurtured me. I harbor a small wish, that everyone who meets me may find a bit more joy than before, but I have grown unhappy. Gazing at the item before him, Yin Huang's emotions swirled. Jiang Luo sighed, suggesting they examine the hidden clues for completion. Yin Huang nodded and opened the princess's chip, which chronicled her tragic life. Upon opening, they discovered that the princess's chip had erased the majority of her life records, as if she was unwilling to leave her memories behind. This was perhaps for the best. The remnants of her life only contained a brief segment, the moment when the chip was implanted. In the imagery, a baby cried, surrounded by blood and indistinct faces. The onlookers bore no tags, no scores, their faces etched with satisfaction as they handed the princess to a similarly blurred but graceful woman. "Madam, your daughter's chip has been successfully implanted. Congratulations." The lady nodded approvingly and gently kissed the princess on her forehead. She softly instructed, "My little princess, remember, always be a good person, become 100%, and then meet the divine. Only then can you live without worries forever." The scene faded to black. This was the hidden information of the Tag Society dungeon. After watching, Jiang Luo and Yin Huang felt as if everything had been said, yet nothing at all. It seemed that the realm of the divine was an inevitable destination. Yin Huang's gaze fell upon the nearby beggar, who was now being tormented by other beggars. Reduced to a pitiful state, though delirious, he could still see the man who had caused his downfall, approaching with a knife, step by step. "No, I do not wish to die yet. I have not yet indulged in the splendors of life, Mr. Yin. I beg you, spare me. I implore you." But Yin Huang's steps did not waver for a sinner. "The one who elevated you has departed. The stolen honors must now return to their rightful owner." Without hesitation, he swung the knife, ending the beggar and Appo's sinful existence. In that moment, Yin Huang and Appo's tag score finally surged to 100. He was taken aback by the ease of it all. A blue glow began to emanate from him as he turned to Jiang Luo. "Remember what we agreed on. Don't forget." Jiang Luo affirmed, "Rest assured, I will not forget." Before her lay the life livestream. Yet this life livestream was uniquely his. In an instant, within the entire Tag Society, all the chips at the nape of every neck emitted electronic sounds, celebrating in unison. Congratulations, netizen Yin Huang, for becoming 100% person, successfully departing from the virtual world. In that moment, Yin Huang vanished before the crowd. The livestream chat erupted in excitement. In Appo's happening, it and Appo's happening. A grand surprise is about to unfold. Soon, Yin Huang felt an overwhelming heat surrounding him, as if everything were to melt away. The air was filled with countless screams and pleas for mercy. Was this the realm of the divine? He struggled to open his eyes, only to be met with a grotesque, crimson face filling his vision. "Ah, behold, our new guest has awakened. Now, let us welcome the irredeemable you." To hell! Author's note: gratitude to the 7 lovely creators. Chun Xingzi, Do Androids Dream of Electronic Yin Huang? Kingdom Mo Huang, Meilon, Mo. Net Addiction Girl Evie and Miss Appo's Loyal Butler for their wonderful fan art. It continues to be visible within the book circle. The tale of those years, involving the lackluster author and her ethereal readers, must be conveyed with patience, dear ladies. Please do not squander excessive time on it. Chapter 53. The Society of Labels. A Deception Indeed. Hell. Yin Huang's gaze traversed the scantily clad, crimson-faced demon before him, revealing a floor ablaze like fire, exuding swathes of searing heat. He could feel the temperature rising to a degree that could almost scorch one's souls. Raising his eyes further, he beheld a series of fire-red railings, fashioned from thorns, enclosing the room and trapping any hope of escape. Directly opposite was another similar chamber, its occupant emaciated, with hands brutally pierced into the armrests, rendered immobile. Seated there, his bare feet were shackled to the ground, grotesquely forced to endure the molten temperature. The individual's eyes appeared gouged out. Even when wide open, they could only glimpse 2 horrifying flesh-colored voids, ceaselessly screaming. He could scream, and scream he did, for his tongue had been ruthlessly extracted. The demon before him, puzzled by Yin Huang's gaze, followed it, and upon sight, a smile unfurled across his face. "It seems this guest has noticed our unique services in hell. Indeed, those who find themselves here are irredeemably wicked, including yourself. For individuals like you, Death is merely a trivial affair. Thus, we arrange gentler tortures, ensuring your prolonged existence while you endure relentless torment. Of course, physical suffering is far too lenient for you, despicable netizens. After all, we are in hell. So, the individual before you, after losing his sight, will still experience vivid images in his mind. For instance, running alongside other guests beneath a great wheel, or being transformed into a human pig, submerged in ever-increasing concentrations of brine. There are myriad intriguing scenes for you to explore. But worry not, you shall soon experience them. After this proclamation, he paused, his gaze turning sinister. I've shared much good news, but now a piece of bad news. Upon entering our domain, you have successfully shed your identity as a netizen. Hence the concepts of life, streaming, or label points no longer apply. In other words, you are finally free. Are you happy? Before you submit to your punishment, you have one final question. The demon concluded, revealing a grin that twisted his grotesque features into a V shape, fixating his ghastly gaze upon Yin Huang. Yin Huang attentively listened to this congenial demon's address, maintaining a gentle smile, a gesture of utmost respect from a listener to a speaker. I see. May I inquire about the label upon your head? The demon was taken aback. Above him was a label from the network world. Label, demon, punisher, label points, 1 point. The demon squinted. Do you know what kind of person hell favors? Yin Huang replied, I'm all ears. The demon raised his chin, scrutinizing Yin Huang. It is clever guests like you. Now, it is time to bid farewell to your tongue. His expression turned suddenly cold, and his sharp-nailed crimson hand slowly approached Yin Huang's tongue. The demon's smile grew increasingly menacing. The first entity to grasp the essence of deceivers has emerged. Once a word spirit player loses their tongue, their talents are utterly wasted. But at that moment, Yin Huang merely smiled. Mr. Demon, please hold for a moment. The demon frowned in discontent. Do you have more questions? Yin Huang shook his head. Not a question. I simply wish for you to see what rests upon my head. The demon followed Yin Huang's words and looked up. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. Label, 100%. Pinnacle artist, ruthless. Label points, 100 points. Label. How do you still possess a label? The demon's shrill voice clashed with this revelation, shattering all his preconceived notions. Even the audience in the streaming room was left dumbfounded. What the hell? How is this possible? The Society of Labels has never had this bug. What has he done? Damn, it has tears of the rebellious. I wondered why he didn't use this to offset the negative points from saving the princess when he killed the beggar. He had already sensed the anomalies in the divine realm. Yin Huang smiled. Before arriving in hell, he had speculated whether the wicked truly could encounter the divine. If the divine sought out the wicked, then it would not design a chip that directly reflected people's true sentiments. If the divine intended to guide individuals into a carefree world, it certainly would not strip all 100% individuals of their label points and the right to life streaming upon entering this realm. When a society devoid of secrets suddenly harbors them, Yin Huang does not perceive it as freedom. He merely feels that something is being concealed. What must the divine hide? Only one thought crossed his mind, a deception. Now that he had arrived in hell, witnessing it with his own eyes, he was certain. The so-called divine realm is nothing but a complete ruse. He had wagered correctly on his speculation and on another judgment, that he could utilize tears of the rebellious to shatter the rules of hell. This indicated that the so-called hell was merely another layer within the network world, not a true departure from it. It also proved that he could wield the rules of the network world to subdue the demon. A smile emerged on Yin Huang's face, causing the demon's gaze to grow ever more fearful. Yin Huang finally spoke. Mr. Demon, kindly unbind me and hand me your shoes. The demon's pupils dilated in shock. He wished to refuse, yet the rules of the network world were immutable. He could only grit his teeth, glaring at Yin Huang with malice. You will regret your betrayal of the rules. As he threatened, he begrudgingly began to loosen Yin Huang's bindings. Once freed, Yin Huang felt significantly lighter but hesitated to let his feet touch the ground. He watched, observing whether the demon dared to remove his shoes. Indeed, the demon's crimson eyes glared fiercely, hesitatingly bending down, trembling at the thought of parting with his wooden clogs. No one understood better than him the implications of losing those shoes. It meant a complete loss of freedom within this hell. Chapter 54. The Society of Labels. The arrival of crisis. A hand of the demon was sweating profusely, trembling uncontrollably. Yet it was no longer under its command. It was certain that it possessed the strength to swat away that hand. But what would be the use of doing so? The hand could be dismissed, but the rules? The rules were immutable. Taking a deep breath, it gritted its teeth and declared, "You shall pay for your current choices." However, Huang was indifferent. He merely acknowledged the statement with a casual hum before swiftly yanking the demon's shoes away. In that instant, as the demon lost its footwear, its feet touched the ground, and the dreadful heat caused its flesh to blister, resembling the cries of the damned. It leaped uncontrollably over the lava, akin to a red frog struggling in boiling water. Huang, however, remained unconcerned. What captured his attention was a notification that appeared before him. Congratulations! The player has acquired the item, Hell Demon S Wooden Clogs. Item, Hell Demon S Wooden Clogs. Quality F attributes, heat resistance 50, cold resistance 50. Item description, a pair of wooden clogs owned by the demon responsible for punishing the wicked in the Society of Labels, allowing for effortless traversal in every corner of hell. Stealing someone's shoes is particularly vulgar, but since you are already in hell, isn't a touch of vulgarity rather fitting? The audience in the live stream found themselves in a complex state of mind as they witnessed the scene unfold. Does he really have to fleece every NPC in every instance? The key point is he always has a grin on his face. If I were an NPC, I would be tempted to strike him. So this is how he acquires items? Absolutely remarkable. At this rate, he must be walking sideways in hell. Sideways? You underestimate the difficulty of the Society of Labels. Just wait. There will be a grand spectacle to behold. Huang donned his new equipment and stepped onto the lava of hell as if walking on solid ground. He glanced at the demon beside him, who hesitated not a moment to leap onto a chair. The metallic clink of keys at its waist caught his attention. A smile graced Huang and Appo's face. "Mr. Demon, you have already given me your shoes. I trust you one team mind parting with the keys as well?" The demon's face darkened. It never anticipated being subdued by the rules of the online world. Instinctively, it attempted to use its powers once more to strip away Huang's label. Yet, it remained futile. What method did this man employ to achieve such results? Its sharp teeth clenched tightly, but then it seemed to contemplate something, gradually relaxing. A glimmer of mockery appeared in its eyes. It then tossed the keys from its crimson claws towards Huang. "Dear guest, think carefully. Even if you retain your label, there is no escape from this place. This is hell. Possessing a label does not grant you the ability to live stream your life. No one can perceive you. As long as you remain but a mere human, you will forever be trapped here. There is no turning back. You can only watch in aimless despair as these souls scream in anguish. If you refuse to accept punishment, your body will gradually succumb to hunger, your cells will decay, and you shall perish in hell, your soul eternally unredeemed. Those heavily burdened by sin cannot escape their fate." As it mocked Huang and Appo's naivety, it eagerly anticipated his descent into despair. They were demons of hell, well aware of its terrors. Huang squinted and playfully caressed the demon's face. "Whether I escape or not is of little consequence. I find great satisfaction in witnessing the impotent fury of Mr. Demon as you wish to punish me." The demon felt a surge of blood rising within, nearly succumbing to a fit of rage. It bared its sharp teeth and barked, "Get lost!" Huang, unfazed, casually spun the keys around his finger, exuding an air of triumph that elicited hatred from the demon. "Ha ha, this is hilarious. The trickster may be despicable, but he is undeniably entertaining, always keeping us guessing. This is the first time I've seen someone in the Society of Labels come here just to tease the demons. Truly impressive." Another day of silent admiration for the trickster. As Huang opened the iron door, he silently summoned Tang X's new book. As expected, the information regarding the demon began to materialize on it. The Society of Labels, demon, strength, 3-5, agility, 2, intelligence, 1-2, talent, nightmare, Deprivation of rights. Description: we were once human, existing in this sorrowful world. We are the chosen ones, endowed by the divine with the ability to punish. We possess the most brutal thoughts and the purest intentions, solely wishing to use our wicked forms to punish the most malevolent individuals. Nightmare. After depriving others of their sight, I will control their entire nervous system, leading them into an everlasting nightmare, devoid of reincarnation. I will summon their deepest fears. Deprivation of rights. A power granted by the divine to strip away labels and label points, summoning the punishment chair. Once a netizen sits upon the punishment chair, their chip will bind with it. The nightmare will have the authority to render their chip dysfunctional unless another unbound individual occupies the chair, thereby breaking the previous binding and forming a new one. Huang's gaze fixated intently upon the deprivation of rights. In simpler terms, once someone occupies the punishment chair, their chip binds to the chair. The demon can then use this binding to render the chip non-functional, but if another unbound individual takes a seat, the binding will be severed, creating a new connection. This implies that the rules he previously circumvented with tears of the rebellious were essentially tied to the punishment chair. Wait. As Huang opened the iron door, he sensed something amiss. Behind him, the demon and Appo's red face bore a smile that nearly reached its pointed ears, its gaze malevolent and mocking. It opened its mouth, and a voice resonated throughout every chamber of hell. To all the tormented souls in hell, your opportunity has arrived. If you can compel that rule-evading individual to sit upon your chair, you shall attain true liberation. Author and Amp. Appo's S-Note. The atmosphere in my book circle seems a bit off. It has become quite intense with so many people that I cannot thank everyone individually. All of you are incredible. For those interested, feel free to check out the book circle. Chapter 55. The Society of Labels. A desperate chase indeed. Cold sweat trickled down Huang's back. In that moment, he unhesitatingly quickened his pace, oblivious to where the path ahead might lead. All that mattered was to dash forward with reckless abandon. The individuals bound to their chairs awakened from their nightmarish slumber upon hearing the voice of the demon. Their severed tongues were unable to utter a sound. Yet, after enduring countless twists of despair, the mere glimpse of potential liberation stirred an instinctive, sharp cry from deep within their chests. The iron shackles that held their feet captive had clicked open with a resounding snap. Their deformed feet lifted off the ground. Freedom was within reach. Deliverance was imminent. They could no longer endure such a torturous existence. With fierce determination, they forced the blades that secured their wrists against the chairs to yield, ignoring the excruciating agony as the twisted edges scraped against their flesh, breaking free from all restraints. Before them, the gates that confined them swung open. Their bare feet touched the searing lava beneath, and with a cacophony of cries, they sprinted forward in grotesque abandon. The sizzling heat scorched their soles, causing oil to seep from their feet, only to be quickly evaporated. Each bloodied footprint they left behind grew increasingly frantic, driven by an insatiable need to catch up with Huang. A chill crept down Huang's spine. In this hell, there existed but one demon. Yet, as the shackles loosened, the inferno was truly filled with demons. Their hollow eyes, though blind, could still pinpoint Huang's location with eerie precision. He was relentlessly pursued. Wherever he passed, the iron gates flew open one after another, their speed nearly matching his own. Damn it, he had indeed been overly careless. But what could he do now? He could only run. In terms of brute strength, he was not afraid of any of them. However, the numbers were overwhelming. If he were to be restrained, seated upon that chair of punishment, death would be his only outcome. But soon, Huang glimpsed a sliver of hope. At the end of the corridor stood an open iron door. If he could reach it, he could trap them all within. Yet trouble loomed. For the gates on either side, imprisoning the netizens, were already swinging open at a speed that surpassed his own. Inside the gates, those who had been tormented to the brink of losing their humanity gripped the iron bars, eager to leap forth. A chilling growl resonated from their throats, as if they yearned to seize Huang, to replace him, to attain their release. Huang began to assess the situation. He calculated his agility at 3. zero against the speed of the doors opening and the speed at which these individuals would rush out to pursue him. Ultimately, he reached a grim conclusion. He would inevitably be caught. It was not a matter of speed, but rather the exhausting toll on his stamina that would slow him down. No, Huang gritted his teeth. Immediately, he gambled once more. Huang, fatigue will vanish, and you shall not feel weary for 30 seconds. Lie detection, contradictory event, judgment failed. Judgment result. Huang will experience fatigue within 30 seconds. At that moment of realization, Huang felt his legs buckle. Damn it, the pursuers were about to pounce. Huang gambled once again. Huang, fatigue shall disappear, and you shall not feel weary for 30 seconds. Lie detection. Contradictory event. It must succeed. It must succeed. Judgment successful. In that instant, a glimmer ignited in Huang's eyes. His entire being surged into a miraculous peak state. His speed erupted at that moment, stabilizing at its zenith. The humans lunging to grasp him fell short, tumbling to the ground and causing a domino effect among the throng behind them. The individuals whose bodies pressed against the lava let out brilliant cries. Their already battered skin now scorched and reddened. With moisture evaporating, their skin became grotesquely contorted. When they raised their faces, their eyes reflected a hollow despair. Yet their hands remained outstretched towards Huang. No, they could no longer endure such torment. No, blood tears streamed from their hollow sockets. Yet, in hell, there were no tears. Their grievous sins rendered them unworthy of repentance. Their blood tears evaporated in an instant. Their flesh was trampled by countless feet, forming a rare path of respite. Huang dared not relax. He had merely 20 seconds left. Before him, he still had to pass through 40 gates. The doors on either side were beginning to open at a pace that slightly exceeded his own. The crowd was mere steps away from grasping him. In this final surge of speed, Huang clenched his jaw, blood vessels bulging in his eyes, which he dared not close. In this race against time, he could not even afford a blink. A fleeting moment of distraction could plunge him into an abyss from which there was no return. 10 seconds. 20 gates remained. 9, 8, 7, 6. The people were nearly touching his skin. Some even grasped at the hem of his clothing. That individual, feeling the material, could not contain the grin that spread across his face. But just as he was about to pull Huang down, Huang swiftly drew the knife of domestic harmony, severing his own garments. A golden cicada shedding its shell. The individual was infuriated. Huang had only 5 seconds left. Sweat drenched his body, his veins swelling with a rush of blood. 5, 4, 3, 2. Just then, the two gates before Huang swung wide open. The individuals within hurled themselves towards him. Huang's pupils contracted. Gritting his teeth, he thought, "Do not assume you're the only ones willing to risk it all." He stowed the knife of domestic harmony in his backpack and tilted his body downwards. Half of his form felt the lava's scorching heat as he executed a slide, successfully evading the lunging individuals. The two pursuers became a significant obstacle for those trailing closely behind, colliding and tumbling into a chaotic heap. Enduring the searing pain, Huang propelled himself through the open gate. One hand fiercely grasped the spiked door handle. The moment blood splattered caused the door to slam shut. Bang! Countless netizens crashed against the iron door, their piercing screams echoing. Huang deftly inserted the key into the lock, securing it. At last, he could exhale a sigh of relief. Yet, the price of that relief was the aftermath of 30 seconds of extreme exertion. A wave of lactic acid engulfed him, and the agony of his singed skin forced a cry from his lips. But regardless, he had survived. He swiftly rose to his feet, procuring healing liquid from the marketplace, dousing himself as the myriad of furious netizens roared impotently at him. It seemed, "I am indeed faster." The wounds and fatigue vanished swiftly. With a lingering sense of trepidation, he observed as the crimson-skinned demon approached. "Do you think you can escape? Hell has 18 layers." Chapter 56. The Label Society. Hell on Earth. The 18 layers of hell serve to punish those who have committed various sins. Each layer is terrifying beyond measure, a torment that the soul cannot escape, enduring pain day and night. Yet, this is not the true hell. It is merely a mockery created by the divine. Another facet of the digital realm. From a current layer of hell, it is evident that the divine has a rather superficial understanding of hell, knowing only to inflict every conceivable torture upon the sinful. It does not adhere to the strictly hierarchical nature of the traditional 18 layers of hell. Nevertheless, Huang is certain that the divine possesses some basic knowledge of these layers. For instance, the first layer has been branded with a label, the tongue-pulling hell. This realm truly represents the first tier of the genuine 18 layers of hell. Only those who have experienced the tongue-pulling hell may proceed further down the layers. Of course, if one has committed sins that correspond to other layers, they will be sent directly to those levels. If Jiang Luo and Apos, S assertion regarding Jiang E and Apos, S presence in the divine realm is accurate, then Huang can ascertain precisely which layer Jiang E occupies. However, there are more pressing matters at hand. Huang's gaze fixated on the demon before him, gently adjusting his glasses as he spoke. Mr. Demon, I wish to pose a crucial question. The demon squinted, seemingly confident that Huang was already in its grasp, displaying a certain nonchalance. What question? Huang lifted his chin. If the chair of punishment operates via a binding chip, then, as one who bears a label, you should also fall within the scope of binding, correct? The demon's pupils widened, its crimson gaze suddenly narrowing. A wave of heat washed over its face. Yet it felt a chill of dread as the individuals guarding Huang turned to face it, their hollow eyes and bewildered expressions slowly transforming into excitement. The demon, endowed with the authority to punish in hell, now found itself in a state of panic. While it had the innate ability to chastise these individuals at this moment, it had granted them a fleeting taste of freedom, far too many at once. Even facing this group of lunatics proved impossible for it. After all, the world is replete with wicked souls. These individuals had no moral compass in life, and after enduring such torment, what remained of their morality and sanity? No, they were driven solely by the instinct to survive. To live, they would do anything. Moreover, when they realized they could avenge themselves while fighting for survival, the demon found it increasingly difficult to maintain its footing. With a ghastly voice, it bellowed, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Huang smiled, using his voice to manipulate those trapped in the tongue-pulling hell. Am I truly speaking nonsense? Capture that vile creature and test it, and you'll find out. After a moment of silence, the demon attempted to retreat, only to collide with a figure before it. The person lacked a tongue, their eye sockets void of sight. Drawing closer into its line of vision, the demon's pupils contracted sharply as the surrounding footsteps drew nearer. Huang observed everything with clarity. The people had captured the demon, forcing into a chair. Indeed, the chair released them from their bindings, and their labels returned. However, the demon's label, which held control over the chair of punishment, did not vanish. Those who regained their labels yearned to laugh, commanding the demon to occupy each seat, only to discover that they had already lost their tongues and could produce no sound. They could only sense through the stimulation of the chips that they seemed forever trapped in this hell. Even if the bindings were undone, they could not escape. No, this was not the outcome they desired. This was not. The returnees from the void let out desperate howls, transmitting their mix of anger and sorrow to their fellow souls. Realizing this, their peers could no longer suppress their emotions. Some advanced in a vengeful manner, inflicting violence upon the demon, while others emitted eerie laughter, desperately slamming themselves against the nearby walls, only to be burned and disfigured. They had long since lost their sanity, now merely flailing in a futile attempt to suppress their fraying nerves. The scene before Huang confirmed his belief. This place is indeed hell. The dreadful truth that shattered their last glimmer of hope was the most terrifying punishment of all, rendering the demon, in comparison to these humans, almost benevolent. Oh no, compared to him, this demon could be deemed kind, for he witnessed this creature being torn asunder by the very people it had once tormented, its screams echoing hauntingly. Who truly embodies the essence of a demon? Certainly, the label of demon does not apply here. Congratulations, player, for completing the achievement hell on Earth. Reward, Wisdom 0. 1. Reward hidden. Player, the Deceiver. Huang. strength 3, 5, hidden, agility 3, 5, hidden, wisdom 2, 0, hidden. Overall evaluation. It seems you're quite adept. Your intellect is impressive. Here, a little extra intelligence as a reward. However, your clever mind appears to have conceived a potential breakthrough. What is I shall not reveal. You may ponder which piece of information among the myriad in your mind holds the truth. Huang gazed at his panel, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. It seems this journey will unveil the truth of the digital realm entirely. Wow, this chase truly has my heart racing. Damn, he can really endure it, sliding right through. What a disaster. Wah wah wah, your skills are incredible. However, as far as I know, once you enter the label society in the digital realm, unless one possesses exceptional talents, it's essentially a dead end, right? What does the deceiver plan to do? Huang glanced back at the tongue-pulling hell, only to find the demon had vanished. A chill ran down his spine, a sense of foreboding settling in. It seems time cannot be squandered any longer. He must locate Jiang Yi swiftly. In truth, finding Jiang Yi is not a daunting task for Huang at this moment, as he possesses sufficient information. This is the digital realm, and it serves as the foundational physical model of the 18 layers of hell. The first layer is the tongue-pulling hell. If Jiang Luo's information is accurate, Jiang Yi must be located in the fourth layer. At that moment, an unexpected twist occurred. Author and amp, Oppos. S-note. There was something I intended to wait until the updates exceeded 10,000 before revealing, but has already been discovered by readers. What it is, I shall not disclose. You may sneak a glance at the reward notes. Chapter 57. The Labeled Society. The Hell of Sinister Mirrors. I had previously stated that escape was impossible. The insidious whisper of the demon resounded once more in my ears. Huang's pupils contracted as he turned to gaze down the staircase. A red-skinned demon appeared before him, and scathed, its eyes filled with mockery and derision, as if everything unfolded at its whim. Suddenly, a heavy axe materialized in its hand, the wooden handle rhythmically thumping against its palm, producing a dull sound. You are indeed a clever individual, yet I have expressed my disdain for such cleverness. It taunted. Seizing the moment as the demon spoke, Huang plunged the knife of family harmony deep into its carotid artery. The demon perished. However, in that fleeting moment of demise, an intense heat surged from behind Huang. A rough, crimson hand clasped his shoulder, squeezing relentlessly. The red-skinned demon leaned closer, whispering sinisterly into his ear, its derisive tone growing increasingly suffocating. Futile. In hell, demons never truly die. As it spoke, the grip on Huang's shoulder intensified. A sickening crack echoed as he heard the sound of bones fracturing, followed by an excruciating pain that coursed through his body, leaving him drenched in sweat. Leave me be. He attempted to invoke the rules to rid himself of the demon. Yet, the demon bore no label atop its head. Ha 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 ha. It erupted into maniacal laughter, perched upon Huang's back. Dear esteemed guest, do you truly believe I would fall for the same ruse twice? Huang gritted his teeth, realizing he had indeed entered a state of peril, and this predicament was of his own making. The demon possessed the authority to control the punishment chair. As it was compelled to sit upon the chair, it simultaneously unbound another, thus granting itself the capability to shed its label. Now, he was firmly ensnared. The demon's countenance suggested it had anticipated this very moment. Huang recognized he had been manipulated. The demon's claws, as sharp as blades, grazed his exposed back, leaving crimson trails in their wake. The sensation was not one of acute pain, but rather a looming sense of imminent death that rendered him breathless. Squinting, Huang pondered. He could not slay the demon. If his intuition served him right, the demon could resurrect at a location of its choosing. To kill it would only exacerbate the instability. He acutely understood that his opportunity was singular. To startle the snake in the grass would alter the dynamics of the battle tremendously. If he were to sever the demon's hand, it would undoubtedly react instantaneously, plunging its hand, which pressed against his back, through his body. In that instant, he made a bold decision. With a swift motion, Huang employed the knife of family harmony to sever his own arm. In that moment, He surged down the staircase with astonishing speed. The demon grasped the severed limb, blood still oozing from it, momentarily stunned, its gaze vacant. After a brief moment, fury surged within it. "You wretched insect! Damn you!" It vowed to pursue him. However, Huang's agility was rated at 3, while the demon's was merely 2. Relying solely on speed, it could not catch up to him. Should it resort to its previous tactics, unleashing the gates of hell, it would be a grave miscalculation. For the chaos of one individual did not warrant the turmoil of the entire inferno. Filthy insect! Filthy insect! The demon fumed, increasingly irate. This human was truly cunning. Yet, it could not escape the confines of hell. It was destined to be ensnared. As Huang descended the lower levels, chilling cries echoed through the air. He was acutely aware that the demon could not keep pace with him. However, once he entered the 4th layer in search of Zhang Yi, his speed would inevitably wane, and there would be no retreat. Thus, upon crossing into the 4th layer, he purchased advanced all-seeing detection and positioned it at the entrance of the hell known as the Hell of Sinister Mirrors. He was confident that if Zhang Yi were in hell, he would be confined within the Hell of Sinister Mirrors. For those imprisoned, there were individuals who withheld the truth and evaded justice. Huang boldly conjectured, corroborated by the circumstances surrounding him and Zhang Luo. Their initial identities and labels were intimately connected to their true selves. From a certain perspective, he too was indeed a domineering artist. The reason he was certain Zhang Yi resided in the Hell of Sinister Mirrors was due to a gift Zhang Yi had once bestowed upon him, the Tears of the Forsaken. The origin of this item was marked as unknown. Yet, after entering the instance, he had obtained an item named Tears of the Rebellious from that mother. This latter item was time-limited and could not be taken from the instance, implying that Zhang Yi and Amp, Oppos, Tears of the Forsaken were not a product of the instance. If it were not an instance product, could it not potentially be akin to Zhang Luo's tangible black sword, a product of innate talent? If talent could be concealed, could it also be disguised? The answer was yes. Within the instance, anything was possible. His encounters with Zhang Yi had been brief, but from both direct interactions and the commentary of others, it was evident that Zhang Yi was riddled with insecurities and contradictions. All those who had previously formed a team with him had perished. Was this truly mere coincidence? Or was there something more? Perhaps only by locating Zhang Yi could the truth be unveiled. Was he a guide or a forsaken? Should he appear in the 4th layer? Then his hypothesis would likely be accurate. As Huang traversed the midway point of the 4th layer, the demon entered the same layer. The distance between them widened. Yet, he still did not glimpse Zhang Yi's figure. If Zhang Yi was not in the 4th layer as a forsaken, then to save his own life, Huang would have no choice but to become a forsaken. Finally, upon nearing the conclusion of the 4th layer, Huang spotted a familiar silhouette through the bars of the prison door. Zhang Yi, like the other prisoners, was bound to the punishment chair. His eyes had been gouged out, his tongue severed. He bore no distinction from the other captives. He appeared to be enduring some form of utmost despair, his expression frail and fearful. Yet, unlike the other prisoners, he neither screamed nor roared. Instead, blood tears streamed ceaselessly from his eyes. He was in a state of utter disarray, as if he were repenting for something. Huang had no time for hesitation, nor did he require the truth. For at that moment, the scene was not solely occupied by him and Zhang Yi. Their fates had irrevocably intertwined the instant he entered hell. All he could do now was trust. He had to act according to the original plan. Save Zhang Yi. Escape. Without a moment's thought, Huang flung open the prison door and stepped inside, enclosing himself within a self-imposed prison. Chapter 58. The Labeled Society. Utilizing the rules the moment he securely closed the door behind him signified that there was no turning back. All he could hope for was that his teammates would not falter. Otherwise, he had contingencies in place. Before him, the demon observed as Huang locked himself in the room, excitement coursing through its essence. The bug, weary of the cat-and-mouse game, now willingly sought to be ensnared. Huang, however, paid it no heed, instead kneeling beside Zhang Yi. "Uncle Zhang, I've come to alleviate your suffering." Huang, upon hearing Yin Huang's voice, displayed little change in expression, seemingly lost in the nightmare inflicted upon him by the demon. What kind of nightmare could it be? Yet, Yin Huang could not dwell on such thoughts. He merely offered a warning. I am about to remove your blades. Bear with it. No sooner had he spoken than he yanked out the 2 blades that had been embedded in Jiang's arms. Blood gushed forth, the scent of iron evaporating as it hit the ground. Jiang remained oblivious, ensnared in his nightmare, which caused a momentary pang of anxiety in Yin Huang. What sort of nightmare could render one so insensate to pain? His curiosity was piqued. Nonetheless, Jiang's current state rendered him a burden. Thus, Yin Huang hoisted Jiang up and took his place in the chair of punishment. In an instant, the bonding of the chair shifted its target. Yin Huang collapsed into Jiang and Appo's seat, devoid of the rebellious tears that could once shield him from the rules. In that binding moment, his label vanished, while Jiang's reemerged. Label, person, renegade, sinner, label points, 100 points. Yin Huang squinted, scrutinizing the label. The demon advanced, perplexed by Yin Huang's every move. Are you merely engaging in futile resistance? Yin Huang smiled, tilting his head skyward with a light chuckle. Futile resistance? No. I merely wish to ascertain whether hell is truly as devoid of hope as you claim. The demon intended to mock Yin Huang's naivety, but in that moment, it beheld the label upon Yin Huang's head. Label, person, peak artist, ruthless. Label points, 100 points. The demon and Appo's eyes widened in disbelief. This is impossible. How did you achieve this? Yin Huang remained remarkably composed, narrowing his eyes in amusement. Since you, dear demon, have posed a question, I shall not shy away from answering, as a token of gratitude for your previous and forthcoming inquiries. After a brief pause, he continued, I have pondered why, in the depths of hell, where no one bears labels, you would impose one upon yourself. Isn't that akin to inflicting a debuff upon your own being? Clearly, you are an intelligent being, and an intelligent being would not unwarrantedly subject themselves to a negative state. Therefore, your label is not merely a label. It is a power bestowed upon you by the divine. Your capabilities do not emanate from your essence, but from your chip. Am I correct? At Yin Huang's words, the demon's countenance turned grim, for he knew the truth of the statement. His power, indeed, derived from the chip granted by the divine. Hence, hell was constructed upon the network world. It required the rules of the network world to wield the powers endowed by the divine. It gritted its teeth. So, how did you manage to render my chip incapable of interfering with yours? It struggled to suppress its wrath, desperate to uncover how its divine abilities had been circumvented. Yin Huang chuckled lightly, the glint of determination reflected in his glasses. At that moment, the demon's expression shifted dramatically upon realizing Yin Huang still possessed the operational panel for livestream. Countless possibilities flashed through its mind. Yin Huang patiently elucidated, Dear demon, having once been human, you must understand, correct? When we utilize the function of live streaming, others cannot employ their chips to invade our lives, which implies that our chip functions remain unimpeded. While you can manipulate our chip states, what if our chips are in a state of invulnerability? Your chip's authority over us cannot surpass the rules themselves, can it? In computing terms, the demon's chip merely executed a start and shut down operation. The state of watching live stream serves as firewall. This mechanism, rooted in the rules of the network world, is the utmost protective barrier. Under this mechanism, no chip can interfere with another. Thus, as long as Yin Huang was engaged in watching the live stream, his chip would not succumb to the demon's coercion. Bug, you seek death. The demon glared at Yin Huang, its emotions unmistakable. It quickened its pace, gripping its axe tightly. Yet, Yin Huang remained unperturbed, moving at a leisurely pace. He utilized the scanning function to extract Jiang's live stream. Jiang and Appo's stream materialized, and unsurprisingly, Yin Huang could indeed evaluate him. Everything was within his grasp. In this world, each individual was perpetually under scrutiny. The higher one's score, the more attention they attracted. Jiang, born as a person, Could this be possible? It was inconceivable. Therefore, tracing back his identity, Jiang and Appo's life had undoubtedly been observed by Huang. Huang's smile deepened as he met the demon's gaze. Dear demon, if hell consists solely of percent people, then what transpires if one is not a percent person? As he spoke, he slowly inched his finger toward the discrepancy in Jiang Yi's life livestream. The demon's eyes widened, fury boiling over as it stomped its feet in rage. Bug, you dare. Huang indeed dared. The moment he pressed upon the discrepancy in Jiang Yi's stream, Jiang Yi's label points plummeted to 99. As his points fell, he transformed into a flurry of data, vanishing from sight. Huang smiled at the demon. It appeared the pathways of hell were not as impenetrable as believed. The demon, however, remained unfazed. Its fury dissipated, replaced by a sinister grin that stretched across its face. Ah, you are clever. Indeed, the pathways of hell are impenetrable. You have released a prisoner. Simultaneously, you have relinquished your sole opportunity. In drawing the lines of confinement, Huang, whilst liberating Jiang Yi, had entirely forfeited the chance to exploit the loopholes of the rules. This was hell, aside from itself and the demon. Who else could utilize life livestream to save him? At that moment, he was the caged beast, and the demon was the butcher. Author's note: while writing, I discovered a flaw and continuously modified the logic of this chapter, taking an hour to finalize it. Thankfully, I made the necessary adjustments. Chapter 59. The Society of Labels counterattacked the demon, clad in the wooden clogs bestowed upon its rebirth, approached Huang step by step, dragging its axe along the ground, a visage of wickedness upon its face. The thrill of passing judgment on the sinner filled it with anticipation. The key, a mere accessory of its resurrection, was discarded in favor of swinging the axe with a force exceeding 4 points, striking fiercely at the spiked iron bars. The clash of metal reverberated, elongating the sound of fear and intensifying the oppressive atmosphere. Huang, like a lamb awaiting slaughter, relinquished all resistance. Sitting quietly upon the chair of punishment, his one remaining arm firmly grasping the knife of harmonious family. The demon found him an intriguing individual, as it bent the iron bars with each strike while conversing with Huang. Encountering someone so captivating in the dreary abyss of hell was a welcome distraction from its years of torment. Yet, it declared, your life ends here, the release of a deeply sinful soul. Your transgressions are unforgivable. Abruptly, it halted its assault on the door, which was on the brink of destruction. Both the demon and Huang understood that a single blow would shatter the iron gate completely. The ecstasy of slaughter did not arise from the act itself, but from the terror of the prey facing death. The demon gazed at Huang. Are you not going to flee? I can grant you the chance to escape. After all, even if it allowed the other sinners to sever their bindings, they would be incapable of utilizing the chip's functions. How can one use a chip if they cannot see or speak? Hearing the demon's words, Huang chuckled softly. No need. Thank you for your concern. I shall remain here, awaiting your attempt to end my life. The demon squinted. Is that a provocation? Huang shrugged. Not all. Merely a statement of fact. The demon snorted in disdain. If you harbor any twisted thoughts, cast them aside. I have proclaimed, I am immortal. With that, it delivered one final, forceful blow to the iron door. The tremendous impact sent the battered door flying, striking Huang's face and drawing blood that streamed down one side. The demon stepped forward, laughter echoing as it approached Huang, dragging the axe closer. Then raising it high, you are fortunate to be my first direct kill in hell. Unfazed in the face of impending doom, Huang met the demon and Appo's gaze with a glint of amusement. Mr. Demon, I believe I must correct a misconception of yours. The demon showed no interest in his words, aiming for Huang's head. With a swift motion, the axe sliced through the air. In an instant, the surrounding sound seemed to halt. Huang ducked, sliding down the chair and slipping through the demon's legs. The axe struck the chair with a resounding thud, and the demon's left hand, which had not been used, darted behind to seize Huang. Yet it grasped only air, realizing the pest had severed its own hand. The demon paused, then swiftly turned to grasp Huang once more. At that moment, Huang's knife of harmonious family, was poised at the demon's nape, poised to pierce. The demon laughed. Dear guest, do you still wish to strike at me? Did I not inform you of my immortality? Go on, stab me. Hurry. A struggling lamb is far more entertaining. Rest assured, the more you resist, the less inclined I am to kill you. I shall slowly become your nightmare. Yet, Huang did not act hastily. Instead, he leaned against the demon's back, a smirk playing at the corner of his mouth as he whispered in its ear. Did I not mention I would correct your error? You earlier asserted you were immortal, yet you are merely a demon. In hell. The tip of Huang's knife targeted the chip at the demon's nape. The demon's pupils constricted as Huang sensed its body tremble. It attempted to escape with its superior strength, but Huang expertly plunged the knife into the demon's neck, executing a swift upward thrust. With a spray of crimson, a beautiful chip soared into the air, liberated from the demon's body. In that moment of separation, the demon underwent a violent transformation. Its flesh, once crimson and wrinkled, morphed into a putrid mass, barely retaining a semblance of humanity. No, no, its wails echoed, filled with despair and disbelief that Huang had discerned its weakness. It was unwilling. It had finally found a reason to survive. You, a deeply sinful being who indulges in wickedness, shall never meet that goddess. She accepts no one. Kill me, and you shall never escape. Hell. The final words were enunciated with a depth that mocked its own dignity. Huang regarded the demon, unperturbed by its proclamation. Silently, he retrieved the demon's chip. Congratulations. Player Huang has obtained a hidden limited-time item, the Demon S chip. Item, the Demon S chip. Quality, E. Effect, none. Item description. I have heard the most venomous words, endured the most brutal treatment. If there were no hell to punish evil, I would become hell itself. But then I discovered, I am not hell, nor have we ever left it. At this moment, the viewership in the live stream exceeded 70,000. No one anticipated the events would unfold in such a manner. This, the Demon S chip, is also a limited-time item for the dungeon. I'm utterly astonished. Huang felt a twinge of surprise, yet it was merely slight. That its chip would transform into a hidden limited-time item was not unexpected. It was unique, yet not entirely so. There existed someone in the network world, strikingly similar to it. That individual was pitiable. Huang opened the demon's life record. As anticipated, it had been reduced to a mere fragment of video. This segment was the nexus connecting everything. After watching the video, Huang gazed silently at the sky. Jiang Luo, it is time for you to take me back. As his words fell, a point was deducted from his label score, enveloping him in a cascade of data codes. The audience in the live stream, fixated on Huang, was left in disbelief. What has transpired? Oh no, he can't handle it. He's stuck in a bug. In a flash, Huang with a score of 99 returned to the human realm. The moment he reappeared, Jiang Luo bounded toward him, a cunning smile gracing her face. So, how was I? Not bad. Before she could continue, Huang swung the knife of harmonious family toward her, slicing through the air and sending her bangs fluttering. Jiang Luo's expression shifted abruptly. Yet Huang maintained a gentle smile. Xiao Luo, I do not mind becoming the second betrayer. Author's note, recently, temperatures have fluctuated, leading to mild fever and dizziness. To avoid affecting the quality, I shall take a short break today and reduce the update count. Please take care to dress appropriately. Chapter 60. The Society of Labels. Confession on Jiang Luo's delicate face. A smile gradually froze. Her anxiety was evident in her expression, and her cheeks flushed slightly. Biting her lower lip, she found herself at a loss for words. In truth, they were all astute individuals, and she understood Huang's implications all too well. The initial identity in the Society of Labels was somewhat related to the players themselves. Huang's discovery of Jiang took place in the fourth circle of hell. The Mirror of Sin, with a most conspicuous label on Jiang, was the betrayer. Furthermore, Jiang had entrusted Huang with an item named Tears of the Betrayer. What Huang sought to uncover was abundantly clear to Jiang Luo. In a game like the Instance, where life and death were at stake, every piece of information was crucial, particularly regarding team dynamics. although they had not explicitly disclosed the true meaning of their innate skills to Huang. They could still infer certain judgments from visible information, aside from the hidden aspects. Her father had directly disguised his own talent. Moreover, his true gift was indeed the betrayer. The concealment of this suspicious label naturally elicited doubt. Yet, that was a secret belonging to her father. They had harmed no one. Her father's current state was dire. If they intended to betray him, she could have chosen to abandon Huang once her father was rescued. Jiang Luo remained remarkably rational, steadfast in her stance. Huang's blade was still aimed at her forehead. This is why I am granting you an opportunity for explanation. Without the tears of the betrayer as a means of escape, and without Jiang Luo's cooperation, he would have shown no mercy, regardless of her prior rescue. It was evident that this father-daughter duo earnestly sought his recognition and trust. Jiang Luo took a deep breath, never anticipating that matters would escalate to this extent. Her father and Appo's secret had been concealed since their entry into the instance. If it weren't into Appo's, for the dual suspicions of the mirror of sin and the label, it would have gone unnoticed. Now, everyone was aware of it. Her father had hidden this label. Without clarification, their days in the instance would only grow increasingly difficult. Even if she regarded her abilities as commendable, she could not guarantee that she and her father could navigate the instance unimpeded without trust. Yet her father had done nothing wrong. As this thought crossed her mind, her eyes involuntarily welled with tears. But she could not cry. It would portray her as weak. If she appeared weak, who would protect her father? Perhaps sensing his daughter's predicament, Jiang Yi, lying on the sofa, emitted sound from his tongueless mouth. He could only produce simple, hoarse syllables, unclear in meaning. Yet, the bond between father and daughter was profound. Jiang Luo bit her lip tightly, fixing her gaze on Huang. My father has something to convey to you. I shall construct a bridge for your communication. She was neither pretentious nor overly meddlesome. If this were her father's decision, she would respect it. As her words fell, the mental bridge was established. She only connected Huang and Jiang Yi, leaving herself out of the loop, thus unable to hear their exchange. This was Jiang Yi and Appo's request. Huang and Appo's mind was suddenly filled with Jiang Yi and Appo's voice. Though this voice emanated from Jiang Yi and Appo's spirit, it now sounded even more weathered than before entering the Society of Labels. Huang, I apologize for deceiving you, but we harbor no ill intentions towards you. To be precise, we bear no malice towards anyone. I am indeed the betrayer, yet I have never betrayed anyone. Those who speak ill of us are not entirely wrong. Everyone we previously teamed with has perished. But I swear, I have never committed any heinous acts against them. If I wished to harm you, I would not have bestowed upon you the tears of the betrayer. As for my reasons for concealing everything, you will soon understand. Now please trust me. Trust me. As he communicated with Huang in his mind, he trembled and rose from the sofa, discerning Huang and Appo's location by the direction of the voice. With a thud, he knelt before him, blood tears streaming from his eyes. Mr. Yin, I wish to share a secret with you, but please do not disclose it to Xiao Luo for now. She would be angry if she knew. Huang took a deep breath, but did not lower the family harmony knife aimed at Jiang Luo's head. Speak, he urged, his lips parting slightly. In the next moment, Jiang Yi revealed his secret. First, he transmitted the essence of his talent, the betrayer, into Huang's mind. Player, the betrayer, Jiang, talent. The one who has forsaken self and dignity shall ultimately attain their desires. Unique hidden information. Upon relinquishing a certain aspect of oneself, an equivalent reward shall be received. Huang pressed his lips together, brow furrowed. Then, Jiang Yi uttered a phrase that caused Huang's pupils to dilate and his entire being to shudder. I exchanged lies for the right to remain in the society of labels without being eliminated. From the moment I entered the instance, I have already stepped in my grave. The society of labels is the grave I meticulously prepared for myself. In an instant, Huang's mind was engulfed in chaos. Are you jesting? Jiang Yi shook his head with a smile. Mr. Yin, everything I wish to convey is here. Whether you choose to believe me is entirely up to you. Now, You possess the most fearsome leverage over me. Beyond that, I shall not interfere further. You are a wise man. You fully comprehend that whatever we do next, we cannot obstruct your path to victory. Please trust me one last time. Huang gazed at Jiang, feeling as though every cell in his body had entered a state of contemplation. Jiang's calmness and clarity in revealing all were unnerving. He boldly speculated that since entering the instance, he had anticipated everything that would befall him. For instance, the initial point of entry was within mirror of sin, enduring unimaginable torment. Moreover, he was acutely aware that he would be rescued and faced everything with composure. Huang found this man rather terrifying. Yet without a doubt, he had laid bare his entirety. Huang gritted his teeth. Jiang, everything you say is a lie. Lie assessment. Contradictory events. Assessment failed. Result. Jiang's words are all true. He has lost the ability to lie. Huang found it somewhat amusing. A man so intent on death could still patiently enter the instance, selecting his own grave. As a penalty for deceiving me, I regret to inform you that the girl is still young. You cannot perish. You must continue to care for her. With that, Huang lowered the family harmony knife, directing his gaze toward Jiang Luo. Jiang Luo, it is time to attend to business. Chapter 61. The Tag Society. Passage information. Huang gently patted Jiang Luo's head, causing her serious expression to transform into one of pure joy, akin to a sudden shift from overcast to sunny. She lifted her gaze, her eyes sparkling with unrestrained delight, and excitedly inquired, "Do you really believe us now?" Her twin ponytails bobbed as she spoke, and her entire being trembled with exhilaration, as if she could hardly believe this was reality. To affirm this, she discreetly pinched her thigh, feeling the pain, which reassured her that this was indeed no dream. Jiang Luo's smile widened, and she clasped Huang's hand, shaking it playfully. "What did my father tell you that made you believe so easily?" "I knew it. My judgment of character is infallible. You are nothing like the others who are so superficial." "Hee. Your little Luo Jia is quite impressive. My calculations never go awry." She expressed her uncontainable joy with a charming innocence that was truly delightful. Huang smiled back at her and ruffled her hair. "Ask your father. He instructed me not to reveal anything." Upon hearing this, Jiang Luo huffed in annoyance. "Ask my father? That old fossil, so pathetically weak yet stubborn as a mule. Once he sets his mind on something, no one can change it." Behind them, Jiang caught the sounds of their conversation and smiled, his expression a mix of various emotions. Jiang Luo shrugged, brimming with energy. "All right, since we've cleared our misunderstandings, let an oppose. Let's get down to business. What do you want little Luo Jia to do?" "I guarantee your satisfaction," Huang replied. "Utilize my 99-point authority to directly control the entire electronic information system of the Tag Society and initiate a full map live broadcast." Jiang Luo blinked in astonishment. "Are you sure?" Huang nodded. "With sufficient authority as a medium, this task should be easy for you, right?" Jiang Luo agreed. It indeed was not difficult. But what was his intention? Without adequate authority, such extensive electronic control would be nearly impossible for her. However, with enough power, she merely needed to relay information to every electronic device, and the process would be seamless. Transmitting information consumed little energy and fell well within her capabilities. Huang silently produced 2 chips. The princess's chip, the demon's chip. You already know the contents of the princess's chip. Upon viewing the demon's chip, you should understand why. As he spoke, he revealed the content of the demon's chip. It was a brief video. In this video, a little girl curled up in the darkness, hugging her knees and sobbing. She bore no label upon her head. Yet, even without a label, she trembled in fear, overwhelmed by the indistinct accusations echoing from outside. Though she could not discern the exact words, it was evident they were venomous. Those who knew nothing of her were condemning her. She quaked and wept. Isolated in the dark, a red-skinned demon emerged from her being. The girl seemed to sense something and lifted her head in confusion. She beheld the red-skinned demon, who also bore no label. He smiled foolishly, extending his hand to grasp hers, as if to say, "I will protect you." Thus, the world around them transformed into hell. and everyone was ensnared within it. Yet, that girl remained the sole soul untainted by hell. The video concluded here. Jiang Luo blinked, glancing again at the demon's chip, which recorded that we had never left hell. Because hell stems from the human realm. The divine does not dwell in the human realm. Thus, it cannot exist in hell either. Hell punishes those who commit heinous acts in the human realm, and these evils are the percent people in the human realm. The inhabitants, percent people in oppos, are virtuous in the human realm, but are unforgivable evils in hell. Wait, does the understanding of hell align with that of the real world? Jiang Luo immediately made this connection, her eyes alight with excitement. As she spoke, Huang understood. Jiang Luo had grasped the entire replica system of the tag society. Indeed, hell corresponds with our understanding. The divine established the rule that only the percent people may perceive the divine, a decree explicitly stated within the princess's chip. Both the princess's chip and the demon's chip reveal information that consistently lacks the markers of the tag society. The labels. Do you remember what our world is called? Upon hearing Huang's question, Jiang Luo's mind went blank, her lips trembling slightly. The world we inhabit is the networked world. In an instant, she looked up at Huang, locking eyes with him. We have never truly left the real hell because hell itself is the networked world. Regardless of how engrossed one becomes in the networked world, one must ultimately return to reality. The divine has never been virtual. Returning to a reality that shares our understanding is the true path to the domain of the divine. The lady living in reality within the princess's chip once said, "My little princess, remember, you must be a good person, become one of the percent people, and then meet the divine. Only then can you live without worries forever." This good person is not one found in the networked world. This percent person is not from the networked world either. Rather, it is a genuine, bona fide good person belonging to reality. Everyone knows that in the distorted networked world, good people cannot survive. The reason no one has ever encountered the divine of the tag society lies here. People have lost themselves amid the rampant materialism of the networked world, distorting their perception of reality. According to the introduction from netizens, there are only scores from 1 to 99, with two special values excluded yet existent, 100 and 0. If the percent people in the networked world are the unforgivable evildoers in reality, then the 0-point people who cannot survive in the networked world are the good people of reality. The true direction toward the domain of the divine is 0, a 0-point person swimming against the current of the times. Jiang Luo was on the verge of screaming with excitement. What do you want to do? Being a percent person is hard. Being a 0-point person in this era is even more challenging. Huang's gaze fell upon the princess's chip. When all goodwill is branded with the label of hypocrisy, society is destined for destruction. The answer, she has long since conveyed to us. Chapter 62. The Society of Labels. The Collapse of the World. Huang gazed at Jiang Luo, who had also come to a realization. A philanthropist. In this distorted society, to truly become a philanthropist, one must shatter all twisted perceptions and strive to become the person they genuinely wish to be. This is the pathway to the real world. In the realm of reality, during daily interactions, individuals invariably maintain a facade of friendliness towards others. Whether this friendliness stems from genuine kindness or mere hypocrisy, whether it is authentic or a mask, as long as one is amiable, they will undoubtedly garner the affection of many. Jiang Luo nodded. I understand. You crouched down first. Huang complied, crouching down and exposing the nape of his neck to Jiang Luo. Now, I shall connect you to all the chips in this networked world. With that, Jiang Luo placed one hand upon Huang's chip. In an instant, a surge of information erupted. The 99 subchip, possessing the highest authority within the Society of Labels, infiltrated everyone's chips and commandeered all electronic devices. After a flicker, the billboards in the streets displayed the images recorded within Huang's chip. Those using computers or smartphones suddenly found the same images popping up before them. Simultaneously, in diverse contexts, individuals encountered identical visuals. Every corner of the world was inundated with the images of the three omnipresent. The netizens gazed at the spectacle, utterly astonished. They fell into a state of bewilderment, chattering nervously among themselves. Clearly, they were unsettled by this terrifying upheaval. They looked around in fear, realizing the world had been overtaken by Huang and Appo's life live stream. After exerting her abilities, Jiang Luo and Appo's face turned pale, and she collapsed into Huang and Appo's embrace, her body drenched in sweat. Huang gently laid her on the sofa, settling himself beside her. A stream of code flickered in Jiang Luo's eyes, followed by a faint smile. Huang, it's up to you. Huang nodded, then straightened his posture, fixing his gaze ahead. He was the focal point of countless eyes, and a multitude was also under his scrutiny. Greetings to all the netizens living in this society of labels. Please do not panic, nor lose your composure. Henceforth, as the highest scorer in this society, I will set forth new regulations for this world and initiate a transformation. I ask you all to listen attentively until I finish. As a gold-tier salesperson, his demeanor shifted immediately when addressing the audience, igniting curiosity and seriousness among them. To seek to alter this world single-handedly? Truly laughable. The moment you exhibit any slip in your words or actions, you shall be met with a fall into the abyss. The netizens stirred restlessly. Their sights were not fixed on a single individual. They were aware that there were three fools daring to challenge the rules of this world. A live broadcast had become their arena of confrontation. Huang spoke to cultivate a positive online environment. As the current authority in the digital realm, I, Huang, advocate against attracting high scores through sensationalism, violence, and obscenity. I call for the prohibition of malevolence as the mainstream, steering society's residents away from self-destruction. As inhabitants of this world, we ought to collaboratively build a beautiful world, championing a life guided by truth, goodness, and beauty, with social harmony as our standard. Let us abolish the core system of label scores. Let us forge a utopia of our own. As the initiator of this global reform, to demonstrate my resolve, I will donate all my possessions to those in need. I am willing to stake my fate to become the sounding board for this reform. Supporters of the reform, grant me your approval. Detractors, bestow upon me your disapproval. Beside him, Jiang Luo and Jiang Yi simultaneously raised their hands. We too are willing. Please cast your votes. In that moment, a tide of undercurrents surged. Countless eyes fixated on them, mocking their audacity. Fools, simpletons, ignorant, dreamers. A barrage of insults rained down upon the trio as feedback. Behind the scenes of the broadcast, many ridiculed their absurdity. The rules are meant to be followed and adapted to. Those who dare to challenge them will undoubtedly face retribution. The world cannot accommodate any notions beyond its confines. They freely criticized the three anomalies. The labels hovering above their heads shifted chaotically, and their scores plummeted like a falling rocket. 98, 88, 78. In the blink of an eye, their scores had dropped by several points, vividly reflecting the rejection and derision from the netizens towards Huang and Appo's expressed views. They squandered a life that had reached its pinnacle, only to advocate for a group of societal refuse. Seeking to gain a good reputation? Alas, this world is merciless and requires no kindness. The collective strength of everyone within this realm is absolute, directing them towards the truth. The scores of the three were on the brink of bottoming out. Yet, they displayed no regret or panic at the prospect of being cast aside by this world. Instead, only a subtle smile graced their faces, a smile born of expectation. Their scores dwindled to a mere 1, soon to be reduced to 0. Huang interlaced his fingers tightly, his body leaning slightly forward, resting his elbows on his knees. His glasses reflected the onset of flickering data codes throughout the world. The dark blue light flashed like current, its frequency increasing with each moment. Huang softly uttered, "It seems your opinions are quite unified. If you're unwilling to embrace the new world, then please slumber eternally in your dreams." At the instant his words fell, the scores above their heads reached absolute 0. The labels that had hovered above them officially vanished. The surroundings underwent a cataclysmic transformation. Every scene vibrated at high frequency, accompanied by a crackling sound of electricity as all evaluations dissipated in that moment. Everyone within the digital realm felt the shift in their world. The live broadcast abruptly ceased. The chips emitted a magnificent glow, enveloping all within its radiance. They looked up in terror, re-evaluating the world they had inhabited for countless years. The clouds, the rain, the sun, all were illusions. The chip transmitted a message to their brains. Welcome back to the real world, dream travelers from hell. As they received this message, their physical forms began to fragment, disintegrating towards the heavens. They finally comprehended the truth. They were in fact illusions. Boom, boom, boom. The skyscrapers began to tremble. The virtual world was collapsing. At the moment of collapse, the chips emitted a warning. Warning. Level 1 breach detected in World 307. Clearance recommended. Clearance recommended. Clearance recommended. Before fragmentation could occur, the three received the world and Oppo's alert simultaneously. Huang and Zhang Luo sensed something amiss. The virtual world was evidently on the brink of collapse. Why had they not returned to reality yet? Chapter 63. The Society of Labels. The forsaken Zhang Luo gazed at Huang in astonishment. Huang, what is happening? Huang himself was at a loss, his expression solemn as he delved into contemplation. Logically, their deductions should be correct. Both hidden timed items pointed toward this direction. The collapse of the virtual world was indeed underway. Previously, he had plunged directly into hell at 100 points, yet now, upon reaching 0, there was no reason they hadn't entered the real world. While he pondered, he noticed Zhang Yi beside him chuckling a dry, expectant laughter that caught even Zhang Luo off guard. Father? Huang quickly responded, Zhang Luo, connect the mental bridge among the three of us. Zhang Luo nodded, bracing herself under immense pressure as she began to construct the mental link. The trio's minds intertwined. Zhang Yi, eyes closed, directed his gaze toward the two. Utilizing his ability to deceive, he exchanged everything related to the core rules of this particular scenario that would not be forgotten. What unfolded was entirely transparent to him. His voice was gentle. Indeed, this is the path to the real world. However, after countless collapses of the scenario by players, the divine heart of this realm remains unopened. She has grown weary, unwilling to see anyone anymore. Thus, when the world crumbles, players will perish. From the moment you entered this scenario, a deadlock was inevitable. But fret not, you shall not die. As the two listened to Zhang Yi's words, a vague sense of foreboding settled in their hearts. Zhang Yi was aware of everything. Thus, he orchestrated everything. Suddenly, Huang recalled Zhang Yi's words. The Society of Labels was the grave he had prepared for himself. His pupils constricted, clenching his fists instinctively. What do you intend to do? Zhang Yi did not respond directly. Instead, he silently reflected on his own affairs. It was all nearing its conclusion. I have awaited this day for far too long. It is time for me to reveal everything to you. As he spoke, Zhang Yi's hand brushed over his chip. The visuals of life records unfolded, resembling a meticulously prepared progress bar, chronicling Zhang Yi's existence. The sky was clear, and the sound of reading echoed. Zhang Yi, in the classroom, led his 57 fifth-grade students in reciting a text titled Father and Son in an Earthquake. The students adored their teacher, Zhang. Upon finishing the reading, emotions ran high among the students. One child suddenly posed a question, Teacher Zhang, is an earthquake truly that terrifying? With a gentle smile, Zhang Yi explained the horrors of earthquakes, providing numerous examples as he animatedly performed, captivating the children. They began to feel a palpable fear. Someone trembled. No wonder we practice earthquake drills. So many people could die, it's terrifying. Zhang Yi reassured them, do not worry. Due to our geographical conditions, we are unlikely to experience earthquakes. Even if we do, they will be minor tremors. Just follow the earthquake drill, and you'll all be safe. The children raised their hand again. Will you protect us like during the earthquake drills, Teacher Zhang? Zhang Yi was taken aback, then smiled. Of course, you silly children. If an earthquake were to occur, chaos would ensue. You might not even be able to move. How could I be at ease with you? Suddenly, the scene shifted. Zhang Yi had just exited the restroom when he felt the ground shake violently, instinctively crouching down. Amidst the chaos, He heard the terrified screams of the fifth-grade class. An earthquake! An earthquake! Evacuate according to the drill. But where was Teacher Jiang? Mom, I'm scared. Jiang Yi's heart raced as he steadied himself against the wall, his legs propelling him swiftly toward the classroom. Do not fear. Follow the drill. I am here. He desperately quickened his pace toward his class. The students began to organize and rush out. Just then, a wailing cry pierced the air. At the empty corridor's edge stood a 2-year-old girl, clinging to the railing, crying, Mommy, Mommy, don't go. As debris fell around her, she trembled in fear. With a violent shake, the girl tumbled downstairs. Jiang Yi's eyes widened in terror. Torn between the cries of his students and the girl's desperate pleas, he struggled internally, ultimately shouting to his class, Run outside. Don't stay inside. Hurry out as fast as you can. As he spoke, he dashed toward the corridor. At that moment, some of the fifth-grade students finally emerged. They saw Jiang Yi's retreating figure, hysterically calling out, Teacher Jiang, are you abandoning us? Jiang, he had already clasped the child in his arms, hearing the students' cries. But he could not turn back now. In an earthquake, moving against the flow or hesitating would obstruct the path to survival. He had to get this child to safety as quickly as possible. Hurry outside. Keep up. He gritted his teeth, uttering those words with all his might as he rushed down. In the midst of the earthquake, he was the first to burst out of the classroom building. The scene of his escape was captured by those on the playground, intending to document the earthquake's occurrence. Behind him, other classes were also being led to safety by their teachers. However, his class remained behind. He swiftly placed the little girl in a secure area and without hesitation turned back toward the building. But now all paths were obstructed by fleeing individuals, leaving no entry points. The ground shook and panic reigned. Jiang Yi's nerves were frayed, sweat pouring down his body. He fervently prayed that his fifth-grade students would be safe. They must not be harmed. Finally, when he found an opportunity to enter the corridor, he even glimpsed his students about to exit. A look of joy spread across his face. Suddenly, a deafening rumble erupted before him. The classroom began to collapse. The catastrophic scene unfolded, draining the color from Jiang Yi's face. He saw the children gazing at him, heard the numerous clicks of cameras capturing the moment. He witnessed the confusion and sorrow etched on their faces, their accusatory gazes piercing his heart like daggers. In the blink of an eye, the towering structure crumbled into ruins. Simultaneously, Jiang Yi was labeled by countless voices. The forsaken. The labels affixed to him were the evaluations of netizens, the tears of parents, the questions of students, and his desires concerning the scenario. Please let me escape reality. Chapter 64. The Society of Labels. An exemplary teacher, Jiang Yi repeatedly articulated the truth. Yet people stubbornly clung to their own beliefs. Some claimed that the child was none of his concern. As a teacher, by choosing to abandon his students, he was destined for a life of utter failure. He lost his job, his family, everything. Ultimately, he found himself ensconced in his home, curled up in bed, perusing the scathing comments directed at him. He could see the parents of 57 children countless times, sharing videos online, weeping. Their heart-wrenching cries peeled away layers of Jiang Yi's heart, exposing his most sensitive and fragile emotions. Newspapers lambasted him, and the relentless tide of news left him too frightened to step outside. Eventually, the instance promised to fulfill all his desires. He fled into the instance. I had hoped that entering the instance would lead to a better life. Yet upon stepping into the first scenario, the talent known as betrayer revealed everything to me. I was a coward. In the very moment I acquired the talent, I relinquished my courage, replacing betrayer with instructor. Thus, I navigated my way to the present. Utilizing my own timidity, I yearned to restart my life within the instance, to become a devoted instructor and alleviate my burdens. But perhaps once a person errs, they are condemned to an inescapable fate. Once they evade responsibility, they are subject to an endless curse. Each companion I teamed up with ultimately perished under various unforeseen circumstances. Within the instance, I too bore the label of betrayer. He spoke with a calm demeanor, yet laughter intertwined with his tears. What reason did I have to persist for a decade? He pondered, his gaze fixed upon Jiang Luo. Perhaps it was the abandoned child who still required my care. However, Little Luo was already in the 5th grade. Were it not for this child, he might have cast aside the burdens he carried much earlier. Upon hearing this, Jiang Luo instinctively clenched her fists and then leaped into Jiang Yi's embrace, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist. Those who fail to understand you should not deter you from foolish actions. I am not yet 18, not yet an adult. You promised to wait until I was capable of protecting you. After holding back her tears for so long, she could no longer contain them, tightening her grip. Jiang Yi merely chuckled softly, reaching out to gently pat Jiang Luo and Appo's head, affectionately smoothing her hair. Hadn't and Appo's little Luo always been protecting her father? No, not yet. I haven't even had the chance to apologize properly to everyone. That doesn't count. Jiang Yi felt a pang of melancholy, sighing, his tone remaining gentle. It seems that father may have to break his promise. Father is so tired, so very tired. Those emotions enveloped him, eroding his spirit. Each time he fell asleep, it was deeper guilt that consumed him. Upon hearing this, Jiang Luo could no longer control her emotions. She let out a piercing scream, interrupting the silence. But now there was no sound. Her hands clenched Jiang Yi's clothing in a desperate grip, the fabric wrinkling beneath her grasp. I refuse. I refuse to be abandoned. Father, I only have you. From childhood to now, it's only ever been you. She wept. She also realized that the man she clutched was growing lighter. With a shock, she looked up to see Jiang Yi and Appo's body beginning to fragment. Yet her own and Yin Huang's remained intact. Jiang Luo's pupils dilated. What have you exchanged? She asked softly, her breath nearly escaping her. Jiang Yi smiled, wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes. From now on, be sure to behave. Then he turned to Yin Huang and said, It seems, Mister, you can no longer punish me. To meet you in the graveyard is fate. I know you are a remarkable, brave, and gentle person compared to me. You can better protect others. Yin Huang gazed intently, momentarily at a loss for words. Jiang Yi exhaled deeply, then smiled again. Mr. Yin need not feel guilty. I have said, the society of labels is the grave I chose for myself. Therefore, I kindly ask that you look after little Luo for me. She is a very understanding child and will not hinder you. In return, after my death, all rights to my possessions will belong to you. This is the only compensation I can afford at present. Yin Huang regarded him, fully aware that from the moment he decided to team up with them, he had been ensnared in their scheme. Regardless of the outcome, once they successfully found the path to the real world, Jiang Yi would undoubtedly use his talent to exchange one life for two. Are you not afraid I will neglect Jiang Luo after your death? Jiang Yi shook his head. You would not. A man whom the gods within the instance are loath to part with has already become a part of the funeral he designed for himself from the moment they met. Yin Huang fell silent. Before them, Jiang Luo clung tightly to Jiang Yi, her teeth clenched, crying out in anguish. Jiang Yi, how can you do this? How can you be so selfish, so timid, so cowardly? I promised I would protect you. I would ensure your happiness. Why can't you simply wait for me to grow up? I don't want Yin Huang. I don't want him. I only want you. Father, please don't abandon me, okay? Please don't. A 12-year-old girl, no matter how mature, remains just a child. In truth, she had sensed something amiss when Jiang Yi chose the society of labels. But she never imagined that the man who had always acquiesced to her every whim would break his promise. This betrayal would leave no room for a second chance. Jiang Luo sniffled, the man in her embrace gradually fragmenting and drifting away. He wore a serene smile, finally embracing his liberation. For the last time, he wiped away Jiang Luo's tears. Be good. Listen well. Uncle Yin won't indulge you anymore. His voice faded gradually. Jiang Luo's desperate embrace became an empty gesture. As Jiang Yi approached the final moments of his life, he could finally lay bare his final hidden truth. He opened his attribute panel, exposing it to all. In the next instant, he reverted his talent from instructor back to its original form, betrayer. The talent of the betrayer was unveiled in a live broadcast witnessed by 100,000 viewers. Even the hidden information of the talent laid bare. I can finally accept myself. Tears of blood streamed down his face. At that moment, a resounding voice echoed in his ears. Congratulations, betrayer has reclaimed self-identity. Talent has been altered. Instantly, the talent of the betrayer transformed at a visible speed. Player, instructor, Jiang Yi, talent. Diligently teaching students, earnestly educating myself. I shall dedicate my life to completing my lesson, accepting myself. Overall evaluation. Undoubtedly, you are an exemplary teacher. Chapter 65. The Labeled Society. The real world. When the final evaluation emerged, it felt miraculous. Within Jiang Yi's imperfect life, a perfect conclusion was drawn. His pupils trembled, and in the last moment of fading, a single tear fell, a tear of gratitude. He finally approached his grave. The labeled individual had ultimately become part of the labeled society. Jiang Luo gritted her teeth, her entire body trembling. She forced herself to suppress her tears, the veins on her forehead bulging. No crying. Jiang Luo, you must not cry. She admonished herself, resolving to be stronger in the future. Huang offered a bittersweet smile, extending his arms to embrace Jiang Luo. As she fell into his embrace, she succumbed to emotional breakdown. Huang allowed her to weep in his arms. When his cyber world collapsed entirely, little Luo, remember to call me brother from now on. In the live streaming room, an endless silence prevailed. The audience had exceeded 100,000, yet not a single voice was heard. After a prolonged wait, the first comment finally appeared. So, he repented with his remaining life, not a conspiracy. Sigh. I've been too tense in the instance, suddenly seeing all this. It's hard to adapt. So many unexpected events converged upon him. If he hadn't promised the children, if he hadn't met Jiang Luo, if the children's first reaction after the earthquake hadn't been to hide under the table. If only, but there are no ifs. The instructor was indeed a mentor, imparting to us one final lesson. Did the instructor deserve the last comment bestowed by the system? Who could say for certain? 1,000 readers perceive 1,000 Hamlets. In 1,000 pairs of eyes, there are 1,000 different vistas. 1,000 evaluations yield 1,000 viewpoints. If others were placed in his situation, who could guarantee they would perform better? As long as there is no regret, it suffices. The cyber world had completely crumbled. Jiang Yi's sacrifice granted Huang and Jiang Luo a reprieve. After a dizzying moment, Huang finally opened his eyes. He found himself lying down, the sound of beeping heart monitors surrounding him. As he gradually opened his eyes, the sky appeared a blinding white, as if coated in white paint. When he rose, he realized the entire world was similarly stark, unervingly white. There were others around him, not just one, but countless individuals. He was merely a small part of the multitude. People lay on narrow blue and white beds, resembling patients, their hands connected by long wires leading to a peculiar device. This apparatus displayed heartbeats alongside a live stream of life itself. As Huang comprehended the scene, in the blink of an eye, everyone's life stream went dark. Is this the real world? Suddenly, he heard someone sobbing nearby. Turning to look, he discovered it was Jiang Luo. She lay on her bed, wiping her tears slowly, her small body shaking. Huang removed the wires from his hand and, barefoot, took hesitant steps toward her. Little Luo, still crying? Upon hearing his voice, Jiang Luo immediately ceased her weeping and opened her eyes to gaze at Huang. Her beautiful eyes, marred by bloodshot veins, were glossed with tears that reflected a thin sheen of light. Don't joke with me. I might get really angry. She felt grateful, appreciative that Huang could lighten her mood with humor during such time. Huang sat at her bedside, smiling. If you want to be angry, then be angry. At your age, it's only fitting to be a bit petulant. Jiang Luo found herself lost between laughter and tears, astonished by such a person in the world. Why are you so nosy? Am I? Yes. Jiang Luo was certain, for no one else would care about her mess. Huang pondered, realizing how he had meddled in her affairs. Perhaps those facing death are inherently sentimental, fearing demise, pain, and ultimately being forgotten. Maybe I'm just fortunate. Every good deed seems to yield pleasant rewards. Jiang Luo pouted. I don't believe that. Huang gently patted her head, believe it or not. He said no more, simply sitting quietly beside her, allowing her to process her emotions alone. Before long, a pair of small hands wrapped around him from behind. The girl's voice trembled, her tears dampening his back. Huang, can I trust you? I truly don't want to be abandoned again. I've already been cast aside twice. She was indeed fragile. Yin Huang sighed deeply, gently pulling Jiang Luo and Appos as head forward. He looked down at her and said, "I'm not a great cook. Can you handle that delicacy?" Jiang Luo broke into a smile, then excitedly embraced Yin Huang. "We can order takeout. I don't mind." Yin Huang found it amusing, realizing his bond had unexpectedly deepened. It was both surprising and yet anticipated. "Let an Appos live one more day if we can." Once they had steadied their emotions, their gaze fell upon a grand castle in the distance, set against the backdrop of this pure white world. Before the castle lay countless beds, some occupied by those in pain, others in joy. They bore no labels. They were entranced in a world of sin. Jiang Luo grasped the hem of Yin Huang's clothing and declared, "He is within." Indeed, together, they walked slowly, weaving through the throngs of people. Eventually, they reached the castle's perimeter. The grand doors stood ajar, seemingly welcoming visitors. After preparing themselves mentally, they stepped inside. The first room they entered was a prison cell. Inside, an elderly man was detained, yet he did not endure the torturous fate of hell. The old man gazed longingly at the newcomers. With a voice weathered by time, he remarked, "So, someone has come again? Go back. Go back, he will not meet anyone." Yin Huang approached the elder, inquiring, "Why will he not meet anyone?" The old man offered a bitter smile. "Because he is terrified." Yin Huang, puzzled, asked, "What is he afraid of?" The old man answered without hesitation, "You, me, him." Chapter 66. The Society of Labels. A world in perpetuity. After the old man spoke, he lowered his head with a sigh, expressing, "He fears the multitude of beings, thus he shuns all." Yin Huang inquired further, "If we must seek him, is there a way?" The elder pressed his lips together and then pointed to a protruding figure resembling the number 1 above his room, asking, "Do you comprehend its significance?" Yin Huang and Jiang Luo struggled to grasp its meaning. "Please enlighten us," they urged. The old man, almost to himself, mused, "We are the selected few, filtered from the digital realm he created, deemed worthy to behold him. He possesses the power of digital editing, having conjured countless worlds. Yet, regardless of the world he crafts, humanity invariably treads a path of malevolence. He observes every action and the evolution of each world. Ultimately, every realm succumbs to a hierarchy of evil, glorifying sin, deepening his trepidation towards humankind. Indeed, he is afraid of us. Humanity remains oblivious to the fact that the deity they revere and fear harbors a dread of them, a fear so profound that he isolates himself, confronting only a minuscule fraction of those who emerge from each world." As the elder spoke, a bitter smile graced his lips, and he turned his gaze longingly towards the castle's interior, shaking his head. "The figure 1 signifies the first world he created. I was among those who stood out. In that time, he was not as he is now, entirely closed off. He would converse with us. However, we were not pure. We harbored malevolent thoughts, and he feared that our repressed malice might once again inflict harm upon him. When he witnessed that all those he selected were tainted by wickedness, his fear grew insurmountable. Ultimately, he ceased to meet anyone, believing that a world rife with malice could not yield virtuous souls, imposing further restrictions upon the worlds he created. Once a worthy individual appeared, the world would reset, and those who stood out would be gathered by him to serve as templates for the ideal world he aspired to create. He would gradually infuse our templates and information into the new world. Alas, no addition could alter the outcome. Upon finishing, the elder gestured towards the nearby wall. There, a shimmering shadow of changing light emerged, gestating a world. Within this world, people began to awaken step by step, subsequently implanted with chips to enter the divine selection. An unyielding decree echoed in their minds. Only the truly worthy could behold the deity and share in ultimate bliss. Thus, the world began to evolve. Its trajectory bore an uncanny resemblance to countless previous worlds. Where there was ideological conflict, disputes over interests, and the freedom to evaluate, corruption inevitably followed. Where harm existed, victims emerged, all tragically doomed. Due to differing beliefs, every action of the victims was branded with a malicious label by the so-called mainstream thought, leading to their ultimate demise. Where there is evil, there must be retribution. The deity fears and loathes them. And so, when the so-called evildoers, the worthy ones in this society of labels, emerged, hell would inevitably follow. Amidst the undulating shadows appeared a crimson hell, punishing those evildoers as an outlet for the deity's pent-up rage. He yearns for a world enveloped in love and kindness, yet time and again, in disappointment, he tirelessly creates anew. He waits for the emergence of the world he desires. He can always embrace the myriad paths of the world, allowing things to unfold naturally without interference. Yet hell serves as his boundary. He cannot abide unrepentant sinners evading justice. If the world fails to punish, he will intervene. Until someone truly comprehends what he seeks, the world shall collapse entirely. Perhaps we, the chosen few, are not sufficiently worthy, prompting him to gradually lose patience. After the 100th world, even those who were filtered would inevitably crumble alongside it. After the elder finished speaking, the luminous shadows before them flickered and shattered into fragments. Thus, a new world was born. The world reassembled itself. People awakened once more, reimplanted with chips, a relentless cycle of repetition. Huang and Jiang Luo were stunned by the scene before them. They had endured so much, yet in the deity and Oppos, eyes, it was but a fleeting moment. He has always longed for a world enveloped in love. Alas, the final outcome always fell short of his desires. His obsession is disheartening. Huang then asked, does he merely observe, or does he also partake? The elder smiled, affirming he cannot bear to miss witnessing the birth of the world he envisions. He has always been present. Huang smiled in understanding. I see. Is there anything else we need to know? The elder paused, seemingly taken aback that these two wished to approach him even after knowing everything. Then, help him find the world he yearns for. Thank you. I know what to do, Huang replied, taking Jiang Luo's hand as they proceeded to the next chamber. Each room contained individuals, one or several. The deity, though distrustful of those who harbored malevolent thoughts upon encountering him, did not subject them to torment. He simply confined them here, as if to gather every qualified individual who emerged from the digital realms to create a brand new world, one that he desires, while simultaneously fearing to confront their malice. It felt as if one was caught in a paradox of taste, too bitter to swallow, yet too precious to discard. Along their journey, Huang encountered numerous sights. Each person urged them not to proceed. Yet, Huang and Jiang Luo never faltered. They understood that these individuals were cast aside by the deity solely for their capacity to harbor malevolence. These individuals felt guilt towards the deity, yet they seemed oblivious to the origins of their own malevolent thoughts. If asked whether they truly bore ill will towards him, their response would undoubtedly be in the negative. Huang and Jiang Luo were both participants and observers of the Society of Labels. Observers, with clarity, they understood one fundamental truth. Humanity cannot embody pure good or pure evil. They are, by nature, a confluence of contradictions. It is merely a matter of which aspect is more pronounced. Thus, the notion of harboring malevolence is a fallacy. It is simply that upon encountering the deity, the long-repressed malice within them is laid bare. The sensitive, timid, and weak deity, having witnessed the sins of the Society of Labels, fears even the slightest hint of evil, dreading the potential for harm. At last, they arrived at a barren chamber. Before them stood a colossal door, the gateway to the divine. A potent force enveloped the space. Huang intended to push the door open, but Jiang Luo suddenly clutched his garment. Do not enter. It could be fatal. Her beautiful eyes flickered with countless codes as blood began to flow from her 7 orifices. Chapter 67. The Labeled Society, a dead end? Blood began to seep from every part of Jiang Luo's body. Her eyes, nose, ears, mouth, and skin, transforming the once beautiful figure into a horrifying spectacle of crimson. The wounds continued to spread, creating an unnerving sight. She clutched Huang's garment tightly, shaking her head frantically, urging him not to enter. It would lead to death. Huang, taken aback by the bloodied figure before him, stammered, Jiang Luo. Through gritted teeth, Jiang Luo constructed a mental bridge to convey her thoughts to Huang. Do you remember how I knew my father was in hell? Is my gift. I can utilize all known variables to construct entirely new models in my mind, controlling my consciousness to make different choices for deductions, essentially predicting the future based on the present conditions. Just moments ago, I calculated hundreds of scenarios. We are among the only two who escaped the fate of being engulfed by the collapsing world after he fell into madness. If we step inside now, there's only one outcome, death. Trust me, do not enter, we cannot go in. Her eyes, now tainted with blood, relayed her gift and deductions to Huang completely. What she withheld from him was the side effect of her ability. Each time she ventured into predicting the future, any inflicted harm would return as 100% feedback of mental pain to her own being. This meant that the agony she was experiencing now was equivalent to dying 100 times over. Her entire body felt as if it were about to shatter, particularly her head, which felt like it would explode. Were it not for her high intelligence attribute, she could easily succumb to madness and perish in this place. In her countless calculations, they had not even glimpsed the true form of the deity within the instance before being annihilated by overwhelming energy. She could not let Huang take this risk. Tightening her grip, she remained unnaturally calm. Huang, didn't my father give you the tear of the betrayed? Use it. This instance cannot be conquered. Thankfully, her prior calculations had prepared her. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. This instance was already a dead end. When Zhang Luo uttered these words, despair enveloped her. Huang understood the meaning of a dead end. Players entered an instance driven by intense desires, and the instance itself was formed through similarly potent wishes. The living became players while the deceased became the essence of the instance. When a deity within an instance began to waver in their desires, the instance itself would be affected, leading to uncontrollable changes. Such changes often rendered an instance a dead end. A dead end signified an instance that could not be completed normally. Typically, players found it challenging to discern which instances were dead ends. However, certain unique abilities could unveil such truths. For instance, Zhang Luo's predictions allowed her to deduce this after grasping the entirety of the instance's information. After extensive calculations, Zhang Luo lost all capacity to continue fighting, collapsing to the ground, drained from the side effects. Her pupils dilated, her consciousness waning after experiencing the feedback from countless deaths. Tears of despair streamed down her face as she exerted her last ounce of strength to grasp Huang. She could not accept that they had come this far only to discover that this instance was a dead end. Her father had sacrificed himself, and they had reached the final step. How could she resign herself to this fate? Yet what could she do? A dead end was simply a dead end. She could only pretend she had never entered this instance, rendering all sacrifices meaningless. Zhang Luo gritted her teeth, her pent-up emotions spiraling out of control. Huang, you must go, I don't want you. Her voice trembled, frail and humble. After all, her father was dead. She wouldn't amp, oppose, T-mind perishing alongside him. Huang, gazing at Zhang Luo, produced the tear of the betrayed under her watchful eyes. A wave of relief washed over her. Perhaps this was the best outcome. Her life should have ended 10 years ago. She felt grateful to have lived this long. However, in the next moment, Huang purchased a necklace from the store, embedding the tear of the betrayed into it, and knelt down to place it around Zhang Luo's neck. Zhang Luo was taken aback, desperate to resist, but the side effects had rendered her body akin to paralysis, completely immobile. Have you lost your mind? She nearly screamed. Huang chuckled softly. I don't want this. It's better as a keepsake for you. After all, your father gifted me all his items. I will receive them once I clear the instance, so I lack nothing. Zhang Luo was utterly bewildered. How could someone so fearful of death be so obstinate at such a critical juncture? I told you this is a dead end. A dead end. It cannot be completed normally. Do you understand? Unmoved, Huang smiled and replied, do you know what it means to be a deceiver? Zhang Luo remained silent. Huang continued, it means to turn decay into wonder. The most improbable events are the very ones a deceiver seeks to manifest. Having come this far, how can we easily retreat? Zhang Luo was momentarily taken aback, biting her lip. her eyes misty as she stared at Yin Huang. I calculated hundreds of times, all yielding the same result. Yin Huang countered, but every judgment and action represents a brand new probability. In the midst of thousands of possibilities, what do 100 instances signify? Jiang Luo felt her temper rising. How could he be so glib at such a moment? Yet, if Yin Huang persisted, her current state would not allow her to stop him. Yin Huang, must you seek death? Yin Huang did not respond. Instead, he rose slowly and approached the door, placing his hands upon it, preparing to push it open. Jiang Luo summoned every ounce of strength to scream, "If you die, I will use the tears to escape this instance. I will dance on your grave. I will ensure you cannot find peace even in death. You're not allowed to go in. You must not die. If you die, what will I do? No one will be here with me." Yin Huang remained unmoved. Jiang Luo grew increasingly frantic, her mental bridge in disarray. "If you must enter, at least allow me to share with you all 100 possible outcomes of death, so you can avoid them." But Yin Huang did not grant her that opportunity. He simply stated, "No need, the ignorant are fearless." With that, he pushed open the door before him. A tempest of dark energy surged forth like a razor-sharp blade, lunging directly at him. Yin Huang. Jiang Luo's heart shattered as she watched helplessly, witnessing Yin Huang being consumed by this terrifying force. Yet at that moment, an unforeseen event unfolded. Chapter 68. The Labeled Society. Creating a new world, the dandelion's fluff suddenly danced upon Yin Huang's back, akin to angels unfurling their wings, enveloping him in a luminous embrace, offering sanctuary within its radiant glow. The exquisite illusion resembled a dream, shielding him from the chaotic energy currents before him. As a boy with a semi-transparent form opened his arms, embracing Yin Huang in midair, he kept his eyes closed, his wings sheltering Yin Huang within. The player deceiver activated the passive item Xie Fumu's Guardian, entering a brief period of invincibility, immune to fatal injuries. In a world of utter darkness, the man stood as the sole beacon of light. This scene rendered Jiang Luo momentarily dazed, her lips parting slightly and her pupils trembling. Her mind, akin to a computer, firmly etched the unfolding tableau into memory. Amidst the turmoil, Yin Huang finally discovered the deity of this instance, a small girl huddled in a corner, embracing herself. Clad in a simple white dress with bare feet, she was ensnared by countless tags and shackles, curled up and trembling in the shadows. Before her lay the relentless cycle of the world's rebirth and destruction. In her eyes, despair was born from repeated disappointment. As she wept, she caught sight of Yin Huang. With reddened eyes, she clenched her fists. "I remember you. This time, are you here to humiliate me?" The girl appeared particularly delicate, her form shadowed by the multitude of victims' reflections, the mother, the child, all those she had encountered who had suffered oppression. Among them, a pair of eyes mirrored when shoes, both filled with despair and the same flicker of hope. Upon uttering this question, Yin Huang affirmed everything. This timid deity had always been a bold spirit. Time and again, she had entered her own world in a fragile guise. Or, more accurately, she had repeatedly merged her experiences into a singular world, replaying them endlessly. Thus, her true self trembled at the malice surrounding her. Wounded and sensitive, she was. Yin Huang knelt before her, holding 2 chips in his hands. "I have come to return what belongs to you." The girl shuddered slightly, fixating on Yin Huang with disbelief. He continued to smile warmly. "It seems I need to assist you." With that, he placed the princess chip gently at the nape of her neck. Instantly, her aura softened further, her innate purity returning to its rightful owner. Yin Huang then placed the demon chip at the same spot. The boundary she had set for herself also returned. The demon emerging from the girl's essence symbolized not only the formation of hell, but also the birth of her consciousness as a victim, rising in defiance. This represented the baseline of her pure heart. Both chips belonged to her, princess and demon, incarnations of her essence. One depicted her as a persecuted soul, while the other embodied her self-protective instincts. As the 2 emotions, lost in the world she had created, returned, the chaotic energy around them subsided. What had driven her to frenzy was not despair, but the cruel truth she had unearthed. After losing her innate goodness, even she had given birth to malevolence. This revelation was too much for her to bear. Thus, she secluded herself from all. The new book by Tang Xian, updated at this moment. The god of tags, Wen Shu, strength, unknown. Agility, unknown. Intelligence, unknown. Description: I have endured countless injuries and licked my wounds repeatedly. Yet as long as malice persists, harm will flow endlessly. Thus, I have created thousands of worlds, lost in a chaotic and frenzied order. I realize that as long as the spirit endures, so too does malevolence. Even I cannot escape it. I loathe the world, despise everyone, and detest myself. How can I face the world as such? As the two chips, bearing the truth, returned, tears swirled in Wen Shu's eyes. I'm sorry. I only wish to find an eternal world free from harm and suffering. I thought that if people urged one another on, bearing labels, they would shun harm. Yet, no matter how many times the world evolved, the outcome remained unchanged. When the demon emerged in my consciousness, I already knew the world I sought would never exist. Even if it did, how could a being filled with malice pursue such a realm? Listening to her words, Huang patiently knelt beside her and replied, Indeed, it will not exist. You have realized that even you harbor malevolent thoughts, giving rise to the desire for vengeance, which is something inherent in all humans. Wen Shu gritted her teeth in defiance, her wish wavering. Huang continued, But have you considered that giving birth to malevolence is neither shameful nor surprising? One simply needs to maintain a baseline, and ill deeds won't manifest so completely. Wen Shu, puzzled and bewildered, inquired, Baseline? Huang smiled. Yes, a baseline. Whether good or evil, one must retain their own threshold. For instance, when you give birth to thoughts of a demon, the formation of hell serves to regulate the most wicked individuals. In a labeled society, there will be no accumulation of actively malevolent beings. What if you elevate this baseline to a balanced level? As he spoke, Huang rose, taking Wen Shu and Appo's as hand, guiding her toward the wall that governed the birth and rules of the new world. This wall was operable only by Wen Shu. Holding her hand, Huang proposed, Now, let us embark on a bold experiment. I shall show you that the world you yearn for truly exists. With those words, Huang clasped Wen Shu's hand, leading her to alter the new world's rules. He erased the tantalizing regulation of visible gods to percent of people and inscribed a brand new decree. Moderation in good and evil, law above all. Under the law, all beings are equal. Instantly, the new world took shape. A colossal sphere of light enveloped the entire room, illuminating the faces of Huang and Wen Shu. In this newly formed labeled society, people crafted laws based on the ironclad rules. The laws were established collaboratively by all under the new labeled society. And the essence of these laws was each individual and Appo's as contribution to the world. Their own baseline. Law served as a constraint, limited only to the lowest moral standard that individuals could endure. Yet, even this minimal moral standard unveiled to Wen Shu a sight she had never witnessed before. Everyone upheld their responsibilities, coexisting harmoniously. Even if their hearts were not entirely pure, their actions manifested perfectly in alignment with their desires. People no longer dared to speak recklessly. They even feared the repercussions of such utterances, refraining from using live life. For, within the moral baselines of individuals, there remained a steadfast rule. Those who commit vile acts will plummet into hell. Chapter 69. The Society of Labels. Conclusion. Wen Shu gazed upon the brand new world before her. Though it did not embody the perfection she had envisioned, it nonetheless brought her a sense of contentment. She discovered that the key to stabilizing the online world lay in the foundation of laws and principles. To her utter astonishment, the ultimate breakthrough was deceptively simple. Indeed, people are inclined to pursue benefits while avoiding harm, but this is contingent upon their awareness of the crisis at hand. The most effective approach is not to bestow rights upon those who elicit joy, but rather to encourage the denizens of the online world to deliberate thoughtfully, constrained by each other's boundaries. Wen Shu bent down, embracing this fragment of a world, her face illuminated by a warm smile. Gradually, her physical form began to disintegrate, fading into the distance. She then lifted her gaze to meet Huang's eyes, which reflected a countenance of satisfaction and gratitude. "Thank you for revealing the answer to me." The Society of Labels reached its conclusion here. Her eyes fell upon Huang's damaged hand and then glanced at Jiang Luo, who lay motionless outside the door. "I shall offer you my final token of gratitude." At the instant her words fell, the surrounding world was engulfed in darkness, as if plunging into the void. Only Huang and Jiang Luo remained. Congratulations to player fraudster Huang and calculator Jiang Luo for successfully creating a new world and completing the Society of Labels TE line. Live broadcast closed. Now proceeding to settlement. Total viewers, 114,792. Peak online viewers, 83,143. Total retention rate, 73. Approval rating, 95. Highest recommendation, E-level dungeon, first level push, E-level excellence. Homepage, second level push, moment of reversal. Dungeon difficulty, the dungeon exploration rate, 95. Dungeon completion rate, 100. Performance rating, S. Overall evaluation, SS. Undoubtedly, with your hardcore strength and unparalleled support, you have once again exhibited remarkable prowess within the dungeon. Rewards, points 50,000, level item, fantasy simulator. Physical enhancement, God and Oppos, S left hand, title, label breaker. Remaining total points, 127,380. Item, fantasy simulator, quality, function, unleash imagination, edit illusions. Item description. The deity of the Society of Labels had long desired to create a perfect world. Unfortunately, her youthful self could never realize this wish. Upon your successful editing of her illusionary society, she decided to entrust the fantasy editor to one more capable of wielding it. TSK. You little fraud have stumbled upon a rare treasure. However, a friendly reminder, excessive use of this item may lead you to become lost within the illusions. Enhancement. God's left hand. Quality, E-function. Strength 1, Agility 1, Luck 1. Enhancement description. After the birth of malevolence, the deity of the Society of Labels observed your maimed arm and felt a peculiar inclination to jest with you, albeit too shy to express it openly. Hence, she subtly conveyed her sentiment by gifting you a hand for you to ponder. Title, Label Breaker, Quality, E, Function, Rule Immunity 10, Wisdom 0. 5. Title description. As the 307th challenge team within the Society of Labels, you successfully wielded rules and wisdom to shatter all constraints, forging a beautiful new world. Your honor shall eternally be commemorated by the netizens within the online world. Once again, it was time for the familiar segment of messages. Huang looked at the panel that appeared before him, and many faces of those tormented within the Society of Labels flooded his mind. The pregnant woman betrayed by her husband, the boundaryless benevolence of Wen Shu, and Jiang, who ultimately chose to perish here after enduring a decade of torment. Without hesitation, Huang inscribed the message of completion that had been lodged in his heart. In the player hall, the long-standing dungeon passage of Society of Labels was completely sealed. TE completers, fraudster, Yen X, calculator, Jiang X. Overall evaluation, SS, completion message. Walk your own path. Let others speak as they may. Within the bounds of the law, do not doubt your choices. What if it is others who are mistaken? After the complete sealing of Society of Labels, Jiang Yi's items also entered Huang's backpack in succession. Congratulations, player, on successfully completing the dungeon. Would you like to return to reality or head back to the player hall? Huang did not rush to make a choice, but instead approached Jiang Luo's side. At this moment, Jiang Luo had been healed. Although she still had a nosebleed and her facial wounds persisted, they were of little consequence. She stared blankly at him, incredulous, and uttered, You are the first person to break my calculations. Huang chuckled. Did I not say? A fraudster is one who transforms the rotten into the miraculous. Jiang Luo, upon hearing this, joined in laughter. She inquired, What you just said about the boundaries sounds rather familiar. Huang pondered for a moment. Indeed, he had mentioned it when entering the dungeon. Both recalled clearly the moment it was spoken. It seems, good deeds often yield remarkable rewards. The two exchanged smiles. But Jiang Luo's expression turned slightly bashful as she lowered her gaze and quietly asked, Yin Huang, after returning to reality, could I trouble you with something? Yin Huang jested. As long as it adheres to boundaries, anything goes. Jiang Luo, her face flushed, fidgeted with her hands, and then, with an air of mystery, leaned toward Yin Huang's ear and whispered, Yin Huang, could you come to the experimental primary school in the capital to pick me up tomorrow afternoon? I don't want anyone to take me home. Author's note, the Society of Labels dungeon arc has finally concluded. The core theme of the Society of Labels revolves around online violence and the way individuals are labeled based on a mere glimpse, subjecting them to mental torment. From a certain perspective, Wen Shu is not merely one person. She embodies all victims of online violence, hence her heightened sensitivity to malice, born of suffering. The princess represents the core persona, embodying unreserved kindness, while the demon signifies the limits of Wen Shu's unrestrained benevolence, a manifestation of the oppressed resistance. In my view, the most daunting aspect of the online society compared to the real world is the absence of comprehensive legal constraints and boundaries. If sufficient legal provisions could be established, online violence could be significantly curtailed. Lastly, a personal point, human nature. This argument is subjective and complex. As per tradition, I will leave a brief outline in the comments, followed by a brief interlude in the real world before transitioning to the next dungeon. The upcoming dungeon is titled Museum of Fantasies, centered on dark arts and ideals, offering a relatively straightforward experience for those whose minds have been set ablaze by the previous dungeon. Chapter 70. From now on, you must protect them well on Friday afternoon. Just before the school bell rang at the Imperial Capital Experimental Primary School, Jiang Luo found herself distracted for the first time during class, gazing out the window. The sky was shrouded in dense clouds, layer upon layer, creating an atmosphere of profound heaviness. An unsettling anxiety brewed within her, compelling her to glance again at the notebook on her desk, filled with scribbles of uncertainty born from her apprehension. She clenched her jaw, struggling to breathe. Since her kindergarten days, she had never been picked up or dropped off by anyone, always alone while watching others being escorted by their guardians. Her father, fearing that his identity would bring her undue trouble, had never allowed it. Now that her father was gone, there was no way to recover what had been lost, nor to voice her feelings. She had always understood the torment her father endured. For him, such an ending felt more like liberation. Accepting this reality was a struggle for her, yet she could not allow it to show. What if her father were to be upset by her sorrow? She had to be a good child, one who wouldn't cause any trouble, lest she be abandoned. However, controlling her emotions alone proved exceedingly difficult. She felt powerless. All she could do was hasten her adaptation to the future and cultivate hope for what lay ahead. Her greatest desire now was to have someone to escort her to and from school. The teacher, noticing Jiang Luo's unusual expression, was reminded of the news she received earlier that morning about her old colleague Jiang E's passing. The weight in her heart was palpable, knowing that Jiang Luo must be feeling even worse. Jiang Luo, are you feeling unwell? Do you need me to accompany you to the infirmary? Called upon, many children turned to look at her. Jiang Luo was a star among them, admired for her beauty and kindness, beloved by both boys and girls. Upon hearing that she was unwell, concern rippled through the class. After a moment of hesitation, she nodded. I can go back by myself. I won't trouble you. Teacher. The teacher wanted to say more, but refrained, understanding Jiang Luo's strong-willed nature. In moments like these, offering comfort would only be counterproductive. Jiang Luo donned her backpack and left early, not exiting the campus, but standing quietly at the school gate, gazing into the distance. She even contemplated using her innate ability to predict whether someone would come for her. Yet, ignorance breeds courage, and she waited patiently. Suddenly, icy raindrops struck her face, prompting her to instinctively lower her head. On rainy days, her unease intensified. Then, a tall figure appeared before her, shielding her from the rain with an umbrella. Yin Huan's voice reached her. Little Luo, what brings you out so early? I wanted to surprise you by being the first to pick you up. Jiang Luo shivered slightly. Surprised, Huang crouched down to inquire about her distress. However, before he could speak, Jiang Luo began to tremble and cry. Lifting her head to meet his gaze, her eyes slightly reddened, wiping her tears with trembling hands. She laughed and cried, her emotions spilling forth. I was afraid you wouldn't come back. I thought I would have to search for a place for my father all alone again. Seeing her reaction, Huang felt a wave of relief and gently patted her back. Let us go. I prepared everything. Jiang Luo responded softly with a nod. Upon arriving at the cemetery, Jiang Luo retrieved a small box she had hidden in her backpack all morning. Huang held a large bouquet of flowers, a total of 58 blooms. Together, they approached the graves of the 57 children, where Jiang Luo placed the box down and set the flowers atop it before laying them at the graves. Jiang Luo spoke, while my father was alive, he always felt unworthy to face these children. So every time he sent flowers, it was as if I were delivering them on his behalf. In a way, my life was a bargain struck upon the backs of these 57 souls, and I ought to pay my respects. Yet, I selfishly wondered why my father had to bear such guilt. Why must the one who perished be the abandoned me? Was my demise inevitable? Now, clarity washed over her. One must look forward. My father was a coward, and I cannot afford to be weak. I must forge ahead. Everyone has perished, and I cannot ensnare myself in despair. I did not cause their deaths, but I carry their memory within me. I must live on, live better than anyone else. For I am not living solely for myself. I cannot squander the chance to continue living. With each flower she placed, she offered a solemn tribute, until only one flower remained in Huang's hand. Next to the graves of the 57 students lay a small, unmarked plot of earth, which Jiang Luo had insisted upon. No tombstone, no other markers, just a resting place beside the children. Gently, Jiang Luo kissed the box, a single tear falling upon it. Goodbye, father. From now on, I will take good care of myself. Brother Huang will also protect me. With that, she knelt down, placing the box in the small plot and carefully covering it with soil, weeping as she did so. Once the box was entirely concealed, she bowed her head 3 times, burying her sorrow deep within, managing to conjure a smile. Huang, please hand me the flowers. He complied, and she delicately set the flowers beside the plot. Among them was a singular, special bouquet, her personal choice, a sunflower. From now on, you must protect them well. After conducting a simple funeral for Huang, took Jiang Luo to the Civil Affairs Office to finalize the adoption procedures. He had already contacted a friend there, securing special approval for the adoption. When that friend saw Huang, a smile broke across his face, and he offered abundant praise. Huang, you finally made it. Today, besides your intention to adopt that girl, there is another matter you must confess. Huang, slightly puzzled, maintained a light-hearted demeanor. What is this about? Have I committed some great misdeed? Don't play coy. The whole world knows, and you're the only one oblivious. His friend lightly punched Huang's shoulder and pulled out his phone, displaying a news article. On a certain date, the Ministry of Justice received a proposal for the cyberbullying legislation from enthusiastic citizens Huang and Jiang Luo. Ultimately, prominent lawyer Shui Shun initiated a vote, and after the Nth National Assembly session, the Cyber Protection Act was officially established. The specifics of the Cyber Protection Act are as follows. To foster a healthy online environment, all citizens are urged to adhere to the law. Cyberbullying is equivalent to, or even more severe than social personality bullying. Those who seriously violate the Cyber Protection Act shall be held accountable and face severe penalties. Upon reading the news, both Huang and Jiang Luo's eyes widened momentarily before breaking into smiles. It was merely a small gesture on our part. The successful passage and establishment of the relevant legislation stemmed from the collective societal consciousness. It seems that our aspirations hold considerable power. They had indeed been memorialized, though the manner in which it occurred was somewhat unexpected. Chapter 71. Reality meets Lin Chi. Adjacent to the Civil Hall lies a hospital, specifically a psychiatric institution, the Imperial Capital Psychiatric Severe Care Hospital. Within its confines are the most perilous mental patients from around the globe. After Huang completed the necessary formalities, He cast a casual glance around. Little did he know that this fleeting observation would lead him to discover a man in blue and white striped attire standing quietly within the confines of a robust alloy enclosure on the topmost floor. The man gripped the bars of his cage with both hands, his gaze fixed upon the sky. Butterflies flitted about him, their delicate wings fluttering in a playful dance, seemingly vying for his attention. Tragically, he possessed only one eye, rendering him incapable of appreciating the beauty of the butterflies before him. The other eye remained hollow and vacant. At last, he extended a finger, allowing one butterfly to alight upon it. Then, he seized its fragile wings, methodically tearing apart the gossamer-like structures. The butterfly, in a state of terror, flapped its damaged wings, but awaited only a futile descent. The man observed this spectacle, finally parting his lips as if to utter, "So beautiful." Suddenly, he glanced downward, locking eyes with Huang. Instantly, both narrowed their eyes, engaging in a silent confrontation. Huang was all too familiar with this individual, the doctor. Upon noticing Huang, the doctor did not exhibit the indignation one might expect from having his secrets exposed. Instead, he wore his customary smile, one that nearly obscured his eyes, and beckoned to Huang. In an instant, he grasped the torn wings of the butterfly and mockingly thrust them toward Huang, his lips curling in a joyful yet taunting grin as he tore the wings apart once more. The wings, adorned with exquisite floral patterns, shattered before Huang's eyes, cast down from the heights. As the doctor moved his lips, his expression gradually shifted to a cold intensity, fixating on Huang. Huang, having mastered lip reading and significantly enhanced his physical prowess after entering the instance twice, was now entirely capable of discerning his words. The doctor had also surmised that Huang could comprehend him, thus he stated, "Next time, I shall tear you apart." Huang found the doctor's behavior exceedingly peculiar. Even from a distance, he could sense the terror emanating from him, sending chills down his spine. His breath quickened slightly as he smirked in response. "Then we shall see if you can catch my wings." The true horror of the doctor did not stem from his numerical prowess or the enigmatic nature of his abilities, but rather from the illogical patterns of his behavior. His actions defied Huang's understanding of the myriad forms of existence, and in the absence of comprehension, he struggled to grasp the doctor's thought processes. A lack of understanding could easily lead to misjudgments. If he rashly engaged the doctor, now he lacked the absolute confidence to emerge victorious. Should he lose to the doctor, his fate would mirror that of the butterfly, tragic and lamentable. Such was the sole reality for the weak when confronted by the merciless might of the strong. After a tense exchange of glances, a nurse emerged from the room behind the doctor and called out, "07. Where have you wandered off to?" "In an amp. Oppos. It's time for your meal." The doctor shrugged in resignation before turning to leave. Huang squinted, watching Lin Qi depart. Zhang Luo, who had been observant throughout, interjected, "Do you require me to compile information regarding the doctor? His strength is formidable, and his methods quite ostentatious. He clearly intends to target you, and it is only a matter of time before you cross paths. Currently, your odds of defeating him do not exceed 30%. Therefore, I advise you to review his combat information as soon as possible. I've already compiled it. You can simply access it on your phone later." Zhang Luo, diligent in her tasks, exhibited remarkable efficiency. Huang acknowledged her suggestion, and together they began their leisurely walk home. Along the way, Zhang Luo maintained a contemplative silence, her thoughts swirling with a foreboding sense of unease. This ominous feeling arose from the known dynamics between Huang and Lin Qi. With less than half a month remaining until the conclusion of the 100th Newcomer King assessment, the rewards for the Newcomer King were substantial, and Zhang Luo strongly advised securing the top position. She analyzed the situation for Huang. Lin Qi had already completed 3 instances, namely the F-level Newcomer instance, F-level instance, and E-level instance, all achieving TE clearance, accumulating a score nearly on par with Huang. In total, Lin Qi had amassed 80,000 points, while Huang stood at 60,000, setting aside the notion that there could be joint first-place rankings in the instance. Lin Shi would undoubtedly not permit Yin Huang to share the spotlight. Thus, the optimal strategy was to adopt an offensive stance, proactively pursuing another instance. Ideally, at least in E level. Yin Huang expressed his confusion. Can someone like the doctor really pass through the TE line? Upon hearing this, Jiang Luo's lovely countenance turned icy. Of course he does not deserve it. His passage through the TE line is facilitated by tarot. Jiang Luo elaborated further. The existence of instances remains inexplicable, yet one known fact is that unlocking their difficulty requires formidable conditions. Initially, the instances only presented an F level of difficulty, which was only unlocked after someone cleared the F level instance, subsequently leading to the F level, and so on. Prior to the emergence of tarot, progress was exceedingly slow due to the unique nature of the TE line. However, with the establishment of tarot, the foremost power within the instances, they adopted a philosophy of tracing back to the source, believing that instances were intrinsically linked to it, thus striving to unlock higher tiers. Typically, the TE line would necessitate the complete fulfillment of a deity and Appo's wishes within an instance, causing the deity to dissipate and the instance to be sealed. Otherwise, it would endlessly restart. However, this unlocking method was exceedingly sluggish. Tarot wielded a unique item, capable of directly enacting divine slaughter or delivering a devastating blow to the instance, effectively preventing it from restarting and compelling its sealing. Remarkably, this method was also recognized by the instance as a TE line, albeit it did not grant the deity and Appo's wishes fulfillment. Tarot utilized this power to rapidly unlock instance levels, elevating the maximum level from D to A within a short span. Were it not for the sheer terror of A-level instances, which even Tarot's top-tier combatants could not conquer, it is likely they would have already ascended to S. The S level is regarded by Tarot as the ultimate goal. They believe that entering an S-level instance will yield the answers they seek. With a clearer understanding of Tarot, Yin Huang was struck by the realization of their true dreadfulness. Consequently, he spent 3 consecutive days under Jiang Luo's guidance, reviewing the playback of Lin Shi's instances, leading to a more profound comprehension of Lin Shi. At long last, a moment of respite arrived. Knock, knock, knock. Someone was at the door. This sudden interruption sent Yin Huang's nerves into a taut state. Who could possibly be seeking him at such a time? Chapter 72. Entering the instance, Yin Huang cautiously peered through the peephole, discovering that the visitor was merely a volunteer. Her hat was pulled low, obscuring her face. Yet he could vaguely discern the corners of her lips, lifting in a gentle smile. On her attire was emblazoned the logo of a charity organization. The name, "We help everyone except beggars," struck Yin Huang as somewhat juvenile, instantly revealing the identity of the visitor. He opened the door, and the girl outside beamed at him. "Good day, Mr. Yin. Congratulations on being selected as a sponsor individual by our charity. We help everyone except beggars. Here is a letter from the president. Please sign for it." Yin Huang found himself torn between laughter and exasperation as he accepted the letter, nodding in appreciation. "Thank you." Upon his words, the girl quickly responded, "My task is complete. Thank you for your cooperation. I hope every day and night in your life is filled with joy. Perhaps we shall not meet again, so I wish to say good morning, good afternoon, good night. It has been a pleasure serving you." She hastily finished her words and dashed away, seemingly breathless as she sprinted down the stairs of the apartment building, anxious to evade capture. After glancing back at the entrance and confirming no one was pursuing her, she exhaled in relief. With one hand gripping the brim of her hat, she lowered it further, her lips curling into a satisfied arc. Her hands clasped tightly in front of her, she sought to calm her excitement, whispering to herself, to remain forever gentle. A breeze caught the strands of hair cascading down her waist, and her figure gradually faded from the world. In that final moment of disappearance, her hat was swept away, yet no one could see her visage. She transformed into a radiant light, vanishing entirely. Jiang Luo strolled over leisurely, poking Yin Huang playfully in the side, a mischievous grin adorning her face. "You're quite popular. Let's see what she wrote you." Yin Huang relaxed his furrowed brow, a smile gracing his lips. It's nothing much. You can read it yourself. He passed the letter to Jiang Luo, who quickly read its contents. I will steadfastly walk my own path, bound by my principles. My bottom line is, I absolutely refuse to assist wicked beggars. A naive yet innocent declaration, laced with untold stories. As for whether such a charity as we help everyone except beggars truly exists, who could say? Jiang Luo raised her hand. I know it really does. Huang, is interrupting my poetic musings a new trend? Jiang Luo, with utmost seriousness, pulled out her phone, showing him the information. Indeed, such a charity had been established today, with only one member, the president, Huang. In their mundane reality, Huang and Jiang Luo led simple, ordinary lives. With sufficient points to exchange for ample wealth, Huang had opted not to return to his former employment, instead embracing a premature retirement. Aside from escorting Jiang Luo to and from school, he spent his leisure time fishing with friends or indulging in video games. Occasionally, he would watch Lin Chi's instance live streams at night, gaining deeper insights into the latter. Life was exceedingly leisurely. It was not entirely his lack of ambition that held him back. After all, in the instances, life and death hung in the balance, and no one knew if they would see the sun rise again. Thus, he chose to savor his retirement, striving for a fulfilling existence. However, such tranquility lasted less than 2 days, as the deadline for the 100th Rookie King assessment loomed closer. Reluctantly, Huang arranged with Jiang Luo to enter the instance once more that weekend. The benefits of taking care of Jiang Luo were manifold. Though he was not entirely retired, he had gained a trustworthy and formidable ally. Most instances required at least 2 players, and random matchmaking could lead to unfortunate pairings with less competent individuals. Huang believed this to be a significant factor in the high mortality rates within the instance. Furthermore, Jiang Luo and Appo's analytical prowess was truly exceptional. Initially, he thought it a mere talent, but upon discovering her report card, he learned that this 5th grader was competing against high school students and had even received offers from prestigious institutions. For her, school was a game, while for him, it was a source of immense pressure. No wonder she was hailed as the strongest elementary student. The system did not deceive him. As a result, friends who learned of his adoption of Jiang Luo often regarded him with envy. This feeling of pride in having a remarkable daughter was undeniably gratifying and brought a sense of prestige. Jiang Luo, with a proud expression, declared, "Of course. Have you forgotten who I am?" On the weekend, the two entered the instance. All eyes are on you. Infinite anticipation. The candidates for the 100th Rookie King, the fraudster, have entered the arena. The familiar sound echoed, accompanied by the sensation of being scrutinized and the fervent discussions of the crowd. Jiang Luo exclaimed, "How impressive! I had that too, but sadly, it was taken away later." Huang replied, "You might actually deserve that blessing. However, if all went as expected, the familiar doctor should be arriving soon." Having watched the live streams, Huang knew Lin Qi to be an exceedingly flamboyant individual, unreserved in showcasing the items he acquired within the instance. Even the hidden settlement items were displayed without hesitation, as if he feared others would not recognize his possessions. His arrogance knew no bounds. He wielded an item known as the tracker, capable of locking onto an individual's real-time information. Presently, Huang felt a chill creeping down his back. All eyes are on you. Infinite anticipation. The candidate for the 100th Rookie King, the doctor, has entered the arena. As soon as he logged in, Lin Qi lunged directly at Huang's back. Huang had a fair understanding of Lin Qi's basic abilities. His talent appeared to revolve around modification. Typically, he would transform his fingers into terrifying bone blades when attacking, their forms ever-changing and exceedingly bizarre. With a swift motion, Huang spun around, evading the trajectory of the bone blade and swiftly maneuvering behind Lin Qi. He summoned the knife of family harmony, aiming its tip directly at Lin Qi's neck. Lin Qi stared in disbelief, blinking as his pupils dropped, astonishment filling his eyes. You dare attack me in the player lobby? Aren't you afraid of system punishment?" Huang suddenly produced a vial of sin cleansing liquid in his other hand, shaking it teasingly before Lin Qi's eyes. "I picked up a few tricks from someone. How do you think I'm doing?" Lin Qi, author and Appo's S-Note, I am overwhelmed with assignments today, so here is a hastily written chapter, just enough to make the chapter count look even. Also, Yin Huang and Jiang Luo share a purely familial bond, with no romantic implications whatsoever. We obey the rules and do not break the law. Note, Yin Huang is also from an orphanage. Chapter 73. Entering the same instance with Yu Lin Qi never anticipated that Yin Huang would respond to him in such a manner. He genuinely believed that Yin Huang was akin to a plump little field mouse, well aware of his own limitations, and would scurry away at the sight of him. It appears, however, that he truly does flee, and indeed he is unafraid. Having observed Yin Huang's livestream, Lin Qi recognized that this man shared many similarities with him on a profound level. He harbored a keen interest in Yin Huang, never shying away from admitting it. Perhaps he could discover a sense of beauty within Yin Huang. I thought you would be terrified of me and try to avoid me, he mused. But it seems things have become rather interesting. Lin Qi narrowed his eyes, his smile deepening. As he spoke, the skin on his neck underwent a transformation, forcefully expelling the knife of harmonious family. Yin Huang immediately sensed a shift and took a large step back to distance himself. He regarded the man before him, recognizing his formidable talents, particularly in physical enhancement, which had reached an extraordinary level. Thus, he merely responded to a provocation, not truly believing he could easily dispose of Lin Qi. Those around them felt the atmospheric pressure drop significantly, silently parting to create space for the two. In the shadows, many anticipated the confrontation between them. The caliber of this season's newcomers was notably elevated, whether from the Tarot faction or other groups, or even solo players. Everyone eagerly awaited the outcome. They understood that Lin Qi would not allow Yin Huang to threaten his position. Though Lin Qi was an eccentric, he was not devoid of ambition. The title of Newcomer King was singular. No one wished to miss the opportunity to acquire an E-grade self-selected item for free. Lin Qi shrugged and rotated his neck. He looked at Yin Huang and said, "Are you planning to enter an instance today? Let me guess. You will choose an E-grade instance, right?" Yin Huang was taken aback, but not surprised. Anyone with even a modicum of intelligence could deduce from his instance frequency that he was not an ambitious player, but rather a laid-back individual. He seemed to engage in instances only when absolutely necessary. To obtain the title of Newcomer King, he merely needed to clear another E-grade instance. Even if it wasn't TATE line, he could still secure a narrow victory over Lin Qi. The crowd held an inexplicable trust in Yin Huang. He would undoubtedly take the easier route rather than the harder one. That was his style, efficient, precise, and ruthless. Yin Huang remained silent. The doctor glanced at Jiang Luo beside him and then pointed to himself. Rather than babysitting, "Why not take me along? I'm easy to manage. Since entering the instance, my win rate has been 100%. Care to give it a try? Try and perish?" Yin Huang scoffed. "I prefer to keep my distance from you. Enjoy your own game. I appreciate your good intentions, but I favor taking care of children, those who are well-behaved." "Are you implying I am not well-behaved?" Yin Huang quipped. "I thought you were beyond self-awareness." Lin Qi raised an eyebrow, licking his lips, gazing at Yin Huang as if he were a long-sought prey, already in his grasp. "Then I must enter the same instance as you. Would that upset you? Do you think I would grant you that opportunity? Ah, how cruel. We are so familiar, yet you treat me with such indifference. Why not be friendly and become good friends? We could be good friends." Yin Huang felt a chill run down his spine. He was certain the doctor's insinuation was, "I wish to plunge a finger knife into your spine and plant an everlasting flower upon your back that will never bloom." Yin Huang deemed such a waste of time meaningless and chose to ignore him, instinctively placing his hand on Jiang Luo's head, intending to lead her to the instance hall to select a quest. However, he found nothing. Looking over, he saw Jiang Luo sitting at a distance, her legs crossed, holding a lollipop larger than her face. Catching Yin Huang's gaze, she blinked. "Are you done? That was quick. I thought you two would be at it for ages. I was ready to enjoy the show." "You and Appos, truly a splendid teammate," Yin Huang replied, exasperated. "Off to the instance now." "Oh." Jiang Luo and Appos. Lollipop was an item, officially named Lollipop of Happiness upon a lick, used for restoring mental state. Although its recovery was slow, it was favored for its delightful taste, and was a permanent item. It could be considered a minor artifact among F-grade items. Her talent consumed significant mental energy, so possessing such an item was indeed beneficial. She could casually lick it to regain her mental strength. She stowed the lollipop back in her backpack and promptly followed Huang, disappearing from the sight of the crowd. Lin Shi observed the two departing figures, leisurely trailing behind. He also reached out to contact his teammate. Utilizing the exclusive communicator from Taro, he sent a message to Lin Na. Lin Shi. Lin Na accompany me into the instance. Lin Na, currently filming in reality, received this message, abruptly ending her delightful day. Her previously cheerful demeanor vanished upon reading the message. Lin Na, scram. I'm not going, don't disturb me, you fool. Lin Shi. However, if you don't come, the fraudster might seize my title of newcomer king. Upon reading this message, Lin Na clicked her tongue in irritation, without hesitation asking for leave from the film crew. That scoundrel Lin Shi. He knew precisely how to threaten her. The task assigned by Taro was to keep a close eye on Lin Shi, which also implied assisting him. If Lin Shi missed this opportunity for the newcomer king title, the higher-ups would undoubtedly be furious. The recipient of their wrath would certainly not be that lunatic. Having gained slight importance in Taro, she did not wish to squander this opportunity. She aimed to ascend higher. Lin Shi had effectively seized her Achilles heel. Lin Na quickly logged in. Lin Shi continued to beam at her. Today, Lin Na looks exceptionally beautiful. I adore it. Lin Na, uninterested, retorted, enough with the pleasantries. Were they? Such coldness. Lin Shi feigned disappointment, though his expression belied any hint of it, revealing merely a playful mockery. He pointed toward the instance hall, stating, they've been gone for 5 minutes. They're likely about to enter the instance. Lin Na found it amusing. And you're just standing here waiting like a fool. Lin Shi extended his hands as if awaiting shackles, yearning for Lin Na to lead him. Lin Na rolled her eyes, nearly disgusted enough to vomit in his hands. After a moment as contemplation, she opted against it, considering that this weirdo might take pride in such attention. Reluctantly, she grasped Lin Shi's hand, expressing her disdain as they walked toward the instance hall. Chapter 74. The Museum of Fantasies. The key to the instance, Yin Huan and Zhang Luo approached the selection of instances with a commendable seriousness. Within the realm of instances, even the mere E-level instances numbered in the thousands, overwhelming their senses. After several minutes of contemplation, they found it challenging to determine which instance to choose. They specifically sought instances limited to a maximum of 2 participants. This is due to a conventional mechanism within instances known as matchmaking. This mechanism primarily manifests as a means to fill vacancies. For instance, if an instance requires at least 2 participants, but only one is available, the system will randomly match a willing participant. Should the other party agree, a default team relationship is established. However, if the instance allows for a maximum of 2 participants and only one is present, one may initiate a matchmaking request. Yet, there exists a particularly vexing aspect. If the instance's upper limit is 2 and one is alone, and if another individual fortuitously selects the same instance at that moment, they will automatically be prioritized for matchmaking. Once one party confirms, a default team relationship is established. To mitigate unforeseen circumstances, Yin Huan wisely opted for a strict participant cap. Ultimately, they settled on an instance titled The Museum of Fantasies, primarily attracted by its exquisite cover art. It depicted a stunning silhouette of a human upper body intertwined with a beautiful fishtail, gracefully moving through the deep blue waters, exuding elegance. Yet, it remained merely a silhouette, leaving the true beauty obscured. Instance, The Museum of Fantasies. Instance difficulty, E-. Instance type, challenge instance. Instance description 1. When consciousness begins to possess independence, living beings start to pursue beauty, depth, and noble aspirations to satisfy their spiritual selves, cutting a piece of cloth to paint a world where every blade of grass and tree is a manifestation of heaven and earth. This expression of spiritual pursuit is known as art. Instance description 2. The world-renowned Museum of Fantasies is the most mysterious and magnificent art exhibition, inviting 2 guests each year to explore its wonders. Those who have entered the Museum of Fantasies speak in awe, claiming it to be a world that exists only in dreams, filled with fantastical beings and extraordinary artworks found solely in dreams, where mermaids and unicorns abound. Instance Objective 1. Explore the truths within the museum. Instance Objective 2. Survive. Time limit 1 day. Challenge instances, by definition, do not require extensive plot development. They predominantly focus on combat and minor puzzles, with clear objectives for completion. Typically, the success of such instances is not significantly tied to divine intervention, and some may even be devoid of any gods. According to the data collected by Jiang Luo, this instance, the Museum of Fantasies, is classified as a godless instance. However, due to the unique nature of instances, challenge instances can also possess what are referred to as T and B routes. Success leads to a He outcome, while failure results in a B outcome. The TE route requires the fulfillment of specific conditions. Huang was drawn to challenge instances due to his high attributes, which granted him an advantage in such scenarios. In traditional narrative-driven instances, one could easily fall into traps, leading to irreversible plot developments. Of course, unforeseen circumstances might also lead to unexpectedly smooth progress through an instance. The variability is considerable, presenting both advantages and disadvantages. As the two prepared to enter the instance, they were suddenly interrupted by Lin Qi's voice. "Huang, why are you going in so quickly? Aren't in amp. Oppos. You waiting for us?" Huang and Jiang Luo momentarily froze, then in unison confirmed their choice without looking back. Their bodies began to digitize, indicating their entry into the instance. Loading instance. A flicker of disappointment crossed Lin Qi's face. "Ah, a two-player instance. How disappointing." He spoke, feigning a sorrowful expression, even lowering his head as if on the verge of tears. Huang and Jiang Luo finally turned to wave at him. "See you." In an instant, Lin Qi's expression shifted to one of mischief, his eyes crescent-shaped with glee. "Just kidding." As he finished speaking, he and Lin Na produced a key in their hands. Jiang Luo's pupils dilated in shock. "What? They have an instance key? They're cheating." In astonishment, Jiang Luo established a mental link with Huang, relaying the information regarding the instance key. One-time item. Instance key. Quality F. Effect. Compulsory entry into a specific instance. Cannot enter a blocked instance. Item description. Little bunny, open the door. I want to come in." "Oh, bunny, why aren't in amp? Oppos. You wearing any clothes?" "Oh, it seems I opened the door at just the right time." A rather dubious but quite useful item. This item allows for the forced entry into any instance, provided it is not in a blocked state. This means that as long as it is not on the TE route, possessing this item enables one to seize the fruits of another's labor. It is rare and somewhat unscrupulous. Huang found himself at a loss, unsure whether to laugh or cry. He was fortunate to have faced only TE routes during his weaker days. Simultaneously, Lin Qi and Lin Na activated their instance key, locking on to the selected instance, the Museum of Fantasies by the Trickster and the Calculator. Open. Instantly, their bodies began to digitize as well. Abnormal. Instance abnormality. The number of participants in the challenge instance exceeds the limit, automatically adjusting difficulty. Instance difficulty EE. Huang and Jiang Luo were nearly apoplectic. Is the instance toying with us? Loading instance. Instance. The Museum of Fantasies. Instance difficulty, the instance description, the Museum of Fantasies, where one can witness extraordinary artworks, traditionally invites two individuals of exceptional taste each year to appreciate the pinnacle of art. Yet those who enter are never seen again. Some say they become ensnared in a new realm of consciousness. Congratulations, you are now one of the chosen. Number of participants, 4, Trickster, Calculator, Doctor, Actor. Instance loading complete. Live broadcast begins. In the final moment, Lin Na and Lin Qi stared at Huang and Jiang Luo with varying expressions. Ultimately, they smiled. "It seems we shall meet again soon." In the blink of an eye, the four vanished. Countless spectators awaited in the player hall or before their phones, filled with anticipation. This time, the ultimate victor of the 100th Newcomer King would be determined. Author's note, prologue to the Museum of Fantasies. Art may possess flaws, but nature never errs. Drayton, Chapter 75. The Museum of Fantasies. As Yin Huang entered the instance, he found himself utterly alone. Although the core content of each instance temporarily erased memories, peripheral details were often retained. For instance, the beginning of this instance should have involved him sitting in a small car, awakening to step outside into the morning light. However, it seemed that due to the sudden increase in participants, the instance itself had begun to morph. Yin Huang recalled that the introduction to the Museum of Fantasies had mentioned inviting 2 individuals, yet now there were 4 players present. This led him to surmise that only 2 invitations existed. As a resident without an invitation in hand, he deduced that the other 3 must possess them. Unfortunately, he had no means to gather information about these 3 individuals. He needed to find a way for Jiang Luo to locate his mental channel and establish a psychic bridge. Yet prior to that, he could not simply remain idle. His home did not possess any peculiarities. From the photographs, it appeared to be a harmonious family of 3. However, he found himself alone, unaware of his parents' whereabouts. Given the nature of previous instances, it was highly likely that his home was located within the instance's map. To glean information about the Museum of Fantasies, he resolved to venture outside. The night remained dark. Checking the clock at home, he noted it was just past midnight. It appeared that both the time and the instance and oppos S settings had adapted to the varying levels of difficulty. He donned a warm-down jacket and stepped outside. The moment he opened the door, the biting winter wind howled in his ears, attempting to penetrate his skin. Had it not been for the snug warmth of his jacket, he might have succumbed to the cold. His home was situated at the end of the road, directly opposite. This arrangement made Yin Huang uneasy. What if a car were to recklessly speed down the road? Would his family find themselves facing an untimely demise? The road lacked streetlights, and the scant illumination came from the buildings lining the street. These structures did not embody symmetrical beauty or any other recognized form of order. Rather, they presented a myriad of shapes, creating a sense reminiscent of Van Gogh's Starry Night. Fortunately, Yin Huang possessed night vision, allowing him to see clearly. The streets were devoid of pedestrians, enveloped in an eerie yet aesthetic silence. Were it not for the chilling wind, he might have believed he was ensnared in a dream. Alone in the frigid night, devoid of light and warmth, he was surrounded by an unfamiliar environment. He felt an unsettling sensation, as if unseen eyes were watching him. This paranoia compelled him to glance around, but apart from the oddly shaped, twisted trees and the haphazardly arranged buildings, he saw nothing else. In this pitch-black setting, even with night vision, it was challenging to discern distant objects. Squinting his eyes, he focused intently and unexpectedly noticed the oddities of the trees. Each tree had its own unique, distorted curvature, yet the angles appeared unnaturally rigid, as if violently twisted into their current forms, lacking the natural grace seen in everyday life. Moreover, the points of distortion were consistently spaced, resembling arms constructed from fixed joints rather than branches. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that each tree bore a face, some beautiful, others grotesque, each displaying an array of expressions, from joy to sorrow. It seemed inappropriate to describe them merely as trees. When Yin Huang gazed at them, they dutifully closed their eyes. Yet, when he turned away, an overwhelming sensation of being scrutinized flooded over him, sending chills down his spine. They resembled monitors, keeping watch over him. In that moment, Yin Huang realized that in this bizarre and twisted world, he was the true anomaly, traversing the path alone. This revelation left him feeling strangely unsettled. Pulling his jacket tighter around him, he quickened his pace. However, as he did so, he noticed another peculiarity. The down jacket, which should have felt soft and comforting, now harbored an unsettling sensation. It seemed as though it was emanating heat from within. Upon this discovery, his immediate instinct was to remove it. Before he could successfully shed the jacket, he heard the sound of tearing fabric. In an instant, a bird in Oppo's beak emerged from the torn area, piercing through his skin as if chastising him for compressing the jacket. Inside the garment was not down, but live birds. One beak appeared, quickly followed by others, each one piercing his skin and sucking the blood from his body, causing him to grit his teeth in pain. He tore off the jacket and threw it to the ground with force. Upon hitting the ground, countless beaks began to peck at the fabric, and one by one, birds with severed wings emerged, fixating their gaze upon him. In the darkness, their eyes glowed with an eerie green luminescence as they rushed towards him, intent on retaliation. Deprived of the jacket's warmth, blood flowed from his wounds, compelling him to draw his harmony knife and slice through the birds' heads with fluid precision. A sickening crack resonated as he severed one head, only to find a smaller bird emerging from within, pecking at the flesh of its larger counterpart. The grotesque sight nearly induced a wave of nausea. More wingless birds followed suit, intent on tearing him apart. Feeling the hairs on his neck stand on end, he decided to secure his harmony knife and hasten his escape. Who knew what else lurked within those birds? After maintaining a considerable distance, he purchased a spray can and lighter from a nearby store, dousing the birds in flames. The intense fire erupted, illuminating the night until the aroma of roasting flesh wafted through the air, bringing him a measure of relief. What on earth were these creatures? Clenching his teeth, he struggled to articulate his feelings. Suddenly, a light flickered behind him. Someone approached, gently tapping him on the shoulder. On edge, Huang swiftly turned, pressing his harmony knife against the stranger's neck. "What do you want?" The figure was rather short, appearing quite aged, holding a lantern that emitted a peculiar oily scent. The dim light flickered across his wrinkled face, yet he remained unfazed. "My friend, it's quite late. Would you like to step into our little tavern for a chat?" Chapter 76. The Museum of Fantasies. The death revolver since time immemorial. Taverns have undoubtedly served as the finest sources of information. Here, one can encounter a myriad of individuals, along with an assortment of whispered rumors. As Huang cautiously entered, he remained vigilant, yet soon discovered that the establishment resembled an ordinary tavern. The space was modest, yet bustling with patrons engaged in their own activities. Advertisements flickered across the television screen. Today marked the annual opening of the Museum of Fantasies, and the anticipation surrounding the final invitee was palpable. Countless individuals yearned for entry. Some sighed in front of their screens, lamenting their desire to witness the museum's renowned exhibits, a hallmark of the locale. Though lamentably, only 2 invitations were issued each year, directly by the curator, an impossible feat for many. "I have a friend who has been inside," one chimed in. He mentioned seeing mermaids. "What a beautiful creature from the realm of imagination." "Are you kidding? Do your so-called friends even deserve entry? Have you ever known anyone who ventured in and was eager to return?" As the crowd debated, their chatter eased Huang's apprehension. It appeared to be merely an ordinary tavern after all. Suddenly, attention shifted to him. "Ah, we have a new friend. What's your name?" All eyes were on Huang, making him feel somewhat uneasy. He flashed his trademark smile. Huang, a local resident. "First time here?" A towering man approached, scrutinizing Huang from head to toe. "Are you familiar with our customs?" Huang replied, "I would like to know more." The man chuckled, pinching Huang and Appo's cheek. "We only welcome kindred spirits. We play a game. You may choose anyone here to play with you. If you win, they will entertain you." Huang and Appo's wariness resurfaced. "What kind of game?" The man gestured to a roulette on a nearby table. "A rather intriguing game, indeed. You'll draw a lot and play accordingly." As he spoke, others locked the door behind them, unmistakably signaling to Huang that leaving without participation was not an option. Huang pursed his lips, observing the roulette. It was divided into 32 segments, each inscribed with 4 characters. For instance, fruit platter and death revolver. Curious about these games, Huang inquired further. The man responded with a knowing smile. "The fruit platter involves lying on a table covered in fruit while your opponent, blindfolded, must cut and serve the fruit. If you survive, it's your turn to cut. Ultimately, the most striking wounds determine the winner." As for the death revolver, it's an age-old game, a 6-chamber revolver with 1 bullet. It's all about luck. The final moments of struggle are quite the spectacle, don't you think? Just imagine the expression on your face, you charming fellow. A flicker of amusement crossed Huang's eyes. So, this was indeed an ordinary tavern, albeit with rather fascinating games. The man, noticing Huang's smile, grinned back. "Have you decided who you'd like to play with?" Huang nodded, his gaze fixating on the man. Trouble was brewing. The man, unable to contain his laughter, responded, "Perfect. As a newcomer, the chance to spin the wheel is yours." Huang acquiesced and approached the roulette, giving it a casual spin. The wheel whirled among the 32 segments, each passing in turn. The crowd buzzed with excitement, calling out their favorite options. Eventually, it slowed and landed on the death revolver. A wave of exhilaration surged through the crowd. The death revolver? How splendid. I've been eager to see this. The escalating probability of death, with each trigger pull potentially leading to demise. The thrill of fear creeping in, culminating in expressions of exquisite despair. Even unadulterated, it stands as a masterpiece. That face of his looks promising. Lanterns made from it would be stunning. Perhaps a tree. Did you hear the museum recently unveiled lessons on tree making? This would surely attract patrons to the tavern. Indeed, other establishments have begun to follow the museum and oppos as lead, with commendable results. We cannot fall behind. As the crowd chattered, it felt as though, upon entering this tavern and selecting this game, Huang had already become their prey. He smiled gently, patting his clothes. Everyone seemed so excited. Perhaps my luck is quite good? The man laughed heartily indeed. You've chosen the most popular game. He regarded Huang as one might a delectable rabbit, awaiting slaughter. So fragile, so pitiable, yet so exhilarating. Despite the uncertainty of the outcome, it felt as though the conclusion was already foreseen. Every expression of Huang was etched into memory. Huang, filled with anticipation, naturally settled onto the sofa and gestured for the man to sit across from him. Eager, are we? The man's fondness for Huang grew, appreciating his understanding demeanor. Huang spread his legs in a relaxed arc, rubbing his hands together. Let us proceed. Splendid. The man tossed the revolver onto the table. Huang inquired, "Do you go first, or shall I?" The man remained unruffled. As the guest, you may choose. Huang replied, "You go first. Perhaps you'll win on the first shot." Not a chance, the man chuckled, lifting the revolver and casually aiming it at his temple, pulling the trigger. The laughter in his eyes intensified, barely contained. He tossed the revolver onto the table. Your turn. The revolver contained 10 chambers, meaning Huang's probability of survival was 9 out of 10. Hesitating, he placed his hand on the revolver, aiming it at his own head. You all seem eager to witness my fear, but I doubt I will perish. With that, he pulled the trigger. As expected, nothing happened. This outcome was anticipated by the onlookers. The man reclaimed the gun, aimed again, and pulled the trigger. With an eighth of a chance, he remained unscathed. He then passed the gun to Huang. You possess courage and are quite aware of your predicament. But alas, as the odds grow against you, your expressions will become increasingly exquisite. I await with bated breath. Now the odds stood at 7 out of 10. Yet to me, every shot is a certainty. Can you guess? At which shot you shall meet your fate? He fixed his gaze upon Huang, exerting pressure upon him. Huang's smile faltered, squinting as he inquired, "Do you possess knowledge of the bullet's placement?" The man unabashedly crossed his legs. Of course. It is my revolver. Are you cheating? And what of it? In this scenario, you must either continue playing or succumb to fate. The man revealed his intentions without reservation, seeking to stimulate Huang's fear, drawing him deeper into the game. Each trigger pull would amplify the terror of death, leading him to struggle between life and death, ultimately unveiling a face of delightful agony. At last, capturing that perfect expression in perpetuity, surrounding them. The crowd enveloped the two completely. Huang lowered his head, trembling with trepidation. He was ensnared in a desperate struggle. His breath quickened. Fear? Terror? When you chose to enter, you had already met your demise. Ha ha! Such a naive child. Both adorable and pitiable. If your parents were to find you one day at the entrance of a shop, they would surely feel a sense of relief for you. At that moment, Huang joined in the laughter. Steadying the gun in his hand, he aimed it at his own temple, leaning closer to the burly man, locking eyes with him. I am truly terrified. As his words fell, a sense of unease washed over the crowd. However, it was his subsequent actions that truly astonished everyone within the small tavern. Chapter 77. The Museum of Illusions. Huang squinted, a smile concealing a dagger, as he aimed a gun at his own head, drawing closer to the burly man and Oppo's face. That bullet. It must be the 10th, correct? The man was momentarily stunned by the remark. The others around them wore expressions of disbelief, their pupils dilating. How? How do you know? Their words trailed off as they hastily covered their mouths, realizing it was too late. Huang chuckled, shaking his head, then casually pulled the trigger against his own head, as if it were of no consequence. How would I know? Isn't it you who informed me? Click. Another shot rang out. Since you are aware of which bullet it is, you shouldn't have mentioned that my expression would grow more pronounced with probability, should you? Each word he uttered was a calculated query. Once emotions are thrown off balance, secrets become difficult to maintain. Every utterance turns into evidence. With every statement, Huang shot himself in the head, his demeanor unfazed, while the revolver's cylinder rotated slowly in his grip, the pallor of those around him deepening. Until he fired the 9th shot. Bang! Huang mimicked the sound of the gun, startling the others who gazed at him, their expressions darkening. What on earth was happening? Huang nonchalantly twirled the handgun in his hand. It seems my conjecture was indeed accurate. Panic gripped the crowd, leaving them speechless. The burly man glared at Huang. Fear etched on his face. "You've finished shooting. It's time to hand over the gun." Though terrified, he maintained his composure. A seasoned fraudster like Huang could easily perceive that the man was still pretending. He had a backup plan. Huang chuckled softly, then pretended to hand the gun to the burly man. The man, thrilled, reached for the weapon, only for Huang to abruptly strike his hand with the gun into Appo's body. The revolver spun in his grip, eventually pointing the barrel at the man's forehead. "The last shot is for you. Do you think I would let you shoot me?" The man in Appo's facade crumbled, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded, "Please spare me. I have an elderly parent and young children to care for." As he spoke, he scrutinized Huang's expression, hoping to catch a glimpse of triumph. Yet, after a prolonged, futile effort, Huang's expression remained unchanged, a calm demeanor that was anything but flattering. Huang snickered. "Did you just escape from a zoo? How amusing. You still have tricks up your sleeve, don't you?" Every expression failed to deceive the fraudster. Or rather, it was the eye of emotion left behind by Jiang, which allowed him to perceive the true colors of others' emotions. From the outset, this had been the man's game. Huang was well aware and willingly entered the fray. Now, it had become his game. The burly man ceased his weeping, his eyes, predominantly white, now glimmering with intrigue. "It appears you are quite astute," Huang remarked. "So, what is your backup plan?" The man seized Huang and Appo's gun, directing it toward the center of his own forehead. "If you shoot here, you'll know everything, one and Appo's. Huang replied. "It seems you have great confidence that this gun won into Appo's. Harm you. Allow me to guess. The bullet isn't fake, and the gun isn't a toy. So, perhaps it will only fire a blank? Or jam." As he spoke, Huang's hand brushed against the man's scalp, confirming his suspicion of a metallic implant. "Ah, so you've had a layer of magnet implanted in your scalp? As long as the magnetic force is strong enough, it can deflect the bullet's trajectory. While it may cause injury, it would only be a superficial wound. No wonder you're bald." He jested, revealing the truth as the burly man began to feel an inexplicable unease. Huang slowly aimed the gun skyward. "Would you like to witness the artistry of fate?" The man was utterly baffled by Huang's intentions. What do you intend to do?" Huang leaned in closer, whispering, "I wish to see if a bullet fired into the sky will return to your head. I suspect, upon firing, you shall perish." Bang! The bullet soared into the sky. Lie assessment, oppositional event, assessment successful. Result, subject determined to be deceased. At the moment the assessment commenced, a smug grin spread across the burly man's face. He pointed at Huang, laughing maniacally. "Have you watched too many dramas? Trying to be cool? Ha ha." His mouth agape. His laughter grew more deranged. Those around joined in uproarious laughter, as if this were the most ridiculous spectacle imaginable. "I've recorded the whole thing. This segment is worth a replay. Ha ha ha." This was the first time the man had been unmasked, every ruse, every tactic exposed. The outcome that should have been fatal was averted, had he merely aimed for the heart. Ultimately, it was laughable that he had chosen to fire the bullet into the sky. How absurd! His ignorance would lead to a grim fate. In that fleeting moment, Huang silently placed the now empty revolver on the table, folding his hands naturally in front of him. He waved at the burly man. A golden shadow flickered past, descending without warning, drawn by the powerful magnet atop the man's head. The bullet veered off course, entering through the edge of the man's gaping mouth, swiftly traversing his entire brain. He didn't even have time to register pain, dying with a grin still plastered on his face, a smile so blissful, radiant, and sincere. The bullet failed to breach the metal in his skull, forever lodged within. As the other onlookers realized this grim reality, their laughter dwindled to silence, ultimately succumbing to an eerie stillness. They could no longer laugh, instead gazing at Huang with expressions of horror. Their hearts raced, especially as they beheld the corpse, frozen in its final moment of glee, their faces pale and bodies stiff with fear. They fixated on Huang's back as he sat there, fingers naturally intertwined, elbows resting on his knees, surveying his handiwork. He then slowly turned, casting a glance around the room. He quietly asked, "The game is over, everyone. Who among you wishes to join me for another round?" In an instant, silence enveloped the room. The crowd stiffened, terrified of being chosen as the next unwitting participant in this deadly game. Chapter 78. The Museum of Fantasies. Killing a single individual does not deter a multitude. However, when one becomes a mysterious and formidable figure in the eyes of the crowd, the dynamic shifts entirely. Huang casually selected an individual from the assembly. "You come here." The chosen person trembled uncontrollably, seated opposite Huang, with a seemingly intact corpse beside him. He averted his gaze, unable to meet Huang and Appo's eyes. Huang, visibly exasperated, reassured him, "Do not be anxious. I am not a malevolent person." The individual stammered, yes. One could hardly expect anyone to believe such words. Some among the crowd contemplated a discreet exit from the tavern. Yet, Huang preemptively declared, "Before I depart, anyone attempting to leave will face the consequences." I am speaking of everyone present. Evidently, the pressure previously exerted was sufficiently formidable. His proclamation rendered the assembly motionless, some even pulling back those who dared to venture towards the exit. The crowd could only gaze nervously at Huang. The man across from him, now even more terrified, pleaded, "See, can we not engage in this game?" Once avid gamers, the group now resembled model students in their obedience. Huang chuckled softly, "Worry not. I merely wish to ask a few straightforward questions. Just answer truthfully." He added, "Should your answers be unsatisfactory, the consequences shall be yours to bear." The man was nearly reduced to tears at this proclamation. The notion of consequences was now all too clear, and he could hardly muster the courage to respond inadequately. He dreaded the thought of meeting his demise without understanding the manner of his death. It was a fate too grim to contemplate. The collective anxiety among the group reached a crescendo, and ultimately, they divulged everything they knew to Huang. From their accounts, he gleaned that the Museum of Fantasies was shrouded in mystery, inhabited solely by its curator. Each year, 2 extraordinarily gifted artists were invited to tour the museum, yet none had emerged from their visits alive. Whispers of death circulated until the curator released a group photograph, dispelling doubts. It appeared that all who entered became so enamored with the museum that they chose to forsake the outside world in pursuit of higher artistic realms. The townsfolk exhibited an almost maniacal obsession with art. Each masterpiece served as an expression of their spiritual essence. However, for those lacking artistic inclination, the pursuit devolved into mere pretentiousness. This fervor was rooted in the allure of the Museum of Fantasies. In truth, not everyone harbored a genuine love for art. Yet within this small town, the curator was the wealthiest and most influential figure. In addition to annually inviting 2 esteemed artists, he would showcase some of his own exceptional works for public admiration. For instance, the recent creation known as the Tree Man, crafted from human remains, was lauded as a symbol of the deceased intertwining with nature, bestowing blessings upon the living. The townspeople relentlessly interpreted each piece, elevating it to an almost sacred status. They lauded and idolized the curator's artistry. Opposition did exist, yet those who voiced dissent found themselves ostracized. To conform and survive, The innate emotional intelligence of humanity compelled them into fervent admiration. When a remarkable work received accolades, their vanity was satiated. When a piece was acknowledged and acquired by the curator, it represented power and wealth. Thus, a vicious cycle was born. Huang pursed his lips and gazed out the window. The so-called tree man refers to those along the roadside. The individual nodded nervously, yes. The tree man is one of the curator's finest creations, embodying the adage that those who plant trees benefit future generations, as well as the deceased protection over the living. He continued, the curator proposed replacing the original trees with the tree man. Huang squinted thoughtfully. Where do all these corpses come from? Are you not curious? The man stammered, well, the curator mentioned that the bodies come from the hospital's morgue. Huang stroked his chin and scoffed lightly. So you intend to use my corpse to create a tree man? Quite the imaginative scheme, I must say. The crowd collectively froze. Please do not say such things. We are merely grateful to have not been turned into tree men ourselves. One individual fumbled to explain, it is merely that you possess striking features, and a fresh corpse would yield a far superior tree man than those long deceased. If we could capture a look of terror, it would be even better. If we could gain the curator's approval, our lives would be secure. Huang scrutinized them, his gaze instilling unease. It seemed the populace was composed of ordinary individuals, with the curator standing as the sole aberration. His attention shifted to a nearby person holding camera. I heard you mention that the footage from earlier is worth reviewing repeatedly. The individual, taken aback, nervously nodded. Why, yes. Huang extended his hand, offering a gentle smile. Then, may I trouble you for your camera? Without a hint of resistance, the individual promptly surrendered the camera. Upon acquiring it, Huang exited the tavern. Good night, everyone. Thud. Just as he stepped outside, the door slammed shut behind him. Huang knocked lightly. Please, open the door. Silence ensued. If you do not open it, the consequences shall be yours to bear. The door opened, revealing a beaming face. Master Yin, you haven't left yet. What brings you back at this late hour? Huang turned to the person who had beckoned him earlier. The path is dark. I would appreciate a lantern, for I fear the shadows. Soon, a lantern was hastily thrust into his hands. Thud! The moment the lantern was passed, the door was swiftly shut, as if they feared the harbinger of doom would return. Huang muttered, You invited me in, yet now you are so eager to usher me away. The youth today are rather impatient and unreasonable. After his musings, he made his way home with the lantern. Upon closer inspection, he noted the intricate texture of the lantern's skin, a near imitation of human hide. The oil within, likely derived from cadavers, emitted a rancid odor that could not help but raise suspicions. The moon hung high and the night was chilly. Huang walked toward his home, pausing at his doorstep to gaze at the tree man nearby. Its smile appeared entirely natural. On a living person, it would exude joy, but on a tree, it seemed unsettling. He approached the nearest tree, tapping gently. Are you still alive? There was no response. The tree man remained dutifully silent. Huang pondered for a moment, then fixed his gaze upon the tree man's eyes. With a silent gesture, he raised his hands in a peace sign. Forgive my rudeness. No sooner had he spoken than his hands dove toward the tree man's closed eyes. In an instant, unforeseen events began to unfold. Chapter 79. The Museum of Illusions. Chair Father Huang's fingers precisely poked into the eye of the tree man, causing its mouth to split open in a gaping crack. Emitting a sharp roar, the anguish displayed was so vivid that Huang could ascertain that this tree man still possessed a semblance of life. Having traversed 2 previous instances, he remained notably composed, stepping back a couple of paces while fixating intently on the tortured tree man, whose trunk writhed in agony. Gradually, he leaned against his door, ready to retreat inside at any moment. In the next instant, the tree man let out a bellow, twisting its trunk to strike at Huang. Without hesitation, he thrust the human skin mask against the oncoming branch. Sparks erupted, igniting every leaf and illuminating the dark corridor. The grand flames roared and crackled upon the trunk, and the tree man howled in torment, soon rendered immobile. Yet, Huang did not dare to lower his guard. In fact, he heightened his alertness to 120%. The commotion had attracted other tree men nearby. No longer concealed, countless pairs of eyes reflecting the faint moonlight fixated on him, their mouths agape in preparation to attack. Unfortunately for them, their branches were insufficiently long. However, as he stood in the middle of the path, the earlier tree man's ability to strike him indicated that another could do the same. Sure enough, as Huang turned his gaze toward a nearby tree man, it revealed its sharp branches, preparing to launch an assault. Without a moment's hesitation, he picked up a charred branch from the ground and hurled it at the tree. Another tree ignited in flames, writhing in agony. Huang contemplated that this might be an opportunity to glimpse Tang Xian's new book and intended to return indoors. Yet at the moment he turned, a whistling sound sliced through the air behind him. Huang's pupils constricted, and he immediately crouched down. Two branches from different directions pierced through the door before it collapsed entirely. With his keen combat instinct, he executed a forward roll, narrowly evading the two branches. He only sustained a minor scrape on his lower back. As he glanced up, he noticed that the leaves and branches above bore no signs of damage, appearing entirely new. The tender leaves and branches seemed untouched by the flames, even though he could still feel the lingering heat. Huang felt a surge of alarm and swiftly adjusted his stance, rushing deeper into the room. At the corner of the entrance, the branches finally reached their limit and ceased their pursuit. His heart raced as he took a deep breath to calm himself. He then picked up a genuine leather chair and sat down to rest. The chair was surprisingly comfortable, surpassing the ease of a typical ergonomic chair, as if it could accurately massage every bone in his body. Seated, he began to organize his thoughts. This tree man, there was something amiss. In both conventional understanding and reality, fire is almost devastatingly destructive to wood, and yet he had just ignited these two trees, which appeared to be completely unaffected. He was determined to investigate further. Tang Xian's new book had yet to reveal any information regarding the tree man. To grasp the situation outside, he needed to observe firsthand. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance. Upon rolling forward at the door, he had already purchased intermediate comprehensive perspective detection from the marketplace. Now, he employed a second perspective to observe the exterior. The two trees, realizing they could not reach Huang, retracted their branches. Though a few spots still smoldered, they seemed indifferent. The faces etched into the bark twisted momentarily in grimace before swaying gently, enveloping the remaining flames with dense foliage. With the air cut off, the flames naturally extinguished. The two trees appeared unscathed, shedding their charred leaves and quickly reviving. Huang furrowed his brow. Holding Tang Xian's new book that still failed to display any monster information. Could it be that the tree men were not considered monsters in this realm? At that moment, he suddenly heard a voice. Have you sat long enough? Huang looked around in confusion. How long do you intend to sit upon me, you unfilial child? He felt a sharp pain in his backside and hastily rose from the chair. Utilizing his night vision, he discovered that the chair he had just occupied bore a human face. His pupils dilated, and a chill ran down his spine. So, the chair he had been sitting on was a person? Moreover, judging by its words, it seemed to be the father figure in this instance. Huang was bewildered, confronting the face on the chair, feeling as though his entire understanding had been shattered. While he could somewhat comprehend the notion of a living tree man, the idea of a living chair was utterly unfathomable. The ribs had transformed into a backrest, flesh enveloping bone, entirely devoid of any human form, yet it undeniably was human. He had just been seated upon this person. Huang did not feel fear, but rather an involuntary sense of disgust, unable to appreciate the absurdity of the situation. Nonetheless, he refrained from voicing his discomfort. Instead, he asked, "Father, why are you still awake at such an hour?" His tone was natural and devoid of any abnormality. The chair huffed coldly. I was resting quite well, adapting to the new body the curator provided me, peacefully recuperating only for you to sit upon me and disturb my slumber. Huang replied, I sincerely apologize. The chair brushed it off, bouncing closer to Huang. Son, how do you find this new body of mine? I told the curator that I wished to serve humanity to the best of my abilities, and thus he granted me this new form. Isn't it stunning? Both practical and aesthetically pleasing. Huang felt an eerie sensation wash over him, pinching the bridge of his nose. As long as you're happy. The chair leapt behind him. Come now. It has been ages since I've embraced you. It's so much easier for me to do so now. Come here for a hug. Huang looked at the face on the chair, grimacing. I think that's unnecessary. Upon hearing this, the chair became displeased, vehemently rebuking. What do you mean by that? Do you look down on me? I am a remarkable artwork of the curator. I have a name. I'm a supporter of the family. Its furious proclamation was particularly unsettling. Yet beneath the pride and arrogance lay a palpable sorrow and fear. Huang could keenly perceive the depths of its despair. Such impotence and rage. Who would willingly accept such a fate? Then would you like me to sit for just a moment? The chair perked up again. Yes, please sit. If you do not, I will lose my purpose of existence. Without purpose, then an artwork can only become waste. It did not wish to become waste. To be discarded would mean destruction. Huang found it difficult to appreciate this bizarre form of artistry. Yet he could not deny that once associated with the title the supporter of the family, it was exceptionally fitting. Was this the reason his parents were absent at night? If his father was a chair, then what of his mother? An unsettling feeling gripped Huang, prompting him to ask directly, what of my mother? At this, the chair erupted in fury once more. Are you deliberately trying to provoke me? What mother? That uncultured waste does not deserve to be called your mother. Consider yourself as having never had one. Huang realized with a sinking heart. It seemed she had perished. Truly a bizarre world.